Gallant Federation Border Patrol calling the Poncher. My identification code is G774. Bring your vessel to an immediate halt and cooperate with our mandatory inspection. A woman's voice came over the public channel. It carried that flat, impersonal official tone that betrayed no emotion. Hearing it, Chun Haifeng's fingers resting on the control panel paused for a brief moment. That voice. Chun Haifeng felt as though he had heard it somewhere before. He shifted his gaze to the radar screen. 3 Storm-class frigates, hulls emblazoned with the Federal Eagle insignia, were sliding slowly out from the flank of the Stargate anchorage in a triangular formation. Their turrets had not turned to bear on him, yet the message they conveyed was unmistakably clear: do not even think about running. Patrol instructions received. We are reducing speed now, and will await inspection, Chun Haifeng replied. At the same time, he dialed the industrial ship's engine output down to the bare minimum. The Bison-class industrial vessel he was piloting had been secretly modified for him by Li Jiangguo. From the outside, it still looked like a battered, honest workhorse built for hauling cargo. But the goods hidden in the hold and several carefully arranged special features built into the hull absolutely could not withstand a thorough inspection, especially under the present circumstances. Looking out through the bridge viewport, he saw 1 patrol frigate detach from the formation and slowly approach. The docking corridor locked on, and as the air pressure equalized with a hiss, the hatch slid open to the side. 3 people walked in. 2 fully armed Marines remained standing at the doorway, while the one in the middle, wearing a sharply pressed federal lieutenant's uniform and sporting neat short hair, let her gaze sweep once around the bridge before finally settling on Chun Haifeng's face. The moment they saw each other, both of them froze for an instant. You're Chun Haifeng? Lieutenant Lin Wei, hello. Lin Wei gestured to the 2 Marines at the door. They immediately withdrew to stand guard out in the corridor. Then she walked toward Chun Haifeng, her gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds before drifting over the control consoles. Old, but surprisingly spotless and orderly. You've been discharged from the service for almost 2 years now, haven't you? I never expected to run into you here. I just found some random work out here to scrape together a living. Chun Haifeng answered with a faint smile, making no move to rise from the pilot's seat. My old commanding officer from the unit, Zhao Jigang, gave me a hand. I'm doing transport runs for Pancher Mining now, and I occasionally take on some small-scale mining jobs as well. Transport work. Lin Wei walked to the side of the main console, letting her finger glide seemingly casually along its edge. For a ship like this, the maintenance is actually quite impressive. It's cleaner and tighter than most Bison-class vessels of the same model that I've seen. It's a habit I picked up back when I was stationed at the Mars base. Chun Haifeng replied, his tone steady, even as his nerves were taut as a drawn bow. If the equipment isn't scrubbed spotless and perfectly in order, I just can't relax. Lin Wei's powers of observation were far too sharp. Even at the Mars base, she had been notorious for her attention to detail. Keeping good habits is a fine thing. Lin Wei nodded, then pulled up an inspection checklist on her personal terminal. Now let's handle this by the book. Please provide your relevant documentation, the cargo manifest, and your navigation logs for the last 3 months. Chun Haifeng transmitted the electronic permits and manifests he had prepared long ago. At the moment, the cargo hold contained only a small amount of ordinary tritanium and quasi-silver supermetal, or perfectly matching the yield from a minor mining run. The navigation logs were likewise impeccably clean and standardized, recording only those legal, fully compliant routes assigned by Pancher Mining. Lin Wei skimmed through the files at speed, her fingers sliding over the terminal screen. This region has become quite unsafe lately. Pirate activity is up 40% compared to last month. Groups like Black Flag and Blood Claw, those old established outfits, still cling to a shred of so-called rules. But the newer bands roaming around have absolutely no sense of restraint. She lifted her head to look at Chun Haifeng. Small companies like yours with slow ships and weak firepower are the easiest targets. Especially, she paused, lowering her voice slightly. Especially now that Deep Space United Mining has been operating very actively in this star domain. They've sent in a lot of buyers and survey vessels. Ever since they arrived, the situation out here has grown much more complicated. Hearing her words, Chun Haifeng was faintly stirred. What she was saying clearly went beyond the usual routine reminder. Thank you very much for the warning, Lieutenant. We really are just doing small business, digging a bit of, or to earn some hard-won credits. We wouldn't dare provoke any big shots with power and influence, Chun Haifeng replied. I hope things truly are as simple as you say, Lin Wei said, handing the terminal back to him. The inspection officially passed. She turned and walked toward the hatch, but halfway there she stopped and looked back over her shoulder. Chun Haifeng. Chun Haifeng answered. Back at the Mars base, your technique and methods for repairing reactor main control circuits left a very deep impression on me, Lin Wei said. She did not turn around, her voice remained even. Your outstanding skills are your greatest asset. But some paths, if you rush down them too recklessly, make it very easy to stumble and fall. Out here in the fringe star domains, Contracts you sign are not necessarily talismans that protect you. Sometimes they become the ropes that bind you. Take care of yourself. With that, Lin Wei departed with her team. The docking corridor disengaged, and the patrol frigate slowly pulled away, rejoining its original formation. Before long, the entire group vanished into the swirling energy vortex surrounding the Stargate. Chun Haifeng remained seated in the pilot's chair, silent for several minutes. Lin Wei's parting words carried no small amount of information. First, they confirmed that Deep Space United Mining had already extended its reach into this star domain. Second, they warned him not to be too ostentatious. And third, there seemed to be a faint, elusive hint that she was in some way on his side. He gave a slight shake of his head, casting off that uncertain notion. In a universe like this, so much like the game Eve, trust was far too extravagant a luxury. He placed his faith instead in the tangible leverage he held in his hands and the hidden trump cards he could rely on. Chun Haifeng opened a secure channel and contacted Zhao Jigang. Old man, I was intercepted for a spot inspection by Lin Wei when I passed through the Stargate just now. On the other end, Zhao Jigang's raspy chuckle came through the encrypted link. Oh, you ran into that girl. How did it go? She didn't spot any flaws, did she? She shouldn't have found anything. But she did warn me that pirate activity has been high around here lately, and that Deep Space United Mining has people in the vicinity as well. Zhao Jigang's laughter cut off abruptly, and his tone turned grave. Everything she said is true. I've heard some things on my end too. That kid Sun Qiming has been making frequent trips to the Blackstone station recently, and he's met with a few middlemen with very nasty reputations. Looks like they're not here with good intentions. At the mention of the name Sun Qiming, a chill flashed through Chun Haifeng's eyes. It was a name he would never forget for as long as he lived. Also, Zhao Jigang went on over the channel. Didn't you ask me before to keep an eye out for any channels to get your hands on some hardware? An old friend of mine let something slip over drinks a few days ago. Out near the outer rim of the fragment belt. They'll send you the exact coordinates in a moment. There are supposedly 2 scrapped Federal Navy Lumberjack-class frigate wrecks that were dumped there as junk years back. The paperwork on those hulks isn't exactly complete, but the hardware should still be there. An encrypted set of coordinates immediately appeared on Chun Haifeng's navigation display. Lumberjack-class frigates. Chun Haifeng stared at the coordinates on the screen, feeling his heartbeat quicken. A Lumberjack-class was a genuine military-grade frigate. Even if it was somewhat outdated, its performance would far surpass that of the modified vessel he was piloting now, which only wore the shell of an industrial ship. If he could successfully salvage one and analyze it with his own systems. But going there won't be without risk, Zhao Jigang cautioned. That area is close to the fragment belt, and the surrounding environment is extremely complex. And for derelicts like that with no clear owner, we likely won't be the only ones eyeing them. I'll arrange for 2 ships to wait for you just outside the jump point. Whether you go or not is your call. Chun Haifeng hardly hesitated at all. I'm going. Send me the coordinates. I'll alter my route right now. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist, kid, Zhao Jigang snorted. Be careful when you get there. Maintain calm silence. If anything really goes sideways, I'll bring people to pull you out, but my rescue fees are very expensive. The communication cut off there. Chun Haifeng programmed the new route into the navigation system. The industrial ship's engines rumbled in a low, steady roar as the vessel adjusted its heading and slipped toward that deep, lightless stretch of space far from the main trade lanes. He reached down and ran his hand over a concealed panel beneath the console. It was wired into his greatest secret, the Terran template system that lay dormant at the depths of his consciousness, yet could continuously provide SCV blueprints, micro-refineries, and even production sequences for basic marine troops. Lin Wei's warning still echoed in his ears, and the threat brought by Sun Qiming lingered like a distant shadow. But at this moment, all he could see was the blinking coordinate on the navigation display. In a universe as perilous as a dark forest, merely knowing how to mine was far from enough to survive. You had to possess weapons. And this time what he intended to obtain was definitely not some feeble toy fit only for stoking a campfire. Blue ion streams flared from the poncher's aft thrusters, propelling the ship forward. It accelerated and soon vanished into the boundless sea of stars. Not long after the Pancher departed aboard the flagship of the Federal Patrol Formation that had already traveled a considerable distance, Lin Wei stood on the bridge, gazing at the tiny signal point at the edge of her sensors, watching as it grew fainter and finally disappeared. Report, Lieutenant, that Bison-class industrial ship just altered its course. Its current heading appears to be toward the outer region of the fragment belt, her adjutant reported. Lin Wei merely responded with a quiet "NM," offering no further comment. Lieutenant, should we move to shadow them? The adjutant asked. No need, Lin Wei said, turning away from the observation window. Log it properly. Industrial ship Pancher under Pancher mining passed routine inspection with no irregularities detected. Also pull up all recent reports concerning abnormal gravitational disturbances near the fragment belt. Yes, Lieutenant. Lin Wei returned to her seat, and brought up Chun Haifeng's personal file, her gaze resting on the Service Technical Evaluation Mars Base section, where the rating read excellent. Your outstanding skills are your greatest asset. She softly repeated the words she had spoken to Chun Haifeng earlier, then closed the file. Don't really end up tripping and falling out there, old Chun, Lin Wei thought silently. This is the spot. Chun Haifeng brought the industrial ship to a hover at the designated coordinates. Outside the porthole, everything was pitch black, with only the faint starlight reflected off the distant debris belt. The radar showed nothing. Old man, are you sure these coordinates are right? I can't even see a decent-sized piece of space junk out here, he said, opening an encrypted channel. Zhao Jigang's voice came through with a crackle of static. Can't be wrong. That old friend of mine loves to brag, but his coordinates are never off. Switch to active scan, crank the power up. Those two lumberjacks must be buried under asteroid fragments. Chun Haifeng clicked his tongue and pushed the scan power to maximum. A low hum rose. On the radar screen, two blurry silhouettes slowly emerged less than 5 kilometers directly below, half buried under a heap of rubble. Found them. He adjusted the ship's attitude and eased closer. As the distance closed, the details of the wreckage came into sharp focus. They were indeed two lumberjack-class frigates, but the extent of the damage was worse than he had imagined. One had been snapped clean in half, while the hull of the other was riddled with molten burned-through holes, as if it had been blasted in the face at close range by high-energy weapons. This isn't decommissioned, this is wrecked beyond use, Chun Haifeng muttered with a frown. No kidding. Properly retired ships don't end up out here, Zhao Jigang snorted. Hurry up and see what we can salvage. Is Engineer Li online? Here, Li Jiangwo's voice cut in as terse as ever. Send me the scan data. Chun Haifeng deployed 2 SCV engineering mechs. The silver-white machines fired micro-adjustment thrusters and shot toward the wrecks like 2 agile space spiders. High-precision scanning beams swept back and forth along the hulls. Streams of data rolled rapidly across the virtual screen before Chun Haifeng's eyes. At the same time, deep within his consciousness, that long-dormant system gave a faint tremor. Unknown technological construct detected. Scanning in progress. Identified as Galeni Federation Navy Lumberjack-class frigate, damaged state. Beginning analysis of hull structure. 1. 2. Chun Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. The system could analyze Eve's ships. Chun Haifeng, I've received the data. Li Jiangwo's voice cut off his train of thought. The situation is a bit better than expected. On the one that's broken in half, the main thruster array is basically intact. Of the 4 hardpoints for the 75mm railguns, 3 barrels haven't deformed. The power core blew, but the capacitor array modules might still be usable. And the other one got it worse. The entire bridge is gone. But Li Jiangwo paused, a rare hint of excitement in his voice. At one of its remaining weapon hardpoints, I've scanned the base of a light missile launcher. The model is old, but the structure is intact. If we can remove it, there's a good chance we can repair it. Zhao Jigang immediately asked, how much is it worth? The thruster array and railgun modules would fetch at least 800,000 star coins on the black market, Li Jiangwo said. If we really manage to fix the missile launcher, you can double that, Li Jiangwo added. But only if we can dismantle it safely, and don't get caught by a Federation patrol. Money aside, Chun Haifeng said, eyes fixed on the SCV's live feed. Old man, can we mount this stuff for our own use? The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Jigang chuckled. Kid, you've got quite the appetite. Engineer Li, what do you think? Li Jiangwo was quiet for a few seconds before he spoke. Technically, it's possible. The Lumberjack class is built to military standards, highly modular. If we have a suitable hull platform, like that modified Buffalo class of yours, in theory we can integrate some of the weapons and propulsion modules. But ITLL take extensive refits, and without official blueprints, we'll be feeling our way in the dark. Blueprints. Chun Haifeng watched the system's analysis bar crawl toward 5, a plan forming in his mind. Strip it first. Take everything we can. Move quickly, Zhao Jigang reminded him. I'm picking up an unidentified signal source heading toward your sector. It's still a ways off, but it's coming straight at you. Could be a passing freighter or something else. Got it. Chun Haifeng set the SCVs to work. Plasma-cutting beams flared to life, carefully peeling away valuable components from the wreckage. As the scan data deepened, the system's analysis progress rose slowly but steadily. 8. 10. Main thruster array mounting bolts disengaged. Preparing to detach, 1 SCV reported. Railgun module connection points have been cut. Chun Haifeng focused wholly on the task, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. This kind of delicate salvage work was far more exhausting than mining. Every step had to be taken with care. If he damaged a core component, all their effort would be wasted. 12 minutes later. Analysis progress 15. Baseline data acquired Galeni Federation Navy Lumberjack-class frigate. Partial hull structural framework. 75mm railgun mounting interface, standards, a light thruster array, energy, circuit topology incomplete. Data archived. Further analysis requires more complete hull samples or official blueprints. That would be enough for now. Just as Chun Haifeng let out a breath, the radar alarm blared. Vessel has warped into the area. Distance 3 kilometers. Came an urgent alert from an SCV. He snapped his head up. Outside the porthole, space twisted violently as 3 Storm-class frigates bearing the Federation Eagle emblem dropped out of warp and came to a steady halt at the edge of the wreck field. A familiar female voice came over the public channel. Industrial ship ahead. This is the Galeni Federation Border Patrol. We've detected abnormal energy activity in this area. Cease operations immediately and submit to inspection. It was Lin Wei. Chun Haifeng cursed under his breath and quickly ordered the SCVs to stop cutting, locking the dismantled components in place with tractor beams. Copy, patrol. Halting operations now, he replied while sending Zhao Jigang an encrypted signal. The patrol frigate approached and a docking corridor extended and locked into place. Lin Wei entered the bridge with 2 team members in tow. Her gaze swept over the main console, where wreck scan data still filled the screens, then shifted to the 2 motionless SCVs hanging outside the porthole. Chun Haifeng, we meet again, she said evenly. So this time on the outskirts of the debris belt. You're doing salvage work. Just a last-minute job, he answered. He pulled up a set of electronic documents he had prepared long ago. Temporary salvage permit filed by Panshir Mining. Coordinates and wreck information all duly registered. Lin Wei took the terminal and skimmed through it quickly. The permit was genuine, acquired through Zhao Jigang's gray channels. The paperwork held up on the surface, though the issuing department was somewhat marginal. Lumberjack-class frigate wreckage. Lin Wei looked up at him. Wrecks of this kind of military vessel usually fall under the jurisdiction of naval logistics. Your temporary permit's legal weight is questionable. That's why we're only salvaging non-core general-purpose components, Chun Haifeng replied without batting an eye. Besides, these 2 wrecks have been drifting here for at least 5 years. They've long been struck from the official records. You could say we're cleaning up space junk. Lin Wei stared at him for a few seconds, then returned the terminal. Salvage operations are suspended. My people need to inspect your cargo hold and the components you've already recovered. Be my guest. The 2 patrol officers left the bridge. Lin Wei remained. She walked to the porthole and gazed at the 2 shattered frigates outside. These old lumberjack-class frigates were the backbone of Border Patrol a decade ago, she said suddenly. When I first enlisted, I flew them in the simulator. Tough hulls, heavy firepower. But they turned about as gracefully as a cow. Chun Haifeng said nothing. Then they were replaced. Some of the old hulls were dismantled, others ended up scattered in places like this. Lin Wei turned back to face him. Chun Haifeng, on paper this debris belt falls under Federation jurisdiction. In reality, pirate scavengers and all sorts of people would rather stay unseen, like to operate out here. She walked over to the main console and tapped her fingers lightly along its edge. I can let your temporary permit slide, but there are things I need to make clear. Lowering her voice, Lin Wei continued. Recently, pirate activity in this sector has shown signs of organization. They're no longer just small raiding bands. They're ambushing, looting with premeditation, even disguising themselves as freighters or patrol ships. Chun Haifeng's eyes hardened. Your ship, your SCVs, and these military-grade components you're salvaging are worth a fortune on the black market, Lin Wei said, looking straight at him. Watch yourself. This time running into you was a coincidence. Next time, I might not be the one who finds you. With that, she turned and left. Her 2 team members finished their inspection without finding any contraband and followed Lin Wei back to the patrol frigate. The docking corridor disengaged. Sitting in the pilot's chair, Chun Haifeng watched the patrol formation warp away and vanish into the starry void. Old man, you heard what she just said? He asked over the encrypted channel. I heard, Zhao Jigang replied, his tone grave. The intel lines up. Wang Lu's side also reports that several pirate crews have been buying up large quantities of military-grade weapons modules and thrusters. The stuff you're stripping right now is exactly what they're after. So that signal source that was closing in just now was a pirate scout boat. When they saw the patrol show up, they turned tail and ran, Zhao Jigang said. That girl Lin Wei basically saved your hide this time. Pack up and get out. The pickup ship is already waiting at the jump point. Understood. Chun Haifeng guided the SCVs to haul the detached thruster array, the 3 railgun modules, and the missile launcher base into the industrial ship's cargo hold. The cargo bay doors sealed shut. He took one last look at the 2 wrecked frigates outside the porthole. The system's analysis progress remained at 15, but with this foundational data plus the physical components in hand. Time to go. The industrial ship's engines roared as it swung around and accelerated toward the jump point. On the bridge, Chun Haifeng brought up the system interface, eyes on the 15 analysis progress and the archived hull structure data. Dozens of modification schemes flashed through his mind. Lin Wei's warning echoed in his ears. Pirates lurked in the dark, and Sun Kaiming's company watched like a hungry predator. But right now his cargo hold carried tangible leverage. To survive in a dark forest, mining alone was not enough, and merely owning a gun was not enough either. You had to know how to build guns. And now had finally gotten his hands on the edge of that craft. The Pan's aft thrusters flared blue as the ship plunged headlong into the swirling currents of the jump tunnel. In the cockpit of the Poncher, Chun Haifeng stared intently at the semi-transparent system interface, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. The 15 blueprint data of the lumberjack-class escort ship resembled a pile of shredded puzzle pieces slowly reassembling in the system's backend. This thing is quite interesting. Chun Haifeng squinted at several red areas highlighted by the system. Detected design redundancy 17 of the main energy pipeline loop is ineffective. Optimization plan generated. Detected structural weakness, stress concentration at the joint of the armor in the third quadrant of the hull, reinforcement plan generated. Detected compatibility issue with weapon systems. The standard configuration 75mm railgun has only 82 compatibility with the ship's capacitors. Adjustment plan generated. One optimization suggestion after another popped up, making Chun Haifeng increasingly anxious. This system can not only analyze blueprints, but also perform reverse engineering, even identifying flaws in the original design and providing better solutions. This isn't just analysis, it's cheating. He opened the communication interface and connected to the encrypted channel with Li Jiangguo. Old Li, are you there? Yes, I'm reviewing the wreckage scan data you sent back. Li Jiangguo's voice was a bit hoarse with background noise from various operating devices. Your scan accuracy is impressive. It rivals our engineering department's professional equipment. Chun Haifeng chuckled, not addressing the comment. I've done some preliminary analysis here and will send you part of the data. Please help me see if it holds up. He packaged and sent over several non-core optimization plans generated by the system, mainly suggestions for structural reinforcement and pipeline layout. The other end of the channel fell silent for a few minutes. Then Li Jiangguo suddenly exclaimed, "Oh crap, old Chun, where did you get this analysis from?" "Just some random thoughts of mine," Chun Haifeng replied without changing his expression. "Is there a problem?" "There's a huge problem." Li Jiangguo's voice grew excited. "These optimization plans of yours may seem simple, but they all hinge on balancing technical standards and cost-effectiveness. Especially this reinforcement plan for the armor joint. With minimal materials, it can increase local impact resistance by at least 15. He paused, his tone turning serious. "This doesn't seem like something that could be figured out randomly. Old Chun, tell me the truth, did you get your hands on the Navy's internal technical manual?" Chun Haifeng let out a sigh of relief inwardly. The system analysis was recognized, and Li Jiangguo didn't jump to more outrageous conclusions. "Sort of, I created an analysis system myself," he said vaguely. "So according to you, are these plans feasible?" "More than feasible." Li Jiangguo's side produced sounds of keyboard tapping. "I ran a simulation based on your data. Repairing the core components of those two wrecks with your optimization plan can shorten the construction period by a third and save over 20 on material costs. When can we see the system in action?" But what The weapon system part, you provided too little information," Li Jiangguo said. "I only see you mentioning the railgun and capacitor matching issue. Where's the specific optimization plan?" Chun Haifeng glanced at the system interface. The analysis progress for the weapon system was still stuck at 12, slower than the overall progress. "I haven't fully figured that part out yet. Give me some more time." "All right, hurry up," Li Jiangguo said. "The most valuable parts of those two lumberjack-class ships are those 75mm railguns. If we can repair or even optimize them, we'll have some serious firepower on our hands." Just as the communication was cut off, another channel came through. It was Zhao Jigang. "Kid, still studying your broken data over there?" Zhao's voice was as gruff as ever. "I've arranged the response team. 2 modified Charger-class ships are standing by at the C7 jump point on the outskirts of the asteroid belt. Once you're done, head straight over to meet up." "Thanks, old man." "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me." Zhao Jigang's tone turned serious. "I just received a report relayed from Lin Wei. The patrol team has recently detected organized activity among pirates in this star region." Chun Haifeng's fingers paused. "What do you mean, eh?" "Previously, those pirates were just small-time crooks stealing and running," Zhao Jigang said. "But in recent attacks, they've displayed coordination, clear objectives, and their retreat routes are planned with remarkable professionalism. Lin Wei suspects that there may be someone orchestrating from behind the scenes, or there might be a corporation secretly supporting them." Chun Haifeng's heart tightened. "Deep space joint mining. She asked me to remind you to be cautious," Zhao Jigang said. "That old ship of yours won't stand a chance against an organized pirate fleet. You won't even be able to escape." "Got it." The communication was cut off. The cockpit fell silent with only the low hum of the operating equipment. Chen Haifeng looked at the slowly rising analysis progress bar on the system interface, then glanced at the radar screen displaying the quiet expanse of space filled with wreckage in the distance. Lin Wei's warning Li Jiangwo's expectations, Zhao Jigang's arrangements, and the pair of eyes that might be watching him from the shadows. Just being able to repair the ship isn't enough? Chen Haifeng murmured, we need to be able to fight as well. He pulled up the system interface and redirected all remaining computing resources towards the weapon system analysis. Resource redistribution completed. Weapon system analysis accelerating. The progress bar began to advance at a visibly rapid pace. 13, 15, 18. Chen Haifeng stood up from the pilot's seat and walked to the window. Outside was eternal darkness, and the outlines of the wreckage loomed under the starlight like the carcasses of colossal beasts. He remembered the Mars base, the decade of routine days, the fervor of starting a business after retiring, and Sun Kaiming's smiling face. Contract traps, Chen Haifeng smirked. In this universe, is a contract the law? Bullshit. The law is what the barrel of a gun points at, that's what one must obey. Analysis progress, 25. The system prompt pulled him back to reality. Chen Haifeng returned to the control panel, bringing up the status assessment of the wreckage components that Li Jiangwo had just shared. 2 relatively intact 75mm railguns, 4 thruster modules, a main capacitor array, and half a set of shipborne armor plates. If the system could provide a complete optimization blueprint. Analysis progress 28. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the edge of the control panel. Almost there. Analysis progress 30. Lightweight shipborne weapon module optimized 75mm railgun, blueprint unlocked. Production requirements: titanium alloy X850, silver-like supermetal X420, isotopic polymer X180. Production time estimated 72 hours per gun, can be shortened with SCV collaborative work. Chen Haifeng's eyes brightened at the detailed blueprint that popped up on the screen, down to every bolt specification. Optimized. Firing rate increased by 8, energy consumption reduced by 5, heat dissipation efficiency improved by 12. Moreover, most of the materials on the production list are basic ores. Only the isotopic polymer is slightly rare, but in the intel he bought from Wang Lu last time, there were just a few small asteroid belts producing this stuff. Engineer Li Chen Haifeng reconnected the channel. What now? I've come up with the optimization plan for the weapon system. Chen Haifeng sent over the core parameters of the blueprint. Take a look. There was another pause. Then Li Jiangwo gasped. Old Chen, where the hell did you get this stuff from? Can it be built, eh? Absolutely. It's incredibly feasible. Li Jiangwo's voice trembled. These parameters, this design. If this can really be built, it would outperform the current naval models of the same caliber. Come clean, did you hack into some research institute's database? Chen Haifeng chuckled. Just tell me, can we first repair those 2 wrecked guns and upgrade them according to this plan? Yes, absolutely. Li Jiangwo said, I'll redo the construction plan immediately. Send me the material list, and I'll find a way to procure it. I'll handle the materials, Chen Haifeng said. You just focus on the technology. Deal. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng leaned against the pilot seat, looking at the newly unlocked weapon blueprint icon on the system interface, and glanced at the navigation screen showing the coordinates of several asteroids producing isotopic polymer. The response team was waiting at the C7 jump point. The wreckage salvage was complete. The weapon blueprint was in hand. Next, he pulled up the star map and traced a line between the coordinates. First, gather enough materials, then head to the rendezvous point to deliver the items to Li Jiangwo. As for the pirates, Chen Haifeng glanced at the weapon production sequence that had just been unlocked in the system. Come on, he said softly. Let's see whose cannon is tougher. The Pantsir engine roared to life, changing course towards the nearest resource point. The cockpit lights reflected on Chen Haifeng's face, half bright and half dark. The system interface quietly suspended in the corner, the analysis progress bar stuck at 30, while the outline of the next unlockable icon was vaguely visible. It was the shipborne shield generator. Lao Li has the simulation environment finished running. Chen Haifeng's voice crackled over the encrypted channel, dry taut with anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Jiangwo's fingers hammered furiously across his keyboard. Done. Done. Hold on a second, damn. What's wrong? The simulation data for your optimized 75mm railgun. It's even more extraordinary than I imagined. Li Jiangwo lowered his voice, but could not suppress the electric thrill in it. Thermal dissipation efficiency didn't improve by 12%. It jumped by 14.3%. Power consumption dropped by 5.7% as well. Lao Chen, the blueprint you got through that channel is staggeringly precise. Chen Haifeng stared at the identical figures displayed on his own system interface and said nothing. That channel. If the system counted as a channel, then yes, it was truly one of a kind. Zhao Jigang's gruff voice cut in. You two stop celebrating just yet. The data checks out. So what's next? Are we really building it? We can build it. Li Jiangguo jumped in. I've cross-verified the materials list. Tritanium and silver-like alloys are readily available. Quasi-silver polymers are rare, but the coordinates Lao Chun acquired from Wang Lu should yield enough ore. The real challenge lies in the production environment. Chen Haifeng pulled up the navigational star chart. We can't do this at Rock-Base Mining's main facility. It's too conspicuous. Deep Space Alliance may already be watching. Obvious, Zhao Jigang snorted. I found a spot for you. Out near the fringes of the Dust Sea asteroid belt D771. Gravitational fields there are chaotic, comms are unreliable, and patrol vessels rarely pass through. Maybe once a month if that. Pirates. That barren rock doesn't even hold decent ore. Dogs wouldn't bother. A heavily encrypted star map packet arrived. Chen Haifeng opened it, a dense field of asteroid markers with one point circled in red by Zhao Jigang. The location was remote, and the environment genuinely treacherous. What about safe transit routes? Chen Haifeng asked. 2 concealed jump lanes, coordinates sent. Zhao Jigang added, but let me warn you, though remote, it's not foolproof. Lin Wei recently reported expanding pirate activity. Keep your operations quiet. Li Jiangguo interjected. Lao Chun, how exactly do you plan to build it? You're not hand-forging it, are you? Chen Haifeng glanced toward the SCV engineering mecha docked inside Rockstone's cargo bay. I have equipment, but I'll need a temporary foothold and a micro-production line. A micro-production line. Li Jiangguo blinked. Just you. How long will that take? Until the year of the monkey. We'll see, Chen Haifeng replied tersely. Li Gong, monitor production data remotely, and alert me immediately if anything deviates. Old man, outer perimeter surveillance is yours. Any anomaly, sound the alarm early. Zhao Jigang chuckled. All right, kid, you're giving orders now. Fine, I'll play sentry for you. Use the Blackstone encrypted channel I provided, triple hop routing. Federation tech geeks won't crack it anytime soon. Thanks. Don't thank me. It's billable. Zhao Jigang paused, then added soberly, be careful. Sun Chiming. That Viper has an unervingly sharp nose. The comm channel fell silent. Chen Haifeng plotted the course toward asteroid belt D771. Rockstone's engines rumbled low and deep as acceleration began. He opened his system interface. Lightweight shipboard weapon module. Optimized 75mm railgun blueprint verification. Complete production feasibility. 100 recommended production path. Establish. Basic weapon production line. Requires unlock below a progress bar. Read system analysis progress 30. Beside it a blinking prompt. Detected analyzable blueprint data. Woodsman class frigate wreckage. Analysis ongoing. Chen Haifeng imported all the simulation validation data he'd just received from Li Jiangguo. The progress bar surged forward sharply. 35, 38, 42. Analysis data integration. Optimization scheme synthesis. Basic weapon production line. Blueprint unlocked. Conditions met. Unlock. Chen Haifeng confirmed without hesitation. Unlock. A subtle ripple of data flowed through his consciousness. A new icon appeared on the interface, a simplified modular schematic of a production line, from raw material intake to finished output, labeled with crystalline clarity. Basic weapon production line blueprint, acquired production requirements, tritanium alloy, 1500, silver-like supermetal, 800 mechanical components, 200 estimated construction, time 96 hours reduced, with SCV synchronization function, fully automated production of lightweight shipboard weapon modules, associated components. Chen Haifeng ran quick calculations in his mind. He already possessed part of the required materials. The rest could likely be mined from the unremarkable rocks scattered across D771. Time was tight, but acceptable. Crucially, with this system, he no longer needed to literally forge gun barrels by hand. Rockstone sailed silently through the void for 6 hours before approaching the region Zhao Jigang had dubbed the Dust Sea. Through the viewport, the endless black gave way to countless irregular fragments, rocky debris suspended like a frozen ashen ocean. A dim star glimmered distantly, its light feeble here. Radar signals flickered erratically, gravity readings spiked and dipped like a drunken pendulum. This godforsaken place. Chen Haifeng muttered, carefully guiding the ship deeper into the asteroid belt according to coordinates. Finally, behind a massive irregular asteroid, roughly 2 kilometers in diameter, he found a natural recess. It wasn't large, but it was perfectly concealed, capable of hiding more than half of Rockstone's hull. In position, Chen Haifeng announced over the encrypted channel. Zhao Jigang replied, instantly acknowledged. Monitoring 3 merchant convoys passing through the main corridor, no anomalies detected. Patrol signals remain 5 jump points away. Hurry up. Li Jiangguo logged in as well. Lao Chun, I've shared the live production monitoring interface with you. As soon as assembly begins, I'll see real-time parameters. Any fluctuation exceeding 10% of expected values, I'll trigger an alert. Understood. Chen Haifeng donned a lightweight EVA suit and cycled through the airlock, drifting out into space. Weightlessness washed over him. After a brief moment of adjustment, he activated his back-mounted thrusters and propelled himself toward the cargo bay hatch. There, gleaming silver, stood the SCV engineering mecha, its rugged industrial lines radiating raw, unyielding functionality. Chen Haifeng climbed into the cockpit and powered it up. A resonant hum filled the air. The mecha's optical sensors flared cobalt blue as its massive frame rose smoothly, stepped out of the cargo bay and settled onto the asteroid's coarse-pitted surface. Let's begin. Chen Haifeng guided the SCV to scan the designated area, confirming geological stability. Then multifunctional tools extended from the mecha's arms, switching, cutting, leveling, reinforcing. Bit by bit, the asteroid's rocky face was excavated, smoothed, and reinforced into a platform roughly half the size of a basketball court. The SCV worked with astonishing speed, faster than Chen Haifeng had anticipated. This machine, supplied by the system, operated with an efficiency that defied contemporary engineering standards. Materials were ferried from Rockstone's cargo hold: tritanium alloy plates, silver-like supermetal frames, and salvaged mechanical components recovered earlier from wreckages. The SCV moved with uncanny precision, as though imbued with life, fitting each component seamlessly. First came the foundation framework, then power conduits, followed by core machining modules. On this desolate, uninhabited rock, a functional production line slowly took shape, forged in silence far from prying eyes. Over the encrypted channel, Li Jiangguo murmured awestruck exclamations. This assembly tolerance. Laochen, are you certain your SCV is a civilian model? Its motion trajectory is smoother than our department's finest industrial robot. Modified. Chen Haifeng replied vaguely. Modified? That's beyond impressive. Li Jiangguo stared intently at the shared data feed. At this pace, we won't need 96 hours. We'll finish in under 70. Zhao Jigang interjected. Speed is good, but stay steady. I just caught wind several Deep Space Alliance survey vessels have been moving oddly. They're still distant, but their vectors are suspiciously ambiguous. Chen Haifeng didn't pause his work. Noted. I'll expedite. Time slipped quietly forward. The SCV labored tirelessly. Occasionally, Chen Haifeng dismounted, returned to Rockstone for water, or checked his system interface. The analysis progress bar continued its slow ascent. 44. The production line's structural skeleton was complete. Only final energy coupling and control system integration remained. Chen Haifeng gazed upon the emerging assembly line, its metallic surface gleaming cold and sharp, and felt something indescribable. 1 month ago, he'd worried over next month's fuel costs. Now he was secretly forging artillery behind an asteroid. This world was utterly surreal. Lao Chun, Li Jiangguo's voice turned suddenly grave. What is it? Temperature sensor readings at node 3 are elevated, 5 degrees above baseline. Not critical, but anomalous. Check the heat sink installation there. Could there be a gap? Chen Haifeng immediately maneuvered the SCV to the site and scanned the area with high-resolution diagnostics. Indeed, 2 heat sinks weren't fully seated. A nearly invisible seam remained between their locking clamps. He reinstalled and secured them precisely. Readings normalized instantly. Resolved, Chen Haifeng reported. Brilliant, Li Jiangguo exhaled in relief. Your on-site response time is unmatched. My team would have fumbled with that for hours. Zhao Jigang laughed. Of course, my protege couldn't possibly be mediocre, could he? Finally, at the 68th hour within asteroid belt D771, the SCV completed its final procedure. A deep, resonant hum signaled activation. The production line's module indicators lit, sequentially shifting from dull red to steady green. Basic weapon production line construction complete. System analysis progress increased to 45. List of available production projects updated. Chen Haifeng exited the SCV and floated to the production line's control terminal. Its screen glowed softly, displaying a clean, intuitive interface. He entered commands, feeding the first batch of materials. 850 units of tritanium alloy, 420 units of silver-like supermetal, and 180 units of isotopic polymer into the intake port. The line responded with a smooth, rhythmic hum. Robotic arms whirred into motion, melting, forging, precision machining. Slowly within its mold, the first rough barrel blank of the optimized 75mm railgun began to take shape. It's done. Chen Haifeng spoke over the encrypted channel, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. A distinct sigh echoed from Li Jiangguo's end. Data stream stable. All parameters within optimal range. Lao Chun, did you actually fabricate it? Just entered the first processing stage. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. At this rate, the first railgun will roll off the line in 3 days. I'd fly there myself just to witness it. Zhao Jigang's voice carried quiet pride. Step 1 is complete. Now keep the line running and prepare to withdraw. This place isn't safe for long. Understood. Chun Haifeng studied the humming production line, and then turned his gaze to the system interface, the 45 analysis bar, and beneath it a faint emerging icon resembling a shield generator. Yes, I know. He performed one final verification of the line's autonomous operation protocols and camouflage systems, then returned aboard Rockstone. The SCV retracted into the cargo bay. Engines ignited. The vessel eased out of the rocky recess, pivoted, and accelerated toward the pre-plotted stealth jump point. Chun Haifeng glanced back through the viewport. The colossal asteroid drifted silently amid the dust sea, utterly unchanged, outwardly inert. Only he knew hidden behind that stone a weapon line of his own design pulsed with low, steady resonance, forging the teeth he'd need to survive in this dark, unforgiving forest. Over the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang kept talking. Go get proper rest. Don't push yourself. There's much more ahead. Chun Haifeng muted the channel. Silence settled into the cockpit. He brought up the system interface, staring at the 45 progress bar, and tapped lightly, thoughtfully on the console. The railgun was real. Now, it was time to consider how to wield it. Rockstone's aft thrusters blazed once, and vanished into the labyrinth of asteroids. Far away, the dim star continued its faint, indifferent glow. In the cockpit of the Poncher, Chun Haifeng stared at the system interface, his eyelids feeling heavy. The progress bar was stuck at 60, remaining unmoved for almost 6 hours. Lumberjack-class battleship blueprint analysis, 60 key module, shield generator, basic data, extraction in progress. Just a little more. Chun Haifeng rubbed his temples and glanced at the time. It had been 2 days since he returned from the D771 asteroid belt. The micro-production line was operating automatically, and the first optimized 75mm cannon barrel had taken shape. Li Jiangguo was remotely monitoring the data, and everything was going smoothly. However, the system was stuck on this part. The shield generator was much more complex than the weapon system. The system prompted that more external data stimulation was needed to continue. External data. Where am I supposed to find that? Chun Haifeng muttered just as he was about to make himself a cup of coffee to perk up. The radar alarm suddenly sounded. Jump signal detected. Distance 5 kilometers. Identified as Galeni Federation Patrol Fleet. Chun Haifeng's heart tightened. Is it Lin Wei again? He immediately turned off the system interface and switched to the normal control panel. Outside, the porthole space twisted, and 2 Tempest-class frigates with Eagle insignias jumped out, coming to a steady halt beside the Pancher. A voice came through the public channel. Industrial ship ahead. This is the Federation Patrol Fleet. We have traced an anomalous energy signal to this location. Please cooperate with the inspection. It really is her. Chun Haifeng took a deep breath and replied, Receive Patrol Fleet. This is the Poncher belonging to Pancher Mining, currently conducting routine resource exploration. Please maintain your current course and speed. We will conduct a boarding inspection. The docking channel was quickly established. The airlock doors opened, and Lin Wei walked in with a technician. She wasn't wearing a full combat suit today, just a deep blue patrol jacket, but the holstered sidearm and her stern gaze remained unchanged. Chun Haifeng. Lin Wei glanced at the cockpit. This is the 3rd time. Captain Lin. Chun Haifeng stood up. What a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. Lin Wei walked to the main console, swiping her finger across the screen to bring up the energy reading records. We detected intermittent high-energy fluctuations in this area. The frequency is strange, not like mining nor typical engine operation. What were you doing just now? Chun Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. The energy leaked during the system analysis. I was debugging the newly installed exploration scanning array. He remained composed. It's old equipment. It tends to misbehave now and then, which may have interfered with your sensors. Lin Wei stared at him for 2 seconds, silent. The technician behind her had already begun checking the ship's logs and energy core data. Scanning array. Lin Wei walked to the porthole, gazing at the dark, starry sky outside. Chun Haifeng, is the modification level of your Bison-class industrial ship a bit too high? Gotta make a living, Chun Haifeng said. In the fringe star regions, if the ship isn't tough enough, it won't last long. Tough. Lin Wei turned around. Can you really outgun pirates just by modifying? Chun Haifeng did not respond. The technician finished checking and shook his head at Lin Wei. Ma'am, the logs and energy data are normal with no violations recorded. But the energy distribution efficiency of this ship is a bit abnormal. Lin Wei's eyes flickered. What's abnormal about it? For the same model of Bison class under full load operation, the energy core load typically ranges between 72 to 78. However, this ship's highest recorded load just now was only 65, and the energy circuit loss rate is at least 15 lower. Chun Haifeng cursed inwardly. The optimized energy pipeline caught too much attention. Lin Wei stepped closer to Chun Haifeng, the distance between them narrowing. Chun Haifeng, I mentioned to you last time that there are organized signs of pirate activity in this area. Her voice lowered, but what I didn't finish saying is, we have captured a few isolated pirates, and the information we extracted was quite interesting. What? They admitted that some attacks were contracted out. Lin Wei fixed her gaze on his eyes. The employer does not directly appear, but releases target coordinates and rewards through encrypted channels. Recently, the targets have all been small miners like you, suddenly emerging high levels of modification and abnormal mining efficiency. Chen Haifeng felt a chill run down his back. Deep Space Union? He asked. Lin Wei did not answer directly. We have no evidence. But those pirates mentioned a term, clearing the field. Someone wants to eliminate all potential threats to their monopoly in this star region. She paused. Chen Haifeng, have you been making too much money lately? The cockpit fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Haifeng smiled a bitter smile. Captain Lin, if I were really making money fast, would I still be flying this broken ship? True enough. Lin Wei took a step back, her tone softening a bit, but it never hurts to be cautious. I know your skills. Back at Mars base you like tinkering with these. But this isn't the base, there aren't so many rules or protections. The technician completed the checks and signaled that they were done. Lin Wei gave Chen Haifeng one last look. Regarding the anomalous energy signal, I will record it as a sensor misreport. But, Chen Haifeng. She walked to the airlock door and turned back. Don't play with fire. Some people you can't afford to provoke. Understood. The docking channel disconnected, and the patrol ship slowly departed, quickly vanishing into a jump. Chen Haifeng plopped back into the pilot's seat, his palms sweaty. Clearing the field. The Deep Space Union was serious about this. He reopened the system interface. Just as he was about to continue watching that 60 progress bar, he suddenly froze. The progress bar was moving. 61, 63, 66. It jumped rapidly. Detected high-intensity scan signal residue. Signal source analysis, Galeni Federation Tempest-class frigate, tactical scanning, array military version, signal feature extraction in progress. Shield generator frequency data, supplementation. Energy field topology, structure completion. Chen Haifeng suddenly realized. It was the scanning signal from Lin Wei's patrol ship. The system took this as external data stimulation. The progress bar surged forward as if injected with adrenaline. 70, 73, 75. Lumberjack-class battleship blueprint analysis completed. 75. Key module unlocked. Basic shield generator production blueprint production requirements: titanium alloy X 1200, pseudo-silver supermetal X 600, nanomechanical aggregates X 300. Function: provides basic energy shields for medium to small-sized ships, mitigating some kinetic and energy weapon damage. Chen Haifeng stared at the detailed blueprint on the screen, his breathing quickening. A shield. With this he could withstand a few more shots if he encountered pirates again. But Lin Wei's earlier words pierced his heart like a thorn. Clearing the field. The Deep Space Union had already taken notice of him and was not planning to use commercial means. They were directly hiring pirates for a hard approach. Playing with fire. Chen Haifeng murmured. He pulled up the encrypted channel, hesitated for a moment, and did not contact Zhao Jigang. The old man would definitely tell him to hide first. Hide? Where could he hide? Chen Haifeng looked at the recently unlocked shield blueprint in the system and glanced at the coordinates of several concealed resource points that Li Jiangguo had previously shared on the navigation star map. Nanomechanical aggregates. Those could only be found near specific frozen planetary ruins. The risk was high, but so was the profit. And most importantly, those places were rarely visited by Deep Space Union's exploration ships. Then let's go big. Chen Haifeng set the course, and the engines of the Pantsir let out a low roar as it turned its bow towards a marked high-risk frozen planet coordinate on the star map. Outside the porthole, the starry sky remained dark. But this time he had an extra card in hand. With the shield complete, the cannon was also being built. The Deep Space Union wanted to clear the field. Then let's see who clears out whom first. The blue light of the rear thruster of the Pantsir flashed, accelerating as it disappeared into deep space. In the distance, the two patrol ships that had already jumped had not actually gone far. Lin Wei stood on the bridge watching the sudden change in course of the Pantsir on the sensor, her brow furrowing. Commander, his destination is the frozen star Ashen Spine. The technician reported that area has abnormal gravity, is a pirate den, and records show the presence of unknown relic radiation. What is he going there for? Lin Wei remained silent. She recalled Chen Haifeng's bitter smile just now and the fierce glint that flashed in his eyes. Notify the patrol fleet to increase patrol frequency around the Ashen Spine perimeter for the next week. But do not enter the area of abnormal gravity. Commander, just do it. Lin Wei turned to leave the bridge. Also help me adjust a copy of the Deep Space Union Mining's recent 6 months of outsourced contract records through unofficial channels. The technician hesitated. Commander, that's commercial confidentiality. We don't have authorization. I know, Lin Wei replied without looking back. That's why we need to go through unofficial channels. She walked to the porthole, gazing at the space Chen Haifeng had just departed from. Chen Haifeng. She murmured, don't get yourself into real trouble. The patrol ship's engines started jumping to another direction. The starry sky returned to silence with only the distant frozen planet glowing pale in the darkness. Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. The blueprint data for the shield generator was laid out before him, its dense parameters making him feel dizzy. In the encrypted channel, Li Jiangwo's voice crackled with static. Old Chen, I've received the data. Your optimization plan is a bit outrageous. What do you mean? Chen Haifeng asked. The standard model of the basic shield generator typically has a peak energy consumption of around 1200 megawatts. I hear the sound of you typing over there, Li Jiangwo continued, but your optimized version shows simulated data at only 950 megawatts, a reduction of nearly 20. The material requirements have also decreased by 15. Are you sure this thing can be built? Chen Haifeng glanced at the production feasibility assessment provided by the system. Feasibility of production 98. 7. It can be built, he replied. I have enough materials on hand. There's inventory of titanium and pseudo-silver, and there's still some nanomechanical polymer left from my last excavation at Ashen Spine. Then let's do it, Li Jiangwo exclaimed. But old Chen, I must remind you, a blueprint is just a blueprint. The physical product is something else entirely. The first batch of products must be tested in real conditions. Looking at data alone is useless. If there's a flaw in the shield, it could mean the destruction of the ship and the loss of lives. Understood. Chen Haifeng ended the communication and brought up the SCV's control interface. In the cargo hold, the silver-white engineering mech's eyes lit up with blue light as its mechanical arms began to move. Titanium alloy plates were cut precisely, the pseudo-silver supermetal frame was assembled quickly, and the nanomechanical polymer was injected into the core reaction chamber. The production progress bar slowly climbed on the system interface. 5, 12, 18. In the cockpit, only the low hum of the equipment could be heard. Chen Haifeng stared at the progress bar, but his mind was occupied with other thoughts. Lin Wei's last warning echoed in his mind. The words "clear the area" felt like a thorn piercing his heart. The Deep Space Alliance had already taken notice of him. Furthermore, this time it might not just be commercial tactics. Kid. Zhao Zhigang's rough voice suddenly exploded in the encrypted channel, startling Chen Haifeng. Old man, you scared me to death. Scared my ass. Zhao Zhigang's tone was serious. I've detected an unidentified signal source that's been circling around the perimeter of your area for the past 3 hours. What model? Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. I can't identify it, Zhao Zhigang replied. The signal characteristics are very vague, as if it has a cloaking layer. But the trajectory is strange. It's not a straight line, but rather a convoluted approach, jumping positions every 15 minutes. It's now approximately 8 jump points away from you. Chen Haifeng brought up the star map. 8 jump points away. At the current evasive speed of that signal source, it could reach him in less than 2 hours. Pirates, he asked. Doesn't seem like it, Zhao Zhigang replied. Pirates are not this meticulous, they just charge in. This thing seems more like a reconnaissance unit probing your defenses. The cockpit fell silent for a few seconds. Chen Haifeng glanced at the production progress bar. 32. The shield module here has just reached 1/3 of completion. Is there enough time, he asked. Not likely, Zhao Zhigang said decisively. Is the material more important, or your life? The shield module can be rebuilt, but if you die, that's it. Chen Haifeng remained silent. He focused on the slowly forming 3D model of the module on the system interface, then glanced at the radar displaying the signal source trajectory shared by Zhao Zhigang. That thing was indeed closing in. Moreover, its route was cunning, specifically choosing to navigate through areas of gravitational anomalies and signal blind spots, clearly indicating an expert. Old man, who do you think it is? Chen Haifeng asked. Who else could it be? Zhao Zhigang scoffed. Sun Qiming, that venomous snake, has a nose sharper than a dog's. You've been making quite a stir lately, setting up production lines and building cannons. If he hasn't noticed yet, then this Deep Space Alliance is in serious trouble. The production progress bar jumped to 45. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. Just give me 1 more hour. Are you crazy? Zhao Zhigang scolded. That thing will be here in 2 hours. You still need to test it after building it. Is there enough time? No testing required, Chen Haifeng said. Once it's built, well, take it directly to a backup rendezvous point for verification. You? Old man, trust me just this once, Chen Haifeng interrupted. This shield module is crucial for my next plan. With it, I can endure a few more volleys if I encounter pirates again. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zhao Zhigang sighed. All right, you're stubborn and I can't stop you. But I must tell you, 1 hour from now, regardless of whether it's completed or not, you must retreat. I will send you the coordinates for the backup rendezvous point. Follow the predetermined route, and do not fly straight, make 2 turns. Understood. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath and increased the SCV's power to maximum. The engineering mech let out a low rumble, and its mechanical arms moved twice as fast. The progress bar began to accelerate. 50, 58, 65. Time ticked away. In the cockpit, Chen Haifeng kept an eye on the production progress while bringing up the navigation system to plan the evacuation route. The coordinates for the backup rendezvous point sent by Zhao Jigang were on the other side of the Sea of Dust in a more remote debris field that didn't even have an official designation. The route had to avoid the main shipping lane, steer clear of the patrol team's usual jump points, and also be wary of possible pirate dens. He traced a winding line on the star map with his finger. The engine of the Pantsher began to preheat, emitting a low humming sound. 70, 78, 85. Old Shun, Li Jiangwo's voice suddenly cut in. What's wrong? There's a fluctuation in the production data. Li Jiangwo's tone was urgent. The injection rate of the nanomechanical polymer is 3 faster than expected. Although it's still within the safety threshold, it could affect the stability of the shield field. Can you manually adjust it on your end? Chen Haifeng immediately brought up the SCV's fine control panel. Sure enough, the injection pump's rate was showing a few tenths of a percentage point above the set value. He manually adjusted it back to the standard value. The data stream returned to normal. Resolved, Chen Haifeng said. Awesome, Li Jiangguo sighed in relief. Your on-site response speed is remarkable. However, Old Chun, I must reiterate, once this module is built, do not rush to test it on the ship. If the shield generator explodes, it could blow the entire ship apart. Understood. The progress bar jumped to 92. Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. 55 minutes. The signal source Zhao Jigang mentioned should now be less than 5 jump points away from him. SCV accelerate, he commanded at the control panel. The engineering mech's blue eyes flared, completing the last few procedures at a visible speed. 95, 98, 100. The basic shield generator module optimized has been completed. The item has been stored in the cargo hold. Chen Haifeng immediately cut off the SCV's power and retracted the engineering mech back to its holding frame. Old man, I'm done over here. He connected to the encrypted channel. Retreat. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. The signal source just jumped positions again. It's now only 3 jump points away from you. It's moving quickly, not like a civilian ship. Understood. Chen Haifeng slammed down the main engine control lever. The pans, his rear thrusters spewed blue flames as the ship jolted and surged out from its hiding spot in the small asteroid. Outside the viewport, debris rapidly receded. He followed the planned route, setting the first jump point at a 45-degree angle to the left 12 kilometers away. Jump engine activated. Chen Haifeng pressed the button. Space began to distort. Just as the ship was about to be enveloped by the jump force field, a red suddenly appeared at the edge of the radar. Distance 1, 5 kilometers. Identification unknown. Damn, Chen Haifeng swore. When did that thing get so close? The red did not open fire nor send a communication request. It simply hovered silently, as if observing. Then the Pantsher fully entered the jump state. In a blink, when clarity returned, they found themselves in a strange debris field. Chen Haifeng was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the surveillance footage of the cargo hold. The shield generator module, just off the line and still warm from production, was quietly secured on the shelf, glistening with a metallic cold light. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Kid, how's it going on your end? I jumped out, Chen Haifeng gasped, but that thing is only 5 kilometers away from me. 5. Zhao Jigang's voice changed. Damn, that's too close. It didn't fire. No, just watching. Recon unit confirmed. Zhao Jigang said, it's confirming your location and status. You need to head to the backup rendezvous point immediately. Don't stop. Jump 2 more times on the way to shake it off. Understood. Chen Haifeng set the next jump coordinates. The Pantsher entered jump mode again. Meanwhile, near his original coordinates, space distorted. A small ship painted in dark gray camouflage with no insignia jumped out of the transition, quietly hovering next to the small asteroid where Chen Haifeng had just been hiding. The ship's scanning array swept over the depressed area for a full 3 minutes. Then it turned its bow, silently jumping away, as if it had never appeared at all. Jumping out of the warp, he plunged headfirst into a pile of debris that was even more chaotic than before. Chen Haifeng looked at the haphazardly scattered stones outside the porthole and felt that even dogs wouldn't come to this place. Old man, I've arrived. He connected to the encrypted channel. Received. Zhao Jigang's voice was steady. The coordinates have been verified as accurate. What's the situation on your side? I jumped 3 times along the way and my tail should be clean now. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar. Completely clear. The module is in the cargo hold intact. All right, wait. The channel fell silent for a few minutes. Chen Haifeng didn't idle. He pulled up the system interface and imported the data of several large rocks he had scanned casually while retreating. Detected a weak signal from a decipherable shipwrecked signal source analysis. Suspected structure components of a lumberjack-class corvette. Shall we begin deciphering? Decipher. A progress bar appeared, slowly climbing up from 75, 76, 77. Kid. Zhao Jigang's voice sounded again, a bit heavy this time. I've received the data and finished the analysis. What does it say? That signal source is 99 likely a reconnaissance drone. Zhao Jigang paused. Moreover, it's a professional level with camouflage paint, frequency hopping, and trajectory planning. All military standards. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. Can Deep Space Union get military drones? What can't money buy? Zhao Jigang snorted. I traced the trajectory back. That thing came from the Blackstone space station, circled around for 3 days, and then headed straight for the asteroid belt where you previously hid. The intent is too strong, but it's clearly coming for you. Chen Haifeng remained silent. The progress bar climbed to 79. Also, Zhao Jigang continued, Lin Wei's patrol team is also tracking the same signal source. They arrived about 20 minutes later than the drone, just missing it. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Lin Wei is also tracking. Yes, and she's closing in fast. Zhao Jigang said, I just probed her on a backup channel. She's pretty heated, probably discovered something. Just then a recognition signal suddenly popped up at the edge of the radar. Galeni Federation patrol team. Distance 2 jump points. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Haifeng clicked his tongue. She must have followed the drone's escape trajectory to find her way here. Zhao Jigang said quickly, Kid, what are you planning to do? Hide or meet? Chen Haifeng glanced at the 79 progress bar on the system interface, and then at the shield module in the cargo hold. Hide. If I hide this time, what about next time? Meet, he said, but we need to change the approach. What do you want to do? Give her something. Chen Haifeng pulled up the external characteristic data of the drone he had scanned earlier. Merely inconsequential appearance parameters not involving the core. Use this to exchange some intel. Zhao Jigang was silent for 2 seconds. You kid. Fine, give it a try. Use a level 3 encrypted channel to send a directional contact request. They'll keep an eye on my end. If she brings a large force or shows hostile intent, they'll notify you to withdraw immediately. Understood. Chen Haifeng switched to another encrypted channel, entered Lin Wei's patrol ship's identification code, and sent a short text message. Can we exchange intel regarding the partial characteristic data of the unidentified reconnaissance unit? After sending, he watched the radar. The signal representing the patrol team stayed in place for a few seconds, then suddenly changed course and warped in another direction away from the meeting point. Not coming straight at him. There's a chance. Half a minute later, a reply came. Yes. Provide the data, and I'll verify and respond. Location. Chen Haifeng sent the harmless data he had prepared long ago and provided coordinates around the meeting point, still some distance away safe. A few minutes later, Lin Wei's communication was directly connected, the video off, only sound. Chen Haifeng, where did you get this data? I happened to scan it, Chen Haifeng said. That thing was less than 2 kilometers away from me before picking up some signals. The channel fell silent for a moment. 2 kilometers. Lin Wei's voice was cold. That's close reconnaissance. You weren't locked on. No, it seemed to just take a look. Having seen enough, it went back to report. Lin Wei said, I verified the data you provided, and it matches the signal characteristics I tracked here. The model is Gray Raven 3, which can't be bought on the civilian market, usually used for corporate-level security and certain unsavory private commissions. Chen Haifeng understood. Deep Space Union. I don't have direct evidence. Lin Wei said, but in the past 3 months, there have been records of 6 drones of the same model in Deep Space Union's procurement list for the Blackstone space station. The purpose noted is mining area terrain exploration. She paused. And during the same period, 4 small-scale miners in the fringe starfields were attacked by pirates. The attack patterns are highly consistent. First, an unidentified signal source lingers in the target area, then pirates appear precisely. Afterward, it turns out that the ship identification codes of those pirates were all fake, changing after firing a shot. Chen Haifeng felt a chill down his back. Clearing the area? Looks like you've heard about it too, Lin Wei said. Chen Haifeng, have you been too high profile lately? Modifying industrial ships, salvaging military wreckage, now even pulling out shield modules. Do you really think Sun Qiming is blind? If I don't act high profile, I'll starve. Chen Haifeng said, Team Leader Lin, you discussing this with me isn't considered a violation, right? I'm stating publicly available records. Lin Wei's tone remained unchanged. As for how you interpret it, that's your business. Additionally, the data you provided, while not useful, had a decent attitude. As a return, I can tell you that drone, after leaving your coordinates, did not return to Blackstone, but headed deeper into the Sea of Dust. There are several abandoned mining outposts marked over there. Theoretically, no one should be present. In reality, Lin Wei scoffed. Last month, a patrol team went missing in that area, and rescue efforts only found some ship fragments. The official conclusion was that they encountered gravitational anomalies, but my people detected residues of energy weapons at the scene. Chen Haifeng understood. A pirate lair, or a black glove stronghold raised by Deep Space Union. Thanks, he said. Don't thank me. Lin Wei said. Chen Haifeng, I remind you, federal law allows mining companies to equip self-defense arms within compliance. But if you dare to cross the line or I catch you with any illegal evidence, I understand. Chen Haifeng interrupted her. I only want to mine, not cause trouble. Hope so. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat and let out a long breath. On the system interface, the deciphering progress had unknowingly climbed to 85. Lumberjack-class Corvette hull structure blueprint deciphering completed. 85 key modules unlocked. Reinforced hull framework, emergency thruster array production requirements, titanium alloy X 3000, pseudo silver, super metal X 1500, crystalline quartz core rock X 800 function significantly enhances ship structural strength and maneuverability. Old man, did you hear all that? Chen Haifeng reconnected with Zhao Jigang. Heard it, Zhao Jigang said. That Lin Wei girl puts on a tough front, but deep down she's still looking out for honest folks like us. The clues she provided are crucial. If Deep Space Union really has hired muscle at the abandoned outpost, then next time it might not just be drones coming. So we need to hurry. Chen Haifeng looked at the blueprint data. I've decrypted the hull structure blueprint to 85. With the reinforced framework and thrusters, it'll help me escape faster next time. Are the materials sufficient? We have stock of titanium and pseudo-silver. Crystalline quartz core rock needs to be mined. Chen Haifeng pulled up the star map. Wang Lu had previously given a few coordinates. One of them is on the edge of the sea of dust quite far from the abandoned outpost Lin Wei mentioned. Then let's go there, Zhao Jigang said decisively. Hurry up and finish decrypting the blueprint, then go mine immediately. I'll continue to monitor Deep Space Union's movements and gather some useful intel through gray channels. As for Lin Wei, since she's tacitly allowing you to strengthen self-defense, she's turning a blind eye. Zhao Jigang said, but don't really treat her as one of your own, as some things still need to be kept secret. She's a federal officer, and she has her bottom line. Got it. All right, let's settle on this, Zhao Jigang said. You decrypt the blueprint, I'll gather intel, and Lin Wei will continue her investigation. We three can be considered a temporary intel task force. Though fragile as paper, it's better than going solo. The communication ended. The cockpit fell completely silent. Chen Haifeng looked at the 85 progress bar on the system interface, and then at the star map coordinates Lin Wei had last sent marking the area of the abandoned outpost. On one side is urgently needed, or on the other side may lie the enemy's den. First I need to develop, he muttered to himself. Without equipment, going there is just a gift. He turned off the star map and concentrated all computing power on system deciphering. The progress bar began to slowly yet steadily climb towards 100. In the distance at the edge of the debris field, Lin Wei stood in front of the porthole of the patrol ship, observing the faint but stable light point on the sensor that represented Chen Haifeng's signal. Commander, where are we headed next? The technician asked. Back to the Blackstone space station. Lin Wei turned around. I need to request all drone activity records from Deep Space Union over the past 6 months, along with the final action reports of those missing patrol members. Commander, those reports are encrypted with very high permissions. I know, Lin Wei said, so we need to go through some unofficial processes. She glanced at the direction where Chen Haifeng's signal had disappeared. Some people want to play dirty according to the rules, she whispered. Then don't blame others for not following the rules in their investigations. The progress bar was stuck at 99.7, having been frozen for nearly half an hour. Analysis of the Lumberjack-class frigate blueprint 99.7-inch ship structure data is being integrated. Damn it, why is this last bit so hard to crack? Chen Haifeng cursed, glancing at the time. It had been 2 days since he last spoke with Lin Wei. The ship structure blueprint had crawled from 85 up to 99.7A, and the system prompted that it needed complete ship structure scanning data to finalize it. The problem was, where could he find a complete Lumberjack class to scan? Suddenly, the encrypted channel rang. Kid, haven't you finished yet? Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Stuck at 99.7. I'm missing the last bit of structural data. Missing what? The scanning of the keel connection points of the complete ship, as well as the internal layout of the main engine compartment. Chen Haifeng brought up the system prompt. This thing can't be completed just relying on wreckage data. I need a functional reference object. The other end of the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zhao Jigang laughed. You kid are really lucky. He said, I just got something from the gray market. Guess what it is? What? A complete last full ship scan record of a decommissioned Lumberjack-class frigate. Zhao Jigang said, although it's 3 years old data, the structure hasn't changed much. They'll send it to you. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Old man, how did you manage to get this? Nonsense, I've been hustling in the fringe star regions for over 10 years, but if I didn't have some connections, I'd have starved long ago. The data packet has been sent over, check it out. But I must remind you, this data source is not clean. Delete it quickly after use, leave no traces. The system prompted that a new file had been received. Chen Haifeng clicked open, and a flurry of structure diagrams and data streams flooded into the system interface. The progress bar suddenly jumped. 99, 8, 99, 9, 100. Analysis of the Lumberjack-class frigate blueprint completed 100. Obtained complete production blueprint system optimized version. Optimization items structural strength 18A energy efficiency 22. Construction time 35. Shall we start production? Chen Haifeng took a deep breath. It's done. Really done. Li Jiangwo's voice suddenly interrupted, filled with static. Send me the data. Chen Haifeng packaged and sent the core parameters of the blueprint. The channel was quiet for a full minute. Then Li Jiangwo gasped. Old Chen, who made this optimization plan? His voice trembled a bit. The standard stress limit of the keel for a lumberjack class is 120 megapascals, and yours directly reaches 142. Did you redesign the energy circuit? This wiring is simply brilliant. Can it be built? Chen Haifeng asked. Yes, absolutely. Li Jiangwo became excited, but old Chen blueprints are blueprints, actual objects are another matter. This optimization plan is too radical, it must be physically tested. I suggest building one first and measuring it from start to finish. Zhao Jigang interjected. Testing is fine, but it can't be done openly. The Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance network is keeping an eye on it. Once you start construction here, they'll know immediately. Then where should we go? Chen Haifeng asked. I have a place. Zhao Jigang said. Deep within the Sea of Dust, there is a small asteroid belt numbered D449. The gravitational turbulence there is chaotic and signal shielding is strong. Even patrol teams seldom go there. I used to hide goods there. There's a ready-made concealed pit that can be slightly modified to serve as a temporary dock. Chen Haifeng pulled up the star map. D449 is about 15 jump points away from his current location, indeed remote. What about materials, he asked. To build a lumberjack class, just the titanium alloy alone requires 5,000 units. Ill-coordinate materials. Zhao Jigang said, there's still some stock in the rock mining warehouse. I'll also acquire another batch from the black market. Engineer Li, can you monitor the construction data remotely? Yes. Li Jiangwo said, but I need real-time data streams. The delay can't exceed 3 seconds. Old Chen, is your production equipment reliable? Chen Haifeng glanced at the SCV control module in the system interface. Reliable. All right, then let's do it. Zhao Jigang made the call. Kid, you need to go to D449 immediately. I'll send you the coordinates. Engineer Li will provide remote guidance, and he'll handle perimeter security and material transport. Remember, when you get there, set up the shielding net first, then start work. Understood. Communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng set the course, and the rock engine roared low, turning the ship's head to jump away. 15 jumps took a full 6 hours. When the rock emerged from the final jump, plunging into the D449 asteroid belt, Chen Haifeng looked out the porthole, his mind filled with a single thought. This place is really desolate. The rubble was as plentiful as in a junkyard, with large rocks several hundred meters wide and smaller ones the size of fists floating about haphazardly. Gravitational readings fluctuated wildly, and the radar screen was filled with static. The coordinates given by Zhao Jigang were on the backside of a small asteroid about 2 kilometers in diameter, featuring a natural depression that was deep enough and had a narrow opening completely invisible from the outside. This is the spot. Chen Haifeng slowly piloted the rock inside and stabilized it. The airlock opened and the SCV emerged with heavy steps, its eyes glowing with blue light. First, set up the signal shielding net. Chen Haifeng instructed at the console. The SCV's mechanical arms unfolded, beginning to assemble the shielding generator components brought along. This device was designed by Li Jiangwo specifically to counter reconnaissance scans. Half an hour later, a layer of light blue energy membrane unfolded at the opening of the pit, enveloping the entire space. The static on the radar screen instantly reduced by more than half. Shielding net is in place, Chen Haifeng reported. Received. Zhao Jigang's voice came back. The first batch of material transport ships has already set off and will arrive in 3 hours. Engineer Li, are you ready over there? Ready, Li Jiangwo replied. Old Chen, share the SCV sensor data with me. I need to monitor the construction accuracy in real time. Shared. Good, now let's begin constructing the temporary dock. Li Jiangwo pulled up the blueprint. First step, lay down the keel support frame. SCV coordinates X12, Y7, Z3, begin operations. The SCV sprang into action. Its mechanical arms precisely grasped the prefabricated alloy frames, beginning assembly at the bottom of the pit. Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing echoed in the enclosed space. Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface. The construction progress bar began to rise slowly. 1, 3, 5. Accuracy looks good, Li Jiangwo said in the channel. But old Chen, pay attention to the SCV's energy consumption. It's 15 lower than the standard value. This power system of yours has something going for it. It's been optimized, Chen Haifeng replied vaguely. Not just optimized. Li Jiangwo muttered, this efficiency might not even be matched by military-grade systems. Construction continued. 3 hours later, a small transport ship jumped out of transit and silently glided into the pit. The cargo bay opened and boxes of titanium alloy, silver-like supermetal, and crystalline quartz core rocks were unloaded by the SCV piled into small hills. Materials are all here. Zhao Jigang said, "Kid, hurry up. I just detected that Deep Space Alliance has 3 reconnaissance drones active at 3 jump points nearby, who, although they're not heading this way yet, they might come over." Understood. Chen Haifeng turned the SCV's power to maximum. The framework of the temporary dock was already in place, and now they would begin laying the main keel. A massive alloy beam was lifted into position, and the SCV's welding arm emitted a dazzling white light, fusing the joint securely. The progress bar jumped to 20. Old Chen stopped for a moment. Li Jiangguo suddenly said, "What's wrong? Look at the stress data of the 7th keel connection point." Li Jiangguo pulled up the monitoring graph. The readings are too higher than expected, although still within the safe range. It might affect the structural lifespan in the long term. I suggest adding an auxiliary support frame. Chen Haifeng glanced at the optimization proposal given by the system. The system prompt said it wasn't necessary. "Engineerly, I don't think it's necessary," he said. "Why not? Take another look at the energy circuit's load distribution." Chen Haifeng marked the data. If we add the support frame, the energy pipeline in this area would have to take a detour, increasing transmission loss by 3. The 2 stress increase could be completely dispersed by adjusting the buffer structure in the adjacent compartment. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then Li Jiangguo cursed. "Damn, you're right," he said excitedly. "How did I not think of that? Old Chen, your engineering intuition is amazing." Chen Haifeng smiled faintly, not replying. It wasn't intuition, it was the system calculating the optimal solution. Construction continued. The progress bar steadily climbed. 30, 45, 60. The main keel was laid and assembly of the ship's outer shell began. Pieces of alloy armor plates were precisely fitted onto the frame by the SCV, like assembling a puzzle. "Efficiency is really fast," Zhao Jigang remarked in the channel. "Building a standard lumberjack-class ship would typically take 2 days just to set up the frame. It's only been 10 hours and you've almost covered half the shell already." "The optimization plan saves time," Chen Haifeng said. "Saves a ton." Li Jiangguo chimed in. "Old Chen, once this ship is completed, send me a copy of the optimization data for me to study. If this can be applied broadly, rock mining shipbuilding costs could be cut significantly." "Sure." The progress bar jumped to 75. The outer shell of the ship was nearly complete, and now they began installing the internal system's energy core thrusters weapon bases. Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface and suddenly noticed a new icon in the lower right corner. Detected that the ship's production progress has exceeded 75. Unlocked basic ship command module function can simultaneously command up to 3 small and medium-sized ships. For basic formation combat upgrade requirements, command more ships or unlock advanced tactics. System level must be increased. Chen Haifeng's heart stirred. Command module. This means he could form a fleet now. "Kid, why is it so quiet on your end?" Zhao Jigang asked. "It's fine." Chen Haifeng returned to his senses. "I was just adjusting the data." "Hurry up, it's the final stage," Zhao Jigang said. "I just detected a reconnaissance drone circling this direction. Although it's still far away, we need to be on guard." Understood. Chen Haifeng refocused on the construction. The progress bar climbed to 85. The main engine was positioned, the shield generator was connected to the energy network, and all weapon bases were ready. Only the final system debugging and assembly remained. "Engineerly, how's the data?" Chen Haifeng asked. "Perfect." Li Jiangguo's voice was filled with excitement. "All system parameters are within the optimization range, and energy efficiency is even 1.5 higher than expected. Old Chen, if this ship passes the practical test, its performance will definitely crush all similar models on the market." "Then let's wait for the practical test." The progress bar jumped to 90. The SCV began the final line checks and sealing tests. Chen Haifeng looked at the frigate that had taken shape in the center of the pit. The silver-gray body glinted coldly under the work lights, smooth and angular. Although it hadn't yet been armed or painted, its fierce presence was already evident. "Kid," Zhao Jigang suddenly said, "have you thought of a name for this ship yet?" Chen Haifeng paused for a moment. "Not yet." "Come up with one," Zhao Jigang said. "The first ship you built yourself needs a catchy name." Chen Haifeng looked at the nearly completed frigate outside the porthole as many names flashed through his mind. In the end, he spoke up. "Let's call it Dawn." "Dawn?" Zhao Jigang laughed. "All right, sounds tough enough." The progress bar jumped to 95. Final assembly began. Weapon modules, sensor arrays, life support equipment were all installed by the SCV. Chen Haifeng stared at the newly unlocked command module icon in the system interface, and then glanced at the soon-to-be-completed Dawn. The first ship, the beginning of the first fleet. The progress bar jumped to 98. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly tightened. "Kid, that reconnaissance drone has changed its course." Is it coming this way? Yes, it's coming straight towards us at high speed. Zhao Jigang said, it's still 4 jump points away, max 20 minutes to arrive. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. How much longer for construction? Final assembly at least 15 minutes. Li Jiangguo said quickly, Old Chen, we can't stop. If we do, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Don't stop. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. SCV full power. The engineering mech's eyes glowed blue intensely, and its mechanical arms danced like phantoms. The progress bar crawled forward with difficulty. 99. Outside the porthole, the hull of the Dawn began to emit a faint glow from the system self-check. On the radar screen, a red that was rapidly approaching. 3 jump points. 2. 1. Kid, it's here. Zhao Jigang growled. Outside the pit, in the pitch-black deep space, the fabric of reality twisted. A gray Crow 3 reconnaissance drone painted in dark gray camouflage silently jumped out of transit, hovering at the edge of the rubble field. Its scanning array slowly turned, aiming in the direction of the pit. Then it emitted an invisible detection wave. The light blue shielding net rippled. Inside the pit, the progress bar hit 100. Production of the Dawn frigate completed. The ship is entering the final self-check procedure. Chen Haifeng stared at the red dot on the radar, his finger hovering over the weapon control button. The drone did not fire. It simply scanned quietly for 10 seconds. Then it turned and jumped away as if it had never appeared. The channel fell silent. After several seconds, Zhao Jigang finally spoke. It didn't attack. No, Chen Haifeng replied. It just scanned and left. Damn, that scared the hell out of me, Zhao Jigang exhaled. But kid, your shielding net is pretty reliable. Oh, it probably didn't scan any specific details. Maybe. Chen Haifeng looked at the completed Dawn outside the porthole. The silver-gray hull quietly floated in the center of the temporary dock. Then he connected to the Dawn's onboard computer. Connection successful. Ship identification: Dawn Lumberjack-class frigate optimized version. Status standby. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath. Dawn, start the engine. Within the pit, the rear thrusters of the silver-gray frigate gradually illuminated with a ghostly blue light. In the temporary docking bay, Chen Haifeng stared at the holographic panel of the Dawn ship's cockpit, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. In the encrypted channel, Li Jiangguo's voice crackled with static. The energy core output is stable. The shield generator is on standby. The thruster array. Wait, the response delay of the port side thruster nozzle 3 is 0. 3 seconds. Can it fly? Yes, but mobility will be compromised. It might falter during emergency evasion. Chen Haifeng called up the SCV control interface. An engineering mech climbed onto the port side of the Dawn, its mechanical arm precisely dismantling the nozzle casing. It's not a big issue. One sensor connector is loose. They'll fix it in 30 seconds. Your repair speed is incredible, Li Jiangguo remarked. The standard procedure takes at least 10 minutes. Optimized. Chen Haifeng didn't mention the latter part, the maintenance plan provided by the system. The SCV reattached the casing and jumped back to the dock floor. On the holographic panel, all status lights turned green. Dawn self-check completed. Status ready. Old man, am ready on my side. Chen Haifeng connected to Zhao Jigang's channel. Don't move yet. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. I just detected that the Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance network is tightening. The search range has decreased by 40%, focusing on the D449 area. Have they approached? Not yet, but soon, Zhao Jigang replied. You must immediately relocate the Dawn. Oh, we can't stay here. They'll send you the coordinates. It's an abandoned gravity observation station with strong signal jamming. The coordinate data came through. Distance 8 jump points. Am I leaving now? Chen Haifeng asked. Yes, immediately. The pillar must also leave. Form a dual ship formation. Li, continue monitoring on your end. Report any anomalies immediately. Understood, Li Jiangguo replied. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath and pushed down the main engine control lever of the Dawn. The silver-gray escort ship's rear thrusters glowed with a ghostly blue light as it slowly exited the temporary dock. The pillar followed closely, the two ships shooting out of the pit one after the other. Outside the porthole, debris rapidly receded. Chen Haifeng set the first jump coordinates. Jump engine activated. Space began to distort. Just as the two ships were about to enter the jump state, 3 identification signals suddenly appeared on the radar's edge. Galeni Federation Patrol Team. Distance 1. 2 kilometers. Damn, Chen Haifeng cursed. Lin Wei, how did she get so close? A communication request popped up, forcibly connecting. The video opened showing Lin Wei standing on the bridge of the patrol ship, her expression cold. Chen Haifeng stopped the ship. Chen Haifeng glanced at the jump progress bar, 87. Stop. If I stop, I won't be able to jump. Captain Lin, am executing an emergency relocation mission. I have temporary permission. What permission? Experimental modification testing permission issued by Safety Advisor Zhao Jigang. Chen Haifeng sent over the electronic document prepared in advance by Zhao Jigang. Check the attachment. Lin Wei fell silent for 5 seconds. The jump progress bar jumped to 92. This escort ship of yours. Lin Wei stared at the external scan image of the Dawn. The model is Lumberjack class, but the energy signature is off. The shield readings are at least 15% higher than the standard version. Where did this come from? From the technical modifications of pillar mining, Chun Haifeng explained, Li guided remotely. Li Jiangguo. Lin Wei frowned. He does have that capability. But Chun Haifeng, what does a miner need an armed escort ship for? Self-defense, Chun Haifeng replied. Last time I almost got overturned by pirates, you know that. The jump progress bar 96. Lin Wei seemed to want to say something more when Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly interrupted the channel. Captain Lin, it's me, old Zhao. Advisor Zhao. Lin Wei's tone softened slightly. This permission of yours. It's compliant. I guarantee it in my capacity as a safety advisor for pillar mining. Zhao Jigang said. You know the situation in the fringe star regions. Our small company won't survive 3 months without some self-defense capabilities. This Dawn is an experimental modification, and all data must be collected and analyzed. Experimental modifications need to be reported. It's reported expedited, and the approval will arrive tomorrow. Zhao Jigang maintained his composure. Captain Lin, can you give us some leeway? This kid is really going to test it and come back after the test. Lin Wei stared at Chun Haifeng. Chun Haifeng wore a look of him being honest. Jump progress bar 99. At this moment, Li Jiangguo's voice suddenly exploded in the encrypted channel. Old Chun. Old man. A high-speed target is approaching. Identification. It's the Grey Crow 3 reconnaissance ship hired by the Deep Space Alliance. Distance 3 jump points coming in fast and in a straight line. Chun Haifeng's heart sank. Zhao Jigang immediately said, Captain Lin, you heard that too. That thing is coming for Chun Haifeng. It was the one that did close reconnaissance last time. Lin Wei's expression changed. Coordinates. Li Jiangguo sent the data. Lin Wei glanced at it and immediately turned to the bridge to order all ships turn to intercept course. Notify teams 2 and 3 to converge on that area. Then she turned back to Chun Haifeng. Chun Haifeng, proceed with the original plan for retreat. Give me the coordinates. If that reconnaissance ship pursues you, it'll intercept it. Chun Haifeng was taken aback. Captain Lin, let's talk. Lin Wei said, I am a federal officer. Intercepting suspicious reconnaissance ships is my duty. As for you, after the test, send me a report of the data. I need to verify the compliance of the modifications. Understood. Now go. The jump progress bar jumped to 100. Space twisted completely. The last thing Chun Haifeng saw was Lin Wei's patrol ship, turning its bow, the thrusters emitting brilliant blue light as it charged into deep space. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. Old man, I've jumped out. Chun Haifeng connected to Zhao Jigang. Receive. Zhao Jigang's voice was steady. Lin Wei has turned as she is buying you time. Kid, you need to immediately head to the designated coordinates without stopping in between. Li, what about that reconnaissance ship? It's been intercepted by Lin Wei. Li Jiangguo's voice was excited. I just monitored energy fluctuations. The 2 ships are exchanging fire at 1.5 jump points. No, wait. They haven't actually fired. Lin Wei issued a warning shot, and that reconnaissance ship has slowed down trying to maneuver. Chun Haifeng pulled up the star map. Lin Wei's patrol ship, the Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance ship, and his 2 freshly launched ships. 3 parties. Old man, is this a showdown? Chun Haifeng asked. Not yet, this is just the beginning, Zhao Jigang snorted. Lin Wei is acting in an official capacity, and her interception of the reconnaissance ship is reasonable. The Deep Space Alliance is at a loss and dares not act openly. But kid, remember, after today, Sun Qiming will know you have an escort ship. So what if he knows? Chun Haifeng looked at the holographic panel of the Dawn. Next time it won't just be a reconnaissance ship. Right, it could be a destroyer or an entire pirate squadron, Zhao Jigang said. So you need to hurry up, finish the practical test data for the Dawn then. Prepare to arm yourself or advance your technology. Understood. Chun Haifeng set the next jump coordinates. The Dawn and Pillar entered the jump state once again. In the distance 1.5 jump points away, Lin Wei stood on the bridge watching the Grey Crow 3 reconnaissance ship painted in deep gray camouflage on the sensors. The other side did not open fire or attempt to escape. It just hovered there, its scanning array pointed at her. Captain, the other side refuses to identify and has not responded to communications. The technician reported. Continue the warnings, Lin Wei instructed. Tell them this is a federal patrol area and unreported reconnaissance activities are illegal. The warning signal was sent out. The reconnaissance ship still did not respond. However, its bow slowly turned to face the direction Chun Haifeng was fleeing. Lin Wei narrowed her eyes. Preheat the thrusters, charge the main cannon to 30%. Captain, should we open fire? No, intimidate them. Lin Wei said. Let them know that this starry sky is not theirs to dictate. The patrol ship's laser turret rotated, locking onto the reconnaissance ship. The reconnaissance ship's thrusters finally lit up, turning its bow and jumping away in another direction. It was as if it had never appeared. The technician let out a sigh of relief. "Captain, it's leaving." Lin Wei looked at the direction where Chun Haifeng's signal had disappeared on the sensor. "Gather the fleet, return to the Blackstone space station." "Not pursuing." "What for?" "There's insufficient evidence. A simple interception is enough." Lin Wei turned, however. "After we return, package up all the data from today and archive it securely." "Archive?" "Yes," Lin Wei said. "Next time Sun Qiming plays dirty, this will be our bargaining chip." She glanced out of the porthole into the pitch-black, deep space. A three-way game of strategy. This was just the beginning. As the hum of the engine had yet to completely fade away, Chun Haifeng slapped the holographic panel with force. "Old man, we're here." Outside the porthole was a desolate belt of rubble, even more barren than the previous location, D-449, not a single large rock in sight. "Coordinate verification." Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel. "Deviation is 0.3 kilometers acceptable. What's your situation?" "I jumped 5 times, circumventing 3 turbulent zones." Chun Haifeng glanced at the radar. "The tail is definitely clean. The Pancher is following me, status normal." "Okay, don't move yet, wait for my scan." The channel fell silent. Chun Haifeng called up the system interface of the Dawn self-check data, scrolling through one by one. Energy core stable shields at full capacity, weapon systems on standby. However, there was something strange about the engine readings. The cooling time after the jump was 5% longer than expected, although not much had felt off. "Kit," Zhao Jigang's voice rang out again. "Scan completed. Everything is clear within a 50-kilometer radius, not even a piece of space debris. This place is safe." "How long can it stay safe?" "Hard to say." Zhao Jigang paused. "Lin Wei just chased away the Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance ship, but Sun Qiming isn't a fool. He must know what you did at the testing site." Chun Haifeng did not respond, packaging the abnormal engine data and sending it to Li Jianguo. Almost simultaneously, a new access request pinged in the encrypted channel. "Identification code, Galeni Federation Patrol, Lieutenant Lin Wei." Chun Haifeng's heart sank. "Old man, it's Lin Wei." "Accept it." Zhao Jigang said, "What's meant to come will always come." Chun Haifeng clicked to accept. The video did not start, only audio, but Lin Wei's tone was icy enough to freeze. "Chun Haifeng, coordinates now." Chun Haifeng glanced at Zhao Jigang. "Give it to her," Zhao Jigang said. "Can't keep it hidden." Chun Haifeng sent over the safe coordinates. 3 seconds later, Lin Wei's patrol ship's signal appeared at the edge of the radar, less than 2 jump points away. She had been following him for a while. "Chun Haifeng, in my capacity as a lieutenant of the Federal Patrol, I require you to explain 2 matters. First, why does the jump engine data of your Dawn deviate by 15% from the standard lumberjack class? Second, the hull structure strength scan shows that the stress distribution of the keel completely does not conform to any known modification schemes. Where did the technology come from?" Chun Haifeng felt a chill run down his spine. This woman had even managed to capture his jump data while intercepting the reconnaissance ship. "Captain Lin, this is an experimental modification." Zhao Jigang's voice cut in, initiating a 3-way communication. "The technical details are proprietary to Pancher Mining, and we have legitimate testing permits." "Advisor Zhao, I have verified your permit. The process is fine," Lin Wei said, "but the technical features exceed conventional modification scope. This isn't optimization, it's reconstruction." Chun Haifeng, I need a convincing explanation, or I have the right to detain your ship for further investigation on the grounds of suspected use of undeclared military technology. The channel fell silent in an instant. Chun Haifeng tapped his fingers on the console, calling up the preset phrasing for non-public technical support. This was a backup plan previously suggested by the system. "Captain Lin," he began, "I really can't go into detail about the source of the technology, but I can tell you this isn't military technology, nor is it stolen. It was provided by a non-public research team for testing support." "Research team?" Lin Wei sneered. "Name? Registration number? Collaboration documents?" "None," Chun Haifeng said. "The other party requested confidentiality. They only provide technology without showing up." "Do you think I would believe that?" Lin Wei, Zhao Jigang suddenly emphasized. "You know the situation in the fringe star regions. Large enterprises monopolize technology, and small companies want to survive. They need to have their own ways." Although the source of Chun Haifeng's technology is unclear, its purpose is self-defense and not for illegal activities. "You just saw it. The Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance ship was right on his tail, and next time it might be pirates." Lin Wei fell silent for a few seconds. "Advisor Zhao, are you vouching for him?" "I vouch with my 20 years of military service," Zhao Jigang said. "This kid just wants to mine for profit. He has no other ambitions. I won't question the source of the technology, but as long as he uses it for the right purposes, I will support him." Another silence followed. Then Lin Wei sighed. "Chun Haifeng, I give you 2 choices. First, I can come over now, board the ship for inspection, If the source of the technology cannot be clarified, I will detain your ship. Second, you can sign a supplementary agreement promising that this technology will only be used for compliant self-defense and accept my subsequent random checks. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Random checks? That means I will check the status of your ship at irregular intervals to ensure you haven't used the technology elsewhere. Lin Wei said, this is the biggest concession I can make. I accept Advisor Zhao's guarantee, but I cannot neglect my responsibilities. Chen Haifeng glanced at Zhao Jigang. In the channel, Zhao Jigang softly said, I choose option 2, Chen Haifeng said. All right, I will send you the agreement for electronic signature. Lin Wei said also that reconnaissance ship released a wide-area signal listening buoy before retreating. Although I destroyed most of it, there may still be remnants. Your current communications may not be absolutely secure. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. Were we overheard? Even if overheard, it wouldn't matter. They can't decipher the encrypted channel. Lin Wei said, but signal noise can be captured. Sun Qiming will know you have been in contact with me. Chen Haifeng, be careful from now on. He has set his sights on you. The agreement file was sent over, and Chen Haifeng quickly scanned it and signed. Thanks, Captain Lin. Don't thank me, Lin Wei said. I just don't want to see someone with some ability getting killed by corporate schemes. But Chen Haifeng, remember, today's incident is not a precedent. If I find out you have concealed technology again, the agreement will be void. Understood. The communication was disconnected. Chen Haifeng let out a sigh, leaning back in the pilot's seat. Old man, does this count as passing? That counts as temporary clearance, Zhao Jigang said. Lin Wei is strong on principles, but she has a sense of balance. Her willingness to give you this leeway indicates she truly dislikes the Deep Space Alliance's approach. Then what about Sun Qiming? He definitely knows by now, Zhao Jigang said. The listening buoy's residual signal is enough for him to lock onto this area. Kid, you can't stay here for long. You need to move quickly. Just then, Li Jiangwo's voice suddenly cut and sounding urgent. Old Chen, I've finished analyzing the engine data. There's a problem. What problem? The system optimization plan is too aggressive. There are hidden fluctuations in the energy circuit of the jump engine. Li Jiangwo displayed the data chart. Look at this peak. After each jump, the cooling system load will unusually increase by 5 to 8%. In the short term, it's fine, but if this continues long term, the engine's lifespan will be reduced by at least 1/3. Chen Haifeng frowned. Can it be repaired? Needs adjustments on site. Li Jiangwo said, I can't do it remotely. Several nodes in the circuit need recalibration. In this state, how long can it last? Conservatively, it can safely jump about 10 more times. Li Jiangwo said beyond 10 times the fluctuations could trigger an overload. The engine could shut down or worse, explode. Chen Haifeng cursed under his breath. Old man, did you hear that? I heard, Zhao Jigang said. Here's what you'll do first, head towards the Blackstone space station, but don't go directly in. Find a place on the outskirts. Li, what equipment do you need? A portable energy calibrator model ETC-7. It should be available on the black market, Li Jiangwo said. Also bring 2 units of zero-element coolant with a purity of over 99. I'll go get it, Zhao Jigang said. Kid, don't fix your coordinates. Keep circling in the safe zone, Lin Wei mentioned. Don't let Sun Qiming pinpoint your location. Once the equipment is secured, I'll contact you. All right. The communication ended. Chen Haifeng looked at the warning sign for the engine anomaly on the system interface, then glanced at the direction of Lin Wei's patrol ship, signal disappearing. 3-way communication, temporary agreement. Sun Qiming surveillance. And this ship that needs urgent repairs. So many issues. He pushed down the control stick and the Dawn slowly turned its bow. The Pantsher followed behind the 2 ships, gliding into deep space, one in front of the other. In the distance, 3 jump points away, a lightly armed reconnaissance ship bearing the Deep Space Alliance's insignia hung silently in the shadow of rubble. Inside the bridge, Sun Qiming stared at the blurred signal noise on the sensor screen, his expression dark. Still can't decipher it. Can't decipher it, sir. The technician shook his head. The encryption level is too high. Oh, it's military standard. We can only determine that the signal source is in the C-77 area and overlaps with the Federal Patrol's channel. Overlapped. Sun Qiming narrowed his eyes. Chen Haifeng is in contact with the patrol. From the signal characteristics, yes. Moreover, the communication lasted for quite some time, at least 5 minutes. Sun Qiming let out a cold laugh. Well, he has climbed high branches now. He called up the star map, marking the C-77 area in red. Notify the Grey Claw team to head towards this area. Sun Qiming said, no need to act just yet, keep watch. I want to know where Chen Haifeng goes next, who he meets, and what minerals he mines. Understood. The reconnaissance ship's engines lit up with a faint glow, silently gliding into the jump channel. Sun Qiming stared out at the pitch-black starry sky through the porthole, tapping his fingers on the console. Chen Haifeng, I let you slip last time. This time I want to see how long you can hide. Engine energy circuit fluctuation, level 2, potential risk. Suggestion, immediate shutdown for maintenance. Li Gong, did you receive the data? Chen Haifeng connected to the encrypted channel. Received it reviewing now. Li Jiangwo's voice crackled with electrical noise, but was steady. The fluctuation frequency is strange. Oh, it's not a hardware issue. What kind of problem is it? Give me 10 seconds. The channel was filled only with the sound of Li Jiangwo typing on a virtual keyboard. Chen Haifeng glanced out the porthole. The Pancher hovered silently 300 meters away like a silent guard dog. 10 seconds later, Li Jiangwo spoke up. Lao Chen, the problem lies in your optimization plan. Is there an issue with the optimization plan? Chen Haifeng frowned. Wasn't the simulation fine before? Simulation is simulation, our reality is reality. Li Jiangwo brought up the data chart. Look at this energy peak curve. Each time after a jump, the cooling system's load fluctuation pattern doesn't match the standard EVE universe's physical decay model. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. What does that mean? It means your system optimization plan may conflict with certain fundamental physical rules of this universe. Li Jiangwo continued. It's not a major conflict, it's a subtle compatibility issue. It's like trying to run Earth software on a Martian computer. It can work, but might occasionally stutter. Right now it's not just stuttering, it might explode, Chen Haifeng said. Exactly so, adjustments are necessary, Li Jiangwo replied quickly. We can't change it remotely, we have to adjust the energy conduits on site. Several calibration parameters need to be manually fine-tuned based on real-time physical readings. Before Chen Haifeng could respond, Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly interjected urgent. Kid, forget about the engine for now. What's up, old man? The Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance network is active. Zhao Jigang said, I've just detected at least 6 reconnaissance drones conducting a grid scan of your area. The scanning density is very high, like a comb scanning inch by inch. Chen Haifeng felt a chill down his back. Have they found me? Not yet. Your coordinates are still on the edge of the safe zone, and the scanning wave hasn't covered you yet. Zhao Jigang said, but at this speed your location will be exposed in at most an hour. 1 hour. Li Jiangwo's voice tightened too. Lao Chen, adjusting the energy conduits will take at least 40 minutes, and it must be done successfully, without error. Then let's do it. Chen Haifeng pushed the control stick. The Dawn slowly turned, hiding behind a massive chunk of debris. Old man, can you hold them off for a bit? Can't hold them off. The reconnaissance network is automated, while I have no authority to interfere. Zhao Jigang said, Kid, you have 2 choices, either run now, but there's a risk with the engine, it might overload mid-jump, or repair on site. But you must finish within an hour and jump immediately afterward. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. The red warning sign was still flashing. Repair, he said. Running is more dangerous. If it explodes mid-jump, there won't be anything left. All right then, hurry up, Zhao Jigang said. Li Gong, guide him remotely. He'll keep an eye on the scanning progress. Understood. Li Jiangwo brought up the engine compartment structure diagram of the Dawn. Lao Chen, you need to exit the cabin now and use the SCV. First step, remove the casing of the left side third energy conduit. It'll send you the coordinates. The structure diagram was sent over. Chen Haifeng donned his spacesuit and opened the airlock. The SCV was already waiting outside, its eyes glowing blue. Coordinates locked, beginning operation. The SCV's mechanical arm precisely removed the casing at the designated location, exposing a dense array of energy conduits and cooling pipelines inside. Did you see the node marked E7? Li Jiangwo asked. I see it. Use the portable scanner to measure its real-time energy flow reading and send it to me. Chen Haifeng took out the scanner from the SCV's toolbox and aimed it at the node. Data was transmitted. Li Jiangwo was silent for 3 seconds. The reading is 8. 3 higher than expected, he said. Lao Chen manually adjust the fine-tuning valve at the node, turning it clockwise 15 degrees. Chen Haifeng complied. Measure again. Data was sent back. Still high, now it's 5. 1 over the baseline, Li Jiangwo said. Turn it another 10 degrees. He turned again. High by 2. 7. High by 1. 2. High by 0. 5. Stop. That's the position. Chen Haifeng halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The spacesuit's circulation system hummed. The first node has been adjusted. All right, now adjust the second one marked E9, Li Jiangwo instructed. Same process. Time ticked away. With the SCV's assistance, Chen Haifeng adjusted each node one by one. Zhao Jigang reported the scanning progress every 5 minutes. The scanning network has reached Zone C and you have about 40 minutes left. Kid, pick up the pace. Chen Haifeng didn't respond, focusing all his attention on the task at hand. When he reached the 6th node, a problem arose. Li Gong, the fine-tuning valve at this node won't turn, Chen Haifeng said, twisting it forcefully. It's jammed. Jammed. Li Jiangwo paused, surprised. That shouldn't happen. How could a new ship jam? But it is jammed. Try turning it a little in the opposite direction, then back. Chen Haifeng tried. It still wouldn't budge. No use. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Li Jiangwo suddenly asked, Lao Chen, does your system have the capability to fine-tune local physical parameters? Chen Haifeng was taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is if the system optimization plan conflicts with the rules of the universe, the system itself should be capable of local adaptation. Li Jiangguo spoke rapidly, like adaptive software that automatically patches itself in an incompatible environment. Chen Haifeng looked at the system interface. Detected external operation request energy conduit node E12 fine-tuning valve anomaly analyzing. Reason local material stress deviates from the preset physical model by 0.03. Should we attempt to guide the system for adaptive calibration? There really is. Li Gong, the system suggests we try guiding adaptive calibration. Chen Haifeng said. Then let's try it. Li Jiangguo replied. But Lao Chen, be careful. This is equivalent to letting the system directly interfere with real-world physical rules. I've never seen such an operation before. Never seen it, but we have to try, Chen Haifeng confirmed. The system interface displayed a new operation panel filled with dense energy flow simulation diagrams. Please manually guide the energy flow around the anomaly node method mental focus virtual operation mental focus. Chen Haifeng cursed. What kind of operation is this? The system wants you to think. Li Jiangguo was also confused. Exactly. Then just think. Zhao Jigang yelled in the channel. The scanning network has reached Zone B. 20 minutes left. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath staring at the jammed node. His mind raced. Energy flow go around, come from the side, don't go through this valve. Initially there was no response. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Just when Chen Haifeng thought this method was utterly absurd, the energy flow simulation diagram on the system interface suddenly shifted. An energy flow that originally went straight to the node slightly diverted, bypassing it through a nearby backup conduit. The physical node emitted a soft click. The fine-tuning valve turned half a turn by itself, locking into place. But the energy readings returned to normal. Holy shit! Li Jiangguo exclaimed in the channel. The readings are normal. Lao Chen, what did you do? I just thought about it. Chen Haifeng felt it was absurd himself. You solved it just by thinking it. Zhao Jigang was also stunned. The system guided it. Chen Haifeng looked at the operation panel. It seems like it can really fine-tune local rules. Forget the principle, keep going. Li Jiangguo said, there are 3 more nodes. Use this method for all of them quickly. Chen Haifeng replicated the process, focusing on the nodes and guiding the system to adjust the energy flow. The 7th node was done. The 8th done. The 9th. The scanning network has reached Zone A. Zhao Jigang's voice tightened. There's only 5 minutes before your coordinates are covered. Last node quickly. Chen Haifeng's forehead veins bulged. He concentrated. He guided. The energy flow gradually diverted. Node E15 calibration completed. All anomalous nodes addressed. Engine energy circuit fluctuation eliminated. System record. First successful completion of local rule adaptation. New permissions unlocked. Local rule fine-tuning beginner done. Chen Haifeng shouted. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Jigang said, the scanning wave has arrived. Kid, jump immediately. Chen Haifeng dashed back to the cockpit, ripped off his spacesuit, and slapped the jump control panel. Dawn emergency jump. Coordinates preset 3. The engine roared to life, and the space began to distort. Outside the porthole, an invisible scanning wave barely grazed the edge of the debris, sweeping the spot where the Dawn had just been. Just half a second. Space twisted completely, and the 2 ships vanished into deep space. 10 seconds later, Zhao Jigang exhaled. We jumped. The scanning wave didn't catch us. What about the engine data? Li Jiangguo asked. Let me check. Chen Haifeng pulled up real-time monitoring. The fluctuation is gone. All readings are normal, and the cooling load has returned to the standard range. Awesome. Li Jiangguo was rarely excited. Lao Chen, your system is incredibly bizarre, but effective. Chen Haifeng looked at the newly unlocked local rule fine-tuning permission in the system interface, feeling a bit shocked. Can it really fine-tune physical rules? If this thing is used well, wouldn't it? Kid, don't celebrate just yet. Zhao Jigang interrupted his thoughts. Even though the scanning network didn't catch you, the Deep Space Alliance definitely knows there's something unusual in this area. They will definitely increase their search efforts next. I know, Chen Haifeng replied. Thanks, old man. Thanks for what? You need to work hard yourself. Zhao Jigang paused. But be careful with that system operation you just did. Anything that can alter physical rules sounds frightening. I know what I'm doing. All right, that's it for today, Zhao Jigang said. You both get some rest, especially Li Gong. You've been monitoring remotely for so long your eyes are about to go blind. Li Jiangguo chuckled, remaining silent. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, watching the flowing light of the jump channel outside the porthole. The engine was stable like a well-behaved child. On the system interface, the icon for the new permission quietly flashed with a faint glow. He reached out and lightly tapped it. Local rule fine-tuning beginner adjustable range, internal energy flow of the ship, local material stress, small force field parameters, cooling time, 24 hours warning excessive use, may lead to unpredictable rule backlash, unpredictable backlash. Chen Haifeng closed the interface. Another card up his sleeve. But if used improperly, he might blow himself up first. He glanced at the radar. The Pantsher was steadily following behind. The two ships glided deeper into the depths of space, one in front of the other. In the distance outside, 3 jump points on the bridge of the Deep Space Alliance's reconnaissance ship, a technician stared at the sensor screen frowning. Sir, the scan of Zone A is complete. No targets found. What about energy residue? There are faint abnormal energy readings, but unable to locate the source. The signal disappeared before the scanning coverage. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, tapping lightly on the console. They've escaped again. Should we pursue? No, we can't catch up. The jump traces are too chaotic. At least 5 jumps have occurred. Sun Qiming sneered. But while the monk can run, the temple can't escape. Notify the Grey Paw Squad to monitor all mining points in the area, from C-77 to D-449 closely. Understood. Sun Qiming turned, looking out at the dark starry sky beyond the porthole. Chen Haifeng, the more you hide, the more I want to know. What cards do you hold? Chen Haifeng had just closed the system interface when the encrypted channel emitted a ding sound. 3 signals were simultaneously received: Zhao Jigang, Lin Wei, and himself. Everyone is here. Zhao Jigang's voice rang out first. Kid Lin Wei proposed this, 3-party encryption, the highest level. Sun Qiming's group will definitely not hear a thing. Chen Haifeng, has the engine fluctuation been resolved? Lin Wei's voice was steady, yet carried an air of formality. It's resolved, Chen Haifeng replied. I adjusted it manually. How did you adjust it? Just, as engineerly suggested, I adjusted the energy conduit. Chen Haifeng did not mention the system's adaptive feature. Lin Wei was silent for 2 seconds. All right, I won't delve into the technical details, she said. But Chen Haifeng, we need to lay everything out. The technology you have is of unknown origin and exceeds performance standards. According to regulations, I should seize your ship. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. Lin Wei, let me finish. But Advisor Zhao vouched for you, and you indeed haven't used it for illegal activities. Moreover, I disapprove of how the Deep Space Alliance plays dirty. Chen Haifeng was momentarily taken aback. So I have a proposal. I'll offer you limited protection. Not official protection, but during my personal patrols, I can conveniently help you fend off some obvious troubles. For instance, if a reconnaissance ship from the Deep Space Alliance gets too close, or if pirates cause trouble at the edge of the patrol zone. What's the catch? Chen Haifeng asked. The catch is that you need to share some technical data. Not core data, but harmless types, such as the energy characteristics of the ship, jump trace analysis, and abnormal signal identification. I will use this data to track violations by enterprises, especially evidence chains of the Deep Space Alliance hiring pirates. Chen Haifeng did not immediately agree. Old man, I think it's feasible, Zhao Jigang said. The data Lin Wei wants does not involve your system's core, just some peripheral characteristics. And she will use this to investigate Sun Qiming, which is beneficial for you. Right, Lin Wei added. Chen Haifeng, am not after your technology, am after evidence. The Deep Space Alliance has done quite a few dirty deeds in the fringe star regions, but they always clean up afterward. I lack direct evidence. Your technology can capture details that conventional scans cannot, which is the breakthrough we need. Chen Haifeng pondered. How will the data be provided? Regular encrypted transmissions on a channel I designate, Lin Wei explained. I will inform you of the contents beforehand, and you can review them. If you think it involves core data, you can refuse. A verbal agreement. Yes, only the 3 of us will know, Zhao Jigang interjected. I will act as the guarantor. Lin Wei, if Chen Haifeng breaches the agreement, you can come to me. Chen Haifeng, if Lin Wei uses the data for other purposes, you also come to me. Lin Wei replied with a faint Chen Haifeng, do you agree? Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. Detecting ongoing 3-party data interaction. Analyzing. Interaction mode, stable signal characteristics complex. Attempting to simulate. A new prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Chen Haifeng's heart stirred. I agree, he said. But Lin Wei, there is one thing that must be made clear. This collaboration is just the 3 of us. It cannot expand further. Rest assured, Lin Wei replied. The more people know, the greater the risk. I haven't intended to report this upwards, the higher-ups. May not be clean. That puts it plainly. Neither Chen Haifeng nor Zhao Jigang responded. Then it's settled, Zhao Jigang said. Lin Wei will provide limited protection and Chen Haifeng will share harmless technical data with me as the intermediary. Verbal agreement effective immediately. Effective, Lin Wei confirmed. Effective, Chen Haifeng echoed. As soon as he finished speaking, the system interface suddenly chimed. 3-party data interaction lasted 120 seconds. Signal feature simulation module unlocked. Current function partial camouflage of ship energy characteristics and jump traces simulation accuracy 65, cooling time 12 hours, Chun Haifeng's eyes brightened. This function is amazing. Camouflaging signals will make escape much safer in the future. Chun Haifeng. Lin Wei's voice pulled him back. Yes, there's one more thing. Lin Wei paused. I just received an order from my superiors to temporarily leave this star region and go to the adjacent Alpha 7 zone to execute a joint patrol mission, probably for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Chun Haifeng felt a jolt in his heart. Yes, Lin Wei confirmed. When I'm gone, the Deep Space Alliance may become even more reckless. So I'm sending you the key for an encrypted contact channel. You can use it in emergencies, but remember, don't use it unless necessary. There's a risk of reverse tracking on this channel. An encrypted data packet was sent over. Chun Haifeng received it, and the system automatically decoded it. Emergency contact channel key XJ449LW. Usage instructions: one-way encrypted communication, maximum duration 30 seconds. A channel automatically destroys itself after use. Thanks, Lin Wei. Don't thank me too soon. Lin Wei's voice turned serious. Chun Haifeng, be careful during these 2 weeks. Sun Qiming is definitely watching you, and with me gone he has fewer concerns. Understood. Then it's settled, Lin Wei said. The agreement is effective. I will leave early tomorrow. Advisor Zhao, please look after Chun Haifeng. Rest assured, Zhao Jigang replied. The communication was cut off. The cockpit fell silent. Chun Haifeng activated the newly unlocked signal feature simulation function and examined it closely. To camouflage 65 of energy characteristics and jump traces. While it's not perfect, it's sufficient. Next time I get swept by a reconnaissance network, I can pose as a regular cargo ship, or even simulate being one of the Deep Space Alliance's own ships. After all, I just captured plenty of data samples from the three-party communication. Kid Zhao Jigang's private channel chimed again. Old man, Lin Wei leaving is both a good and a bad thing, Zhao Jigang remarked. The good is that with her gone, you can be a bit more liberal with some operations. The bad is, Sun Qiming will definitely take advantage of these 2 weeks to stir up trouble. I know, Chun Haifeng replied. Old man, can you procure more resources on your end? I was just about to tell you that. Zhao Jigang lowered his voice. With Lin Wei gone, the patrol team will be a bit more lenient. I know a few channels in the gray market where I can get a batch of retired ship parts and also zero element. Chun Haifeng's heart stirred. That stuff is a high-grade material. It's required for system upgrades and advanced unit production, but it's tightly controlled on the market and extremely expensive. How much? Chun Haifeng asked. At least 50 units, Zhao Jigang responded. But it has to be a cash transaction and you need to go pick it up yourself. The location is an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the Blackstone space station. He'll send you the coordinates. The coordinates were sent over. It wasn't far, just 3 jump points. Is it safe? Chun Haifeng inquired. In gray market transactions, is there ever absolute safety? Zhao Jigang replied. But I've used these channels for many years and nothing has ever gone wrong. Plus you just unlocked that signal camouflage function. Isn't that perfect for this? Chun Haifeng chuckled. Old man, were you eavesdropping on my system prompts? No way, I guessed it, Zhao Jigang snorted. With such a long 3-party data interaction, it would be strange if your system didn't come up with something new. Alright, I've given you the coordinates, but it's up to you if you want to go. If you do, it's best to leave tomorrow. While Lin Wei just left, and Sun Qiming hasn't reacted yet. He'll go, Chun Haifeng said. 50 units of zero element should be enough for me to make a significant upgrade. Then it's settled, Zhao Jigang confirmed. I will continue monitoring the Deep Space Alliance's movements and notify you immediately if anything unusual arises. By the way, contact engineer Li to prepare for receiving the parts. Some things need his personal adjustment. Understood. The communication ended. Chun Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing out at the pitch-black starry sky. 3-party agreement, new system functions, Lin Wei's reassignment, zero element transaction. One matter after another. But his trump cards were also increasing one by one. He pulled up the star map and locked onto the coordinates of the abandoned warehouse. Dawn set a course. Destination: outskirts of Blackstone Space Station, abandoned warehouse B7. Jump engine preheating. The engine roared to life. Chun Haifeng took one last look at the signal feature simulation icon in the system. Sun Qiming. This time let's see who plays whom. In the encrypted channel, 3 signal icons were lit up. Chun Haifeng, Zhao Jigang, Li Jiangguo. Old man Li, I've pulled out the resource list on my end. Chun Haifeng brought up the system interface. Refined or inventory: 2,000 units of titanium alloy, 800 of silver-like supermetal, 300 of isotopic aggregates. Only 15 units of zero substance left. That's too little. Zero substance. Li Jiangguo's voice came through the channel, crackling with slight electrical noise. Old Chun, according to the optimized blueprint from your system, to build another Dawn-class frigate, the energy shield generator alone requires 30 units of zero substance. With your current inventory, you can't even gather enough for half a ship. I know. Chun Haifeng tapped the control panel. So we need to mine. Old man, do you have any reliable mining sites? Preferably with lower risks. Right now I only have one Dawn and rock ship that can't withstand too much turmoil. Zhao Jigang was silent for a few seconds before sending over a string of coordinates. I've been monitoring these points for half a month. He said, they're all small veins with low zero substance content, but they're safe. They're out of the way, the patrols don't go there, and the pirates don't care about them. Isn't your system efficient at refining? Go sweep through, you should be able to gather 50 to 60 units of zero substance. Chen Haifeng imported the coordinates into the star map. The 3 points formed a triangular distribution not far apart. All right, well, go with these. He said, calculate how many resources the next ship will need and send me the list. I've already calculated it. Li Jiangguo sent over a spreadsheet for 1,500 titanium alloy, 1,002 of silver-like supermetal, 500 of isotopic aggregates, zero substance. At least 80 units. This is the minimum configuration. Any further saving will affect performance. Chen Haifeng glanced at it. We're far from enough. So you need to hurry up and mine. Zhao Jigang said, Lin Wei has been reassigned for 2 weeks. This is a window period. That brat Sun Qiming is definitely also on the move. I've monitored an increase of 30% in the signal density of his reconnaissance network compared to last week. Is he looking for me? Not just you, he's analyzing your activity patterns. Zhao Jigang pulled up a data graph. Look at this, your previous salvage of wreckage testing of new ships and several short-distance jumps have been pieced together by his algorithm. Although he hasn't locked on to a specific location, he has deduced that you are accumulating resources and preparing to expand your forces. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. He guessed correctly. Exactly, so his next step will definitely be to upgrade his reconnaissance methods and monitor all the mining points you might go to. Zhao Jigang said, Kid, you need to move quickly and clean out these 3 points before he sets up his net. Understood. Chen Haifeng pushed down the joystick. Dawn set course, target coordinates, A7. The engine roared to life. By the way, Li Jiangguo suddenly said, Old Chen, can you use that newly unlocked signal feature simulation? Yes, the cooldown just finished. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface, precision at 65% sufficient for use. Then activate it during the journey. Zhao Jigang said, disguise it as a regular industrial ship signal. Don't let Sun Qiming's reconnaissance network catch your jump traces. I'm already on it. Chen Haifeng confirmed. The system interface popped up an operation panel. Signal feature simulation activated, simulated target, standard assault class, industrial ship, energy feature disguise, level 65 jump trace, disguise level 65 duration until manually shut down. The energy readings outside the Dawn changed instantly. From the frigate's unique high-energy pulse to the smooth, inefficient fluctuations characteristic of an industrial ship. Disguise effective, Chen Haifeng said. Good, maintain communication silence. Zhao Jigang said, I'll monitor from the control station and notify you immediately if anything unusual happens. Received. Communication cut off. The Dawn slipped into the jump channel, followed silently by the rock. At the same time, Deep Space United Mining's 7th monitoring room. Sun Qiming stared at the flickering signal points on the holographic screen, his brow furrowing intensely. Still haven't caught them. No, Commander. The technician shook his head. Chen Haifeng's last confirmed signal appeared in the C-77 area, and after that it vanished, as if evaporated. We deployed 12 reconnaissance drones and scanned the grid for 3 days, but found no trace. Impossible. Sun Qiming tapped the table. He must be on the move. That old fox, Zhao Jigang, wouldn't let him sit idle. But we really didn't detect anything. Then upgrade the reconnaissance methods. Sun Qiming interrupted him. If regular drones can't scan, then use stealth ones. Don't we still have a batch of Ghost-class stealth reconnaissance drones in the warehouse? Deploy them all. The technician was stunned for a moment. Commander, the Ghost class is military-controlled equipment, and if we deploy them without permission, what if the patrol finds out? Lin Wei has been reassigned, and the patrols in this star region are now managed by a rookie who doesn't know the ropes. Sun Qiming sneered. Moreover, the Ghost class is stealthy. As long as they don't get too close, they won't be discovered at all. Deploy them to closely monitor all known small mining points, especially those with low zero substance content. Chen Haifeng is currently short on resources, so he's bound to go to such places. Understood. The technician operated quickly. On the holographic screen, 6 new signal points were marked representing the deployment coordinates of the stealth reconnaissance drones. They covered the areas of 3 low-risk mining points. Commander, deployment complete. The technician said, as long as Chen Haifeng enters any of the mining points, the Ghost will be able to catch him. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chen Haifeng, you like to hide, huh? This time let's see how you hide. The Dawn jumped out of the jump. Outside the porthole was a sparse asteroid belt, the rocks not large, the biggest about the size of a house. Coordinates A7 arrived. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar, clean, no signals. Maintain disguise status. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel very softly. I just detected an unusual fluctuation in the Deep Space United Reconnaissance Network. They might be adjusting their deployment, so move quickly. Understood. Chen Haifeng turned off the disguise system. No need for it, while mining it would waste energy. SCV deploy. The airlock opened, and 2 SCVs slid out, their eyes glowing blue. They flew to the surface of the nearest asteroid, and mechanical arms extended with drill bits. Begin scanning. The drill bit plunged into the rock. The system interface refreshed data in real time. Analyzing or composition. Titanium alloy 12 content silver-like, supermetal 5 content isotopic aggregate 1 content 0 substance 0. 3. The content isn't high, but it's acceptable. Chen Haifeng said. Let's get to work. Li Jianguo connected remotely. He'll monitor the refining data and sync to see how efficient your system really is. The SCVs began mining. The drill bits spun at high speed, crushing the ore and sucking it, and then directly sending it via conveyor belt to the micro-refinery in the cargo hold of the Dawn. The refinery lit up with a soft glow. Refining process started. Estimated time, 8 minutes. Estimated output, 180 units of titanium alloy, 75 units of silver-like supermetal, 15 units of isotopic aggregates, 0 substance. 4. 5 units, 8 minutes per batch. Li Jianguo exclaimed in the channel. Old Chen, your efficiency is equivalent to others refining manually for 3 hours. The system has been optimized. Chen Haifeng said, the energy consumption is low, only 60% of a standard refining plant. Impressive. Zhao Jigang couldn't help but say, no wonder Sun Qiming is so eager to keep tabs on you. Your cost advantage is enormous. The first batch of refining was completed. Resources entered storage. Chen Haifeng glanced at the inventory. The 0 substance increased from 15 units to 19.5, still short by 60.5. He said, continue. Zhao Jigang said, but kid, I just received a warning. Deep Space United's reconnaissance network has just completed an upgrade deployment. They might have deployed more advanced equipment, so be aware of any unusual signals while mining. Receive. Chen Haifeng had the SCVs switched to another rock. The second batch began. In the Deep Space United monitoring room on the holographic screen, a previously stationary signal point suddenly twitched slightly. Commander, the technician shouted. In the A7 area detected abnormal energy readings. Very weak, but it's the characteristic fluctuations of a refinery. Sun Qiming immediately leaned over. Zoom in. The image magnified. A sparse asteroid belt appeared seemingly empty. But the energy sensors captured a nearly negligible fluctuation. That was the unique radiation produced when ore is smelted at high temperatures. It's Chen Haifeng. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. He really is mining. Are the ghost reconnaissance drones in position? They're in position, still 2 jump points away from the target area. Have them approach slowly, don't alert him. Sun Qiming said, I want to know exactly what he's mining, how much he's mined, and how his efficient refining technology is actually achieved. Understood. On the screen, the signals of the 6 stealth reconnaissance drones began to silently approach the A7 area. Sun Qiming gazed at the starry sky, smiling. Chen Haifeng, I've got you now. Chen Haifeng stared intently at the system interface. Refinement progress, 78. Estimated output for this batch, 220 units of tritanium alloy, 90 units of silver-like supermetal, 18 units of isotopic polymer 5, 2 units of 0 element. Old man, this efficiency scares even me, Chen Haifeng said over the encrypted channel. Good. That means you're thinking straight, Zhao Jigang replied, voice hushed. Kid, I just picked up something unusual. What is it? At your mining site's periphery, 3 o'clock direction, roughly 50 kilometers out, there's a faint signal source approaching. Signal signature is bizarre, flickering in and out like an invisible drone, Zhao Jigang explained. Chen Haifeng's pulse tightened. Deep Space Alliance. 90% certainty. Zhao Jigang pulled up surveillance data. It's called Phantom, a military-grade stealth reconnaissance craft. That bastard Sun Qiming truly spared no expense. Can it detect me, eh? Not yet. You've still got signal camouflage active. To its sensors, you're just an ordinary industrial vessel, lazily mining ore. Zhao Jigang paused. But it's closing in steadily, likely aiming for a high-resolution close-up. Your refinery's energy signature, however, may betray you once it draws near. Chen Haifeng glanced at the refinement progress bar. 82. How long until it arrives? At this pace, no more than 10 minutes, Zhao Jigang said. You'll finish this batch in 8 minutes, just enough time to escape. But the next batch, impossible to mine. Then we finish this one, Chen Haifeng said. Old man, any way to throw it off course? Zhao Jigang fell silent for 2 seconds. Your system can simulate signals. Can't you fabricate a decoy? Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. He pulled up the system interface and scrolled rapidly. Signal signature simulation module. Current capability partial camouflage of vessel energy profiles and jump trail signatures simulation fidelity 65. Subfunction interference beacon deployment requires on-site SCV activation. It was real. I can deploy interference beacons, Chen Haifeng said. An SCV will place one. It'll emit a false refinery signal luring the drone away. Then do it now, Zhao Jigang urged. That thing is drawing closer by the second. Chen Haifeng switched to the SCV control interface. 2 SCVs were actively mining, their drills humming steadily. SCV-2, suspend mining operations immediately. Proceed to coordinates B12 and deploy the interference beacon. 1 SCV halted instantly and pivoted toward a massive boulder on the far side of the mining site. Its manipulator arm extended, affixing a palm-sized metallic disc onto the rock surface. Interference beacon deployment in progress. Estimated duration 3 minutes. Effect simulates refinery energy fluctuations for 15 minutes. 3 minutes, Chen Haifeng confirmed. And the refinery? Zhao Jigang asked. 4 minutes remaining, Chen Haifeng checked the progress bar. We'll make it. The encrypted channel fell silent. Only the faint hum of SCV circuitry remained. Deep Space Alliance Monitoring Hub. Sun Qiming watched the holographic display. It showed live feed transmitted by the Phantom reconnaissance craft. A sparse asteroid belt stretched across the void. In the distance, the silhouette of a Rusher-class industrial vessel hovered beside a boulder, its manipulator arm digging slowly, methodically. Energy readings were low, fully consistent with standard industrial vessel parameters. Sir, target vessel's signal remains nominal. No anomalies detected, reported the technician. Continue closing in, Sun Qiming ordered. I want visual confirmation of its cargo hold contents. Understood. The image zoomed gradually inward. Details of the industrial vessel sharpened. The glow of cockpit lights behind its viewports, its cargo bay doors tightly sealed. Everything appeared perfectly ordinary. Yet Sun Qiming sensed something amiss. How long has it been mining, he asked. Approximately 6 minutes. Since our initial detection, the technician replied, pulling up telemetry. At standard Rusher class, mining efficiency 6 minutes yields roughly 15 to 20 units of raw ore. Has it refined any? No refinery energy signature detected, the technician answered. Possibly intends to refine in bulk once the hold is full. Sun Qiming frowned. Logically sound, but it's too slow, he murmured. Chen Haifeng isn't a man of patience. His prior salvage ops new vessel trials, he acted with decisive speed. Mining is foundational work, he wouldn't dawdle. Then what do you suspect? Bring the Phantom closer. Scan its cargo hold directly, Sun Qiming commanded. I suspect its hold contains no raw or at all. Affirmative. The reconnaissance craft advanced silently. Interference beacon deployment complete. SCV-2's chime echoed in the cockpit. Chen Haifeng activated it instantly. Interference beacon activated. False signal source generated. Location 12 kilometers from actual mining site. Energy profile, standard refinery signature. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Jigang's voice crackled over the channel. Kid, the drone has turned. It's heading straight for the decoy. Chen Haifeng exhaled, tension easing. Refinery status. 1 minute left, he confirmed, glancing at the progress bar. Old man, send me coordinates for the second mining site. We can't stay here. Already sent. Zhao Jigang transmitted a string of digits. Region C33, a low-risk zone, though more remote. Get there fast and sweep again. Understood. The refinery's resonant hum rose to a crescendo, then faded into silence. Refinement complete. Resources deposited. Current 0 element inventory 24. 7 units. All done, Chen Haifeng declared. SCVs, returned to docking bay. Both SCVs retracted and flew back toward the Dawnbreaker. The cargo bay doors sealed shut. Maintain signal camouflage. Initiate jump sequence. Chen Haifeng pushed the control lever forward. Destination coordinates C33. Engines began preheating. In the monitoring hub, Sun Qiming stared at the screen. The Phantom had reached the interference beacon's location. The feed showed only empty space behind the boulder, yet sensors registered unmistakable refinery-level energy fluctuations. Sir, refinery signal confirmed, the technician announced. But there's nothing visible on screen. Sun Qiming's expression darkened. We've been deceived. What? That's an interference beacon. Sun Qiming slammed his palm onto the console. Chen Haifeng isn't here. He's mining elsewhere, using this to misdirect us. The technician froze. But the industrial vessel's signal we tracked earlier. Also fake. Sun Qiming ground his teeth. He's running military-grade signal spoofing. Zhao Jigang must have outfitted him with it. On the holographic display, the Rusher-class vessel's signal began warping, distorting, fading. Within seconds, it vanished entirely. Jump trace residue confirmed the target had executed an emergency jump and fled. Pursue, Sun Qiming roared. Impossible, sir, the technician shook his head. The jump trace is chaotic. Minimum 3 jumps plus heavy signal interference. No precise triangulation possible. Sun Qiming stared at the hollow screen, chest heaving. Chen Haifeng, you magnificent bastard. He inhaled deeply, forcing calm. Alert all reconnaissance units. Focus surveillance on low-risk mining zones between C-33 and E-18, he ordered. He'll dig again. He needs resources. Understood. And one more thing. Sun Qiming turned, snatching his coat. Prepare my ship. I'm heading to monitoring station 7. The technician blinked in surprise. Sir, you're going personally. Yes, Sun Qiming smiled coldly. Let's see how long he can hide. The stones were numerous and shattered, resembling a junkyard. Coordinates C-33 arrived. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar. Old man, can we really excavate this place? Yes, Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel. The ore vein is buried deep and the content is not high. Big companies overlook it and pirates are too lazy to come. Perfect for you. Your system can refine efficiently, right? Dig deeper and clean it out. All right. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface. Signal feature simulation, keep it active. Disguise as Berserker class. Disguise activated. SCV deploy. Scan the ore vein depth. 2 SCVs slid out of the airlock and flew to the surface of the nearest large rock, mechanical arms extending to deploy probes. Data streamed back rapidly. Depth scanning in progress. Main ore vein located 120 meters below the surface. Estimated 0 element content 0. 25 total. Estimated reserve approximately 40 units of 0 element, 40 units. Chen Haifeng calculated, adding the 24.7 I have, that's about 65, still short by 15. Let's dig first. Zhao Jigang said, after this wave of digging I'll find you another spot to gather enough 80 units of 0 element, and Engineer Li can start building another ship. Understood. Chen Haifeng was about to order the SCV to start drilling when Zhao Jigang suddenly said, Kid, wait a moment. What's wrong? The interference beacon you set up at point A7 has been dismantled. Zhao Jigang pulled up the surveillance footage. The Deep Space Alliance acted quickly. They dismantled it and conducted a signal residual analysis. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Did they realize it's fake? They definitely found out, Zhao Jigang said, but the problem isn't there. I intercepted a segment of their analysis report. It mentioned that the encoding method of the interference beacon has the characteristics of a military-grade electronic countermeasure module. Sun Qiming definitely knows now that you have hard goods in hand. Zhao Jigang's voice turned serious. It's not just efficient mining. There's also electronic warfare capability. Kid, you're in big trouble. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. So should we still mine this, or? Yes, but we need to change our approach. Zhao Jigang said quickly. Listen carefully, I'm sending you a template for an invisible mining agreement commonly used in gray areas. Follow this. During mining, keep the energy fluctuations to a minimum, refine in batches, and immediately transfer the products to rock solid. Keep Dawn silent. A document was sent over. Chen Haifeng glanced at it. The agreement's content was detailed, including how to set up a temporary shielding field, how to use rubble to cover operational traces, and even how to forge natural geological activity signals to mask the vibrations of mining. Is this thing reliable? Chen Haifeng asked. It's enough to deal with conventional reconnaissance, Zhao Jigang said. But if Sun Qiming is serious, it's hard to say. Just follow this, I'll keep an eye on his movements. All right. Chen Haifeng integrated the agreement into the system. The system interface flickered. Detected mining optimization plan. Adapting. The local rule adjustment function can be applied to this scene. Would you like to enable it? Chen Haifeng's eyes brightened. This function was used for fine-tuning the engine last time, allowing adjustments to local physical parameters. Enable in conjunction with the concealment agreement. Activation successful. Energy fluctuation suppression rate increased to 85. Operational trace concealment efficiency increased to 70. Old man, the system is cooperating. The suppression effect is better. Let's do it. Zhao Jigang said. Hurry up. I estimate Sun Qiming will take new action soon. At the same time, Deep Space Alliance Mining's 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming pushed open the monitoring room door, and several technicians immediately stood up. Commander, sit down. Sun Qiming waved his hand, walked to the main control panel. I've seen the analysis report of the interference beacon at point A7. He called up the holographic image. It displayed a high-definition scan of the beacon's wreckage with a long string of data next to it. The encoding method used is a variant of the Federal Navy's Black Shield series electronic warfare module. Sun Qiming pointed to one line. But this thing is a military-controlled equipment. How did Chen Haifeng, a mere miner, get it? The technicians exchanged glances. Commander, could it have been given by Zhao Jigang? He has old connections in the military. Zhao Jigang has connections, but the Black Shield series is active equipment. He can't obtain it. Sun Qiming shook his head, and look here. He magnified the signal residual spectrum. The core frequency of the interference beacon has slight differences compared to the conventional Black Shield module more efficient. The energy consumption is approximately 15% lower, but the interference strength is actually 5% higher. The technicians leaned in to look. That's impossible, the law of energy conservation. That's why I said Chun Haifeng has hard goods in hand. Sun Qiming sneered. Not only does he mine quickly, but he refines quickly, and even his electronic warfare equipment is optimized. Zhao Jigang doesn't have this capability. The source of this technology is questionable. What do we do now? If conventional reconnaissance can't catch him, we have to go in hard. Sun Qiming turned around, inputting a string of commands at the console. Activate the Eagle Eye high-precision scanning array covering the area from C33 to E18A and conduct a carpet scan for me. The technicians were startled. Commander, the Eagle Eye array is strategic-grade equipment, and starting at once consumes massive energy and requires approval from headquarters. I've already applied. The approval document is here. Sun Qiming tossed out an electronic document. The reason states tracking illegal miners suspected of stealing military technology. Those old guys at headquarters, once they hear military technology, approve faster than anyone else. On the holographic screen, a massive circular icon lit up. It was the Eagle Eye scanning satellite deployed in synchronous orbit. Eagle Eye array starting. Energy fill 10, 30, 70. Scanning range, set radius 0. 5 light-years covering the area from C33 to E18. Scanning mode, high-precision energy feature recognition. How long for the charging to finish? Sun Qiming asked. Approximately 8 minutes, the technician replied. Good. Sun Qiming stared at the screen. In 8 minutes, I want to see the energy features of Chun Haifeng's ship. Even if it's hidden in the cracks of the rocks, it must be dragged out. At the C33 mining point, Chun Haifeng had just sent the first batch of raw ore to the refinery. The SCVs drilled down to 80 meters, and the excavated ore was directly piped up. The efficiency was slightly slower than before, but much quieter. Refining progress 35. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded in the encrypted channel. Kid, stop. Immediately stop. Zhao Jigang shouted loudly. Chun Haifeng's hand trembled, quickly pausing the refining. What happened? High-precision scanning. Sun Qiming activated the Eagle Eye array. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent and fast. I just detected the energy fluctuations. It's charging, and in no more than 5 minutes it will start scanning. Your mining point is within the scanning range. Damn. Chun Haifeng cursed. What now? Full power disguise. Maximize the signal simulation function of your system. Zhao Jigang said, stop mining with the SCVs, let them dive underground and hide at least 150 meters deep. Shut down the refinery immediately and abandon all unfinished ore. Chun Haifeng's fingers moved rapidly over the console. Signal simulation full power activated. Signal feature simulation at full power activated. Simulation target natural asteroid energy characteristic disguise. Level 92 duration 10 minutes. Energy consumption warning. Full power operation will greatly shorten the ship's endurance. SCV stop operations. Descend to a depth of 150 meters and enter silent mode. The 2 SCVs immediately halted drilling and turned to dive into the excavated mine. Refinery force shut down. All unprocessed ore abandoned. A muffled sound came from the cargo hold as the half melted or was directly expelled into space, instantly freezing into shards. Old man, is this enough? Chun Haifeng stared at the radar, which showed that the energy readings from the Eagle Eye array were skyrocketing. Not enough, Zhao Jigang said. The Eagle Eye can scan microscopic energy fluctuations. Even if your ship's reactor is in standby, it still emits radiation. Kid, can your system's local rule adjustment suppress the reactor's radiation? Chun Haifeng immediately called up the system interface. Let me try. He found the local rule adjustment function and locked onto the ship's reactor module. Would you like to adjust the fission reactor? Warning: excessive adjustment may lead to reactor instability. Adjust. Minimize it. Adjusting. Reactor radiation output reduced by 65. Energy output synchronous reduction of 40. Ship maintains only the minimum life support systems. The lights in the cockpit dimmed by half. The air conditioning also stopped. Chun Haifeng wiped the sweat from his brow. Done. Good, now maintain absolute silence, Zhao Jigang said. Don't move, don't communicate. Even your breathing should be soft. The Eagle Eye scan is just one wave. If we endure it, there will be no problem. The channel fell silent. Chun Haifeng stared out the porthole. In the pitch-black space, nothing could be seen. But he could feel a kind of invisible net slowly stretching out. In the monitoring station, Sun Qiming fixed his gaze on the holographic screen. It displayed the real-time scanning spectrum of the Eagle Eye array. Areas were marked in green, indicating no abnormalities. Commander, scanning completion is at 80. The technician reported, the C-33 area has been scanned and no high-energy characteristic targets were found. Impossible. Sun Qiming frowned. Chun Haifeng must be active in this area, or I've locked onto at least 3 potential points from the coordinates Zhao Jigang gave him, and C-33 is one of them. But the scanning results are indeed clean. Enlarge the microscopic energy spectrum of the C-33 area, Sun Qiming said. I want to see the background radiation data. The image zoomed in. In a pale blue background representing natural radiation, there were several extremely faint ripples. Here and here. Sun Qiming pointed to those spots. The radiation readings are 0.003 higher than the surroundings. Although they don't reach the threshold of a ship reactor, they are too uniform to be natural fluctuations. The technician quickly analyzed. Commander, the positions corresponding to these points are all asteroids. The reason for the high readings may be that the asteroids contain trace amounts of radioactive minerals. Then send a reconnaissance boat over for an on-site check. Sun Qiming made the decision. Send a Hound-class armed reconnaissance boat equipped with high-sensitivity sensors to scan closely. If it's minerals, then that's fine. If it's Chun Haifeng, he sneered, then just seize the ship. Understood. The icons of 3 Hound-class reconnaissance boats lit up on the screen. The engines ignited, jumping towards the C-33 area. Chun Haifeng in the cockpit had been holding still for 6 minutes. On the radar, the energy peaks from the eagle-eye scan had just passed. Old man, has the scan finished? He asked in a low voice. It's finished, but you'd better wait a bit more, Zhao Jigang said. I just monitored that 3 small ships have jumped over to your side, and their signal features are Hound-class armed reconnaissance boats. Armed reconnaissance boats. Chun Haifeng's heart tightened. Is Sun Qiming going to take action? Not necessarily. They might be here for an on-site verification, Zhao Jigang said. But you absolutely cannot expose yourself. Kid, from now on switch to full concealment mode. The resource transfer process has to stop. Chun Haifeng glanced at the batch of zero element he had just refined in the cargo hold. 18 units. Adding the previous batch, he only had 42.7. Still far from 80. Damn it, he cursed. Sun Qiming is pushing too hard. There's no choice. Just hide for now. Zhao Jigang said. The reconnaissance boats will arrive within 10 minutes. You must not move or wait until they finish scanning and leave before anything else. Understood. Chun Haifeng leaned against the pilot's seat, staring out at the pitch-black space. The mining point was right beneath him. The resources were in the cargo hold. But he couldn't move. This feeling of being trapped reminded him of the day a year ago when Sun Qiming had tricked him into losing all his savings. Sun Qiming. He focused on the 3 increasingly closer signal points on the radar. This time I will remember. Chun Haifeng stared at the 3 red blips on the radar that were closing in, his finger hovering over the console without moving. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice came out low and furtive like a thief whispering. Kid, the data's come through. 3 Liquan-class ships, standard armed reconnaissance fit. Their main armament is twin light laser cannons. They eat your Poxios shields for breakfast. The real problem is the sensor's high-sensitivity contact range sweeps. No matter how well you hide, you're in trouble. Chun Haifeng's throat went dry. Distance. The nearest one will jump into position over your head in 7 minutes, Zhao Jigang said. The other 2 are splitting off toward 2 other suspicious coordinates. That bastard Sun Qiming is doing a multi-point sweep, betting you'll be at one of them. Do we fight it out? Chun Haifeng quickly pulled up the system simulation interface. Simulation results are in. He glanced and felt his heart sink halfway. Win probability 8%, exposure 100%. Even if you miraculously take down one, the other 2, and Sun Qiming's main force will arrive immediately. We're done for. Then stop simulating. Zhao Jigang swore. We can't fight, we can only hide. But how do you hide? They come to sweep at point-blank range. Chun Haifeng's mind spun. Can't hide, can't win. Then, deceive. His gaze skimmed the system interface and froze on a sub-function that had only recently been unlocked, a local rule micro-adjustment in the geological module experimental. Description permits minute energetic intervention in an extremely small volume of geological structure to simulate natural activity. Warning effects uncontrollable, energy consumption extremely high. Old man, Chun Haifeng's voice tightened. My system can create a small geological disturbance. Simulate the energy signature of an asteroid's internal collapse. There was a 2-second silence on Zhao Jigang's end. You mean give them a natural accident to look at? Yes. Chun Haifeng pulled up the C-33 region's geological scan. The boulder I'm hiding under is structurally unstable to begin with. I can make the underground SCVs strike specific points in sequence that would trigger a chain reaction. The energy readings would mimic an internal collapse. If a reconnaissance craft detects that its first instinct will be natural phenomenon, not a ship, is hiding here. Can you control the range? Don't actually bury us alive. He'll try. Chun Haifeng switched to the SCV control panel. Both SCVs are 150 meters underground, perfectly positioned. Old man, calculate for me what magnitude of disturbance will produce an energy signature that fools a Lyquan sensor. Hold on. Seconds later, a string of parameters arrived. Follow these values. Peak energy must be high, but decay must be rapid, matching a natural collapse. Kid, you only get one chance. The scouts are almost on top of you. Understood. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath and locked onto the underground SCVs. Command: initiate local rule micro-adjustment in the geological module. Target coordinates set. Energy output execute per parameters. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Deep below the two dormant SCVs, optical sensors flared red. The robotic arms did not excavate. They struck at a precise frequency, the key load-bearing points of the rock strata. A heavy vibration hummed through the hull. Outside the viewport, the great stone that concealed Chen Haifeng cleaved with hairline fissures as a thin plume of dust hissed out. On the radar, the energy reading for that sector spiked into a sharp peak, then, like a kite snapped from its line, plummeted swiftly. Energy signature emitted. Zhao Jigang shouted over the channel. Decay curve is perfect, identical to a natural collapse. At the same moment, at the Deep Space Joint Monitoring Station, Sun Qiming stared at the holographic display. The three Lyquan scout signals were closing on three separate coordinates. Suddenly, the sub-window for the C-33 sector flashed an alert. Commander, high energy release detected in C-33. Readings are decaying rapidly. Sun Qiming leaned in at once. The image enlarged. The sensors returned a real-time energy profile, a classic Pulsian decay curve with a very high peak and an equally precipitous drop. What is it? Sun Qiming frowned. Preliminary analysis. The technician typed quickly. Energy features match. A local structural collapse within an asteroid, stress accumulation, or collapse of an internal cavity. A common natural geological event. Common. Sun Qiming fixed his gaze on the curve. It happens just as my scout arrives. Coincidence, sir. These collapses are highly random. Also look at the decay rate. If it were a ship reactor or a refinery shutting down, the decay would trail off more slowly. You'd see a tail. This one just snaps off. Sun Qiming said nothing. He stared at the screen, his fingers tapping the console unconsciously. Too convenient. Convenient to the point of unease. Have the scout send visual footage of the site, he ordered. Seconds later, live imagery from C-33 streamed back. The screen showed only drifting rubble and a thin cloud of dust slowly dispersing. The boulder's surface bore a few fresh fissures, beyond that nothing. No ship silhouette, no engine wake. Visual confirmation, no anomalous targets, the technician reported. Still, Sun Qiming felt wrong. What about the other two coordinates? B-11 Scout has arrived, scan complete. No anomalies, just an ordinary asteroid. D-45 Scout is about to arrive. Wait, there is a weak signal. Suspected industrial engine warm-up signature. Sun Qiming's eyes lit. Lock on a D-45. The Lyquan heading to C-33, alter course immediately to support D-45. Fast. Yes, sir. The order went through. On the display, the scout that had been bearing down on Chen Haifeng's position suddenly veered, jumped, and vanished toward the distant D-45 coordinate. In the Poxio's cockpit, Chen Haifeng watched that nearest red blip swing away, jump, and disappear. He nearly collapsed into his seat. Cold sweat drenched his back. It left. He croaked into the channel. It left. Zhao Jigang exhaled, relieved. Good kid, you actually pulled it off. Sun Qiming fell for it. He thinks you're at D-45. The D-45 signal. I set that up. Zhao Jigang chuckled. I had a decoy ready, an antique industrial reactor core, remotely triggered. Warm it up and it blows. ITLL, keep two Lyquans occupied for a while. That should keep those two Lyquans busy for a bit. Only now did Chen Haifeng feel his heartbeat begin to slow. Transfer the cargo. Do we still do it? He asked, glancing at the hold manifest. Do what? Zhao Jigang's tone turned serious. The window is gone. Sun Qiming may have been drawn off, but he's suspicious. Hell, widen the search. You can't stay where you are. Then what about my 42 units of Element 0? Take it with you. Execute the contingency extraction. Zhao Jigang sent an encrypted route. Follow this course, 7 jump points, all in interference zones. It will erase jump traces as much as possible. The endpoint is the Huiyin asteroid belt. I have a secret cache there. Go stash the cargo. Chen Haifeng imported the route into navigation. What about Sun Qiming? In watching him, Zhao Jigang said. He didn't catch you this time, but next time he'll be harsher. Kid, we must accelerate. Without Element 0, you can't build a new ship. You'll always be on the run. Chen Haifeng gripped the control stick. Understood. The Poxio's engines reignited, output throttled to the lowest, and it eased away from the field of fractured rock that had just staged a natural collapse. At the monitoring station, the atmosphere turned stiff. Sun Qiming watched the latest images from D-45, a scattering of blast debris that analysis confirmed to be a crude remote signal source and obsolete reactor parts. They had been played again. Commander, the geological analysis for C-33 is complete, the technician reported cautiously. Confirmed natural collapse, no signs of artificial tampering. Sun Qiming remained silent. He stared at the holographic star map and the now quiet C-33 sector. It was too clean. Clean to an abnormal degree. Expand the surveillance grid, he suddenly said, his voice cold. Center on C-33, extend the radius to 2 light-years. Include every mining node, every jump route, every probable hiding rubble field in continuous 24-hour scanning. The technician hesitated. Commander, that will require at least triple the reconnaissance units, energy, and budget. Do it. Sun Qiming turned his gaze dark. Chen Haifeng is still in this vicinity. He needs resources, he will move. Let him slip this time and next. Sun Qiming tapped the C-33 coordinate on the screen. I will make it impossible for him to hide anywhere. Chen Haifeng parked the Dawn behind the large rock at C-33A, shutting down the engine. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. Kid, time is running out. Sun Qiming's 3 hounds have failed to find anything at D-45 and are now turning back to search again. You have at most 20 minutes left. 20 minutes. Chen Haifeng glanced at the cargo hold data. I have 42 units of zero element here along with a pile of other ores. Should I move everything? If you can't move it, hide it. Zhao Jigang said. I sent you the backup plan. Did you check it? Chen Haifeng pulled up the file he had just received. Backup evacuation plan class A 3-core conceal resources on site, evacuate the ship, lightly steps 1. Use SCV to dig internal passages in the asteroid 2. Establish a temporary storage location 3. Transfer resources 4. Cover up traces 5. Depart slowly along the shadow zone, dig a hole. Chen Haifeng asked. Yes, dig into the rock right beneath you, Zhao Jigang replied. This rock has a diameter of over 3 kilometers, and I have already scanned its internal structure. There is a natural cavity 80 meters below the surface. You can have the SCV dig a passage down, unload the cargo inside, and seal it up. Wait until the heat passes before coming back for it. Chen Haifeng calculated the time. 2 SCVs digging an 80-meter passage and then transporting resources. 20 minutes is going to be tight. Then just move the zero element. Zhao Jigang said. The other ores can be discarded, but the zero element must be hidden. Li Gong is waiting for it to be processed. Got it. Chen Haifeng stopped wasting words and switched to the SCV control interface. 2 silent SCVs drilled up from underground, their mechanical arms extending with drill bits aimed at the rock layer below. The buzzing vibration transmitted through the hull. Tunnel digging in progress. Current depth 12 meters, estimated time to reach cavity 9 minutes. Old man, any new developments from Sun Qiming's side? Chen Haifeng stared at the radar, which still showed a void. There is. Zhao Jigang's tone turned serious. I just intercepted an encrypted command. Sun Qiming is analyzing historical data from the Eagle Eye array, focusing on the C-33 area. Is he still suspicious about this place? Not suspicious, but reanalyzing, Zhao Jigang said. The geological collapse you caused last time fooled the real-time scans, but the Eagle Eye keeps all data stored. Now Sun Qiming is going back to sift through it. If he finds any artificial traces. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. What can he see? For instance, the energy decay curve is too standard or the vibration frequency is too regular. Zhao Jigang explained. Natural phenomena are chaotic. Human-made ones, no matter how similar, will have flaws. Kid, you need to hurry up. The SCVs are already working at full speed. Chen Haifeng glanced at the progress. Depth 30 meters. In the monitoring station, Sun Qiming was staring at the holographic screen. Above him was the historical scanning data from the Eagle Eye array on the C-33 area with several points highlighted. Here and here. He pointed to 2 subtle fluctuations on the energy spectrum. The decay rates are almost identical with an error of less than 3 thousandths. Technician, is it possible for a natural geological collapse to be this neat? The technician leaned in to take a look. Sir, theoretically, the probability is extremely low, but it is not completely impossible if the rock layer structure is very uniform. Then what about this? Sun Qiming pulled up another set of data, the vibration frequency spectrum. The main frequency bands are concentrated at 3 points. Doesn't it look like the harmonics of mechanical operation? The technician broke out in a sweat. This is indeed a bit too orderly. It's not just a bit, it's problematic. Sun Qiming sneered. Chen Haifeng is not at D-45. He is still at C-33. Last time was an act, this time. He is definitely doing something else. He turned and ordered, tell those 3 hounds to stop searching and return to C-33. This time, don't just do a close scan, a switch to deep scanning mode. I want a real-time structural diagram of the area between 80 and 150 meters underground. Understood. The order was given. The 3 scout ships, which had already jumped halfway, turned sharply and sped back towards C-33. Tunnels cleared. The SCV's alert sounded. Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. 11 minutes had passed. Move the cargo. The cargo hold door opened, and the two SCVs flew back, using their mechanical arms to grab the packaged zero-element units before diving into the freshly dug dark hole. Transferring resources. Current progress 1842 units. Kid, bad news. Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly interrupted. Sun Kaiming's scout ships are turning back, all three of them heading straight for you. In deep scanning mode, they probably want to see what you've hidden underground. Damn it. Chen Haifeng cursed. How long until they arrive? The fastest one will arrive in 7 minutes. The other two will be around 8 minutes. I haven't finished moving my cargo. Stop moving it. Zhao Jigang shouted. Hide as much as you can and take the rest with the ship. Immediately cover the tunnel entrance and use that fine-tuning function of your system to erase all energy residues. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. SCV stop, transporting, immediately seal the tunnel entrance. Execute cover protocol. The two SCVs dropped the zero-element units they were holding, turned, and flew back to the tunnel entrance. Their mechanical arms sprayed out a mixture of quick-setting foam and rubble, sealing the hole tightly. System initiate localized fine-tuning target rock layers around the tunnel entrance conceal all artificial energy residues. Command received. Fine-tuning in progress. Energy residue suppression rate 92. Geological structure simulation natural rock layers match rate 88. Not enough. Chen Haifeng stared at the data. Increase the match rate to over 95. Warning: excessive fine-tuning will consume a large amount of system computing power, possibly causing other functions to temporarily degrade. Continue. Continue. Second fine-tuning initiated. Energy residue suppression rate 98. Geological structure simulation natural rock layers match rate 96. That's it. Zhao Jigang shouted in the channel. The scanning characteristics have dropped below the natural background fluctuations. Kid, you need to evacuate immediately following the shadow zone route I provided and slip away slowly. What about the remaining zero element? Take it on the ship, Zhao Jigang said. It's better than being caught by Sun Qiming. Move quickly. Chen Haifeng glanced at the 24 units of zero element left in the cargo hold, no longer hesitating. Dawn, start the engine and reduce output to a minimum. Lock the navigation to the shadow zone route and silently withdraw. The ship gently shuddered and slowly slid out from behind the rock, gliding like a fish towards deep space hidden in the shadows of several large boulders. 7 minutes later, the first Hound reconnaissance ship jumped out of warp, hovering above the C-33 area. The deep scanning beam combed through the entire large rock from top to bottom. Data was rapidly transmitted back to the monitoring station. Sir, deep scanning is complete. The technician reported. Between 80 and 150 meters underground, the structural diagram shows only natural cavities and rock layers, no tunnels or storage facilities found. What about energy residues? No abnormal energy residues detected. All readings are within the natural background range. It can't be. Sun Qiming stared at the screen. He must have done something. Continue scanning. Raise the scanning precision to the highest level. I want to see the microscopic stress distribution. Understood. A more detailed scan was initiated. This time, even the stress data of every microcrack in the rock layers was transmitted back. Sun Qiming looked through them one by one. Suddenly his finger paused on a set of data. Here. He pointed to the stress diagram of a certain rock layer above the cavity. The decay curve here. Is it a bit too smooth? The technician magnified it for a closer look. Sir, it is smooth, but still within the range of natural error. It could be due to the uniformity of the rock layer material. Uniform? Sun Qiming sneered. Do you believe that? The technician dared not respond. Sun Qiming stared at that set of data for several seconds, suddenly laughing. Chen Haifeng, you truly are a talent. Sir, he must have hidden something here and used some technique to erase the traces almost flawlessly. Sun Qiming said, but he erased it too cleanly, which instead exposed him. Natural rock layers cannot be this perfect. He turned and issued a new order. Notify the engineering department to send 4 sentinel monitoring nodes to set up around the 4 corners of the C-33 area. I want this place monitored 247 with no blind spots. Even a spacefly passing by must be recorded. Understood. Also, Sun Qiming added, the monitoring node data should connect directly to my private channel. If Chen Haifeng dares to come back for the cargo, he'll make sure he doesn't come back. The Dawn had already slipped out nearly 50 kilometers. On the radar, the signals from the 3 reconnaissance ships were still circling around the C-33 area, but had not pursued. Old man, it seems like. I slipped out. Chen Haifeng whispered. You did slip out, but don't celebrate too early. Zhao Jigang said. I just detected that Sun Qiming is deploying sentinel nodes to C-33. Those are for long-term monitoring, and once set up, that area will be like having all-weather cameras installed. You'll never be able to go back. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Then the zero element I hid. Can't retrieve it for now, Zhao Jigang sighed. But fortunately we managed to bring out 24 units, and combined with what you had before it adds up to over 40. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Has Sun Qiming completely locked down that area? Yes, Zhao Jigang replied. He is now 100% sure that you have something going on there. Although he hasn't caught you in the act, he has already cordoned off the area. Kid, you have truly pissed him off this time. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing out into the blackness of space. The hard-earned tunnel and hidden cargo were gone just like that. But strangely, he felt less stifled. Old man, he suddenly said. The more Sun Qiming acts like this, the more it shows he is anxious. What do you mean? He is deploying so many resources using both Eagle Eye and Sentinel just to keep an eye on a miner like me. Chen Haifeng chuckled. What does that indicate? It indicates that he is afraid. He is afraid that what I have in hand can really shake him up. Zhao Jigang fell silent for 2 seconds. You kid. Have a good mindset. What else? Chen Haifeng nudged the control stick. If the cargo is gone, he'll dig again. If the land is gone, he'll search again. But this mad dog Sun Qiming, I will remember him well. All right, as long as you have this spirit. Zhao Jigang said. Head back to the Grey Rock warehouse and unload this batch of Zero Element on the ship. He'll contact Li Gong to see what we can do with the 40+ units. Understood. The Dawn adjusted its course and began to accelerate towards the jump point. Chen Haifeng took a last look at the coordinates of the C-33 area on the radar. The few light spots representing the Sentinel nodes were gradually lighting up. Like an invisible net. Sun Qiming, he whispered, let's play slowly. I made it out those 3 hounds didn't pursue me. Chen Haifeng parked the Dawn at the back of a gravel belt, turned off the engine, and finally dared to catch his breath. In the secure channel, Zhao Jigang's voice carried a hint of fatigue. It's good that you got out. But kid, don't celebrate too early. I just detected new activity. What activity? Sun Qiming has set up a Sentinel node at C-33. Zhao Jigang pulled up the data. All 4 corners are secured. That thing is for long-term monitoring, continuously scanning 24 hours a day with data directly linked to his private channel. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. What about the goods I hid? Don't think about it for now, Zhao Jigang said. Going back now is no different than walking into a trap. Sun Qiming is dead set on sealing off that area, waiting for you to take the bait. Damn. Chen Haifeng cursed. This bastard is really willing to spend. Of course he is. Zhao Jigang sneered. Just think about it. You, a miner, have forced him to use both Eagle Eye and Sentinel, deploying so many strategic level assets. What does that mean? It means that what you have in your hands is truly keeping him up at night. Chen Haifeng didn't respond, pulling up the system interface. There are still 24 units of raw materials left in the cargo hold, so I need to handle them quickly. Old man, what should we do now? Should I store these raw materials in your limestone warehouse? You can store them, but before that we need to thoroughly understand Sun Qiming's surveillance network. Zhao Jigang said, I'm familiar with the Sentinel nodes. The model should be Watcher 3, primarily focused on long-term covert monitoring with detection mode relying on periodic scanning in specific frequency bands. It has a flaw. To save power and reduce the probability of detection, its scanning is not continuous, but rather pulsed. Pulsed. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up, so it has scanning intervals. Exactly, and the intervals are regular. Zhao Jigang sent over a string of data. This is the typical scanning parameter table for the Watcher 3. You see it conducts a full band scan every 300 seconds, lasting 12 seconds each time. The scanning interval of 288 seconds is its blind spot. Chen Haifeng quickly glanced at the data. 300 seconds per cycle. The blind spot window is less than 5 minutes. What can you do in that time? 5 minutes is enough for you to do a lot, Zhao Jigang said. For example, sneak back in and move your hidden goods out piece by piece without triggering the alarm. Or do something else. Chen Haifeng's mind raced. But the problem is, will Sun Qiming adjust the parameters? Or use multiple nodes for cross-scanning to fill the blind spot? It's possible, but the cost is high, Zhao Jigang said. The Sentinel nodes consume a lot of energy. Cross-scanning with multiple nodes means double the energy consumption, and the dense data flow easily exposes their location. Sun Qiming wants to wait for the hare, not actively search the mountain. I estimate he won't do that for now. So are we betting that he won't? No betting, Zhao Jigang laughed. Kid, doesn't your system simulate signal characteristics? It can also fine-tune local rules. Can we create some minor faults for it? Chen Haifeng understood immediately. You mean interfere with its scanning, causing it to misjudge and artificially extend the blind spot window? Exactly. Zhao Jigang said, for example, make it so that when it scans, it is constantly influenced by interstellar dust interference or background radiation fluctuations, causing periodic anomalies in the scanning data. When Sun Qiming looks at it, oh, natural interference, normal. But in reality, it's you adding fuel to the fire. Chen Haifeng pulled up the system function list. Signal characteristic simulation, local rule fine-tuning. These 2 functions were used together last time, adjusting the engine, suppressing radiation. I'll give it a try, Chen Haifeng said. System retrieve the scanning frequency band data for the Watcher 3 monitoring node and simulate the analysis of its detection mode. Data receiving. Analyzing. Detection mode analysis complete primarily relies on L7 frequency band 343, 6 GHz, pulse scanning supplemented by passive infrared and mass sensing. Weakness identified L7 frequency band is easily affected by specific frequency harmonic interference, which can induce periodic misjudgment in its filter. Found it. Chun Haifeng shared the analysis result with Zhao Jigang L7 frequency band. Using specific harmonic interference can fool its filter into thinking it has detected an anomaly, but in reality, it's just background noise. After a few repetitions, its adaptive system might automatically extend the scanning interval or reduce scanning accuracy to avoid interference. Zhao Jigang's side transmitted the sound of keyboard tapping. Reliable. Kid, your system is really something else. Do you need any equipment? I need a microjammer that can emit specific frequency harmonics. Chun Haifeng quickly designed the plan. It needs to be small, low power, and ideally can be disguised as natural mineral radiation on a small asteroid near the node. This thing. I don't have a ready-made one, Zhao Jigang thought for a moment, but can your system produce it? Doesn't the SCV produce simple electronic devices? Chun Haifeng switched to the SCV production interface. Available production units: SCV Marine, Microfinery Basic Sensor, Simple Signal Transmitter. There's a simple signal transmitter. With a few parameter adjustments it should work as a jammer. But I need rare metal iridium, and I don't have any on hand. I have some iridium in stock, not much, but enough for you to make a few small devices. Zhao Jigang said, I'll send you the coordinates. It's an abandoned communication relay station where I've hidden some assets. Go there to get it, then circle back to the C-33 perimeter and find an opportunity to set up the jammer. How can I get close to Sun Qiming with such strict surveillance? Use the blind spot window, Zhao Jigang said. The nodes have just been set up and are still in the initialization calibration phase. The first 24 hours of data will be unstable, so Sun Qiming won't be too sensitive. Take advantage of its 5-minute scanning interval to sneak in and attach the jammer. Remember, leave immediately after you attach it and don't be greedy. Got it. Chun Haifeng imported the coordinates sent by Zhao Jigang into the navigation. The Dawn's engine lit up again, and it quietly jumped towards the abandoned relay station. At the same time, at the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the 4 green dots that had just lit up on the holographic screen. Those were the real-time statuses of the Sentinel nodes. Sir, the C-33 area surveillance network has been fully deployed, all 4 nodes are online, and the data link is stable, the technician reported. Initial scanning has started and background data is being collected. Good. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair. Bring up the real-time images. Do I want to see? The main screen switched to a composite image of the C-33 area. The perspectives from the 4 nodes were stitched together, covering the entire area. In the image, there were only floating debris and dust, quiet to the point of being frightening. Chun Haifeng. Sun Qiming murmured, you better not come back. If you dare to come back. He tapped his fingers on the console. If there are any anomalies in the node data, even a radiation reading fluctuation of 0.001, sound the alarm immediately. Understood. The technician set the alarm threshold. Sun Qiming stared at the screen for a few minutes, suddenly asking, is the node scanning mode standard pulsed? Yes, sir, a full band scan every 300 seconds. This is the most energy efficient and stable mode. Sun Qiming nodded. Let it run like this for 24 hours and collect all the background data. After that, we'll see how to adjust. He was actually a bit hesitant. Deploying Sentinel nodes costs a lot of energy. If Chun Haifeng is really scared and never returns to C-33, this investment would be a loss. But his intuition told him that Chun Haifeng would definitely come back. That batch of hidden raw materials is the bait. Just wait, Sun Qiming sneered. Let's see how long you can hold out. 6 hours later, Chun Haifeng slipped out from the abandoned relay station with 3 kilograms of iridium in the cargo hold, along with a pile of assorted electronic parts that Zhao Jigang had stuffed for him. Old man, I have everything. Good, now return to the C-33 perimeter and wait for my signal. Zhao Jigang said, I just hacked into a public weather monitoring satellite. Using it as a springboard can briefly interfere with the node's data flow for 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, you sneak and find the right spot and attach the jammer. 10 seconds. What can you do in that time? Enough for you to attach one. Zhao Jigang said, don't be greedy, I'll withdraw immediately after attaching it. 3 jammers do it in 3 separate attempts. Got it. The Dawn jumped again, returning to the C-33 area perimeter, hiding behind a massive ice rock. Chun Haifeng released the SCV and began assembling the jammer on site. It's basically a simple signal transmitter, just modifying the frequency parameters and adding a camouflage shell. Microjammer assembly in progress. Parameter settings: L7 frequency band harmonics, periodic emission, simulating interstellar dust scattering characteristics. Camouflage shell, mineral radiation coating matching the surface characteristics of the asteroid. 10 minutes later, the first jammer went offline. Palm's eyes dull gray resembling an ordinary rock. Kid, prepare. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the weather satellite's data stream. Will overload in 3 seconds. Now. Chen Haifeng immediately gave the order. SCV carry the jammer target C-33 area below Alpha Node Rock Formation attach. The SCV grabbed the jammer and zipped out, silently sliding into the monitoring area under the shadow of the ice rock. Chen Haifeng focused on the radar. The light representing the SCV slipped into the gaps of the Sentinel node's scanning beam like an eel. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Attachment complete. Came the feedback from the SCV. Withdraw. The SCV turned and darted back behind the ice rock before the next scanning beam arrived. Chen Haifeng let out a sigh of relief. First one done. Nice. Zhao Jigang said wait 5 minutes for the node to finish a round of scanning and the data will be sent back to Sun Qiming. Let's see the results. At the monitoring station, Sun Qiming was sipping coffee when he suddenly heard a light beep. The technician glanced at the screen. Sir, Alpha Node reports slight abnormal fluctuations in L7 frequency band scanning data characteristics, similar to interstellar dust interference. The system automatically marked it as a low-priority event. Sun Qiming put down his cup and walked over to take a look. The fluctuation curve was very slight, just brushing against the threshold before returning to normal. Interstellar dust. He frowned. The dust density in that area isn't high. It could be a passing small dust cluster or solar wind disturbance, the technician said. Very common. The node's adaptive system has already recorded this interference source. It might fine-tune the filter parameters in the next scan. Sun Qiming stared at that fluctuation curve for a few seconds. Too regular. It dropped and then rose, resembling a standard small pulse. But he had no evidence. Continue monitoring. He waved his hand. If it's natural interference, it should appear randomly. If. He didn't finish his sentence. But the technician understood. If it's always the same node with the same kind of fluctuation, then there's a problem. 20 minutes later. Chen Haifeng used the same method to attach the second jammer near the beta node. This time Zhao Jigang used a segment of abandoned navigation beacon data stream as cover. Beep. The alarm sounded again in the monitoring station. Beta node, same fluctuation, the technician reported. Characteristics, still interstellar dust interference. Did both nodes encounter a dust cluster at the same time? Sun Qiming straightened up this time. Bring up the real-time dust distribution map of the area. The screen switched. Satellite data showed that the current interstellar dust density in the C-33 area was at a normal low level. Nowhere near enough to produce interference pulses of this magnitude. That's not right. Sun Qiming's expression turned cold. This isn't a natural phenomenon. Is it possible that Chen Haifeng is behind this? He might have sneaked back and is testing with electronic warfare methods. Testing. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, using such primitive methods. Just to create some data fluctuations. He pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. I get it. He's not testing, he's creating background noise. What do you mean? He wants my monitoring system to gradually get accustomed to this periodic interference. Once the system treats it as part of the normal background and automatically relaxes the alarm threshold or adjusts the scanning mode, he will have his opportunity. The technician was taken aback. So what should we do now? Upgrade the scanning mode. Or take the initiative? Sun Qiming hesitated. Upgrading the scanning mode means doubling the energy consumption and could alarm the enemy. Taking initiative. He didn't even know where Chen Haifeng was. Oh, what's the point in taking action? Let's hold off for now. He made the decision, let him go. I want to see how much commotion he can create. Archive the fluctuation data from these two nodes separately for continuous observation. If it really is him, when he thinks he's succeeded and relaxes his guard, will catch him. Understood. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, staring at the 2 data points on the screen that were still fluctuating regularly. Chen Haifeng, playing electronic warfare. I'll play along with you. Behind the ice rock, Chen Haifeng finished attaching the third jammer. All 3 nodes had successfully been tampered with. Old man, it's done. He wiped the sweat off his brow. The system shows that the jammer is working normally, inducing periodic misjudgment in the node filters. It's expected that 24 hours later, the node's adaptive systems will start to optimize the scanning parameters, and the blind spot window may extend to 350 seconds. 50 seconds longer. Zhao Jigang was delighted. That's enough for you to do a small job. Kid, when do you plan to act? Not in a hurry. Chen Haifeng looked at the 4 eerily quiet node light points on the radar. Let the interference run a bit longer. Wait until Sun Qiming completely treats it as a natural phenomenon. At that time, he pulled up the coordinates of the raw materials he had hidden. Those 18 units of raw materials were still lying in the underground cavity. I'll take it all back. Principle and interest. All 3 disruptors are activated, and the system shows that everything is functioning normally. Chen Haifeng stared at the holographic interface in the cockpit of the Dawn, where 3 green light points were blinking rhythmically. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice carried a hint of excitement. I detected it here too. The data flow from Sun Kaiming's 4 Sentinel nodes has begun to show periodic anomalies. The scanning data for the L7 frequency band has spasms every 300 seconds with characteristics identical to the harmonic interference you set. Is there no reaction on his side? Not at the moment, Zhao Jigang replied. The system automatically marked the fluctuations as low-priority natural interference. Sun Qiming is probably still observing. Kid, your disruptor works even better than I expected. The blind spot window has already begun to extend. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system analysis data. Interference induction effect assessment node alpha estimated scanning interval extended to 312 seconds, node beta estimated scanning interval extended to 308 seconds, node gamma estimated scanning interval extended to 315 seconds, node delta estimated scanning interval extended to 310 seconds. On average, it's about 10 seconds longer. Not enough yet, Chen Haifeng said. What's the rush? This is just the beginning, Zhao Jigang chuckled. The disruptor needs to run for a while to let the node's adaptive systems slowly get used to it. I estimate that after 24 hours the window can extend to over 350 seconds. By then it will be enough for you to make a move. Chen Haifeng called up the coordinates of the previously hidden cargo. In the underground cavity there were 18 units of zero substance and a pile of other ores. Old man, the window has opened, but how to transport it? The SCVs can only carry 2 units at a time, and each round trip takes 2 to 3 minutes. With a 350 seconds window, we can only make 1 trip at most. Who told you to move it all at once? Zhao Jigang said. Do it in batches, it's like ants moving their home. This time move 2 units during this window, and next time move another 2 units. Sun Kaiming's node is under long-term monitoring, as long as the interference holds the window will remain. Let's take it slow, a steady flow. Chen Haifeng thought for a moment. That means many trips with risks accumulating. So we need to plan well. Zhao Jigang sent over a timetable. Look, this is a simulation chart of the scanning cycles for the 4 nodes. They're not synchronized and have phase differences. By utilizing this phase difference, we can find the composite blind spot. That is the brief moments when all 4 nodes are in their scanning intervals at the same time. Though brief, it's safe. Chen Haifeng looked at the complex waveform chart, feeling a bit of a headache. Just tell me when to make a move. The first action is set for 6 hours from now, Zhao Jigang said. By then the interference effect should be initially stable, and Sun Qiming will likely treat the fluctuations as background noise by then. Take advantage of the 45 seconds in the composite blind spot to slip in and have the SCV carry out 2 units of zero substance, then withdraw immediately. Got it. Chen Haifeng set the timer. 6 hours, enough time for him to prepare. 6 hours later, the Dawn hovered silently at the outskirts of the C-33 area. The engines turned off, all non-essential systems completely shut down. In the cockpit, only the faint light of the holographic interface illuminated Chen Haifeng's face. Old man, 30 seconds to countdown, he whispered. Received. Zhao Jigang's keystrokes had stopped in monitoring the node data flow. The alpha node scan had just ended, beta had 8 seconds left, gamma 12 seconds, delta 5 seconds. The phase differences were aligning. Kid, prepare yourself. Chen Haifeng switched to the SCV control interface. 2 SCVs had completed their warm-up and were waiting for commands, their mechanical arms gripping specially designed cargo boxes. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1 now. The composite blind spot is open, lasting 45 seconds. SCVs move. The 2 SCVs' eyes glowed blue as they shot out of the Dawn's cargo bay, skimming along the shadows of the debris, heading straight for the large stone where the cargo was hidden. Chen Haifeng kept his eyes on the radar. The light points representing the SCVs slid into the gaps between the scanning beams of the 4 nodes like phantoms. Time ticked by second. 20 seconds. The SCVs reached the entrance to the channel. 30 seconds. The SCVs dug open the blockage and burrowed into the underground passage. 40 seconds. The SCVs emerged from the tunnel clutching 2 units of packaged zero substance. 45 seconds. The composite blind spot ended. The first round of scanning beams swept almost right over the SCVs' backs. Withdraw, Chen Haifeng ordered. The SCVs accelerated, slipping back into the Dawn's cargo bay before the second round of scanning arrived. The cargo bay doors closed. Done, Chen Haifeng sighed with relief. 2 units of zero substance safely secured. Nice work. Zhao Jigang chuckled in the channel. The data flow shows that the node scanning is normal with no alarms triggered. Sun Qiming is probably still sipping coffee on his end. Chen Haifeng stored the zero substance in the cargo bay, called up the system interface, and prepared to scan the purity of this batch of cargo. Command: skin mineral samples. Target zero substance units, 2 units scanning. A few seconds later the data rolled out. Chen Haifeng glanced at it, stunned. Old man, this zero substance. Something's off. What is it? Not pure enough. It's not a purity issue. Chen Haifeng shared the data. Look at the composition analysis. In addition to the conventional zero-substance crystals, it contains trace amounts of rhodium-32 isotopes with a concentration of 0.017. There are also palladium whiskers with a concentration of 0.008. These two things almost never appear simultaneously in ordinary zero-substance ores. Zhao Jigang fell silent for a few seconds. Damn, rhodium-32 and palladium whiskers. These are rare companion minerals that typically only occur in high-energy metamorphic or veins. That kind of or vein has barely been recorded in the entire star domain. High-energy metamorphic or veins. Chen Haifeng asked, what does that mean? It means that when the ore veins formed, they underwent extreme energy impacts, such as supernova radiation, black hole tidal forces, or bombardment from ancient energy weapons. Zhao Jigang spoke faster. The zero substance in such or veins will infect with special isotopes and crystal structures, and its value is at least 3 times higher than ordinary zero substance. The key point is that it is a core material for certain advanced shield technologies and warp engines. Chen Haifeng's heartbeat quickened. So, I struck gold. Not just gold. Zhao Jigang said, kid, pull up all the data from the zero substance samples you've mined before I'll compare them with the regional geological database. Chen Haifeng sent over all the zero substance data he had previously mined along with the 2 units from this time. A few minutes later, Zhao Jigang's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. It's confirmed. All samples show abnormal levels of rhodium-32 and palladium whiskers. Although it's very low, they're consistently present. This indicates that the ore vein you mined is not an ordinary zero-substance mine at all, but an unrecorded high-value metamorphic or belt. Does Sun Qiming know? If he knew, he would have sent heavy troops to surround this place long ago. How could he let you mine? Zhao Jigang said, this kind of ore belt is usually buried very deep and surface scans can't detect it at all. You directly drilled down with the SCV to mine it, which is how you stumbled upon it. Kid, we really hit the jackpot this time. Chen Haifeng looked at the 2 units of zero substance in the cargo bay, suddenly feeling they were glowing. What about the remaining 16 units? We must get them all out. Zhao Jigang said, not a single unit can be left for Sun Qiming. Moreover, this ore belt likely contains more than just this amount of zero substance. There might be even more valuable companion minerals beneath it. Kid, the plan needs to be adjusted. How to adjust? The batch transfer remains unchanged, but the priority must be raised, Zhao Jigang said quickly. Utilize the blind spot window to first transport all the high-value zero substance out. At the same time, have the SCVs continue to explore below to determine the extent and depth of the ore belt. Once the cargo is transferred, we can decide whether to continue mining secretly or change our approach. Change the approach. For example, legally acquire the mining rights for this area, Zhao Jigang chuckled, but that's a discussion for later. For now, let's move the cargo. Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. There were still 4 hours until the next composite blind spot window. All right, let's stick to the plan. In the following 3 days, Chen Haifeng worked like a diligent ant, utilizing each brief blind spot window, directing the SCVs to move the zero substance from the underground cavity 1 unit at a time. 2 units, and then 2 more units. The zero substance reserves in the cargo bay slowly increased from 24 units to 38 units. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the last 2 units of zero substance were safely transported out. Old man, we are all set. Chen Haifeng looked at the cargo bay data. 18 units, all accounted for. Adding the previous 24 units, that totals 42 units of high-value zero substance. Nice. Zhao Jigang said, there hasn't been a peep from Sun Qiming. The node data flow is still the same, the fluctuation pattern ticking like a clock. He probably really thinks this is natural background interference. Chen Haifeng, however, stared at the system interface, his brow slightly furrowed. Old man, I think my system seems to be acting up. What kind of action? I've been scanning and analyzing these zero substance samples with the system for the past few days, and the data volume is quite large. Chen Haifeng said, just now the system suddenly popped up a notification saying mineral data processing volume has reached the threshold, unlocking new functions. Function unlocked. Deep mineral composition analysis. Description: can perform molecular level structure analysis on mineral samples, identify rare isotopes, crystal defects, energy residue traces, and trace their geological origins. Additional ability based on analysis results: optimize refining processes, enhancing the extraction rate of rare components. Damn! Zhao Jigang exclaimed after hearing the description. Molecular level analysis. Tracing origins. This thing is even more impressive than the highest level mineral laboratories in the Federation. Kid, hurry and try it out. Analyze this batch of zero substance and see if you can determine the specific type and scale of the ore belt. Alright. Chen Haifeng selected 1 unit of zero substance sample and initiated deep analysis. The system interface was immediately flooded with dense streams of data. Analyzing. Molecular structure analysis complete zero substance crystal lattice type B, doped with rhodium-32 isotopes 0.017 palladium whiskers 0.008 and trace tungsten-180 decay products 0.0003. Energy residue detection detected high-energy particle radiation traces characteristics consistent with directed energy, weapon bombardment confidence level 87, geological origin, tracing the ore vein, formed approximately 1,000 years ago, undergoing local material changes due to external high-energy impacts. Impact source direction azimuth 215. Elevation 38. Estimated ore belt scale based on existing sample distribution and geological structure. The estimated depth of the ore belt extends approximately 1.2 kilometers with a width of about 800 meters. Estimated zero substance reserves 1.8 units, including companion rare minerals. Chen Haifeng read the analysis results to Zhao Jigang. On the other end of the channel, there was silence for a full 10 seconds. Then Zhao Jigang's voice came gasping. 1,800 units. Or high-value metamorphic zero substance. Kid, do you know how much this is worth? No idea. Enough to build a fleet of escort ships, and still have half left. Zhao Jigang's voice trembled, and the energy residue traces are from directed energy weapon bombardment. Azimuth 215, elevation 38. That points to. Wait, let me check the star map. A few seconds later, Zhao Jigang's tone changed. Kid, that direction points to the depths of the Reef Nebula, an area with no records. In the Federation database, that place is marked as gravitational anomaly zone, no navigation. So 1,200 years ago, something might have fired a shot from that direction towards here. Zhao Jigang said slowly, and that created this, or belt. Chen Haifeng looked out the window into the pitch-black space, suddenly feeling a chill run down his back. Old man, should we still mine this, or? Of course we should. Zhao Jigang immediately replied, but we need to change our method. Mining such a high-value ore belt with SCVs is too slow and easily exposed. We need to plan how to legally acquire it. How to acquire it? Let me think about it first, Zhao Jigang said. You keep this batch of zero substance safe, don't touch it. He'll contact some old connections to explore the options. Also, the data about the ore belt must be kept absolutely confidential. No one can know, including Engineer Li and Wang Lu. Understood. The engines of the Dawn reignited, adjusting course, slowly accelerating towards the coordinates of the safe warehouse provided by Zhao Jigang. Chen Haifeng took one last look at the 4 light points in the C-33 area on the radar. The 18 units of zero substance had already been moved out, and the underground cavity was left with only some worthless ordinary ores. But that ore belt still quietly lay deep within. A treasure of 1,800 units. And that's secret from 1,200 years ago, pointing into deep space. Sun Shiming, Chen Haifeng chuckled softly. You can guard those few broken nodes and play slowly. The real prize has already been taken away by me. Chen Haifeng was nestled in the pilot seat of the Dawn ship, staring at the holographic interface. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was tinged with excitement. It's extended. The average is now 340 seconds. On Sun Kaiming's side, there's no movement at all. The system logs show he attributed the fluctuations to periodic interstellar dust interference, even lowering the alarm threshold automatically. So what are we waiting for? Chen Haifeng rubbed his hands together. Shall we start? Don't rush, let's scout first, Zhao Jigang replied. Have the SCVs go down, don't move the cargo, just scan. Use your system's mineral composition deep analysis to thoroughly investigate the mineral vein below. Just in case Sun Qiming left a backup, we wouldn't lose out. All right. Chen Haifeng switched to the SCV control interface. 2 SCVs slid out from the cargo bay, quietly inching towards the large rock at C-33, using the shadows of the ice and rock. The compound blind spot window just opened. 45 seconds. The SCVs passed through the blocked passage and descended into an underground cavity 80 meters deep. System initiate deep analysis, target mineral vein. Command received, analysis starting. Scanning beam penetrating. Data stream surged forth like a flood. Chen Haifeng focused on the interface. Mineral composition 0 element crystal dominant rhodium-32 isotope trace, palladium whisker trace, tungsten-180 decay products trace, structural characteristics, high energy impact, metamorphic belt crystal arrangement, shows orientation energy residue, confirmed features consistent with directed energy weapon strike impact direction pointing towards the unknown area deep within the Reef Nebula. Estimated vein scale depth extends approximately 1.2 kilometers width about 800 meters 0 element reserve estimated 185,200 units. Old man, the data is out. Chen Haifeng read out the results. 1,800 units, high-value metamorphic 0 element. Energy residue confirmed it's been hit by a shot. On Zhao Jigang's side, there was silence for 2 seconds. Damn, it's really 1800. Kid, you've struck it rich this time. Luck is still luck. So what do we do now? Move directly. Move. But we need to change our approach, Zhao Jigang said. I just compared it with the Federal Geological Database. Guess what? What? The characteristics of this mineral vein match a highly classified ghost mine report. Zhao Jigang brought up the data. The report is from 5 years ago. A survey team found signs of a similar vein on the edge of the Reef Nebula, but they couldn't pinpoint the exact coordinates. Later, the report was archived by the Federation as unverified, and no one cared about it anymore. Ghost mine. Chen Haifeng frowned. What does that mean? It means it's valuable, but hard to find like a ghost, Zhao Jigang explained. The report estimates that a standard ghost mine is worth 8 to 10 times that of an ordinary zero-element mine. Because those rare accompanying ores are essential materials for advanced shields and warp engines, they are valuable but rare. Chen Haifeng's heart raced. 8 to 10 times. Correct, Zhao Jigang said. So if Sun Qiming knew there was a ghost mine here, he would send everyone from the 7th monitoring station over and strip this place bare. Then we need to be even more careful. Not just careful, we also need to be quick, Zhao Jigang said quickly. I've replanned the mining protocol. Utilizing the blind spot window created by the interferometer, there are 3 steps. First, extract all the remaining high-value zero element from the cavity. Second, have the SCVs drill down to clarify the direction of the main mineral vein. A third, based on the drilling data, establish a long-term secret mining plan. Long-term. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Sun Qiming's monitoring nodes are fixed here. How can we do it long-term? So we need to use the window pattern. Zhao Jigang sent over a new timetable. Look, the abnormal fluctuations induced by the interferometer nodes have a cycle. We can solidify this cycle, allowing Sun Qiming's monitoring system to completely get used to it. Then we can work in his habituated blind spots, gradually extracting resources. What about the risks? Chen Haifeng asked, looking at the complex chart, his mind racing. The risk is that one day Sun Qiming suddenly gets serious upgrades, the node scanning mode, or sends reconnaissance ships down for on-site verification. But the likelihood in the short term is low. That type of person trusts data more. As long as the data is normal, he won't bother to act. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chen Haifeng set the SCV's commands. First, move the cargo. In the next 6 hours, Chen Haifeng commanded the SCVs to utilize each blind spot window to transfer the remaining high-value zero element from the underground cavity unit by unit. 2 units, another 2 units. The zero element reserves in the cargo hold gradually increased to 42 units. When the last unit of zero element was moved into the Dawn ship's cargo hold, a prompt suddenly popped up on the system interface. Prompt: continuously processing high-value rare mineral data processing volume has reached a new threshold. Subfunction: unlocked efficient extraction module. Description: based on the deep analysis results of mineral composition, optimize the refining process, increasing the extraction rate of rare accompanying minerals such as rhodium-32 and palladium whiskers to over 95, with energy consumption reduced by 30. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. Old man, the system unlocked a new feature. What feature? Efficient extraction module. Chen Haifeng read out the description. It can purify rare accompanying minerals with a 95 extraction rate, and it saves energy. Sounds of hands slapping on a table came from Zhao Jigang's side. Awesome. This function is incredibly useful. Ordinary refining plants can only achieve a 70 extraction rate for rare accompanying minerals, and they consume a lot of energy. You're directly hitting 95, which is like earning an additional 25% profit out of thin air. So from now on, the minerals we extract can be refined directly here, and their value can increase even more. Exactly, Zhao Jigang said. But refining makes a lot of noise, so we need to find an absolutely safe place. We'll discuss that later. Now that the cargo is moved, have the SCVs drill down to investigate the main mineral vein. Understood. Chen Haifeng gave the SCVs new orders. The 2 SCVs adjusted their drill heads, aimed at the bottom rock layer of the cavity, and began drilling. The buzzing vibrations returned through the data link. Drilling excavation in progress. Current depth 120 meters below the cavity, bottom rock layer. Sample analysis: zero element content significantly increased. Rhodium-32 isotope concentration rose to 0.023. The content is rising. Chen Haifeng shared the data. Good sign. It means the main mineral vein is just below. Continue drilling, but don't go too deep. Just get a rough idea of the direction. We don't have much time. There's only 2 minutes left until the next compound blind spot window closes. The SCVs accelerated. The drill bit chewed through the rock layers, going deeper. When the depth reached 300 meters, the system analysis data refreshed again. Rock layer structure changed. Significant impact cone surface appears. Crystal orientation enhanced. Zero element content reached peak area estimated as the upper edge of the main mineral vein. New accompanying mineral types: Detected microamount of iridium cluster 0.0015. Iridium cluster. Zhao Zhigang's voice rose an octave. That stuff is the core material for manufacturing advanced warp stabilizers on the black market. 1 gram can be exchanged for 3 units of zero element. Is it really that valuable? It's valuable, but rare. Zhao Zhigang said, Kid, this mineral vein is richer than I imagined. The iridium cluster has appeared. Who knows what even rarer items might be below? Should we keep digging? No more digging, withdraw. Zhao Zhigang glanced at the time. The window is about to close. SCVs come back first. The data is already sufficient. Chen Haifeng ordered the SCVs to return. The 2 mechs climbed up from the drilling site and managed to slip back into the Dawn ship before the scanning beam covered them. The cargo hold door closed. Chen Haifeng looked at the summarized exploration data from the system. Depth, direction, content, accompanying mineral types. All were clear. An extraordinarily valuable ghost mine lay over a kilometer deep beneath his feet. Old man, the data is ready. I received it. Zhao Zhigang's keyboard clattered. I'm drafting a long-term mining protocol. Using the periodic blind spots created by the interferometer, we can arrange 3 to 4 operational windows each week, safely mining 8 to 10 units of high-value zero element, plus accompanying minerals each time. Gradually, over the course of a year, it would equate to what an ordinary miner would extract in 10 years. As for Sun Qiming, I'll handle him, Zhao Zhigang said. I'll keep monitoring the node data stream to ensure the interference effect remains stable. If he makes any moves, we'll stop immediately and switch to silence. In any case, this mineral vein must be secured. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, exhaling deeply. 42 units of high-value zero element in hand. A ghost mine with a reserve of over 1,000 was within reach. The system had also unlocked efficient extraction. This wave of blood profit. Old man, thanks. Thanks for what? You earned it yourself, Zhao Zhigang laughed. Hurry back to the Grey Rock warehouse to unload the cargo and store the zero elements safely. Then get a good night's sleep. There's plenty to do next. The Dawn ship's engine lit up, adjusted its course, and slowly accelerated towards the jump point. Chen Haifeng took one last look at the 4 light spots in the C-33 area on the radar. The treasure hidden below now belonged to the Chen family. Sun Qiming, he grinned. You just guard those broken nodes and scan slowly. The real meat, I've already put it in the pot. The first jammer, its data is off. Chen Haifeng stared at the holographic interface inside the cockpit of the Dawn, his brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. Over the encrypted channel, Zhao Zhigang's voice crackled immediately. What's wrong? Did Sun Qiming detect us? Not detection, attenuation. Chen Haifeng shared the data stream. Look, the interference curve for node alpha shows its peak amplitude dropping steadily. 3 days ago, it extended scan intervals to 350 seconds. Now it's down to just 330. Keyboard taps echoed from Zhao Zhigang's end. Seconds later, he swore under his breath. Damn, it's real. Attenuation rate. 0.28 per hour. At this pace, interference efficacy will have within a week. What's causing it? Sustained high-load operation. Zhao Zhigang pulled up an analytical diagram. Your jammer was cobbled together from a basic signal emitter. It was never designed for prolonged use. Continuous emission of harmonics at a specific frequency accelerates component aging. Add extreme diurnal temperature swings on that asteroid's surface, and degradation speeds up dramatically. Chen Haifeng glanced at the cargo bay readout. 42 units of high-value zero element lay dormant, while the underlying mineral vein held a staggering 1,800 units of untapped treasure. We can't let it degrade. We need maintenance. Agreed. Maintenance is essential, Zhao Zhigang said. But how? Can an SCV handle it? Chen Haifeng switched to the SCV production interface. Available units: SCV Marine, Micro-Refinery, Basic Sensor, Simple Signal Emitter. If we can build jammers, we can repair them. Chen Haifeng added, but it requires proximity, on-site work. The risk is substantial. Risk or not, we must proceed. Zhao Zhigang spoke swiftly. I've recalculated with current jamming efficacy, we can safely mine 3 times weekly, 8 to 10 units each time. If efficacy drops by half, our operational windows shrink by 50%. Efficiency plummets. Understood. Then maintenance it is. Chen Haifeng checked the chronometer. Shall we begin now? Wait, I'll verify the node's scanning rhythm first. Zhao Zhigang summoned live surveillance data. Node Alpha. Next scan ends in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Scan interval 330 seconds. Plenty of time for a clean run. An SCV takes 40 seconds to reach the node, another 40 to return, leaving only 250 seconds for on-site work. That's sufficient, Zhao Zhigang affirmed. Maintenance mainly involves replacing aged components and recalibrating frequency. Equip the SCV with spares while guide you remotely. Just move swiftly. Understood. Chun Haifeng deployed an SCV, then rummaged through the cargo bay for leftover electronic parts to assemble an on-the-spot maintenance kit. A palm-sized box housed a miniature circuit board filtering chips and a small tube of thermal conductive adhesive. Maintenance kit assembled. Estimated operation time 180 seconds. Old man, the kit's ready. SCV stands by for deployment. Hold. Let me confirm the blind zone window. Zhao Jigang scrutinized the data stream. Node alpha scan concluded. Window open. Countdown 330 seconds. SCV move. The SCV seized the maintenance kit and shot out of the cargo bay, skimming low beneath icy rock shadows toward the boulder at Sector C-33. Chun Haifeng watched the radar intently. The blip glided silently into the monitored zone, slipping undetected to the underside of Node Alpha, where the jammer clung drab and unremarkable as any ordinary stone. Target reached, the SCV reported. Commencing maintenance, removing outer casing. Its micromanipulator arms extended delicate tools and gently pried open the jammer's camouflaged housing. Inside lay a dense web of circuitry. Chun Haifeng brought up the system interface and initiated remote diagnostics. Target miniature jammer alpha status continuous operation. 72 hours performance attenuation, 22 primary faults, L7 band harmonic generator chip overheated and degraded, filtering capacitor capacity reduced by 15, found the issue. Chun Haifeng shared the diagnostic report. Chip and capacitor require replacement. Replace them now, Zhao Jigang urged. Did the SCV carry spares? Affirmative. Chun Haifeng remotely piloted the SCV. Its manipulators worked with surgical precision, carefully extracting the worn chip and installing a fresh one. Next came the capacitor. Steady hands, but time raced forward. Old man, how long has passed? 90 seconds. 140 remaining in the window. Plenty of time. After replacing the capacitor, the SCV applied thermal conductive adhesive and resealed the casing. Final step, frequency recalibration. Chun Haifeng activated the system and linked directly to the jammer's internal circuitry. Frequency calibration initiated. Target L7 band, specific harmonic current output deviation 0. Recalibrating. The progress bar crept forward. 80 seconds, 70 seconds. Kid, hurry up. Zhao Jigang pressed urgently. Only 60 seconds left in the window. Almost there. The bar surged to 95. Suddenly, a new alert flashed across the interface. Alert: cumulative monitoring and analysis of Watcher 3 node scanning signals has reached data threshold. New function unlocked: signal pattern learning description records and learns the signal characteristics and behavioral patterns of designated targets, enabling prediction of their actions or simulation of their transmissions. Chun Haifeng blinked in surprise. Old man, the system just unlocked something new. What is it? No time for that now. Finish calibration first. On it. The progress bar leapt to 100. Calibration complete. Output deviation 0. 01 jammer performance restored to 98. Done. Chun Haifeng ordered SCV, withdraw. The unit sealed the casing and reversed course, slipping back into the Dawn's cargo bay 20 seconds before the next scan beam swept across the area. Chun Haifeng exhaled, a moment's relief, then turned his attention to the new function. Signal pattern learning. Old man, this could memorize Sun Qiming's node scanning rhythms, and even mimic their signals. Zhao Jigang paused for 2 silent seconds. Holy hell, that's basically a precognition cheat. Close enough. Chun Haifeng opened the function manual. For instance, it logs each scan's intensity, frequency band, and duration, then predicts precisely when the next scan will occur and how strong it will be. Even more, it can replicate the node's transmission signature flawlessly, deceiving other surveillance systems. Brilliant. Zhao Jigang grinned. So next time Sun Qiming deploys new nodes, we won't need physical jammers. We'll just simulate their signals. Let them see themselves and watch their data streams collapse into chaos. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Chun Haifeng cautioned. This function is newly unlocked. We need to feed it data. I'll set it to continuously learn the signal patterns of all 4 nodes. Once fully trained, perhaps we can optimize jammer parameters, extending interference longevity. Then feed it fast. Zhao Jigang replied. I'll revise our schedule. Jammer maintenance cycle, given the current attenuation rate, roughly every 3 days, for 4 nodes rotating sequentially. Every 3 days. Chun Haifeng frowned. Too frequent, risk compounds. Exactly why we must optimize. Zhao Jigang continued. You have this new function, test it. Use the learned signal patterns to dynamically adjust jammer output parameters. Boost output during high-intensity scans. Conserve power during weaker ones. Precision-tuned intervention reduces wasteful energy expenditure. Chun Haifeng's eyes lit up. Clever. I'll try it. He activated the newly unlocked signal pattern learning function and locked onto the 4 Sentinel nodes. The system interface erupted with cascading data. Signal feature logging active. Node alpha peak scan pulse intensity recorded. Frequency band drift pattern analyzed. Node beta scan interval variance statistics. Adaptive filtering mode identified. Learning progress 1. 2. The progress bar advanced slowly. But Chun Haifeng remained patient. Old man, learning takes time. Likely several hours. Will the jammers hold until then? They'll hold, Zhao Jigang confirmed, checking the live metrics. You've just restored node alpha. Its efficacy is fully recovered. The other 3 nodes haven't degraded as severely yet. They'll remain stable for another 2 days. We'll use this window to refine our resource transfer plan. Howie. Originally 3 mining runs per week, 8 to 10 units each. Zhao Jigang displayed the revised timetable. Now we interleave maintenance, staggering both operations. Example: maintain node alpha on Monday, mine on Tuesday, maintain node beta on Wednesday, mine on Thursday, and so forth. That way jamming integrity remains intact, and mining proceeds uninterrupted. Chun Haifeng scanned the densely packed schedule mined racing. So weekly mining runs drop to just 2. Fewer runs, but each window becomes significantly safer. Overall efficiency may even rise. Zhao Jigang added. And once your new function completes training and optimizes jammer parameters, maintenance intervals could stretch to 5 days, or even a full week. Then mining frequency rebounds. Agreed, I'll follow your lead. Chun Haifeng uploaded the updated schedule into the navigation system. So today, we maintain but skip mining. Correct. Today's task: node alpha maintenance, complete. Let the system learn overnight. We resume mining tomorrow. By the way, when do you plan to deposit those 42 units of zero element into my vault? Tonight, Chun Haifeng replied. Leaving them aboard makes me uneasy. Understood. I'll send coordinates. It's an abandoned fuel depot, absolutely secure. Zhao Jigang transmitted a set of coordinates. Chun Haifeng input the heading. The Dawn's engines ignited and the vessel eased out of the icy rock shadow. Inside the cockpit, the learning progress bar still inched forward. Learning progress 7. Chun Haifeng leaned back in his pilot's seat, gazing into the starless void beyond the viewport. 4 sentinel nodes pulsed rhythmically at the edge of the radar display. But soon, very soon, that rhythm would be laid bare, dissected and mastered. Sun Qiming, Chun Haifeng murmured with a wry smile, your surveillance network is about to become my personal training dataset. The window opened 350 seconds, 10 seconds longer than yesterday. Chun Haifeng stared at the holographic interface as the scanning beams from the 4 nodes shifted apart, leaving a safe shadow area. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was filled with laughter. Your new feature is impressive. The signal mode learning took just a day, and with a tweak to the jammer parameters, the effect was immediate. The few broken nodes of Sun Qiming now seemed blind. Stop bragging and get to work. Chun Haifeng switched to the SCV control interface. The 2 SCVs had already warmed up their mechanical arms, grasping specially designed shielded cargo boxes, darting out of the cargo bay straight towards the large stone hiding the treasure. Composite blind zone window 45 seconds. The SCV slipped through the passageway, descending to an underground cavity 80 meters deep. Inside there were 12 units of high-value elements left from previous moves, securely packaged. How much to move? Chun Haifeng asked. All of it, Zhao Jigang replied. The window has been extended, we can carry more at once. 2 SCVs can move 4 units in 3 trips. All right. The SCVs began their work. The mechanical arms lifted the cargo boxes and turned to ascend. In the first trip, 4 units of raw elements were safely brought aboard. In the second trip, another 4 units. By the third trip, the last 4 units were moved, and just as the SCV drilled out of the passage, the scanning beam brushed past its rear. That was close, Chun Haifeng sighed in relief. The cargo bay data refreshed. The reserves of raw elements increased from 42 units to 54 units. Old man, we're done. The underground cavity is now clean with only some ordinary ore left. Good. Zhao Jigang said, my monitoring shows that the node data flow is all normal. Sun Qiming is probably still sipping his 3rd cup of coffee. Kid, what's the total weight of this batch of goods? Chun Haifeng called up the system statistics. 54 units of high-value raw elements with an average of 0.018 rhodium 32 isotope, 0.009 palladium crystal, and trace tungsten 180. Additionally, there were also byproduct or samples dug up casually during previous exploration with iridium crystal clusters weighing 0.0003 grams and other miscellaneous materials totaling about 2 kilograms. Zhao Jigang's side was filled with the sound of typing on a keyboard, rapid and intense. A few seconds later, he gasped. I calculated just these 54 units of raw elements have a black market price at least 4 times that of ordinary raw elements. Adding those byproduct ores. Kid, this shipment is worth 5 years of work for an ordinary miner. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, not responding. While the money is substantial, the risks are evident. Sun Qiming is no fool. Those 4 nodes fixed in the C-33 area are like 4 eyes temporarily blinded by the jammers, but who knows when they might suddenly open. Old man, we moved the goods out, but the ore belt is still below. With a reserve of 1,800 units, we can't keep relying on the SCVs to dig secretly, right? Of course not, Zhao Jigang said. That's why I had you extract the high-value ones first. For the remaining ore belt, we need to plan for the long term. How to plan? I'm thinking about it. Zhao Jigang pulled up a star chart. Look at the C-33 area, which is marked on the federal star chart as low-value ice rock belt, no mining value. That's why Sun Qiming could deploy monitoring nodes here, because theoretically there's nothing of value. But in reality, there are phantom ores. Exactly, but in reality there are. Zhao Jigang smiled. This is our opportunity. As long as the ore belt hasn't been officially recorded, we have room to maneuver. For example, find a way to secure the mining rights for this area. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Get the mining rights under Sun Qiming's nose. Would he agree? He won't agree, but federal law will, Zhao Jigang said. In the fringe star regions, there's a regulation that allows the discoverer of unrecorded ore veins to apply for exploration and trial mining rights first. As long as we have all our paperwork in order and the process is legal, even if Sun Qiming knows there are ores below, he can only watch helplessly. The problem is how to apply. Won't that expose us? So we can't apply directly. Zhao Jigang lowered his voice. I know a few old hands who deal with shell companies and can handle this. We can use a shell company to apply for a geological research permit for the C-33 area, ostensibly for scientific research, but in reality, we dig secretly. Once we've mined enough, we can convert it into formal mining rights. Chen Haifeng thought for a moment. What about the risks? The risk is that Sun Qiming might cause trouble. If he discovers someone has applied for a permit for this area, he will definitely suspect something. But we can play the time game, completing the paperwork before he reacts. Once we have the permit, if he wants to take action, he will have to go through legal procedures, which will slow him down. How long will it take? If all goes well, 2 weeks, if not a month. During this time, we can't stop, we still have to keep mining, but the mining method has to change. We can't use SCVs anymore, it's too noisy. Then what should we use? Use the system, Zhao Jigang said. Didn't you unlock efficient extraction? We can build a micro-refinery down there, refining on-site to turn the ore into high-purity metal ingots before transporting them out. This way the volume is small, the value is high, and it's harder to detect. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Refined metal ingots have much lower energy signatures than raw, or the nodes might not be able to scan them. Exactly, Zhao Jigang said. Moreover, the refinery can be built deep underground to further shield signals. We just need to periodically send SCVs down to collect the finished products, which is much safer. But the refinery needs energy and cooling. How do we solve that? Use geothermal heat from an asteroid. Zhao Jigang pulled up the geological scan of the C-33 area. I've checked, this large stone has active geothermal activity inside with sufficient temperature. You can have the SCV drill a well and connect it to a geothermal generator, and the energy issue will be resolved. Cooling can also be handled by directing it into the rock layers. Chen Haifeng quickly ran through the plan in his mind. Feasible, and it's much better than this ant-like labor. All right, let's do it. First build the refinery, then apply for the permit. Right, Zhao Jigang said. But before that, we need to secure this batch of goods. 54 units of high-value raw elements. I don't trust you to keep them. Where to store them? I have an absolutely safe place, an abandoned federal logistics warehouse. I'll send you the coordinates. Zhao Jigang sent over a string of numbers. You go there tonight and unload the goods. Remember, maintain silent navigation throughout, but don't attract anyone's attention. Understood. Chen Haifeng set the coordinates ready to start the engines when suddenly a prompt popped up on the system interface. Prompt: continuously processing high concentration rare mineral data processing volume has reached a new threshold. New function unlocked. Mineral tracing description can analyze energy residues, isotope, decay chains, and crystal growth patterns in mineral samples, retroactively deducing their formation process and geological history. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Old man, the system has unlocked new features again. What features? Mineral tracing. Chen Haifeng read out the description. It can analyze how minerals are formed. There was silence for 2 seconds on Zhao Jigang's side. Wow, this feature is quite interesting. Hurry up and try it. Analyze our batch of raw elements and see if we can uncover something juicy. All right. Chen Haifeng took out a unit of raw element sample from the cargo hold and placed it in the scanner. Starting mineral tracing. The system interface was immediately flooded with 3D models and data streams. Tracing analysis initiated. Target raw element unit, high-value metamorphic type, energy residue detection confirmed, directional high-energy particle impact marks detected with impact time approximately 1230 years, 500 years. Isotope decay chain analysis rhodium-32 half-life calibration confirmed indicating the ore vein entered a rapid metamorphic period after being impacted lasting approximately 3000 years. Crystal growth pattern retroactive deduction, shockwave propagation direction, and intensity simulation complete. Geological history reconstruction. The original structure of the ore vein was an ordinary raw ore layer with a depth of about 2.1 kilometers. After external impact, the top layer of about 800 meters vaporized, and the remaining ore layer underwent metamorphosis under high temperature and pressure, forming the current phantom ore characteristics. Detection of non-natural traces. Detected traces of trace non-carbon-based biological residues. Confidence level 72. Components resembling silicon-based life form metabolic byproducts. The distribution of the residues radiated from the impact center. Chen Haifeng stared at the last line, his scalp tingling. Old man, the analysis results are out. How is it? The ore vein was indeed formed by an impact approximately 12000 years ago. Chen Haifeng paused, but the system detected residues of non-carbon-based life, like byproducts of silicon-based life forms. On the other side of the channel, Zhao Zhigang's breathing visibly paused. Silicon-based life forms. Are you sure? The system says confidence level 72. Wow. Zhao Zhigang's voice dropped low. Silicon-based life forms. That thing only appeared in the Federation's highest classified files, supposedly a kind of ancient cosmic civilization. If this is true, then the impact that happened 100 years ago might not be a natural phenomenon, nor from another carbon-based civilization. Was it the work of a silicon-based civilization? Chen Haifeng interjected. Or it was a battle fought by silicon-based civilizations here, and this impact is a remnant of the battlefield. Zhao Zhigang said quickly, "Kid, this is serious. If there are indeed traces of silicon-based civilization activity beneath the C-33 area, then the value of this ore vein goes far beyond mere money. What else? Scientific value, historical value, even strategic value," Zhao Zhigang said. The Federation's research on silicon-based civilizations has always been top secret. Any related discovery can be exchanged for sky-high contribution points. Moreover, the technological route of silicon-based civilizations is completely different from ours. What if we dig up remnants of black technology? Chen Haifeng's heart raced. Then this, or must be kept tightly under wraps. Exactly, it must be secured. Zhao Zhigang said. I need to replan the permit application. We can't use shell companies anymore. We need to find a more reliable method. Additionally, the construction of the refinery must be accelerated. We need to clean out the area before anyone finds out. Understood. You go handle the goods. Be careful on the way, Zhao Zhigang said. I'll start checking the materials on silicon-based civilizations immediately to see if there are any similar cases. Let's keep in touch and inform each other immediately if there's any new developments. All right. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng looked out the dark space outside the porthole before glancing down at the analysis results on the system interface. Trace non-carbon-based biological residues. Silicon-based life forms. An impact from 12000 years ago. This ore vein seems to be more than just an ore vein. The Dawn's engine ignited, adjusting its course, slowly accelerating towards the coordinates given by Zhao Zhigang. Inside the cargo bay, 54 units of high-value raw elements lay quietly. But Chen Haifeng knew the real treasure was still below. Moreover, it might be even more complex and dangerous than he imagined. Sun Qiming, he whispered with a smile. You can keep an eye on those nodes and scan slowly. The real secret, you won't even get close to it. The data has been sent over. Take a look at the last few lines. Chen Haifeng was nestled in the pilot seat of the Dawn ship, staring intently at the just transmitted encrypted data package. The cargo hold is empty now, with 54 units of high-value materials stored in the abandoned fuel depot. Zhao Zhigang found hidden behind 3 layers of radiation-proof lead plates, absolutely safe. His mind was filled with the pile of insights generated by the system analysis. Non-carbon-based biological residue. Silicon-based life forms. The channel had been quiet for nearly a minute. Zhao Zhigang finally spoke, his voice low. Kid, I've compared your data. How is it? The match rate is 87. Zhao Zhigang retrieved a screenshot of an encrypted file in the Federation's top-secret archive. There are 3 reports on the traces of ancient silicon-based civilization activities, and the characteristics of the residues described in them basically match your system's analysis. Chen Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. Is it truly a silicon-based civilization? There's an 80-90 chance, Zhao Zhigang replied, and look at the geological history reconstructed by the system. The mineral vein was blasted open 100 years ago. The direction of the strike pointed towards the depths of the Reef Nebula, which is still a forbidden zone for the Federation. Scanning signals lose contact upon entry. So that blast could have been fired by the silicon-based civilization. Or was it aimed at the silicon-based civilization? Either could be possible, Zhao Zhigang quickly replied, but the key point isn't who attacked whom. The strike's epicenter is in the C-33 area. This means that 120,000 years ago, it might have been a battlefield or a forward base. A thought flashed through Chun Haifeng's mind. Old man, do you think there could be more than just minerals beneath the mineral vein? I was just about to say that. Zhao Jigang pulled up a 3D scan of the C-33 area. Look at the distribution of the non-natural traces analyzed by the system. They are not randomly scattered, but follow a pattern. Taking the strike's epicenter as the origin, they radiated outward, but after a certain distance, several aggregation points suddenly appeared. He marked those aggregation points in red. 3 red dots formed a triangular distribution approximately 800 meters from the epicenter. I checked the database, and this distribution pattern does not match the characteristics of any known ancient civilization ruins. However, Zhao Jigang said it somewhat resembles an unverified report. That report stated that silicon-based civilizations preferred to bury their structures underground utilizing geothermal energy with geometrically symmetrical designs. So you mean, there could be remains of silicon-based civilization buildings down there? Not just possible, but highly likely. Zhao Jigang's voice was a bit excited. Kid, we might have stumbled upon a treasure this time. A single ghost mine is already quite valuable if we unearth some remnants of silicon-based civilization technology beneath. How many times would its value multiply? How many times? Zhao Jigang laughed. That depends on what we dig up. If it's ordinary living facilities remnants, their research value is high and they can be exchanged for contribution points. If we dig up fragments of weapons or energy systems, on the black market, that would be enough for us to retire 10 times over. Chun Haifeng rubbed his hands together. So what are we waiting for? Let's dig. Don't rush. There needs to be a method to the digging, Zhao Jigang said. First, we need to confirm whether there's anything down there. Relying solely on system analysis is not enough. We need to scan on site. How do we scan? Sun Kaiming's 4 nodes are still nailed up there. That's why we need new methods. Zhao Jigang pulled up the data from the disruptor. How's your signal pattern learning function coming along? Chun Haifeng switched to the system interface. Signal pattern learning progress 100. Nodes alpha beta gamma delta behavior patterns fully recorded. Can predict the next scanning time, error 3 seconds. Can simulate node signal characteristics, similarity 92. I've mastered it. Chun Haifeng said, I can anticipate scans and simulate signals. Awesome. Zhao Jigang slapped the table. Then we can play a trick. Have the system simulate the alpha node signal, sending out a false scanning beam, covering the C-33 area. This way, Sun Kaiming's monitoring network will receive data showing self-scanning all normal feedback and won't detect any anomalies. Then we take the chance to let the SCV do a shallow scan. Exactly. Zhao Jigang said, but the SCV scanner power isn't enough to penetrate the ice layer. You need to use the newly unlocked mineral traceability function. I estimate it should be able to upgrade. Chun Haifeng was taken aback. Upgrade. Try it out. Directed at the C-33 area, activate mineral traceability, but don't analyze samples. Analyze the geological structure directly. Chun Haifeng followed through. The system interface popped up a prompt. Prompt attempting to apply the mineral traceability function to large-scale geological structure analysis. Data processing overload initiating adaptive optimization. Function upgrade mineral traceability geological perspective scan basic. Description can emit low-frequency penetrating beams for 3D imaging of underground structures, maximum penetration depth 1. 5 kilometers resolution medium. High energy consumption requires external power. Wow, it really upgraded. Chun Haifeng read out the description geological perspective scan can see down to 1.5 kilometers, but it consumes power. Power consumption is manageable, Zhao Jigang said. The reactor of the Dawn ship is sufficient, but the energy characteristics will spike during scanning, so we need to mask it with simulated signals. What about the window? How long does one scan take? Let me calculate. Zhao Jigang typed on the keyboard for a depth of 1.5 kilometers at medium resolution. It should take about 40 to 50 seconds. We need to time it between Sun Kaiming's 2 scans, then use simulated signals for cover. It should work. What about the risks? The risk is that if Sun Kaiming has someone monitoring the surveillance, they might notice minor unnatural data flows, Zhao Jigang said. But the probability is very low. I've checked his monitoring station. There are only 2 on duty, and most of the time it relies on AI for automatic alerts. As long as the data looks normal, the AI won't raise alarms. Chun Haifeng thought for a moment. Shall we do it? Let's do it. Zhao Jigang said, I'll assist you from my side monitoring the node data flow in real time. Get ready and make your move. Got it. Chun Haifeng set the heading, and the Dawn ship quietly glided back to the outskirts of the C-33 area, hiding behind a large ice rock. On the radar, the 4 nodes' lights flickered in a regular pattern. Old man, I'm in position. Received. Zhao Jigang focused on the monitoring screen. The next scan for Alpha node is in 20 seconds. The scan duration is 8 seconds. After that, there will be a 340-second interval. You can make your move during that interval. Understood. The countdown began. Chen Haifeng activated the system, pulling up the just-unlocked geological perspective scan interface. Target area locked C-33 area, using the strike's epicenter as the origin, covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Energy connection Dawn ship auxiliary reactor power output set to 70. Signal simulation preparation activating signal pattern learning subfunction simulating alpha node characteristics. 54321. Node scan complete. Zhao Jigang announced window opened. 340 seconds countdown. Make your move. Chen Haifeng pressed 2 buttons simultaneously. Buzz. The body of the Dawn ship trembled slightly as the low-frequency penetrating beam silently shot towards the ice layer below. At the same time, the simulated alpha node signal was also sent out, covering the entire area. The system interface began to refresh data. Geological perspective scan initiated. Beam penetrating. Current depth 200 meters. 400 meters. 3D imaging construction in progress. The progress bar crawled slowly. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar, feeling a bit of sweat in his palms. 30 seconds. The depth jumped to 800 meters right at the position of those 3 red dots. Imaging area refreshed. Detected regular geometric structures. Target a triangular pyramid base, approximately 120 meters height, approximately 80 meters. Target B, cylinder diameter, approximately 60 meters height, approximately 40 meters. Target C, complex polyhedron, size, approximately 90 by 70 by 50 meters. Structural material analysis, non-natural alloy silicon carboninium composite surface, shows high-energy scorch marks. Energy residue detection weak characteristics match residual fluctuations of geothermal conversion devices. Structural integrity assessment target A damage rate about 65, target B about 40, target C about 70. Old man, we scanned something. Chen Haifeng couldn't contain his excitement. 3 massive structures, all non-natural alloys with remnants of geothermal conversion devices. I see it. Zhao Jigang's fingers flew across the keyboard. Data is being recorded. Structural characteristics. That's right, it's the architectural style of the silicon-based civilization. They favor geometrical shapes, and their energy systems rely on geothermal sources. The damage rate is quite high, or it likely got damaged during that blast. That's normal. Oh, it's been 1,200 years. It's impressive that we can still discern the shapes. Zhao Jigang said. How much longer is the scan? 10 seconds. Good. As soon as we finish scanning, we withdraw. Don't linger. The last 10 seconds. The system pushed the depth to the limit of 1.5 kilometers. Beyond the extending mineral veins, no other structures were detected. Scan complete. 3D imaging data has been saved. Energy consumption statistics. Consumed reactor output power 68, a duration 48 seconds. Let's withdraw. Chen Haifeng closed the scan and signal simulation. The Dawn ship's engine lit up, slowly gliding along the shadows of the ice rocks. Just under 20 seconds after leaving, the real scanning beam from the alpha node swept over. Everything was normal. Old man, it's safe now. Great. Zhao Jigang let out a long breath. I've received the data and am conducting preliminary analysis. The positions, dimensions, and materials of the 3 structures. All accounted for. Kid, we truly struck gold this time. What about below? Shall we dig directly? We can't dig directly, Zhao Jigang said. First, we need to formulate an exploration plan. The buildings of the silicon-based civilization may have defense mechanisms or residual radiation fields. Barging in carelessly could lead to trouble. Secondly, Sun Kaiming's 4 nodes are still monitoring above. A large-scale excavation would definitely expose us. So we need to use our wits. Zhao Jigang pulled up the scan image. Look at these 3 structures. They aren't buried very deep. The shallowest is only 600 meters from the surface. We can let the SCV drill a hole down to first ascertain the entrance and internal structure, using a disruptor window. Exactly, but this time the window needs to be extended. Zhao Jigang said. I'll replan it using the scanning patterns of the 4 nodes along with your signal simulation to create a composite blind zone lasting 10 minutes. That should be enough for the SCV to make a round. Chen Haifeng looked at the 3 geometric shapes on the imaging map. A triangular pyramid, a cylinder, and a polyhedron. What did the silicon-based civilization bury beneath this ice layer 1,200 years ago? Technology remnants. Weapon fragments. Or something else. Old man, let's keep this between us 2, all right? Absolutely, Zhao Jigang said. Don't let Wang Lu and Li Jiangguo know for now. It's not about trust, but safer with fewer people knowing. The artifacts of the silicon-based civilization are too conspicuous. Understood. You stay in the warehouse area for now, don't wander around. He'll work on the exploration plan tonight. We can meet again tomorrow. Remember, keep this tightly under wraps. Rest assured. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat, bringing up the 3D imaging map in the system. The 3 geometric structures lay quietly beneath the ice layer. Next to them was the invaluable ghost mine. But now the mine seemed to be just a backdrop. The real treasure was those 3 massive structures. Silicon-based civilization. Chen Haifeng grinned. Sun Qiming was still above, fixated on those broken nodes, pondering how to seize the mine. Yet he didn't even know where the true secret lay. Old man, the window is open, I'm ready to sweep. Chen Haifeng was nestled in the pilot seat of the Dawn, staring at the 4 light points on the radar as they just passed. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice immediately came through. Received. My monitoring data stream is all normal. Is your newly unlocked geological perspective scan ready? It's been ready for a while. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface, target area locked at C33, with the point we marked last time as the center, radius of 1 kilometer. Depth of 1.5 kilometers, medium resolution. What about power consumption? The auxiliary reactor of the Dawn is set to 75 power output. It's sufficient. All right, let's proceed. Zhao Jigang said, remember, start the signal simulation while scanning using the characteristics of the alpha node to mask the energy fluctuations. Understood. Chen Haifeng pressed 2 buttons simultaneously. Buzz. The hull of the Dawn trembled slightly, and a low-frequency, penetrating beam silently shot towards the ice layer below. At the same time, the simulated alpha node signal was also transmitted, covering the entire area. The system interface began to refresh data. Geological perspective scan initiated. Beam penetrating. Current depth 300 meters. 600 meters. 3D imaging in progress. The progress bar crawled slowly. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar, his palms slightly sweating. The last shallow scan only revealed the rough outlines of 3 geometric bodies. This time, with active exploration, he needed to see the details. 40 seconds. The depth jumped to 800 meters precisely at the location of those 3 structures. The imaging area refreshed. Detected regular geometric structures, target a triangular pyramid, target B cylinder, target C complex polyhedron, structure size updated, target A base edge approximately 135 meters, 5 meters height approximately 85 meters, target B diameter approximately 65 meters, height approximately 45 meters, target C dimensions approximately 95 by 75 by 55 meters, surface detail scan detected numerous regular engravings suspected to be text or symbols, material is a silicon carboninium composite. Surface shows signs of high temperature melting and resolidification, connection structure found an underground passage exists between target A and target B, diameter approximately 8 meters, partially collapsed, overall scale assessment. The underground complex covers an area of approximately 0.5 square kilometers with a maximum vertical depth of 1.2 kilometers. Damn. Chen Haifeng took a breath. Old man, the data has been transmitted. Take a look. Not just 3, it's a vast area. Zhao Jigang's keyboard was clattering away. Moments later, he cursed, damn, this scale. Much larger than I thought. This is not just an outpost, it's a small underground base. And there are passages connecting. Chen Haifeng said the triangular pyramid and the cylinder are linked, although part of it has collapsed. Right, I see it. Zhao Jigang said quickly, and those engravings are definitely the writing or technological identifiers of a silicon-based civilization. Kid, we really struck gold this time. The integrity of this relic is higher than any silicon-based relics found in the federal database. The scan has 10 seconds left. Continue scanning. Let's see the deepest part. In the last 10 seconds, the system pushed the depth to the maximum limit of 1.5 kilometers. Depth 1.5 kilometers. Detected weak energy signals. Periodic frequency 0.3 Hz. Intensity level extremely low. Signal source located inside target C complex polyhedron at a depth of approximately 1 kilometers. Signal feature analysis. Non-natural fluctuations highly regular, suspected to be some low-power device still in operation. Chen Haifeng's eyes widened. Old man, there's something alive down there. An energy signal. I see it. Zhao Jigang's voice changed. The signal is being recorded. Frequency 0.3 Hz. That's a rhythm like a heartbeat. What could be moving after 1,200 years? Scan complete. 3D imaging data has been saved. Energy consumption statistics. Consumed reactor output power 72. Duration 52 seconds. Let's withdraw. All right. Chen Haifeng closed the scan and signal simulation. The Dawn's engine lit up, and it slowly glided along the shadow of the ice rock. Just less than 15 seconds after leaving, the real scan beam of the alpha node swept over. Everything is normal. Old man, we are safe. I've received the data. Zhao Jigang's voice was very low. I'm doing a deep analysis. Kid, does your system have any new prompts? Chen Haifeng was taken aback and quickly looked at the system interface. Sure enough, a new box popped up. Prompt: continuing to analyze the structure data of the silicon-based civilization relic. Data processing volume has reached a new threshold. New function unlocked. Relic energy feature recognition. Description: can recognize and classify energy signal features in specific civilization relics, preliminarily determining the type of signal source, energy supply, device, defense, system, communication, equipment, etc. Currently recognizable civilization, silicon-based civilization primary. Got it. Chun Haifeng read out the description relic energy feature recognition. It can determine what type of signal it is. Awesome. Zhao Jigang said quickly use this function to analyze that 0.3 Hz signal we just scanned. Alright. Chun Haifeng activated the new function locking onto the recorded energy signal data. He initiated the analysis. The system interface displayed a bunch of curves and classification labels. Energy signal analysis in progress. Signal feature periodic low frequency pulse extremely low intensity stable frequency 0.3 Hz 0.001 E energy type geothermal conversion residual fluctuation confidence level 85 signal source type judgment energy supply device core sleep model low power maintenance mode risk assessment low current signal strength is insufficient to activate active defense systems analysis complete. Chun Haifeng said it's the core of an energy supply device, converting geothermal energy currently in sleep mode or low-power maintenance mode. The risk is low, it won't trigger defenses for now. So what's our next step? Chun Haifeng asked. The signal source is inside target C, which is that polyhedron. Should we check inside? We can't rush in. Zhao Jigang said, although the risk is low, it is after all an alien civilization's device. Who knows if there are traps? We need to formulate a detailed exploration plan first. How do we do that? First, we need to clarify the entrance. Zhao Jigang brought up the 3D imaging diagram. Those engravings on the surface of target C are likely the door or control panel. We need to send the SCV down to do a close-range scan of those engravings and see if we can decipher them. Secondly, we need to assess the internal structure. The passage has partially collapsed, but not completely, indicating there may still be space inside. We need to use more precise scans to create a map of the internal structure. Finally, we can consider going in. Zhao Jigang paused. And you can't go in alone, you need to bring enough security. How many ground troops can your system produce now? Chun Haifeng switched to the production interface. At full capacity, we can pull out 8 at a time, but it takes time. And the equipment is all basic models. It's fine for dealing with pirates, but against alien devices. I'm not so sure. 8 is enough mainly for deterrence and emergencies. Zhao Jigang said if we really encounter the defense mechanisms of a silicon-based civilization, relying on ground troops would be useless. The key is the technical means. What technical means do we need? I'll figure something out. Zhao Jigang said Li Jiangguo knows a few people in archaeological exploration. They have equipment specifically for cracking ancient civilization devices. I'll see if I can borrow or buy a set. Is it expensive? Definitely expensive, but worth it. Zhao Jigang said as long as we can dig out some technological remains from inside, even if it's just one part, we'll easily recoup our investment. Chun Haifeng thought for a moment. Old man, let's keep this between us two. Absolutely. Zhao Jigang said Li Jiangguo and Wang Lu sighed, let's not inform them for now. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just that the fewer people know, the safer it is. The relics of a silicon-based civilization are too conspicuous. If word gets out, Sun Chiming is nothing, the federal high-ups could come directly. Understood. You stay at the warehouse for now, don't run around. Zhao Jigang said I'll work out the detailed exploration plan tonight, including the equipment list, personnel configuration, and time window. We'll meet again tomorrow. Alright. The encrypted channel closed. Chun Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat, calling up the 3D imaging map from the system. That underground complex lay quietly beneath the ice layer. Triangular pyramids, cylinders, polyhedra. And that 0.3 Hz heartbeat. After 1200 years, still beating. Silicon-based civilization. Chun Haifeng smiled a little. Sun Chiming was still up there focusing on those broken nodes, pondering how to seize the mine. But he doesn't even know where the real treasure is. Moreover, that treasure seems to be alive. The signal data has been sent. Look at that 0.3 Hz thing. Chun Haifeng nestled in the cockpit of the Dawn, staring at the just transmitted encrypted package. The channel fell silent for nearly half a minute. Zhao Jigang finally spoke, his voice somewhat heavy. Kid, this signal. It's too regular to be natural decay. What do you mean? It means it might not just be the remnants of an energy source. Zhao Jigang pulled up a comparison chart. I compared your data with the Federal's public artifact energy characteristics database. The closest match is the ancient automated defense system standby signal. Chun Haifeng's heart sank. Defense system? Still on standby. Yes, and it's been on standby for 1200 years, Zhao Jigang said. If this thing is real, just touching it could activate it. We don't even have much information on the defensive mechanisms of silicon-based civilizations. Who knows what might happen? How risky is it? I don't know, so we can't gamble. Zhao Jigang typed on the keyboard. They'll ask someone. Who? Li Jiangguo. Chun Haifeng paused. Old Li. Isn't he into ships? He used to be in the Navy's logistics department and has dealt with some special projects, Zhao Jigang said. Some alien wreckage that gets recovered is first sent to them for preliminary evaluation. He has seen plenty of strange things. Is he reliable? More reliable than our wild guesses, Zhao Jigang said. They'll pull him into the encrypted channel. You prepare the data. Okay. A few seconds later, another voice appeared on the channel. Li Jiangguo. Old Zhao, what's up? I'm fixing the thruster right now. Fixing the thruster? First look at the data. Zhao Jigang sent over the 0.3 Hz signal characteristics that Chun Haifeng had transmitted. The channel fell silent again, this time for even longer. Almost 2 minutes later, Li Jiangguo finally spoke, his voice lower than usual. Where did this data come from? What does it resemble? Zhao Jigang asked. It resembles the standby heartbeat of the Sentinel protocol, Li Jiangguo said. 5 years ago, I participated in a project that salvaged an unknown civilization's probe that crashed on the ice field. That thing's core had a similar signal 0.28 Hz, also periodic, also of very low intensity. What happened afterward? Later, a reckless kid in the project group thought the signal was too weak to be dangerous and wanted to open it up to take a look. Li Jiangguo paused. Then they tried to dig, but couldn't dig hard. Zhao Jigang said, we need to clarify the risk limits first. Oldly, is there a detailed report from that project on how to safely interact with such signal sources? There is, but it's classified at a high level, and I can't access it, Li Jiangguo said. However, I know someone who might have similar information. Who? Wang Lu, Li Jiangguo said. She often has mercenaries doing black market archaeology in her bar, and those people have all sorts of pitfall experiences. Some artifact accidents aren't recorded by the authorities, but they circulate in the community. All right, I'll contact her, Zhao Jigang said. Oldly, keep analyzing the signal details and see if there are any other characteristics. Kids, stay put and don't move. Wait for my news. Understood. The channel dropped one connection. Chun Haifeng and Li Jiangguo remained on the encrypted line. Oldly, besides an explosion, is there any other possibility? Chun Haifeng asked. Yes, Li Jiangguo said. It could also be some kind of maintenance system, like keeping the internal environment stable or supplying energy to a more important device. If it's the latter, then its value would be immense. How so? A device that can run for 1-0 years must have exceptional technology. Even if it's just a component, taking it apart for reverse engineering could yield black technology, Li Jiangguo said. As for the risks, the risk is that when you take it apart, you might trigger the more important device it protects. At that point, it wouldn't just be a matter of blowing up a 500-meter ice layer, Li Jiangguo said. Chun Haifeng sighed. So it's like a bomb, we don't know how big, but it can definitely explode. Right, so we need to defuse it, Li Jiangguo said. To defuse it, we need tools and methods for defusing. What do you have now? SCV-8 Marines and the few modified weapons on the Dawn. Not enough, Li Jiangguo said. At the very least, we need targeted shielding equipment to isolate energy fluctuations. We also need reconnaissance units that can be controlled remotely, out people cannot go in. Where can we get these things? The black market has them, but they're expensive, Li Jiangguo said. And it takes time. Old Zhao was right to contact Wang Lu. She has many connections. Just as he was speaking, Zhao Jigang returned. I've made contact. What did Wang Lu say? Chun Haifeng asked. She sent over an encrypted data package, and I just finished reading it. Zhao Jigang's voice was somewhat serious. Inside are 7 unofficial reports, all about artifact accidents that occurred in the fringe star regions. Accidents? Yes, all involving private exploration teams or pirates who discovered similar signal sources and then foolishly tried to touch them, Zhao Jigang said. Out of the 7 incidents, 3 triggered self-destruction, obliterating the entire artifact. Twice they activated defensive units, and a bunch of incomprehensible robots emerged and exterminated the exploration teams. Once it triggered an energy storm that had a range of 10 kilometers. What about the last one? Chun Haifeng asked. The last one? Zhao Jigang paused. The exploration team went in and never came out again. But the artifact's signal disappeared later, as if it was turned off. Turned off? Yes, they might have found the control core, or they might have triggered another mechanism. Zhao Jigang said. Wang Lu mentioned that the team leader that time was an old hand who had specialized equipment for cracking ancient civilization systems. But the people were still lost, and the last signal returned from the equipment showed. They encountered living things. Chun Haifeng felt a chill run down his spine. Living things. In a 1-2-0-0-0-year-old artifact. There was a fragment of audio in the data package. They'll play it for you. Zhao Jigang clicked play. A harsh noise erupted in the encrypted channel, followed by intermittent human voices. What the hell? What is this? Silicon-based. Still moving. Don't come over. Oh. The audio cut off abruptly. The channel fell into an eerie silence. That's it, Zhao Jigang said. Wang Lu said this happened 5 years ago on an ice-covered planet at the edge of the Reef Nebula. Later, the Federal Patrol team went to investigate, but only found wreckage of the ship. The artifact entrance was re-encased in ice, and no one dared to touch it again. Old Zhao, is there a signal characteristic comparison in the data package? Yes, I'll send it to you. A few seconds later, Li Jiangguo cursed. Damn, 91 similarity. Kid, that thing beneath you is basically the same model as the one that wiped out the team 5 years ago. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the cockpit, staring out at the pitch-black space through the porthole. Beneath the ore lies treasure. But beside the treasure sits a watchdog that devours people. Old man, what should we do now? Zhao Jigang remained silent for a few seconds. The risk is too high, we can't push forward. My suggestion is to postpone deep exploration and prioritize strengthening the interference network, making sure Sun Qiming doesn't catch on. At the same time, develop a detailed emergency plan for artifact contact, including retreat routes, emergency communications, and necessary sacrifice plans. Sacrifice plans. It means how to stay alive if the defenses are triggered, Zhao Jigang said. We need to assume the worst-case scenario and prepare for it. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let's play it safe for now. I'll continue gathering information on safer methods of contact. Zhao Jigang said, Oldly helped design a remote reconnaissance plan modified for SCV to avoid triggering energy fluctuations as much as possible. Sure, but it will take time, Li Jiangguo said. Give you 3 days. I'll do my best. Just then, Chen Haifeng's personal encrypted channel suddenly popped up a request. It was from Lin Wei. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Old man, Lin Wei is looking for me. Answer it, put it on speaker, I'll listen, Zhao Jigang said. Chen Haifeng connected. Lieutenant Lin Wei. Chen Haifeng, where are you? Lin Wei's voice was direct. I am. Near the warehouse counting supplies. Chen Haifeng said. Have you been to Area C-33 recently? Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. I've been there a few times, though we didn't finish moving some, or from there earlier. What's wrong? I've detected that the data stream at the monitoring node of Deep Space United Mining in Area C-33 has shown regular anomalies, Lin Wei said. It's not natural interference, it looks like a man-made blind spot window. Sun Qiming has already mobilized high-precision detection equipment and is preparing for a deep scan. Chen Haifeng and Zhao Jigang exchanged glances. When is this happening? The equipment is being transported and is expected to arrive within 24 hours. Lin Wei said, Chen Haifeng, tell me the truth, what are you hiding under C-33? Chen Haifeng fell silent. It's not just a right. Lin Wei said, ordinary or veins aren't worth you using such advanced electronic countermeasures. Sun Qiming isn't an idiot, he's got his eyes on you. I know, Chen Haifeng said, knowing and still daring to touch. Lin Wei's voice was somewhat urgent. Sun Qiming is backed by Deep Space United Mining. If they really discover something down there, the resources they can mobilize are far beyond what you can imagine. At that point, it wouldn't just be a few reconnaissance boats, it could be an entire mercenary fleet. So we have to get it out of there before they find out. Chen Haifeng said, get it out. What are you going to use to do that? Lin Wei said, Chen Haifeng, I'm not negotiating with you. As a Federal Patrol officer, I have the responsibility to remind you if your activities involve unreported artifacts or dangerous items, you must report them immediately. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, you could face serious charges. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Jigang suddenly spoke up. Lieutenant Lin Wei, I am Zhao Jigang. Advisor Zhao. Lin Wei's tone turned colder. You're here too. Yes, I'm working on this with Haifeng, Zhao Jigang said. There is indeed something down there, but it's not dangerous, at least not for now. We are conducting a risk assessment and will not act recklessly. What is it? A high value or vein along with some remnants of ancient civilizations, living facilities. Zhao Jigang said, it has high scientific value but not much danger. We plan to apply for an exploration permit and go through the proper channels. Lin Wei fell silent. Chen Haifeng could hear her breathing lightly on the other end. After about 10 seconds, she finally spoke up. Advisor Zhao, you can't fool me. If it were just remnants of living facilities, Sun Qiming wouldn't be so concerned, and you wouldn't put Chen Haifeng at such great risk. I want to ask what it specifically is, but you must guarantee 2 things. Lin Wei said, first, there must be no public safety incidents. Second, if the situation spirals out of control, you must notify me immediately. This is my bottom line. Chen Haifeng sighed with relief. Understood. Additionally, Sun Qiming's high-precision detection equipment model Eagle I-3 has a maximum penetration depth of 2 kilometers with a resolution 5 times that of current nodes. Lin Wei said, your interference measures may not be able to fool it. When will it be in place? The earliest will be tomorrow afternoon. Lin Wei said, I have sent you the shipping route of the equipment transport ship via the encrypted channel. How to proceed is up to you to decide. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng looked at the shipping route map he had just received and smiled wryly. Old man, time is running out. Sun Qiming is about to flip the table. Zhao Jigang said, Eagle I-3. That thing is indeed troublesome. Our jammers can handle regular nodes, but it will be tough against it. What should we do then? 2 options, Zhao Jigang said. 1, upgrade the interference network before the equipment arrives and gamble that it can go unnoticed. 2, proactively create some accidents to prevent the equipment from arriving. Such as, for example, causing the transport ship to encounter some technical difficulties. Zhao Jigang said, "I'll arrange this. You focus on strengthening the interference network and formulating an emergency plan for the artifact. Remember, from now on, everything must be stable. No matter how valuable the thing below is, you need to have your life to retrieve it." "Understood. Oldly, hurry up with the reconnaissance plan." "I'm already sketching it out," Li Jiangguo said. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the cockpit, pulling up the system interface. The three-dimensional imaging of the artifact was still there. Pyramids, cylinders, polyhedrons. And that 0.3 Hz heartbeat. Treasure lies beneath. The watchdog is also below. And Sun Qiming is already coming with a brighter spotlight. "We need to speed up." Chen Haifeng murmured, his fingers rapidly tapping on the console, beginning to replan the deployment parameters of the jamming devices. Outside in the pitch-black space, there wasn't a single star in sight. A flaw has appeared again. This time it lasted a full 3 seconds. Chen Haifeng stared at the fluctuating data stream on the monitoring screen, his voice barely above a whisper. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang typed rapidly on the keyboard. "I've seen the data. It's not coincidental. The time intervals of these flaws are becoming increasingly regular." "What kind of regularity?" "Approximately every 6 hours and 17 minutes it occurs on time." Zhao Jigang pulled up a graph. The duration has gradually lengthened from the initial 1 second to the current 3 seconds. Moreover, every time before the flaw appears, that 0.3 Hz relic signal detected by your system will exhibit a slight peak fluctuation. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. "Caused by the relic signal?" "Yes, I conducted a cross-analysis." Zhao Jigang overlapped 2 graphs. "Look, the period of the relic energy pulse resonates with the operational frequency of your 4 disruptors. It's like 2 pendulums gradually synchronizing. Once synchronized, the interference network collapses. Damn, that thing is a kilometer underground, and it can still affect my disruptors above. The energy device of the silicon-based civilization, even in low-power mode, operates on a different energy level than ours." Zhao Jigang said, "The key is that this flaw has caught Sun Qiming's attention." Chen Haifeng switched to external surveillance. On the radar's edge, a bright point of light was slowly moving. The Eagle I-3 transport ship has entered the outer orbit of C-33. Zhao Jigang said, "Sun Qiming is moving quickly. Once the equipment is in place, he will surely sweep the time window of the flaw. By then, not only the relic, but even the minerals we buried will be exposed. Can we adjust the disruptor frequency? Avoid the resonance point?" "I tried." Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface. The newly unlocked dynamic parameter adjustment function can fine-tune the disruptor output. However, the pulse from the relic is unstable, with peak occurrence fluctuating by plus or minus 30 seconds. "I can adjust once at most. It will hold for 2 rounds. The 3rd round is bound to collapse. So the flaw will definitely appear, but the timing is uncertain." "Exactly. As long as Sun Qiming continues to scan, he will eventually catch the pattern." The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Jigang suddenly spoke up. "Kid, I just monitored that Sun Qiming station has issued a command. He has mobilized 3 other auxiliary scanning arrays and is conducting triangulation on the C-33 area. He wants to compress the time window of the flaw to within 1 minute through cross-scanning. And then he can use the Eagle I-3 to conduct a penetrating scan the next time the flaw appears." Zhao Jigang's voice grew grave, with a 2-kilometer penetration depth and 5 times the resolution. "Our 3 big guys below will be unable to hide." Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat and rubbed his face. "Old man, how much time do we have left?" "Based on his current scanning progress, at most 4 hours." Zhao Jigang said, "After 4 hours, the flaw's pattern will be locked. The first focused scan of the Eagle I-3 will initiate in the next flaw window." 4 hours. 2 options. Zhao Jigang said. 1. Give up. Immediately evacuate. Take all the SCV and energy resources away, and forget about the relic and remaining minerals below. Even if Sun Qiming scans them, they belong to the Federation, and he can't swallow it. We won't be at a loss. What's the second option? Take a gamble. Zhao Jigang paused before the next flaw window appears. Roughly 3 hours and 50 minutes from now, we utilize that window to send the SCV down for a rapid exploration. The goal is not to enter the relic, but to collect a structural sample from the surface layer of the relic within the ice layer cracks. As long as we obtain a sample, even if we withdraw, we will have research material and not have worked in vain. What about the risks? The risk is that the window only lasts 3 seconds, and the timing may fluctuate by 30 seconds. Zhao Jigang said, "The SCV must be in position before the flaw appears. As soon as the window opens, we act immediately, and once it closes, we withdraw. If we are late by even a second, the scanning beam of the Eagle I-3 could potentially detect the energy signature of the SCV. What happens if it gets detected? Sun Qiming will know there's something down there and that we are moving." Zhao Jigang said, "By then, it won't just be surveillance. He can directly request corporate security intervention and send armed forces to clear the area under the pretext of illegal exploration of potential Federation heritage. We would have a hard time escaping. Chen Haifeng gazed out the porthole. In the pitch-black space, the large ice rock in the C-33 area could only be seen as a blurred outline. Below lies the relic of a silicon-based civilization from 120,000 years ago, and that unfinished ghost mine. Old man, how valuable is the sample? It depends on what we can obtain. Zhao Jigang said if it's just ordinary fragments of building shells, the research value is limited. But if we're lucky enough to obtain pieces with carvings or remnants of energy circuits, then its value would be considerable. The technological path of the silicon-based civilization is entirely different from that of carbon-based civilizations. Even reverse engineering a slight aspect could yield black technology. What's the probability? Let's say 30-70. There's a 30% probability of obtaining high-value samples and a 70% chance of getting ordinary fragments. Chen Haifeng fell silent. The encrypted channel was filled with only the faint sound of electrical currents. After nearly a minute, Zhao Jigang spoke. Kid, I'm not going to persuade you. This matter is too risky, you decide. If you want to retreat, I'll arrange the evacuation route now. If you want to gamble, I'll help you plan the SCV's infiltration path and evacuation timing. Chen Haifeng exhaled. I'll gamble. Are you sure? Sure. Chen Haifeng said Sun Qiming has pressured me twice, the first time he swallowed my company and the second time he sent pirates. If he robs the relic again, this time I'll be frustrated. Zhao Jigang smiled. All right then, let's do it. I'll send you the SCV's infiltration path. First, take a look. A data packet was transmitted. Chen Haifeng opened it. The three-dimensional path diagram showed the current position of the Dawn gliding slowly along the shadowed area of the ice rock circling to the backside of the C-33 area. There lay a natural crack in the ice layer at its narrowest, only 4 meters wide, but with a depth reaching 800 meters conveniently close to the top of the polyhedron designated as Target C within the relic. I've scanned the crack, its structure is stable, and the SCV can go down. Zhao Jigang said, however, the temperature inside is minus 120 degrees. The SCV's joint lubrication may become less effective, so the movements need to be slow. How do we obtain the sample? Using the SCV's laser cutter, just cut a palm-sized piece of surface fragment. Zhao Jigang said, remember, only cut the surface, don't dig too deep. The deeper structures may connect to energy circuits, and touching them could lead to trouble. Understood. The timing window is crucial. Zhao Jigang brought up the countdown. Starting now, the next flaw window is expected to appear in 3 hours and 47 minutes. However, due to the plus or minus 30 seconds fluctuation, the SCV must be in place 5 minutes early, waiting in the crack. 3 seconds for the flaw window. Will cutting be quick enough? It will be. The laser cutting will only take a second. Zhao Jigang said the challenge is that at the moment of cutting, the energy signature of the SCV will spike. Although it's just for 1 second, if it coincides with the scanning of the Eagle Eye 3, it will be over. So we have to act right in the middle of the flaw window. Exactly. As soon as the window opens, we cut immediately, and once done, shut down the power, allowing the SCV to slide deeper into the crack using inertia to hide. Zhao Jigang said, wait until the Eagle Eye 3 scans past, then quietly slip back. Chen Haifeng looked at the path diagram, mentally simulating the entire process. All right, I'm ready to act. Wait. Zhao Jigang said, there's one more thing. On Sun Qiming's side, I just intercepted a vague communication. It seems he has not only called for the Eagle Eye 3, but also requested standby authority for a rapid response team from the company. If scanning detects any anomalies, the team can warp to the site within 10 minutes. How many people? Standard configuration: 2 armed assault boats and 8 corporate security mercenaries. Zhao Jigang said they are all veterans, better equipped than pirates. So what you're saying is even if we obtain the sample, we must accelerate our withdrawal. Exactly. Once we have the sample, the Dawn must warp immediately and cannot linger. Zhao Jigang said, I've set a new rendezvous point at the abandoned communication station on the edge of the Reef Nebula. The signals there are chaotic and not easy to track. Understood. Then let's get started. Zhao Jigang said, I will monitor Sun Qiming's scanning array throughout. I'll notify you immediately if there are any movements. Okay. The encrypted channel remained open, but the two didn't speak again. Chen Haifeng activated the Dawn's engines, reducing power output to a minimum, and the ship silently glided out of the shadow of the warehouse, heading towards the backside of C-33. On the radar, the light point representing the Eagle Eye 3 transport ship had settled directly above C-33, emotionless, like a hawk waiting to pounce. 3 hours and 40 minutes. The Dawn arrived above the crack. Chen Haifeng deployed the SCV. The engineering mech slowly descended into the crack, illuminating the smooth ice walls on both sides with its searchlight. The temperature plummeted. The SCV's external sensors indicated a temperature of minus 121 degrees. The joint lubricant began to thicken. Old man, the SCV is in position at a depth of 750 meters, just 50 meters from the top of target C. Received. Zhao Jigang said Sun Kaiming's triangulation scan is still ongoing with a dense data flow. The flaw window is expected to appear in 7 minutes, and the fluctuation time. I can't calculate it now, we need to see the next peak of the relic signal. Let's wait. Chen Haifeng focused on the images transmitted back by the SCV. At the bottom of the crack, he could vaguely see a dark non-metallic reflection. That was the top shell of the relic's polyhedron. The surface was covered with regular markings. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. The relic signal is starting to rise. Zhao Jigang suddenly said the peak is expected to occur in 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The flaw window will follow. Prepare the SCV. Chen Haifeng adjusted the power of the laser cutter to its critical value. For minutes. Sun Kaiming's scanning array has turned. Zhao Jigang's voice tightened. He is pre-aiming. Aiming right at the direction of the crack. He knows about the crack. He might have guessed, or his previous scan detected the structure of the crack. Zhao Jigang said, "Kid, the window time may be compressed. If he anticipates our position, the scanning beam will focus in early. What should we do? Act ahead of time." Zhao Jigang said, "Quickly, don't wait until the window is right in the middle. As soon as the window opens, cut immediately, and once done, hide." Understood. 2 minutes and 14 seconds. The peak of the relic signal arrived. The system monitoring displayed a sudden spike in the resonance curve of the 4 disruptors. The flaw window opened. Now is the time. Chen Haifeng pressed the cutting command. The SCV's laser cutter emitted a blinding white light, accurately striking the shell of the relic. Sizzle, a palm-sized fragment with markings was cut off, and the SCV's mechanical arm quickly retracted. The entire process took 0.8 seconds. Withdraw. The SCV shut down its power, sliding deeper into the crack by inertia. Almost simultaneously on the radar, a bright scanning beam shot from the Eagle Eye 3 in orbit, plunging straight into the crack. The beam swept past the top of the SCV. Did it detect us? Chen Haifeng asked. It detected the residual heat signal of the SCV, but it was very weak. Zhao Jigang stared at the data stream. Sun Kaiming's side should have a display, but he might misinterpret it as geological activity. The key is the sample. The energy signature of the sample was concealed by the flaw window, so he didn't detect it. Is the SCV safe? Yes, it has slid to a depth of 900 meters, and the scanning beam didn't pursue it further. Chen Haifeng breathed a sigh of relief. What about the sample? The SCV is holding on to it, or I've instructed it to slowly climb back now. Good. 3 minutes later, the SCV slowly emerged from the crack, carrying the dark fragment. Chen Haifeng retracted the SCV and closed the cargo bay. Old man, we got the sample. Oh, let's get out of here. Hurry up. Zhao Jigang said. Communications on Sun Qiming's side suddenly became active. He might be suspicious. The Dawn warped immediately, and I'll send you the coordinates. Received. The Dawn's engines powered up fully, and the warp engine began charging. 5 seconds. For seconds. On the radar, the Eagle Eye 3 transport ship suddenly adjusted its posture. A new, thicker scanning beam began to coalesce. He is preparing for a second scan. Zhao Jigang shouted. 2 seconds left on charging. There's not enough time. His scanning beam launches faster than your warp. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth, his fingers rapidly tapping on the control panel. He activated the signal feature simulation function, simulating an energy signal of a small ice rock collapse, and projected it on the other side of the crack. At the same time, the Dawn's warp engine finished charging. Virum. The ship transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from its original position. Half a second later, the second scanning beam from Eagle Eye 3 slammed into the simulated signal source created by Chen Haifeng. The ice rock exploded and shards of ice flew everywhere. In the monitoring station, Sun Qiming frowned as he watched the explosion feedback on the screen. Geological activity. He retrieved the faint heat signal detected earlier and magnified it for analysis. The signal characteristics were vague, resembling machinery, yet also resembling a natural phenomenon. Scan again. He told the operator. Aim at the crack 1 kilometer deep with the resolution set to the highest. Yes, but this time the scanning beam detected nothing. Deep within the crack, there were only cold rocks and ice layers. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Chen Haifeng, what exactly are you hiding down there? He pulled up the graph showing the appearance pattern of the flaw window, his gaze growing colder. The next window will be in 6 hours. By then I will personally go down to take a look. The SCV has descended, reaching a depth of 800 meters, just 20 meters away from the outer shell of target C. Chen Haifeng gazed at the screen, the beam of the SCV's searchlight swaying within the ice crevice. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang spoke in a hushed tone. Received. On Sun Kaiming's side, the Eagle Eye's focus scanning has already commenced, and the energy fluctuations are quite strong. The window of opportunity remains. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. There's still time. Chun Haifeng called up the real-time data stream from the SCV. The system has transmitted the surface scan of the ruins. Take a look. The image transmitted. Beneath the ice layer, the dark polyhedral structure's surface was covered with a myriad of geometric engravings. Some of the engravings contained faint blue light spots flickering like fireflies every few seconds. Zhao Jigang took a breath. Those light spots are energy markers. Kid, this is not an ordinary building shell. It has energy circuits. Can we extract it? Yes. Focus on the areas with light spots. Zhao Jigang urged quickly, but we need to be swift. The energy fluctuations will spike during the cutting. We must hit the center of the window of opportunity. Understood. The SCV's mechanical arm adjusted its angle, the targeting red dot of the laser cutter landing on a palm-sized metal plate embedded with 3 blue light spots. Chun Haifeng glanced at the countdown. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Old man, is there any movement on Sun Kaiming's side? Yes. Zhao Jigang typed quickly. His monitoring station has just increased the scanning frequency, as if tracking something. I intercepted a segment of encrypted instructions stating, weak abnormal energy signal detected in the C-33 area, suspected non-natural activity. Damn, has he discovered us? Not yet, just a suspicion. Zhao Jigang replied, but he has already ordered the 2 standby reconnaissance vessels to enter a preheating state. Once confirmed, they can jump to the location within 10 minutes. Chun Haifeng felt a bit of sweat on his palm. How much time is left in the window of opportunity? 7 minutes and 50 seconds. The SCV is in position. On the screen, the SCV hovered steadily above the target. The laser cutter's mechanical arm had completed preheating and emitted a low hum. The temperature in the ice crevice was minus 120 degrees, and the lubricant at the joints of the SCV was nearly frozen, causing its movements to lag slightly. Chun Haifeng stared at the countdown. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Old man, any reaction from the ruins? Yes. Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly tightened to 0. 3 Hz signal detected by your system just fluctuated. The frequency has changed to 0. 5, and the intensity is rising. What does that mean? It means the ruins defense system may have been activated. Zhao Jigang quickly brought up the data graph. Look, the energy curve is trending upwards, albeit slowly, but the trend is evident. Kid, we might have disturbed something we shouldn't have. Chun Haifeng gritted his teeth. Is it still possible to withdraw now? It's too late. If the SCV withdraws, the energy fluctuations will spike even more and Sun Qiming will immediately lock onto us. We can only take a gamble. We need to collect the samples before the defense system is fully activated and then run. How long before the defense system activates? I don't know, but looking at this curve, I estimate 15 to 20 minutes. The countdown read 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's go. SCV, prepare for cutting. Once the window opens, start immediately. Alright, I'll keep an eye on Sun Qiming. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Sun Qiming stared at the fluctuating energy peak curve on the screen in the monitoring station, his frown deepening. Has the signal source been located? It has, sir. The operator pulled up the 3-dimensional coordinates located beneath the ice layer in the C-33 area at a depth of about 800 meters. The energy characteristics are not a federal standard. Suspected activity of ancient civilization ruins. Sun Kaiming's eyes lit up. Ruins? Are you sure? The matching degree is 87, basically confirmed. The operator said, moreover, the signal is strengthening with the frequency rising from 0. 3 Hz to 0. 5 as if some device is showing signs of activation. Activation. Sun Qiming stood up. What on earth is Chun Haifeng doing down there? Unclear, but the timing of the energy peak coincides highly with the disturbance window we monitored earlier. Sun Qiming smiled. The disturbance was caused by the ruins. Chun Haifeng is taking advantage of it to dig for treasures. Interesting. Immediately lock on the coordinates and send the reconnaissance vessels. I want to know what's down there. Understood. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Chun Haifeng stared at the countdown, his finger hovering over the cutting button. The SCV's laser cutter had charged to 98, ready to fire at any moment. Zhao Jigang suddenly shouted, Kid. Sun Kaiming's reconnaissance vessels are moving. 2 of them. The jump engines have begun charging. The target coordinates are right here. How long until they arrive? Charging time. 45 seconds. Jump flight. 3 minutes. Zhao Jigang calculated quickly. In total, they will arrive in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Chun Haifeng glanced at the countdown. The window of opportunity opens in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The window lasts 3 seconds. We can make it. Once the window opens, cut immediately, and as soon as it's done, withdraw. The SCV will take about 2 minutes to return to the dawn, so we have 40 seconds of leeway. 40 seconds. Zhao Jigang paused. Kid, I suggest that after we get the sample, the dawn jumps directly, without waiting for the SCV to complete the retrieval. What do you mean? It means that if the reconnaissance vessels arrive early, or if the ruins defense system activates too quickly, you might not have time to slowly retrieve the SCV. The sample is more important than the SCV, Zhao Jigang said. Chen Haifeng fell silent for a second. The SCV was his first engineering mech, having accompanied him for so long. Alright, I'll follow your lead. The countdown read 1 minute and 40 seconds. The 0.5 Hz signal from the ruins had intensified once again. A warning appeared on the system interface. Warning signs of primary activation detected in silicon-based civilization ruins defense system. Energy level low medium estimated full activation time 12 minutes suggestion immediate evacuation. Chen Haifeng dismissed the warning. Old man, the defense system is expected to be fully activated in 12 minutes. Gotta hurry up. 30 seconds. The SCV's laser cutter finished charging. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. The window has opened. Zhao Jigang shouted. Cut. Chen Haifeng pressed the button. Hiss. The laser beam emitted a blinding white light precisely cutting into the metal plate embedded with blue light spots. The cutting took only a second. The moment the metal plate detached from the ruin's outer shell, the 3 blue light spots suddenly blazed brightly. A visible blue energy ripple spread from the cut point, sweeping across the entire ice crevice. The SCV was hit by the ripple, and the external sensors overloaded instantly. The screen filled with static. Old man, the sample is secured, but the energy fluctuations have exploded. I see it. Zhao Jigang's voice changed. Sun Kaiming's Eagle Eye 3 captured the peak. He has locked onto the coordinates. What about the SCV? It's still moving, but the signal is very weak. Zhao Jigang quickly said, forget it, the Dawn must jump immediately. I've sent the coordinates to you. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and glanced at the last image transmitted by the SCV. The engineering mech was clutching the glowing metal plate, struggling to climb upward through the ice crevice. But it was moving very slowly. SCV, activate the automatic return procedure, prioritize protecting the sample. He issued the command, and then switched back to the main control of the Dawn. The jump engines began charging. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. On the radar, the 2 light points representing Sun Kaiming's reconnaissance vessels had completed jump charging and disappeared. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Kid, the interference network has failed. Zhao Jigang suddenly shouted. The moment the sample detached, the resonance balance was completely disrupted. All 4 jammers collapsed. Damn. 1 second. Jump engine charging completed. The Dawn transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from its original location. At the same time, above the C-33 area, 2 deep space joint reconnaissance vessels jumped out. The high-precision scanning array on the vessels swept vigorously towards the ice crevice. There was no disguise, no interference. At a depth of 800 meters beneath the ice layer, that enormous polyhedral structure, along with the SCV's thermal signal still slowly rising beside, it was clearly displayed on the reconnaissance vessel screen. In the monitoring station, Sun Qiming watched the transmitted images, smiling. Chen Haifeng, you really did hide something big down there. He opened the communication channel. 7th monitoring station, calling the rapid response team, coordinates confirmed an undeclared silicon-based civilization ruin exists beneath the ice layer in the C-33 area, along with signs of illegal exploration activities. Requesting immediate intervention to control the scene. Received, the team will arrive in 10 minutes. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. This time Chen Haifeng won't escape. The Dawn completed its jump. Chen Haifeng took a breath, immediately pulling up the system interface. Old man, I'm here safe. Safe my foot. Zhao Jigang cursed. Sun Qiming has already obtained a clear coordinate, and the reconnaissance vessel captured the complete structure of the SCV and the ruins. He just applied for a rapid response team, which will arrive at C-33 in 10 minutes. What about the SCV? The signal is down. The last transmitted data shows it climbed to the midsection of the crevice, and then there was no more. It might have been taken down by the reconnaissance vessel, or it could have been consumed by the ruins defense system. Chen Haifeng remained silent. What about the sample? Did you bring it out? I did. Chen Haifeng opened the cargo hold, monitoring. The palm-sized metal plate lay quietly in the cargo hold. The 3 blue light spots on the plate were still flashing, rhythmically synchronized with the ruin's 0.5 Hz signal. Old man, let me scan the sample. Quick, scan it. Chen Haifeng activated the system analysis function. The beam shone on the metal plate. The data began to flood the screen. Item scanning. Material analysis, silicon, carbon, titanium, unknown element, composite. Outside the periodic table, structural analysis, internally embedded with a 3-dimensional energy circuit. Technological level far exceeds current civilizations. Understanding energy characteristics 92 matching degree with the silicon-based civilizations. Sentinel protocol defense system core component risk assessment high. This component may still be linked to the main ruins energy. Chen Haifeng read the data aloud. Zhao Jigang remained silent for several seconds. Kid, it seems like we've unearthed the heart of their watchdog. What do you mean? It means this isn't an ordinary shell. It's one of the core components of the ruins defense system. You took it while cutting it off, and the ruins defense system might now be in a semi-paralyzed state. Isn't a semi-paralyzed state a good thing? Good my foot. Zhao Jigang cursed. A semi-paralyzed state means it can't function fully nor can it shut down completely. It might enter a chaotic mode. Who knows what kind of trouble that might trigger? Chen Haifeng felt a chill run down his spine. What should we do now? Run immediately. Zhao Jigang said Sun Kaiming's people will arrive at C-33 shortly. They will definitely try to enter the ruins. Once they enter and trigger the chaotic defense system, it will be uncontrollable. Where should we go? To the Dark Reef Nebula, the abandoned communication station. I'll send you the coordinates. After we get there, stay silent and wait for my news. I need to inform Wang Lu and Li Jiangguo about this matter and plan ahead. Understood. And keep the sample safe, don't touch it randomly. Zhao Jigang warned that thing might still be a beacon. Don't attract trouble over here. Understood. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat watching the glowing metal plate in the cargo hold monitoring. The blue light spots flickered, like a heartbeat. He grinned. Sun Qiming this time and giving you a big gift. The Dawn's engine ignited, leaping towards the direction of the Dark Reef Nebula. Outside the window, the pitch-black space was devoid of any starlight. But Chen Haifeng knew that things were about to get lively over at C-33. Old man, I'm here. Chen Haifeng panted, the tremors of the Dawn ship, from its recent jump, still settling. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. Coordinates confirmed abandoned communication station at the edge of the Reef Nebula. Kid, did you turn off the jump engine? I turned it off as soon as I landed. Good, maintain silence. Zhao Jigang's keystrokes came through. I'm analyzing your jump traces from earlier. Damn, Sun Qiming is really quick. What's wrong? He's activated an enterprise-level tracking network. Zhao Jigang said the Deep Space Alliance has 7 monitoring nodes in the fringe star domain. When you jumped, 3 of those nodes simultaneously activated high-precision jump tail scans. Although you used signal simulation, the tail trace energy characteristics are too obvious. They locked onto a general direction. Chen Haifeng felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Can they track us here? Not for now. The electromagnetic interference in the Reef Nebula is strong. Once the tail trace enters this area, it disperses. Zhao Jigang paused, but they can calculate the most probable jump endpoint coordinates. I simulated a few options. Your current communication station ranks 3rd on the probability list. Where are the 1st and 2nd? 2 abandoned mining outposts, both not far from here, Zhao Jigang said. Sun Qiming will certainly send teams to investigate. He currently has at least 2 armed reconnaissance boats and possibly a rapid response team on standby. How much time do we have? A maximum of 2 hours, Zhao Jigang said. Within 2 hours, if he finishes checking the first 2 coordinates and doesn't find you, he will come here. Chen Haifeng glanced at the cargo hold monitor. The metal plate emitting blue light lay quietly there. Old man, I've scanned the sample and the system provided some new information. What information? Chen Haifeng transmitted the system's parsed data. Sample deep analysis completed, energy imprint match, silicon-based civilization, Sentinel Protocol Defense System Core, component model Sentinel-7. Technology level far surpasses current civilization understanding, rating lost, technology feasibility of reverse engineering low, requires substantial computational power and rare resources, system permission unlocked, ruins technology, reverse engineering basic permission activated. Zhao Jigang was quiet for almost half a minute. Kid. His voice was a bit dry. Is this thing the core of the Sentinel Protocol? Did you dig out the heart of their watchdog? The system says so. No wonder the ruins defense system activated so quickly. Zhao Jigang took a breath. Does this thing still have an energy link to the main ruins? There is a weak link, but the distance is too far and the signal is very weak, Chen Haifeng said. The system indicates that if we can fully analyze this thing, we might produce some black technology. But it requires substantial computational power and thorium-palladium composite crystals. I've never even heard of that stuff. Thorium-palladium composite crystals. Zhao Jigang typed, let me check the database. Damn, this stuff is federal-controlled material. Only large research institutions or the military have quotas. Occasionally some may leak onto the black market, but the price could buy a frigate. So we can't manage it. Not for now, Zhao Jigang said. But since the system has unlocked permissions, there's hope. Let's back up the sample data and hide the original well. This thing is a hot potato now. If Sun Qiming knows we have the core component of the Sentinel Protocol, he could turn the entire star region upside down. Where should we hide the sample? There is an old radiation-proof warehouse beneath the communication station where I hid things back in the day, Zhao Jigang said. He'll send you the coordinates. You put the sample core in there and just take the parsed data with you. If we get chased, we can steal the sample again, but if the data is lost, it will be truly gone. All right. Chen Haifeng stood up and took the metal plate from the cargo hold. The plate felt icy to the touch, but the 3 blue lights continued to flash rhythmically like a heartbeat. He followed the coordinates provided by Zhao Jigang and found a rusty metal door at the bottom level of the communication station. The door lock was long broken. Chun Haifeng pulled hard, and the door hinges emitted a piercing screech. Inside was a small room less than 5 square meters piled with abandoned instrument boxes. He stuffed the metal plate into what looked like the sturdiest box and closed the lid. Old man, the sample is hidden. Good, Zhao Jigang said. Now let's talk business. Sun Kaiming's tracking network has already activated, and I just monitored that he has split his forces. 2 armed reconnaissance boats, one heading to the A7 abandoned mining outpost, and the other to the B12 outpost. The rapid response team is still on standby, probably waiting for the reconnaissance results. How do we withdraw? Secondary evacuation plan. Zhao Jigang brought up the star map. You can't wait here for 2 hours. Leave immediately and jump deeper into the Reef Nebula. There's a small asteroid belt over there. The signals are chaotic like a pot of porridge. The tracking network will fail if it goes in. Coordinates. I've sent them to you, Zhao Jigang said, but remember this time you can't jump directly there. You have to jump in the opposite direction first to create a false tail, then turn back into the asteroid belt. If Sun Kaiming's people come after you, they'll be led astray by the false tail. Where is the endpoint of the false tail? A frozen planet, surface temperature -200 degrees, nothing there. Zhao Jigang said. When they reach their scan around and find nothing, then turn back, it will waste at least 40 minutes. By then you'll have already entered the asteroid belt. Chen Haifeng quickly noted the coordinates. All right, I'm leaving now. Wait. Zhao Jigang said, what can your system's ruins technology reverse engineering permission do specifically? Besides needing thorium-palladium composite crystals, is there anything else? Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface. A new icon appeared in the permissions section. When clicked, it revealed a densely packed technology tree. However, most of it was gray with only one item at the bottom lit up. Project Sentinel Protocol Energy Feature Shielding Coding Basic Requirements Computational Core X1 A Refined Thorium or X50 units Basic Synthetic Materials X200 units Effect can partially shield silicon-based civilization ruins energy signals, reducing detection probability. There's a basic project. Chen Haifeng read out, energy feature shielding coding can reduce the probability of the ruins signals being detected. It requires a computational core and refined thorium ore. I have stock of refined thorium or as for the computational core. Zhao Jigang thought for a moment. Li Jiangguo should have a few spares. But producing this thing will take too long. You withdraw first, and we can discuss it later when you're safe. Understood. Also back up the sample parsing data in several copies and hide them separately, Zhao Jigang said. This thing is worth more than the sample itself. Even if Sun Qiming obtains the sample without the parsing data, he won't understand how to use it. I've already backed it up. Chen Haifeng packed and encrypted the parsing data from the system, storing it in 3 different storage modules of the Dawn ship. After doing all this, he returned to the pilot's seat. Old man, I'm ready to jump. Be careful on the way, Zhao Jigang said. Once you enter the asteroid belt, maintain silence and wait for my contact. They'll continue monitoring Sun Kaiming's side. Okay. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng activated the Dawn ship's engine, setting the jump coordinates to the false target provided by Zhao Jigang, the frozen planet at -200 degrees. 5 seconds of charging. Buzz. The ship turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the abandoned communication station. Almost simultaneously, the 7th monitoring station of the Deep Space Alliance. Sun Qiming stared at the just updated jump tail data on the screen, smiling. Found it. The operator brought up a 3-dimensional star map. Sir, the tail points to 2 directions. The main tail has a strong energy signature. The endpoint coordinates are the frozen planet HD 447 at the edge of the Reef Nebula. The secondary tail is very weak, directing towards the asteroid belt deep within the Reef Nebula. Sun Qiming stroked his chin. Split the forces. 1 reconnaissance boat to HD 447 and the second to wait at the edge of the asteroid belt. The rapid response team follow me to HD 447. Chen Haifeng is likely there. The frozen planet is a good hiding spot. Yes. The 2 armed reconnaissance boats immediately jumped. Sun Qiming got up and adjusted his uniform. This time he would personally ensure Chen Haifeng's end. The Dawn ship completed its first jump, appearing in the orbit of planet HD 447. Chen Haifeng glanced out the porthole. Below was a gray-white ice ball with no signs of life. He quickly reset the coordinates and activated the second jump. Target the asteroid belt deep within the Reef Nebula. Charging. 3 seconds. Suddenly 2 bright points appeared at the radar's edge. Damn, Chen Haifeng cursed. Sun Kaiming's reconnaissance boat arrived faster than he expected. The jump engine had 2 seconds left to charge. The reconnaissance boat had already entered the locking range, and the scanning beam began to coalesce. 1 second. Buzz. The Dawn ship jumped again. The scanning beam brushed against the ship's tail, striking the ice layer and creating a burst of icy mist. Inside the reconnaissance boat, the pilot stared at the empty coordinates, stunned. Sir, the target has jumped again. The direction of the tail. Deep within the Reef Nebula, the signal is chaotic. Tracking is difficult. Sun Qiming heard the report in the monitoring station. His expression darkened. The asteroid belt. He indeed went there. Notify the second team to blockade all jump exits at the edge of the asteroid belt. The first team will continue scanning HD 447 to confirm he left nothing behind. Understood. Sun Qiming sat back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Chen Haifeng is more cunning than he thought. But once he enters the asteroid belt, there's still a way. He opened the communication channel, requesting activation of the Enterprise-level deep space scanning array to perform a grid scan of the asteroid belt in the Reef Nebula. I want to know the movement of every rock inside. Sir, the deep space scanning array requires level 3 permissions and consumes a lot of energy. Then request level 3 permissions. Sun Qiming said. Reason to pursue the fugitive engaged in illegal exploration of potential federal heritage and recover important technology samples. Include the scanning data of the C-33 ruins in the report. Understood. Sun Qiming stared at the densely packed asteroid belt on the star map. Chen Haifeng, you can't escape now. The Dawn ship rushed into the asteroid belt. Chen Haifeng turned off the main engine, letting the ship glide on inertia behind a giant rock. On the radar, the light representing the reconnaissance boat stopped at the edge of the asteroid belt, not following in. Old man, I've entered the asteroid belt. Sun Qiming's people didn't follow in. They wouldn't dare. Zhao Zhigang's voice came from the encrypted channel. The signals inside the asteroid belt are too chaotic. The ship is easily lost inside, and it could collide with rocks at any moment. Sun Qiming will definitely activate the deep space scanning array to scan you from the outside. So aren't we exposed? Not for now. The electromagnetic interference inside the asteroid belt is strong, so the scanning array's resolution will drop. Zhao Zhigang said, but it won't last long. You need to find a place that can shield signals quickly and hide. Where can I find such a place? There is. Pirates hit a temporary base here long ago, which was later taken down by the Federation, but the structure remains. Zhao Zhigang sent over a coordinate. It's very hidden inside a hollow asteroid. You go there, drive the Dawn ship inside, and block the entrance with rocks outside. How big is the entrance? Just enough for an industrial ship to enter. Zhao Zhigang said, but the interior space is not small enough for you to stay for a few days. Chen Haifeng glanced at the coordinates. It wasn't far from his current position. All right, I'm on my way. The Dawn ship reignited and navigated slowly through the pile of rocks. 10 minutes later, he found the entrance. An inconspicuous crack hidden between two giant rocks. Chen Haifeng carefully maneuvered the ship inside. Inside was indeed a hollow space about the size of half a football field with some old pipeline interfaces still remaining on the walls. He stabilized the Dawn ship and then used the onboard mechanical arm to move a few large stones to block the entrance securely. After finishing these tasks, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Old man, I've entered the base and the entrance is blocked. Good, temporarily safe, Zhao Zhigang said. But Sun Qiming will definitely activate the deep space scanning array, so you need to prepare for long-term concealment. Do you have enough food and water? Enough to last half a month. All right, you rest first. They'll continue monitoring Sun Qiming's movements. Zhao Zhigang paused. The sample parsing data, you need to research it as soon as possible. If we can produce that shielding coating, it will be much safer next time we enter the ruins. Understood. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat and brought up the system interface. The ruins technology reverse engineering icon was still blinking faintly. He clicked on the technology tree, looking at the lit basic project. Shielding coating. If it can be developed, he wouldn't have to be so flustered next time he encounters the ruins. But the computational core and refined thorium ore, he needed to find a way to obtain them. Outside, the asteroid belt was pitch black with only the occasional reflection of rocks flashing in the distance. Chen Haifeng knew that Sun Qiming's people were outside. In the abandoned communication station, hiding the sample core, he didn't know how long it could remain safe. He grinned slightly. Sun Qiming, this time you've won this round. But next time it's a different story. Only the faint blue light of the system interface remained in the cockpit of the Dawn ship, and the distant low rumble of the deep space scanning array starting up. I've looked at the sample analysis data, and the list of demands is long enough to be used as toilet paper. Chen Haifeng shrank behind the rusted control panel of the communication station, staring at the system interface. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Zhigang typed rapidly on the keyboard. What are we missing? A damn lot. Chen Haifeng swiped through the list. We need 3 computing cores, 120 units of refined thorium ore, and that thorium-palladium composite crystal. I've never even heard of this thing. The thorium-palladium composite crystal is a federally controlled material. It appears occasionally on the black market, but its price is enough to buy half a Corvette. Zhao Zhigang paused. We have some stock of computing cores at Li Jiangwo's place. Oh, and I can gather some refined thorium ore here, but combined it will only be enough for a basic project. What's the basic project? Didn't the system display it? It did. It's called Sentinel Protocol Energy Characteristic Shielding Coating. Chen Haifeng read it out loud. Its effect is to reduce the probability of detecting relic signals. But what's the use of this thing now? The relics have all been occupied by Sun Qiming. It's useful. Zhao Jigang said the sample core you have still has a weak energy link to the main relic. If Sun Qiming uses high-precision equipment to scan, he might trace your location through that link. The coating can sever the link or at least interfere with the signal. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Damn, we need to get this done quickly. We can't, we're short on materials. Zhao Jigang said, and it's not the right time to work on this. Sun Qiming's tracking network has been activated, and I've monitored that he sent out reconnaissance boats to check the first 2 coordinates, which have already returned. So soon. A7 and B12 are both empty outposts. They didn't find anything after a sweep, so of course they returned. Zhao Jigang called up the data. Right now 2 reconnaissance boats are regrouping. Sun Qiming has issued new orders to them. What orders? Probability coordinate exclusion method. Zhao Jigang said he has ranked the potential jump endpoint coordinates by probability. The first 2 have been checked, and nothing was found, so now it's the turn of the third one. That's the communication station you're at. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. How long until they arrive? Reconnaissance boat jump charging. 45 seconds flight time. 2.5 minutes. Zhao Jigang quickly calculated. That makes 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Kid, you should leave now. Where should I go? Deep in the Reef Nebula, I'll send you the coordinates. Zhao Jigang said, but this time you can't jump directly. Sun Qiming must have set up a jump interception net around the communication station. You need to drill into the nebula dust belt, first using slow speed to avoid scans. Can the dust belt hide me? It can. The electromagnetic interference there is strong, and the ship's signal will attenuate when it enters. Zhao Jigang said, but you can't use the main engine, you have to drift slowly with the auxiliary thrusters. If your speed exceeds 50 meters per second, the heat signal will be exposed. Chen Haifeng glanced at the energy readings of the Dawn. At full power, the auxiliary thrusters could last for 4 hours. Okay, I'm moving now. Wait, Zhao Jigang said, before you go, take the sample core with you. It's not safe to leave it in the communication station. If Sun Qiming's people come, they'll definitely dig 3 feet into the ground. Understood. Chen Haifeng stood up, ran to the lower-level warehouse, and took out a metal plate from a rusted box. The 3 blue light points on the plate were still flashing, and the frequency seemed to have increased slightly. He stuffed it into his backpack and rushed back to the cockpit. Old man, I've got the sample. Start the Dawn. Good, I've sent you the route map. Zhao Jigang said. Remember, maintain silence once you enter the dust belt and turn off the encrypted channel. Every half hour, it'll send you a safety confirmation using a one-time pulse signal. The signal frequency is 137. 5 megahertz, 3 short and 1 long, I remember. Right. Zhao Jigang paused. Kid, be careful this time. Sun Qiming is serious. He has deployed enterprise-level high-sensitivity detectors, which can penetrate some dust interference. Got it. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng activated the auxiliary thrusters of the Dawn, and the ship silently glided out of the communication station. Outside the porthole, the Reef Nebula looked like a clump of dirty cotton floating with countless tiny dust particles and ice crystals. He plunged into it, following the route Zhao Jigang gave him. 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Qiming stared at the scanning reports of the 3 coordinates on the screen. A7 empty. B12 empty. Communication station. Sir, the reconnaissance boat has transmitted preliminary scanning data. The operator brought up the image. There are signs of recent activity inside the communication station, and the temperature residue indicates that there was someone here about 15 minutes ago. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. What about the jump trace? We've detected a weak trace pointing toward the direction of the Reef Nebula dust belt. The operator said, but the trace dissipated when it entered the dust belt, so we can't pinpoint its location. The dust belt. Sun Qiming tapped the armrest. Chen Haifeng has drilled in. He really knows how to pick a place. Sir, should we pursue? Pursue, but not with the ship. Sun Qiming brought up the control panel. Activate high-sensitivity detectors 3, 5, and 7 to conduct cross-scanning of the dust belt. Although it has strong interference, as long as the ship moves, it will disturb the dust particles, creating a trace that can be tracked. Yes. The 3 detectors activated simultaneously, sending broad scanning beams into the dust belt. The screen began to display dense streams of data. Sun Qiming watched for a while, suddenly frowning. The trajectory is out, but why is it so chaotic? The operator enlarged the image. Inside the dust belt, at least a dozen different particle disturbance trajectories appeared, some veering left, some right, and some even circling. It looks like natural turbulence, the operator said uncertainly. Natural turbulence shouldn't be this regular. Sun Qiming squinted. The disturbance frequency of each trajectory is almost the same, This is definitely a man-made false signal. He brought up the communication channel. Notify the reconnaissance boats to shut down active scanning and switch to passive mode to listen. Chun Haifeng is definitely in the dust belt, but he has used some method to simulate natural radiation fluctuations interfering with the detectors. How do we find him? Wait, Sun Shiming said. No matter how well he simulates it, the ship's energy signature cannot be hidden. High-sensitivity detectors are sensitive to energy fluctuations. As long as his engine is running, he will eventually give himself away. Understood. Sun Shiming leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Chun Haifeng, how long can you hide? Inside the dust belt, Chun Haifeng stared at the system interface. Local rule fine-tuning function operating. Simulating natural radiation fluctuations. Matching degree 92. Outside, the dawn was drifting slowly through the dust at a speed of 30 meters per second. The energy coating on the ship's surface was fine-tuned by the system, emitting radiation characteristics almost identical to the surrounding dust particles. On the radar, the 3 light points representing the high-sensitivity detectors were slowly moving around the perimeter of the dust belt. Scanning beams occasionally swept in, but every time they brushed past the dawn, a prompt would pop up on the system interface. Scanning beam detected radiation fluctuation parameters, adjusted evasion successful. Chun Haifeng let out a sigh of relief. This system function is really damn useful. He glanced at the time. It had been 2 hours since he entered the dust belt. According to Zhao Jigang's plan, drifting for another hour would bring him to the designated coordinates, and then he could perform a second jump, completely escaping Sun Kaiming's search range. In his backpack, the blue light points of the sample core were still flashing. The frequency seemed to have increased again. Chun Haifeng frowned and took out the plate. The rhythm of the 3 flashing light points had changed from once per second to now twice per second. Old man, something seems off with the sample. What's wrong? The flashing frequency has increased, Chun Haifeng said, and it feels a bit hot. Zhao Jigang was silent for a few seconds. Damn, it might be that the relic defense system is trying to re-establish the link. He said, the farther you are from the main relic, the weaker the link signal becomes, and the sample will automatically enhance its output power in an attempt to maintain the connection. What should I do? Quickly use the system shielding function. Even a temporary one will do, Zhao Jigang said. Otherwise, Sun Kaiming's high-sensitivity detectors might trace back to your location along the energy signal from the sample. Chun Haifeng called up the system interface. In the permissions for relic technology reverse engineering, the shielding coding project was still grayed out. But there was now a temporary option below. Emergency shielding plan consumes 1 computing core, can temporarily sever the energy link between the sample and the main relic, duration 12 hours. Execute. Old man, the system has an emergency plan that can last 12 hours, but it requires 1 computing core. Use it, Zhao Jigang said. I've asked Li Jiangguo to prepare a computing core. You need to cut the link now, otherwise we will both be exposed. All right. Chun Haifeng rummaged through the storage cabinet and pulled out a spare computing core, a palm-sized black cube, and plugged it into the system interface. Computing core connected. Executing emergency shielding plan. Energy link severing. The 3 blue light points of the sample core suddenly exploded with brightness. Then they instantly extinguished. The plate's temperature dropped and returned to cold. Severing completed. Remaining duration 11 hours, 59 minutes, 47 seconds. Chun Haifeng let out a sigh of relief. It's done. Good, Zhao Jigang said, but you need to hurry. You must complete the second jump within 12 hours and find a place to obtain the formal shielding coating. Otherwise, once the time is up, the link will restore and Sun Shiming will be able to pinpoint your location immediately. Understood. The encrypted channel closed again. Chun Haifeng glanced at the countdown. 11 hours and 59 minutes. That should be enough. In the monitoring station, Sun Shiming stared at the suddenly chaotic data stream, his brow furrowed. Sir, the high-sensitivity detector just captured a brief energy peak. The operator brought up the waveform, the frequency characteristics. Highly matched the signal from the C-33 relic, but it only appeared for 0.3 seconds before disappearing. Location: deep in the dust belt with a positional error radius of 500 kilometers. 500 kilometers. Sun Shiming stood up. Chun Haifeng has the relic sample, and the sample is still active. That peak we just saw might be the sample trying to link to the main relic. Can we trace it along the signal? We can't, the signal has vanished. Sun Shiming stared at the screen, but he must be in the dust belt. Notify all reconnaissance boats to contract the encirclement, squeezing from the outside towards the center. I don't believe he can hide forever. Yes. The order was issued. 4 armed reconnaissance boats began to slowly advance towards the central area of the dust belt. The scanning beams combed through every cloud of dust like a comb. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chun Haifeng watched the 4 light points on the radar getting closer and cursed. Old man Sun Kaiming's people are closing in. I see it. Zhao Jigang's voice was steady. Don't panic, their advance speed is slow. They are testing the waters. Just drift according to the original plan. You'll reach the jump coordinates in 20 minutes. Are the jump coordinates safe? Safe. I selected a gravitational anomaly point. Zhao Jigang said, the space curvature is chaotic there, and the jump traces will be distorted, so Sun Qiming can't follow. All right. Chen Haifeng turned off the radar display. Oh, out of sight, out of mind. The dawn continued to drift in the dust. Time passed second by second. 19 minutes later. Kid, we're there. Zhao Jigang said, the coordinates are sent. The gravitational anomaly point is 300 kilometers directly ahead. Accelerate straight there, jump directly, don't hesitate. Accelerating will get scanned. Even if you get scanned, it's fine. At 300 kilometers, they can't catch up. Zhao Jigang said, once you jump, the trace will be distorted, and they won't even know where you went. Understood. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath, turned off the auxiliary thrusters, and activated the main engine. The Dawn's rear spewed blue flames, and the speed instantly shot up to 200 meters per second. Almost simultaneously, the 4 light points on the radar turned in unison. Sir, high energy response detected, deep in the dust belt. Lock it in. Quick. But it was already too late. The Dawn shot like an arrow towards the distorted area of space ahead. In less than 2 minutes, at a distance of 300 kilometers, the ship dove into the gravitational anomaly point, and Chen Haifeng pressed the jump button. Coordinates the final evacuation point given by Zhao Jigang, a desolate asteroid not even marked on the star chart. Buzz. The Dawn vanished into the distorted space ripples. When the 4 reconnaissance boats arrived, all they saw was a chaotic gravitational field and a torn-up jump trace. Sir, target has jumped. The trace is untraceable. In the monitoring station, Sun Qiming slammed his fist on the control panel. He got away again. The operator said cautiously, but we can determine the general direction. It's heading towards the outer region of the star domain. He may have already jumped out of our monitoring range. Sun Qiming stared at the chaotic data on the screen, his gaze growing colder. Chen Haifeng, you might have escaped once, but you want to escape a second time. He brought up the communication channel, requesting the deployment of enterprise-level deep space monitoring satellites to scan all unmarked celestial bodies in the outer star region. I need to know where he has hidden himself. Yes. Sun Qiming sat back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. This time, although we didn't catch him, at least we locked down the direction. Moreover, that relic sample in Chen Haifeng's hands is worth far more than a miner. He grinned. Chen Haifeng, we will take our time. The coordinates have arrived. Chen Haifeng stared out at the dark belt of rubble outside the window. The Dawn had just completed its jump, and the engine was still buzzing. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was steady. Received. The surroundings are clear, no tails. Kid, how's the situation with the sample core on your end? Chen Haifeng glanced at his backpack. The 3 blue dots on the metal plate were flashing like they were at a dance party, the frequency alarmingly fast. Its flashing crazily, feels hot to the touch. Damn, the energy fluctuations must have skyrocketed. Zhao Jigang typed on the keyboard. Li Jiangguo just sent me data saying this thing is now a live target and high-sensitivity detectors can pick it up from 50 light seconds away. What should we do? Use the local rule micro-adjustment from your system, see if you can suppress it. Zhao Jigang said. If it can't be suppressed, Sun Qiming's people will be here soon. Chen Haifeng called up the system interface. High energy fluctuation source detected, sample core suggestion, activate local rule micro-adjustment to suppress energy radiation, execute. Execute. The blue light on the system interface flashed. Inside the backpack, the flickering frequency of the sample core visibly slowed down from 5 times a second to once a second, finally becoming once every 3 seconds. The temperature also dropped. It's suppressed. Chen Haifeng said. Good, but it won't hold for long. Zhao Jigang paused. Sun Qiming's side is starting to move. What movement? He dispatched 4 corporate armed speedboats closing in on your direction. Zhao Jigang pulled up the star map. The blockade line is already set up, blocking all 4 jump exits to the north, south, east, and west. Kid, you're surrounded. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. Can we break through? Not a chance. Those 4 speedboats have firepower that outmatches yours. Zhao Jigang said, but Lin Wei just sent me an encrypted message. Lin Wei. Yes, her patrol team detected Sun Qiming's unusual military movements and guessed they were coming for you. Zhao Jigang transmitted the data. She provided a route. There's a weak point at the northeast corner of the blockade line where the patrol gaps of those 2 speedboats overlap for 17 seconds. Chen Haifeng glanced at the data. 17 seconds. It would take him 12 seconds at full speed to reach that point from his current position. 5 seconds left to cross the blockade line. The timing is tight. He said. We must go for it anyway. Zhao Jigang said. Wang Lu provided me with real-time dynamics. Sun Qiming's encirclement is tightening. In another 20 minutes, there won't even be a 17-second gap. All right, send me the route. Wait, Li Jiangguo has something to say. Zhao Jigang switched channels. Li Jiangwo's hoarse voice came through. Kid, I've seen the stability data of the sample core. Your suppression is only temporary. Its internal energy circuit is still active, and as long as the external scanning intensity is strong enough, it will still be exposed. What should we do? Before you break out, don't let it get scanned. Li Jiangwo said. Once it gets locked on, Sun Qiming can trace you to the ends of the earth via the energy signal. Understood. The channel switched back. Zhao Jigang said. I've sent you the route map. Remember, remain silent throughout. Control the engine power below 70 to conceal the heat signal. Received. Chen Haifeng turned off the encrypted channel and set the course. The Dawn's engine lit up, silently gliding toward that 17-second gap in the northeast corner. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the 4 rapidly moving light points on the screen, his lips curling slightly. What's the completion rate of the encirclement? 85, sir. The operator replied. There's still a small gap at the northeast corner where the patrol paths of the 2 speedboats overlap with a 17-second error. 17 seconds. Sun Qiming squinted. That's enough time for an industrial ship to slip through. Notify those 2 at the northeast corner. Adjust the patrol rhythm to reduce the error to within 5 seconds. Yes. The order was just given. Suddenly, a red alert line popped up on the monitoring screen. Warning: weak, anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Coordinates: outer rubble belt of the Abyssal Reef Nebula. Energy characteristics: 89 match, with C33 relic. Sample signal strength low, but persistent. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. Found it. Chen Haifeng is right there. Immediately mobilize all speedboats to that coordinate. I want him trapped with no escape. Sir, the adjustment order for the northeast corner has been issued. The speedboats are changing direction. The encirclement will experience temporary confusion. Confusion is fine. Sun Qiming slammed the control panel. The sample signal is more important than the encirclement. Lock onto him. Yes. The 4 armed speedboats simultaneously turned towards the alert coordinate at full speed. In the cockpit of the Dawn. On the radar, the 4 light points representing the blockade speedboats suddenly turned, collectively rushing towards the jump destination coordinate he just arrived at. Chen Haifeng was stunned. Old man, why are Sun Qiming's people running in the opposite direction? Zhao Jigang was also puzzled. Let me check. Damn. The energy fluctuations of the sample core leaked again. Although very weak, they were picked up by their high-sensitivity detectors. Didn't you say it was suppressed? It was suppressed, but not completely. Zhao Jigang said quickly. Li Jiangwo was right. This thing is essentially a beacon. Now Sun Qiming thinks you're still in place, and all his forces are heading over there. Chen Haifeng glanced at the flight path. He was 3 minutes away from the weak point in the northeast corner. And those 4 speedboats were getting farther and farther away from him. God is feeding us. He laughed. Don't celebrate too early. Zhao Jigang said. Once they realize it's a diversion, the encirclement will tighten even more. You have to pass through that weak point within these 3 minutes. Understood. The Dawn accelerated. At 70 power, its speed was just below the heat signal detection threshold. 2 minutes and 50 seconds later, the blockade line at the northeast corner appeared at the edge of the radar. 2 armed speedboats were patrolling, one to the left and one to the right along fixed trajectories. Chen Haifeng focused on the timer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now? The 2 speedboats crossed paths, revealing a narrow gap in between. 17 seconds gap. Timing starts now. The Dawn's engine power instantly surged to 100. The ship shot towards that gap like an arrow. 12 seconds. Crossing the edge of the blockade line. 15 seconds. The ship fully entered the gap. 16 seconds. Ahead it opened up. 17 seconds. The Dawn broke out of the encirclement, disappearing into the pitch-black void of space. Almost simultaneously on the radars of those 2 speedboats, a weak light point suddenly blinked and vanished. Sir, an unidentified ship was detected crossing at the northeast corner. What a... Sun Qiming shouted in the monitoring station. Didn't I tell you to lock onto the sample coordinates? We locked it, but the sample signal suddenly disappeared, and then the northeast corner. Sun Qiming stared at the screen. The light point representing Chen Haifeng had completely vanished from the monitoring range, and the 4 speedboats were still stupidly circling around that empty coordinate. Damn! He slammed his fist on the control panel. Played again. The operator said cautiously, but the northeast corner sensors captured the breakthrough path data of that ship. Although the signal is very blurry, the technical characteristics match the modified industrial ship from before. Sun Qiming calmed down. Send me the data. Yes. An encrypted data packet was transmitted. Sun Qiming opened it, examining the energy curve of the ship, engine fluctuation characteristics, and the maneuvering patterns during the breakthrough. He smiled. Chen Haifeng, your ship modification is impressive, but now I know your secrets. The Dawn completed its last short-distance jump, stopping behind a giant asteroid. Outside the window, 2 small frigates bearing the Panshir mining insignia were already waiting there. The encrypted channel connected. Zhao Jigang's face appeared on the screen. Kid, welcome back to the team. Chen Haifeng sighed in relief. Old man, I brought the sample, but this thing can't stay with me, it's too hot to handle. Understood, the transfer cabin is ready. Zhao Jigang said, put the sample in the airtight box and push it out and my people will come to get it. All right. Chen Haifeng pulled the metal plate out of his backpack. The blue light was still flashing, but the frequency stabilized at once every 3 seconds. He stuffed it into a silver box, locked it, and pushed it into the rear transfer cabin of the Dawn. The airtight door opened, and the box floated out. A frigate on the opposite side extended a mechanical arm, steadily catching it and pulling it back into the ship. Item sample core has been transferred. The system interface suddenly displayed a new prompt. Detected continuous energy suppression operation proficiency in local rule micro-adjustment function has increased. New subfunction unlocked. Energy cloaking. Beginner effect actively conceals specific energy signals, reducing detection probability. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 2 hours. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Old man, my system unlocked a new function. What function? Energy cloaking. It can actively hide signals. Chen Haifeng said, next time we dig for relics, it should last a bit longer. Good news. Zhao Jigang said, but you should lay low for a while as Sun Qiming suffered a loss this time and will surely be brewing something big. Lin Wei sighed. Might also be in trouble. What's wrong with Lin Wei? She might have been caught by internal monitoring for providing you with intelligence. Zhao Jigang said the federal patrols have been cracking down on collusion with corporations lately. Although she hasn't colluded, passing intelligence privately is still a violation. She just sent me an encrypted message saying she might have to undergo internal review. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. I've implicated her. It's no use saying this now. Zhao Jigang said, you stay with me for a few days, you'll find a completely safe place to hide the sample core. Once the dust settles, we can discuss the next steps. All right. By the way, even though Sun Qiming didn't catch you, he obtained the technical data from your breakthrough. Zhao Jigang paused. The modification characteristics of your Dawn are now on his file. Next time you meet, he might go for a lethal strike. Chen Haifeng grinned. Let him come. The communication ended. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, watching the 2 frigates start their engines and head into deep space. The sample core was handed over, temporarily safe, but he knew the wolf named Sun Qiming was surely sharpening its teeth. As for Lin Wei, he pulled up the encrypted channel, entering the emergency contact frequency Lin Wei had left him. His finger hovered over the send button for a long moment, but in the end he canceled it. Contacting her now would only bring her trouble. Outside in the pitch-black space, there wasn't a single star. Chen Haifeng turned off all the lights, letting the Dawn completely blend into the darkness. He knew this battle was far from over. Old man Lin Wei, can you hear me? Chen Haifeng sat in the cockpit of the Dawn, staring at the 2 encrypted avatars flashing on the secure channel. Zhao Jigang's face appeared first, the background filled with the flickering screens of the monitoring center. I can hear you, kid. Is it safe over there? For now, it's safe. The Dawn is parked at the concealed point you provided, surrounded by rubble, and the signal is poor. Chen Haifeng replied, what about Lin Wei? Lin Wei's avatar lit up, dressed in a Federal Patrol uniform with the bridge's control panel in the background. Here, the channel's security level has been confirmed. Chen Haifeng, after the transfer of the sample core, have you noticed anything unusual? Unusual? Chen Haifeng paused. No, I handed over the samples, it's very quiet here. Quiet my ass. Zhao Jigang interjected. There was a problem during the transfer of the samples. What kind of problem? Energy leakage. Zhao Jigang pulled up a data stream. Li Jiangguo is monitoring remotely the sample core from your side to the transport ship. I arranged experienced 3 intermittent energy pulses along the way. Though it was suppressed by your system's energy shielding feature, the pulse intensity is sufficient to be detected by high-sensitivity detectors. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Did Sun Qiming detect it? Uncertain, but the probability is high. Lin Wei continued, I just initiated an internal review and used my authority to access the tracking network logs from the 7th monitoring station of the Deep Space Alliance. She sent over an encrypted file. Chen Haifeng opened it, and it was filled with dense data records. Look at the data stream from the last 3 hours. Lin Wei said Sun Qiming concentrated over 70 of the computing power to analyze the path data you left when you broke through the blockade. What does he want? He wants to figure out what technology you used. Zhao Jigang replied. An ordinary industrial ship couldn't possibly escape from the encirclement of 4 armed speedboats without leaving a complete trace. Sun Qiming isn't a fool. He must have guessed you possess advanced technology. Chen Haifeng swore. So now he knows I have relic technology. He is certain, Lin Wei said. There is a note in the logs from him that I decrypted. The original wording was the technology level mastered by the target far exceeds that of conventional mining modifications suspected to be related to the C-33 relic. A request for higher-level resources is necessary. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Requesting higher-level resources. Chen Haifeng licked his lips. Does that mean he wants to call in reinforcements? Yes, Zhao Jigang said. The Deep Space Alliance has Tier 3 agents in the fringe star regions. Sun Qiming is just a grassroots level. If he applies to use corporate-level weapons or higher-level detection arrays, we will be in big trouble. How big? Big enough to wipe this area of rubble from the star map. Zhao Jigang said the firepower of a corporate-level armed ship is enough to wage a small war. Chen Haifeng leaned back in his chair, feeling a chill down his back. So what do we do now? Run. We can't run. Sun Qiming has already locked down this star region. Lin Wei said, my patrol team just received an encrypted notice. The Deep Space Alliance has applied for a temporary blockade under the pretext of investigating illegal exploration of potential federal relics. Once approved, all transition exits in this star region will be monitored. Damn, they are really closing the doors to catch the dog. So we can't run, or we need to find a way to counteract. Zhao Jigang said, Kid, have you made any progress in parsing the sample data? Chen Haifeng pulled up the system interface. Sample data parsing progress 12 unlocked information Sentinel Protocol Defense System Basic Architecture Diagram Incomplete Feasibility Assessment of Reverse Engineering Low requires a lot of computing power and rare resources. Recommendation prioritize parsing the complete blueprint of the energy shielding coating. I parsed 12 and got an incomplete architecture diagram. Chen Haifeng said, the system recommends I first work on the complete blueprint of the energy shielding coating. If that thing can be produced, it will be safer next time when excavating relics or hiding samples. What resources do you need? Zhao Jigang asked. 5 computing cores, 200 units of refined thorium, or N. Chen Haifeng glanced at the list. A thing called phase stabilizing crystal, which I have never even heard of. Suddenly Lin Wei typed on her keyboard. Phase stabilizing crystal, a controlled material by the federal military, is a core component used for advanced shield generators. In the black market, it is basically unavailable. So that means it's unobtainable? Chen Haifeng asked. It can be obtained, but the risk is extremely high. Zhao Jigang said, I know of an underground channel that occasionally has some, but the price is enough to buy a second-hand Corvette. Moreover, the transaction location is at the Blackstone space station, where Sun Qiming has plenty of eyes watching. Should we go? Go, my ass. Going now would be sending ourselves to death. Zhao Jigang said, we need to change our thinking. Lin Wei, can you mislead Sun Qiming's investigation direction? Lin Wei was silent for a few seconds. I can try, she said. My internal review authority can access some of the command interfaces of the tracking network. I can fabricate some false transition trace data, pointing to several abandoned research stations on the outskirts of the star region. If Sun Qiming believes it, he might divide his forces to investigate. How long can it delay? At most 48 hours. Lin Wei said, if he doesn't discover it within 48 hours, he will definitely react. 48 hours. Chen Haifeng thought for a moment. It's enough time for me to accelerate the parsing of the sample data. The system suggests that if I invest more computing power, the parsing speed can be tripled. Where will you get the computing power? Zhao Jigang asked. The Dawn has 2 spare computing cores, and I will put them all in. Chen Haifeng said, plus a bit of refined thorium, or I saved earlier. It should push the parsing progress to about 30. By then, who knows, I might unlock something useful. What about the risks? Lin Wei asked. The risk is that during the parsing process, the sample data might produce energy fluctuations. Chen Haifeng said, although I have the energy shielding feature now, it can only last for 30 minutes. The parsing process will take at least 6 hours with 5.5 hours exposed in between. So you need to find an absolutely safe place to parse it. Zhao Jigang said, I have a place that was used to hide smuggled goods back in the day. The signal shielding level is high enough. Send the parsing data over, and I will run it on an isolated server here. Can the sample data be transmitted remotely? Yes, but it must use a one-time encrypted link, which will be destroyed after transmission. Zhao Jigang said, Lin Wei, can you provide a secure channel? Lin Wei was silent for a while. I can temporarily open a spare communication frequency of the patrol team. The encryption level is military grade, but it can only be used once. After it is used, this frequency will become invalid, and I will also have to write a report to explain. That's quite a cost. Chen Haifeng said. It is indeed. Lin Wei's voice was calm. But if Sun Qiming really applies for corporate-level weapons, the first to suffer will not only be you, but also all the small miners in this star region. I have seen too many times the means by which the Deep Space Alliance annexes assets. The channel fell silent again. After a few seconds, Zhao Jigang spoke. Then it settled. Lin Wei provides a secure channel. Chen Haifeng transmits the data, and I will parse it here, using an isolated server. I will be responsible for the physical isolation of the sample core. I will find a place to bury it where Sun Qiming won't find it, even if he digs through the crust. All right, Chen Haifeng said. I agree too. Lin Wei said. But I must remind you, my internal review has already begun, and after this operation, I may not be able to provide direct assistance anymore. Sun Qiming has connections within the Federation. If he suspects me, I will be in big trouble. Understood. Chen Haifeng said, thank you, Lin Wei. No need to thank me. I'm just doing what I believe is right. Lin Wei paused. I will send you the data transmission coordinates and the encryption key in 5 minutes. Remember, it can only be used once. Her avatar dimmed. Zhao Jigang sighed. Kid Lin Wei is risking her career to help us this time. I know, Chen Haifeng said, so we absolutely cannot lose. We won't lose. Zhao Jigang grinned. Hurry up and prepare the data. They'll start the isolated server on my end. Sun Qiming wants to call in reinforcements. Let's show him what it means to be fearless without shoes. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng pulled up the system interface, packaged the sample parsing data, and encrypted it. Outside, the rubble field was pitch black. Only the distant, occasionally drifting oars reflected a hint of dim light. He knew that Sun Qiming must also be at some monitoring station staring at the screen, waiting for the higher-ups' authorization response. And Lin Wei was taking risks in the bridge to create a path for him. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath and pressed the data transmission button. Sample data encryption and packaging completed, waiting for secure channel access. 5 seconds later, the encrypted frequency provided by Lin Wei popped up. Secure channel connected transmission started. The progress bar moved slowly. 1, 2, 3. Chen Haifeng stared at the screen, gently tapping his fingers on the control panel. He knew that this three-way game of wits had only just begun. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the superior approval document he had just received, smiling. The Tier 3 permission request. Approved. The operator turned around. Sir, the higher-ups approved our use of the Eagle Eye deep space scanning array, as well as temporary command of 2 Punisher-class armed corvettes. Good. Sun Qiming pulled up the star map. When will the Eagle Eye array be in position? In 6 hours, the array will be deployed to the outer orbit of the Dark Reef Nebula. What about the armed corvettes? They will arrive in 8 hours. They're currently being redirected from nearby star regions. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. 6 hours. 8 hours. Chen Haifeng, I wonder how long you can hide. He pulled up the few transition trace data leaked earlier by Lin Wei's patrol team and took a look, pointing to several abandoned research stations on the outskirts of the star region. The forgery looks pretty convincing. Sun Qiming chuckled, but unfortunately I know that Lieutenant Lin Wei has recently been under internal review. She wouldn't dare give me fake data. These traces might actually be real. He tapped the screen. Notify the reconnaissance boats, send a team to check these coordinates. After all, before the Eagle Eye array arrives, we can't do anything else. Understood. Sun Qiming closed the star map and opened another document. Inside was the technical characteristic analysis report of the Dawn breaking through the blockade. Engine fluctuation frequency, energy curve, peak distortion parameters of transition traces. Each piece of data pointed to one conclusion. The technology used by this ship should not appear on a modified industrial ship. Relic technology. Sun Qiming murmured, Chen Haifeng, the treasure you dug up is worth more than I thought. He picked up the communicator and dialed an encrypted channel. Boss, it's me, Sun Qiming. There has been a major discovery at the C-33 relic. Yes, not just our veins, but also technological samples. I have applied for Tier 3 permission and will act in 6 hours. This time I guarantee to bring back both people and technology. A low voice came from the other end of the channel. Make sure it's clean. Understood. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming looked at the blurry profile photo of Chen Haifeng on the screen and smiled. This time you won't escape. The cockpit of the Dawn. Sample data transmission completed, 100 secure channel destroyed, encrypted link cleared, Chen Haifeng's side in relief. The data has been sent. Now it's up to Zhao Jigang to see when he can parse the results. He pulled up the system interface and glanced at the countdown. There are 47 hours and 55 minutes left until the secure channel provided by Lin Wei becomes invalid. There might be even less time until Sun Qiming's corporate-level armed forces arrive. Chen Haifeng turned off all the lights, allowing the Dawn to completely blend into the darkness. He knew that every passing minute from now on was crucial. Outside, the rubble field remained pitch black, but in the distant deep space something seemed to be slowly moving, like an open eye. This thing must be a golden devourer, right? Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface, his face turning pale. The sound of Zhao Jigang typing echoed in the encrypted channel. What's wrong? The sample analysis requirement list has come out. Chen Haifeng swiped the screen. The computing cores need 300 units of refined thorium ore, and that thorium-palladium composite crystal needs 50 grams. 50 grams. Are you sure? Zhao Jigang fell silent for 3 seconds. The system wrote it in bold red. Chen Haifeng said, what's the black market price for this thing? Enough to buy a brand new industrial ship. Zhao Jigang's voice turned serious. Moreover, it's a regulated commodity by the Federation. What flows out are only fragments. Then what's the point? We have to make it work regardless. Zhao Jigang replied. How much progress has the sample analysis made? Just started one progress. Chen Haifeng glanced at the data. The system prompts that a complete sample analysis requires at least 7 days, but if resources are sufficient, it can be compressed to 3 days. 3 days? Zhao Jigang paused. What's happening with Sun Qiming's side? Lin Wei sent an encrypted message saying that Sun Qiming has already obtained authorization from higher-ups. Chen Haifeng pulled up a file. He deployed the Eagle-Eye deep space scanning array along with 2 Punisher-class armed patrol ships, which will be in position in 6 to 8 hours. Damn, that was quick. So we don't have time left. Chen Haifeng said, the results of the sample analysis might be our only chance to turn the tables. The system indicated that the complete data contains the full architecture of the Sentinel Protocol defense system along with production blueprints for energy shielding coatings. Zhao Jigang's typing grew faster. The resource gap is too large. I can't gather it here. What's the situation on your end? The sample has been physically isolated. I stuffed it into an abandoned deep mine and set up 3 layers of energy shielding outside. Zhao Jigang said, but the shielding consumes a lot of energy, burning through 2 of the Panstone mining's reserve energy every minute. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. 2. Then that means, yes, in 50 hours the company's reserve energy will be depleted. Zhao Jigang forced a smile. The finance department has already noticed the anomalies in the accounts and asked me what big project I've been working on. The energy consumption curve is shooting up like a rocket. What did you say? I said I was testing new exploration equipment and managed to bluff my way through. Zhao Jigang said, but it won't hold for long, at most another 24 hours. In 24 hours, either the shielding has to be turned off or an extra energy budget has to be allocated from the company's accounts. Such a commotion would definitely be noticed by Sun Qiming's informants. Chen Haifeng leaned back in his chair, feeling a headache coming on. With Sun Qiming's armed blockade in front and a dual shortage of resources behind, this was a dire situation. Old man, how many resources do we have on hand now? I have 4 computing cores in stock, and I can scrape together 100 units of refined thorium ore. Zhao Jigang quickly replied, there's not a single thorium-palladium composite crystal. We still need half of it. Exactly, and it's the most critical half. Zhao Jigang said, without that 50 grams of crystal, the sample analysis cannot proceed at all. Didn't the system prompt say that this thing is the core catalyst for the energy circuit? Chen Haifeng glanced at the system description. Thorium-palladium composite crystal, used to stabilize high-dimensional energy flows, it is a necessary catalyst for relic technology, reverse engineering. The absence will lead to a collapse of the analysis process, probability 97-inch. It's written here, if it's missing it will collapse. Then we have to get it done. Zhao Jigang said, I know a place that might have it. Where? C-17 backup mining site. Zhao Jigang pulled up the star map. That place was abandoned 3 years ago due to detected traces of minor radioactive contamination in the ore veins, making the mining costs too high. But the exploration report mentioned that traces of thorium-palladium composite crystals were detected in the ore samples. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. What's the concentration? I don't know, the report didn't specify the exact data. Zhao Jigang said, but since there are traces, it's worth taking a gamble. Moreover, that location is remote and not within the main target area of Sun Qiming's pre-blockade. Pre-blockade. Yes, the latest intelligence Lin Wei just sent over. Zhao Jigang sent over an encrypted file. Sun Qiming has mobilized corporate resources to pre-block all known resource-rich areas within the star domain. He listed 7 high-probability coordinates, planning to cut off your supply lines before you take action. Chen Haifeng opened the file. 7 coordinates, all good mining spots within the star domain. 6 of them were places he had scouted before. This guy is ruthless. Chen Haifeng cursed. So C-17 might be our only chance. Zhao Jigang said, that place has been abandoned for 3 years. Sun Qiming's database might not have records of it. Even if there are, he might not think you would take the risk of radioactive contamination. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radiation protection readings of the dawn. How long can the protection layer on my ship last? In a high radiation environment, at most 4 hours. Zhao Jigang said, after 4 hours the protection layer will degrade and you'll have to retreat. 4 hours. Chen Haifeng calculated, from here to C-17, it takes 2 hours for the jump and flight, leaving only 2 hours for actual mining. In 2 hours, can you collect 50 grams of crystal A? I don't know, it depends on the vein's content. Chen Haifeng said, but we have no other options, right? The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Jigang sighed. Yes, there's no other choice left. Kid, this time you really have to gamble your life. Then let's gamble. Chen Haifeng grinned. Anyway, not taking the gamble means death too. Alright, I'll send you the route map and the mining site coordinates. Zhao Jigang said, remember, maintain silence throughout, don't initiate scans. Although Sun Qiming's Eagle Eye Array hasn't been deployed, yet he must have activated the preliminary monitoring network already. Understood. Also, don't stop the sample analysis. Push it forward slowly with the existing resources. Zhao Jigang said. I'll think of a way to see if I can get some crystals from other channels running parallel operations. Okay. The encrypted channel closed. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface, throwing all 4 computing cores and 100 units of refined thorium ore into the analysis process. The progress bar jumped from 1 to 5. Insufficient resources for analysis, thorium-palladium composite crystal missing process efficiency reduced by 80 estimated completion time, 21 days, 7 hours, 21 days. Sun Qiming would arrive in 6 hours. Chen Haifeng closed the prompt and set the jump coordinates for C-17. The Dawn's engine lit up silently, gliding out of the hiding spot. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the 7 highlighted coordinates on the screen, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Progress on the blockade deployment. 6 coordinates have completed pre-blockade, each deployed with a reconnaissance ship and 2 automated guard turrets. The operator pulled up the data. Only the B09 coordinate is left. There's a small space station operating there, and our people need to coordinate to get over, expected to finish in an hour. Hurry it up, Sun Qiming said. Chen Haifeng must be anxious right now. He needs a substantial amount of resources to analyze that sample, and he will definitely look for a place to restock. Sir, we've blocked all known mining points. Oh, where else can he go? Unknown. Sun Qiming pulled up the star domain map. In these edge star domains, there are always some abandoned mining points and illegal mining dens which aren't recorded in the database. But it doesn't matter. As long as he moves, he will leave traces. He opened another monitoring data. That was the real-time feedback from the Deep Space Joint Corporate Resource Flow Monitoring Network. On the screen, countless tiny dots represented the energy consumption, mineral transport, and jump activities of all registered ships within the star domain. Under normal circumstances, this data would be chaotic. But Sun Qiming set filtering conditions, abnormal energy consumption, non-standard routes, and concealed signal characteristics. The network just caught an anomaly. The operator said the coordinates are on the periphery of the Reef Nebula, where a ship conducted a short jump 5 minutes ago, but the jump signal has been deliberately obscured with a match degree of only 63. 63. Sun Qiming squinted. What was the signal obscurity for Chen Haifeng's Dawn during the last breakthrough? 71. Close enough. Sun Qiming pulled up the jump endpoint probability analysis. What's the range of the endpoint coordinates? A spherical area with a radius of 500 kilometers containing 17 small celestial bodies, 3 abandoned outposts, and the operator paused, a radioactive mining site abandoned 3 years ago, numbered C-17. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. C-17. I remember that report. It was abandoned because the mining costs were too high, but traces of rare crystals were detected in the ore. Yes, the thorium-palladium composite crystal. What Chen Haifeng is missing is this. Sun Qiming laughed. He really took the gamble. Notify the blockade team on the B09 side to split half of their personnel to set up defense around C-17. Remember, don't go in, just wait outside. Once he finishes mining and comes out, apprehend both him and the cargo. Understood. The order was given. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Chen Haifeng, do you think hiding in a radioactive mining site would make me unable to find you? This time I want you to personally deliver the goods to me. The Dawn completed its jump, stopping at the periphery of the C-17 mining site. Outside the viewport, the surface of the small asteroid was pockmarked and radiated an abnormal dark red hue. The radiation detector beeped incessantly. Environmental radiation intensity, high danger, estimated remaining duration of the ship's protective layer 3 hours, 52 minutes, Chen Haifeng cursed. It's worse than what the old man said. He activated the active scan and swept over the asteroid's surface. The entrance of the abandoned mine was still there, but it was piled up with collapsed debris. Deep inside the mine, the radiation readings soared to peak levels. Is this a mine or a radiation furnace? Chen Haifeng frowned, but the system interface popped up a prompt. Target mineral detected, thorium-palladium composite crystal, signal strength, weak, distribution location, deep within the mine, about 300 meters deep. There is hope. Chen Haifeng activated the engineering arm of the Dawn, beginning to clear the debris at the entrance of the mine. At the same time, he deployed 2 SCVs to drill into the mine, first for internal structure scanning. 5 minutes later, the SCVs transmitted data. The internal structure of the mine was basically stable, but there were localized collapses deeper inside. The radiation source was concentrated in the lowest layer of the ore vein with an alarming intensity. Old man, I've arrived. Chen Haifeng opened the encrypted channel, lowering his voice. The mine is accessible, but the radiation is too intense. I can only stay inside for 2 hours at most. What's the crystal content? The SCVs detected a signal, but it's very weak, Chen Haifeng said. The specific content can only be determined once we start digging. Be careful, Sun Qiming might already be keeping an eye on this place. I know. Chen Haifeng turned off the channel and slowly drove the Dawn into the mine. The protective layer on the surface of the ship emitted a faint sizzling sound in the radiation environment. The energy readings began to slowly decline. Remaining protective layer 92, Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. Countdown 3 hours 51 minutes. He needed to hurry. I have arrived. Chen Haifeng gazed at the grayish asteroid outside the porthole as the Dawn's engine powered down, silently gliding into the shadow of a debris belt. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang spoke in a hushed tone. Received. The surroundings are clear. Sun Qiming's blockade network hasn't reached here yet. Hurry up, kid, this place won't hold for long. Understood. Chen Haifeng summoned the system interface and deployed 4 SCVs. The engineering mechs crawled out of the Dawn like spiders slipping into an inconspicuous crack on the asteroid's surface. 5 seconds later the data came back. Ore depth 120 meters, main components refined thorium or trace, thorium palladium composite crystals, unknown rare metals, estimated reserves moderate. We have material. Chen Haifeng grinned. Although the thorium palladium crystal content is low, digging up 50 grams should be no problem. Then let's get to it. Zhao Jigang replied. We'll keep an eye on Sun Qiming's movements. He just dispatched 2 reconnaissance boats to Zone B, and there's still some distance from you. Got it. Chen Haifeng switched to the SCV perspective. The 4 mechs had already reached the ore layer, and the mining lasers hummed as they sliced through the rock like tofu. The refining module synchronized and activated, turning the freshly mined ore into metal ingots with astonishing efficiency. The resource reserve numbers on the system interface began to climb. Refined thorium, or 10. 10. 10. Thorium palladium composite crystals 0. 1. 0. 1. This speed is impressive, Chen Haifeng muttered. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming frowned, staring at the real-time feedback from the resource flow monitoring network. Sir, the reconnaissance boats in Zone B report no targets found, the operator said. Both coordinates are abandoned mines, and there's not a soul in sight. Fake data from Lin Wei, Sun Qiming sneered. This woman has guts, daring to play this game during the internal review period. He pulled up another set of data. It was a summary map of all mineral transport activities captured by the corporate monitoring network. Under normal circumstances, the points of light on the chart were sparse, representing scattered transport by small miners. But at this moment, there was an area at the edge of the chart where the energy consumption curve was slowly rising. Here. Sun Qiming pointed at the screen. In the C44 area, there has been continuous energy consumption in the past half hour, but no corresponding transport signals detected. The operator pulled up the data. The energy signature is reminiscent of mining, but somewhat different. The energy consumption curve of ordinary mining vessels is pulsed with pauses in between. However, this curve is very smooth, as if synchronously refining. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. Synchronous refining. That black technology of Chen Haifeng. He must be at some alternate mining point. We haven't recorded replenishing supplies with that efficient extraction system. Should we send someone over? Yes, Sun Qiming summoned the star map. The C44 area is quite large. There are at least 3 small asteroids that could be hiding mining points. Have the reconnaissance boats split into 3 routes for a carpet search. Remember, don't alert the snake in the grass. Once found, keep watch and wait for my orders. Understood. Command issued. 3 armed reconnaissance boats headed towards the C44 area from different directions. Dawn's cockpit. Resource collection progress 72. Refined thorium, or 280,300 units. Collected thorium palladium composite crystals 3,850 grams. Collected. Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. Mining had been going on for 47 minutes. Faster than expected. Old man, progress is good. In another 20 minutes we should be done. Zhao Jigang was typing furiously on the keyboard. Kid, you'd better speed up. What's up? Sun Qiming's reconnaissance network is tightening. Zhao Jigang called up the monitoring map. He just sent people to Zone B and came up empty-handed. Now he's dispatched 3 reconnaissance boats heading towards your area. The nearest one is only 15 minutes away from you. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. 15 minutes. I still need 20 minutes to gather enough. Then don't gather enough, Zhao Jigang said. Missing that last 10 grams of crystal will only lower efficiency a bit, but it's better than being caught by Sun Qiming in the mine. All right. Chen Haifeng issued acceleration commands to the SCVs. The mining laser's power was pushed to 120, and the sizzling sound of molten rock could be heard through the ship's hull. The resource reserve numbers jumped even faster. Refined thorium, or 15. 15. Thorium palladium composite crystals 0. 2. 0. 2. Resource collection progress 89. Refined thorium, or 295,300 units. Collected thorium palladium composite crystals 4,550 grams. Collected just 5 grams short. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar. The points of light representing the reconnaissance boats were rapidly approaching. 10 minutes of travel time. Old man, there's no time left. We're 5 grams short. Short is short, retreat. Zhao Jigang shouted. Sun Kaiming's people have already entered the C-44 area. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Give me 3 more minutes. 3 minutes, my foot. Now. Immediately. Jump. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and issued a retrieval command to the SCVs. The 4 mechs stopped mining, dragging half-filled cargo boxes back towards the dawn. Suddenly, a line of red text popped up on the system interface. Detected large quantities of high-purity rare minerals being processed. Sample analysis process. Associated data flow. Surging analysis progress. Unexpectedly accelerating. 65. 70. 75. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Old man, my system's analysis progress is skyrocketing. Skyrocketing my ass. Stay alive first. Wait. It's at 80. 85. It's about to break through. Analysis progress 90. 95. 100. Critical point breached. New blueprint unlocked. Primary ruin energy shield coating. Production type effect can be applied to the hull or equipment surface, significantly reducing the probability of detection by high-dimensional energy duration. 72 hours. Chen Haifeng's eyes widened. Holy crap. It's unlocked. Energy shield coating. What is that? Something that can hide signals. Chen Haifeng quickly glanced at the blueprint requirements. Production requires. Just what I just mined. Old man, this is a win. Whether it's a win or loss will be determined when you come back alive. The reconnaissance boats are at the door. On the radar, 3 points of light had entered the orbit of the asteroid where the mining point was located. The closest one is just 3 kilometers away from the debris belt where the dawn is hiding. SCV retrieval complete. Chen Haifeng yelled. Jump coordinates have been sent to you. Go. The dawn's engine ignited instantly, power pushed to the limit. The hull shot out like a shadow from the debris belt, hurtling full speed towards the jump point. Almost simultaneously, a high-speed moving point of light appeared on the radar of the 3 reconnaissance boats. Sir, unidentified spacecraft detected. It's escaping from the C-44 area. In the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming slapped the control panel. Chase. Lock onto him. Target speed is too fast, entering jump status. We can't catch up. Then collect the residual data from the jump. Sun Qiming shouted. Don't let a single trace slip by. Understood. The dawn completed the jump and stopped in a pitch-black, deep space. Chen Haifeng took a breath, glancing at the resource box. Refined thorium, or 295 units. Thorium palladium composite crystals, 45 grams. Just a bit short, but enough. The encrypted channel connected. Zhao Jigang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Kid, if you play with my heartbeat like this again, I might just die from the scare. But nothing happened. Chen Haifeng grinned. And I profited greatly, unlocking a new blueprint. Blueprints can be unlocked anytime a lives are vacant. Zhao Jigang paused. What's the situation on Sun Kaiming's side? The reconnaissance boats didn't catch up to me, but they definitely collected the residual data from my jump. No kidding. Zhao Jigang pulled up a monitoring report. I just intercepted this. Sun Kaiming's team is analyzing the energy signature from your jump. The data you left behind when you last broke through the blockade combined with this time. His file on your technology is getting thicker. Chen Haifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let him analyze. Once I produce the energy shield coating next time, he won't even catch a whiff of my exhaust. How long will it take to produce the coating? The resources are ready. The system says the first batch can be completed in 2 hours, Chen Haifeng said. Old man, can the sample analysis continue now? Yes, although the crystals are 5 grams, shortly. Jiang Guo said it won't matter much, just that the analysis time will be extended a bit, Zhao Jigang said. Quickly send me the resources, my isolated server is ready. All right. Chen Haifeng activated the resource transfer protocol, packaging the freshly mined or for delivery. The system interface displayed a new prompt. Resources have been put into the sample analysis process. Analysis progress 100. Complete feasibility assessment for reverse engineering moderate possible production items. 1. Primary ruin energy shield coating. 2. Sentinel protocol defense system core module damaged. Chen Haifeng focused on the second item. The Sentinel protocol defense system. If this can be developed next time, when Sun Qiming sends armed vessels, who hits whom will be uncertain. Old man, the analysis is complete. We can produce the core module for the defense system. What module, eh? The Sentinel Protocol 1, though it's damaged the system, says we can make a simplified version of an automatic turret. Chen Haifeng said, should we go for it? Zhao Jigang was silent for a few seconds. Yes, but don't do it on the dawn. Send me the blueprint data, and they'll find a place to produce it secretly. You've already been closely monitored by Sun Qiming. Any unusual energy activity will expose you. Understood. The data transfer began. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, gazing at the pitch-black space outside. Although it was perilous this time, the rewards were substantial. Resources secured, new blueprints unlocked, and sample analysis completed. As for Sun Kaiming's side, he's probably pacing around in the monitoring station right now. 7th monitoring station. Sun Kaiming stared at the freshly analyzed jump residual data report, his expression grim. The operator cautiously said, "Sir, the energy signature analysis results are out. The engine fluctuation patterns used by the target vessel during this jump do not match any known models in the database." Another piece of black technology, Sun Kaiming sneered. "The ruins Chun Haifeng has unearthed are even richer than I imagined. Additionally, the environmental samples we collected at the mining site show traces of highly efficient refining. Ordinary mining vessels simply cannot achieve that kind of refining speed. He must be using technology we're unaware of." "I know." Sun Kaiming summoned the star map. "He must be hiding now, but it doesn't matter. He needs resources, which means he has to move. As long as he moves, he'll leave traces." He tapped the screen. "Notify the higher-ups and request deployment of a Ghost-class stealth reconnaissance ship. Chun Haifeng's counter-reconnaissance methods may work against ordinary reconnaissance boats, but against a Ghost. I'd like to see how he hides." "Understood." The command was sent out. Sun Kaiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. "Chun Haifeng, the more technology you unlock, the more I want it. This time I let you slip away, but next time I will swallow both you and your technology whole." He turned off the monitoring screen and opened the encrypted communication channel. "Boss, it's me. There's a major discovery in the C-44 area. The efficient mining and refining technology controlled by the target has been confirmed to be related to the ruins. I have requested a Ghost-class reconnaissance ship. Next time we engage, I guarantee we will capture him." A deep voice came from the other end of the channel. "Don't let me down. I want." The communication was cut off. Sun Kaiming gazed at the file photo of Chun Haifeng on the screen and smiled. The game has just begun. The blueprint analysis is complete. Chun Haifeng stared at the system interface. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's keyboard tapping ceased abruptly. "And what's the result?" "Energy shield reinforcement module." Chun Haifeng swiped across the screen. "According to the system, this unit can triple the defensive strength of my Dawnbreaker-class vessel and double its endurance." "Triple?" Zhao Jigang's voice shot up an octave. "That make it a turtle shell?" And almost Chun Haifeng grinned. "But there's a catch." "What catch?" Production requires a catalyst phase resonance powder." Chun Haifeng read aloud from the system prompt. "I've never even heard of it." Zhao Jigang fell silent for 3 seconds. "I have. Where? It occasionally surfaces on the black market, but its price could buy half a frigate." Zhao Jigang paused. "And for the past 3 months, not a single gram has appeared on the market." Chun Haifeng cursed under his breath. So what's the point? We cracked the blueprint, only to find it useless." "Wait." Zhao Jigang's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Let me cross-check the database." "Got it." 3 years ago, the Federation abandoned a research station, designation X7, dedicated exclusively to phase technology. Reports claim it was left behind with substantial experimental materials and unfinished prototypes. Coordinates, already transmitted, Zhao Jigang said. "But there's bad news." "Speak." X7 lies precisely on the outer edge of Sun Kaiming's newly upgraded blockade net. Zhao Jigang pulled up surveillance imagery. "Look, Sun just secured higher-tier authorization and deployed 2 destroyers to conduct full-spectrum scans across stellar sectors C, D, and E." Chun Haifeng glanced at the star chart. The coordinates of Research Station X7 sat exactly along the boundary line between sectors D and E. How deep has his scanning gone?" "High-resolution active scanning, down to individual asteroid fragments," Zhao Jigang replied. "Your last jump left residual anomalous energy signatures, and he's already uploaded them to the corporate database. Right now, his entire detection grid is calibrated to your BlackTech energy signature. Damn, he's determined to wipe me out entirely." "Exactly," Zhao Jigang said. "So heading to X7 is like flying straight into the barrel of a gun." Chun Haifeng fixed his gaze on the blueprint displayed across the system interface. "Energy shield reinforcement module. With this, when Sun Kaiming next dispatches destroyers, head at least withstand 2 full volleys." "Old man, how long does the stealth coating last?" 72 hours. "Of the batch you manufactured last time, 51 remain." "Enough," Chun Haifeng declared. "I'll engage the stealth coating and take the gamble." Are you insane? Sun Kaiming's destroyer arrays are military grade. Whether it holds or fails, we must push through." Chun Haifeng ignited the Dawnbreaker's engines. "Without this shield module, his next destroyer strike will obliterate me in a single salvo." Silence hung in the channel for several seconds. Zhao Jigang sighed deeply. Very well. I'm transmitting the flight path. Remember absolute radio silence. Not even the encrypted channel. Once there, retrieve the material and depart immediately. No delays." Understood." Also, Li Jiangguo just sent me new data. Zhao Jigang continued, X7 was abandoned following a catastrophic experiment. Residual phase radiation likely permeates the interior. Your ship's shielding can endure no more than 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Chen Haifeng calculated swiftly. That's sufficient. And the transmission ended. In the Dawnbreaker's engines flared, gliding soundlessly from its concealed berth. A faint azure shimmer rippled across the hull, the energy stealth coating suppressing every electromagnetic signature to near zero. In 7th monitoring station, Sun Shiming watched the newly deployed blockade net unfold across his display, a cold smile playing upon his lips. An operator called up real-time telemetry. Sir, both Avenger-class destroyers are in position. Scanning arrays are fully operational. Coverage extends across sectors C, D, and E. Total saturation. Scanning resolution in military tier 3, capable of detecting anomalous energy fluctuations below zero. 1 standard units. The operator added, we've integrated Chen Haifeng's BlackTech energy signature into our recognition database. The moment he activates, even slightly, we'll detect him. Sun Shiming leaned back into his chair. Excellent. Order the destroyers to concentrate scanning along the DE sector boundary. That's the trajectory Chen took during his last escape. Yes, sir, and the command was issued. Across the screen a cobalt blue lattice of scanning beams unfolded slowly, like a vast, inescapable net, ensnaring the entire stellar expanse. Sun Shiming retrieved Chen Haifeng's personnel dossier, his fingertip tapping once against the holographic image. This time I wonder how you'll hide. The Dawnbreaker slipped low through the nebular dust belt. Chen Haifeng monitored the radar, utterly blank. Sun Shiming's scan net hadn't yet reached this region, but it soon would. System, status of stealth coating. Stealth coating active and estimated remaining duration 50 hours, 018 minutus in current obscuration, efficiency 92 and 92%. Insufficient. The Dawnbreaker emerged from the dust belt. Ahead loomed a desolate ashen asteroid. Research Station X7 was embedded within a canyon on its far side. Chen Haifeng reduced speed, skimming the asteroid's pockmarked surface. The canyon entrance was half buried beneath collapsed rock, but still passable. The Dawnbreaker slithered inward like an eel. Darkness swallowed the vessel whole. Chen Haifeng activated external illumination, the beam cutting through gloom to illuminate corroded metal walls. The station's main structure remained intact, but scorched blast marks and fire-blackened girders scarred every corridor. So that's the accident old man mentioned. Looks brutal. He deployed 2 SCVs to scout ahead, and simultaneously activated the radiation detector. Beep, 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 and the readings spiked violently into the red zone. Environmental radiation level lethal phase radiation contamination detected and estimated hull shielding endurance 18 minutus and worse than Zhao Jigang predicted. Chen Haifeng swore again and piloted deeper. The station's interior resembled a labyrinth. Twisting corridors sealed bulkheads, most doors fused shut by heat or impact. SCV telemetry confirmed high-density, phase energy residue emanating from the sublevel laboratory. That must be it. The Dawnbreaker descended to the lowest deck. The lab door had been blasted halfway off its hinges, revealing chaos within. Charred instruments and shattered test tubes littered the workbenches. Chen Haifeng swept his gaze across the wreckage, then froze. A half-open storage cabinet stood against one wall, neatly stacked with over a dozen sealed canisters. Labels adhered to their surfaces, phase resonance powder, experimental batch. Found it, and he directed the SCVs forward to retrieve them. The instant an SCV made contact, the ruined instrument deep within the lab flickered to life. Low resonant hum vibrated through the entire station. Chen Haifeng's pulse spiked. What the hell is that? System alert flashed across his display. Phase energy field activated, radiation intensity, surging, shielding endurance remaining 8 minutus. Grab them. Now. Then get out. The SCVs snatched 2 canisters and reversed course at full speed. Deeper inside, the instrument flared brighter, the hum swelling into a deafening drone. Walls trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling. Chen Haifeng spun the Dawnbreaker around and slammed the throttle forward. The vessel rocketed toward the canyon mouth like a fired projectile. Behind it, the lab instrument erupted in blinding cerulean light. Boom. Shockwave surged after the Dawnbreaker's tail. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth, pushing the engines to redline. At the exact moment the Dawnbreaker cleared the canyon mouth, the entire station collapsed. Shrapnel of rock and twisted metal exploded outward into the void. Chen Haifeng exhaled sharply, then checked the cargo hold. 2 sealed canisters, intact. System, catalyst acquired. Can we commence shield module production? Materials confirming production time required 4 hours and initiate production. Begin. Production initiated. Energy shield reinforcement module 0. Chen Haifeng smiled grimly. And with this next time he faced Sun Qiming, had at least stand tall enough to speak. And he pulled up the star chart and plotted his return vector. The Dawnbreaker's engines ignited, preparing for quantum leap. None second before initiation, a faint blip flickered onto the radar. Distance 30 kilometers, and closing rapidly. Shen Haifeng's stomach dropped. Damn, detected. And he glanced at the stealth coding status and obscuration efficiency 89. Efficiency had degraded. The station's explosion must have disrupted the coding. System, can shielding be enhanced? Insufficient power reserve in current state minimum sustained output over. Shen Haifeng clenched his jaw, aborted the jump, and steered the Dawnbreaker toward the nearest debris field. Simultaneously, he opened the encrypted channel, but remained silent. Zhao Jigang's voice crackled first. Kid, run. One of Sun Qiming's destroyers is en route to your position. I see it. Shen Haifeng whispered tightly. Stealth coding degraded. Efficiency down to 89%. 89%. His destroyer's military array will absolutely lock onto you. Zhao Jigang barked. Where are you? Just outside X7. Emerging now. Head for sector E44. A dense asteroid cluster there will scramble their scans. Understood. The Dawnbreaker banked sharply, surging forward at maximum thrust. Behind them the blip drew closer. 30 kilometers, 25, 20. Shen Haifeng watched the radar palms slick with sweat. 15 kilometers. The Dawnbreaker plunged headlong into the asteroid swarm. Boulders skimmed its hull, shield emitters hissing with strain. Shen Haifeng disabled all active sensors, relying solely on visual cues and AI-assisted navigation. The Dawnbreaker darted between tumbling rocks like a startled fish. 10 kilometers. The pursuing blip halted momentarily, then began orbiting the swarm's periphery. He won't enter. Military destroyers are too large, they'd shatter among those rocks. Yet he refused to withdraw, merely waited coiled like a viper just beyond the edge. Old man, am temporarily safe but trapped, I know. Zhao Jigang's voice grew grave. Sun Qiming just broadcast a fleet-wide directive. He's declared illegal prospecting activity detected in sector E44 and ordered all vessels to comply with investigation. He's making it public, yes. Zhao Jigang replied. You cannot move. You'd instantly betray your exact location. But remaining motionless is equally untenable. His scanning net is tightening. Eventually, it will sweep over you. Shen Haifeng glanced at the cargo hold. Those precious canisters. Then at the production progress bar, glowing softly on-screen an energy shield reinforcement module 12. 3 more hours required. Old man, how long can you stall them? Maximum 2 hours, Zhao Jigang said. After that the destroyer's scan net will blanket the entire asteroid field. Then you'll be exposed, no matter where you hide. Shen Haifeng sank into the pilot's seat staring out at the endless jagged stones beyond the viewport. 2 hours. In production 3 hours. 1 hour short. System. Can production be accelerated? Additional computational cores may increase speed by 50 required. 2x core units. Shen Haifeng checked inventory. 3 remained. Deploy them. Core units engaged in production speed increased by 50 estimated completion 2 hours, with 40 minutes and still 40 minutes short. Old man, 40 minutes. Can you manage it? Zhao Jigang paused, long and heavy. I'll try. Try what? Decoy maneuver, Zhao Jigang said. He'll fabricate an energy signature elsewhere, lure the destroyer away. But it buys only 30 minutes, and Sun Qiming will trace it back to me. Too risky. Or watch you get captured. Zhao Jigang snapped. No more talk. Prepare yourself. I initiate in 10 minutes. Understood. The channel went dark. Shen Haifeng watched the production counter crawl forward in 13, 14, 15. Each second stretched like an eternity. 9 minutes later. The blip circling the asteroid field froze, then pivoted, accelerating sharply toward a distant coordinate. Old man moved. Shen Haifeng didn't hesitate. He wrenched the Dawnbreaker free from the swarm, racing full throttle toward the jump coordinates. He reopened the encrypted channel. Old man. Clear. Go now. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. Sun Qiming's already flagged the anomaly. He's redirecting the second destroyer. What about you? Fine. The decoy signal is hopping across jump points. He won't catch me anytime soon. Zhao Jigang added. But stay sharp. He did capture the faint signal distortion as you exited the swarm. He hasn't locked your exact coordinates, but he knows your general bearing. Shen Haifeng scanned the rear radar. Far beyond the debris field another blip surged toward him, closing fast. The second destroyer. Damn, he's really coming. Don't look back. Jump. The Dawnbreaker's engine screamed, hull vibrating under immense stress. Jump, countdown 3, 2, 1. A resonant hum filled the cockpit, space itself warped, and the Dawnbreaker vanished. And almost simultaneously the second destroyer's scanning beam swept across the vacated coordinates. Only a faint ripple, residual quantum distortion, registered on its sensors. In 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming studied the fading data point on screen, his expression glacial. The operator ventured cautiously, "Sir, the target executed a jump. Residual signature is too diffuse for endpoint triangulation." I know. Sun Qiming sneered. But he won't escape. And he pulled up the star chart and drew 3 precise vectors. Based on signal drift and jump residue, only 3 possible destinations exist. Shall we deploy pursuit forces? No. Sun Qiming shook his head. Position both destroyers to seal the outer perimeters of all 3 coordinates. The moment he moves again, he will appear at one of them. Yes, sir, and the order was dispatched. Sun Qiming reclined, fingertips drumming steadily on the armrest. Chen Haifeng, do you truly believe you'll flee again? My net is drawn tight. Your next meeting will be your final one. He switched off the surveillance feed and opened an encrypted channel. Boss, the target evaded once more, though his operational radius is now confined. I request authorization to deploy Hound-class tracker vessels for precision elimination. A low, measured voice responded from the other end. Approved. Thank you, boss. The channel closed. Sun Qiming gazed at the 3 luminous coordinates glowing on the star chart and smiled. The game is over. Old man, I'm going in. Chen Haifeng's voice was extremely low, and the Dawn slipped quietly into the main airlock of the abandoned research station like an eel. Outside, the porthole was pitch black, illuminated only by the external lights of the ship, revealing the rusty metal walls and floating dust. In the encrypted channel, the sound of Zhao Jigang typing on the keyboard crackled. Received. Move quickly. Sun Qiming's 2 destroyers have just completed their final course correction. Correction. Zhao Jigang paused. They were just vaguely heading towards the research station before, but now they have locked onto your signal disturbance with an accuracy improvement of 80% and are closing in at full speed. Chen Haifeng cursed. Isn't my cloaking layer active? It is, but there's residual phase radiation inside the research station causing a slight resonance with your cloaking layer. Sun Qiming's military-grade array has locked onto you because of that resonance, Zhao Jigang said. Damn it. Stop cursing and find the catalyst quickly. Has the system scanned the location yet? Zhao Jigang asked. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface. A pale blue holographic projection unfolded in the cockpit, revealing a layer-by-layer diagram of the research station's internal structure. A red dot marked the lower storage area. Found at warehouse B7, 200 meters deep. How far? Straight line distance of 800 meters, but we have to take a detour. Half of the research station's internal structure has collapsed. I'll give you 15 minutes. Zhao Jigang's voice became serious. After 15 minutes, the destroyers will be within interception range. Chen Haifeng turned off the active scan and relied on the structural diagram provided by the system for navigation. The Dawn moved slowly through the dark corridor, the hull scraping against the collapsed debris, producing a faint scratching sound. The radiation detector beeped continuously. Environmental radiation intensity, high-risk phase contamination residue, detected. Estimated duration of ship's protective layer, 22 minutes. 22 minutes. That should be enough. The Dawn descended to the lowest level and stopped in front of the airlock of warehouse B7. The door was locked and the control panel was completely dark. System, can you open it? Old mechanical lock detected. Recommendation, use physical breach. Chen Haifeng deployed 2 SCVs. The engineering mesh crawled over, adjusting the mining laser to cutting mode, sizzling as it burned at the door seam. 5 seconds later, the airlock door emitted a piercing metallic tearing sound and slowly slid open. The warehouse was filled with dusty cargo boxes. Chen Haifeng glanced around, and his gaze stopped at a row of sealed storage tanks in the corner. The labels on the tanks read phase resonance powder, experimental grade, high purity. That's it. He directed the SCVs to move it. Just as the SCV touched the storage tank, in the depths of the warehouse, a junk defensive terminal suddenly lit up with a red light. Buzz! A piercing alarm blared. Damn! What the hell? Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. The system interface displayed a warning. Triggered, old defense system. Detected activation signal of automated turrets number 4, location 4 corners of the warehouse almost simultaneously. In the 4 corners of the warehouse, ceiling rusty metal covers slid open and 4 spherical automated turrets emerged, their barrels beginning to charge. Blue and white energy beams crackled. Old man, the defense system has been triggered. Grab it and run. Zhao Jigang shouted, don't waste time with it. Got it. The SCV grabbed 2 storage tanks and turned to dash back. The 4 turrets fired simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy beams flew past the SCV's mechanical arm, striking the cargo boxes and exploding in a shower of sparks. Chen Haifeng piloted the Dawn to block the warehouse entrance, shields fully activated. Bang bang bang. 3 beams struck the shield, causing the energy reading to drop by 15% instantly. System, can we interfere? Attempting signal suppression. Failed defense system is an independent closed loop, cannot be hacked remotely, damn it. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth, adjusted the cannon, and fired at the nearest turret. Boom. The turret exploded into a ball of fire. But the other 3 turrets turned their barrels, all locking onto the Dawn. Old man, in being focused fired. Did you get the stuff? Got it. Then retreat. Stop shooting. The destroyers have accelerated, they've detected the energy fluctuations from the defense system and are now 100% sure you're inside. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar. 2 light spots representing the destroyers were rapidly closing in. Distance, 8 minutes of travel. Go. He retracted the SCVs and the Dawn's engine instantly pushed to the limit, rushing at full speed towards the way they came. Behind him, 3 turrets pursued and fired energy beams flying wildly through the corridor. The Dawn's shield readings dropped rapidly. 70%, 65, 55. System, how much longer can the shield hold? Current attack strength left 2 minutes, 18 seconds. That's enough. The Dawn burst out of the lowest level and into the main corridor. Ahead was the airlock exit. Chen Haifeng glanced at the cargo boxes. 2 storage tanks completely unharmed. He had the catalyst. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the 2 rapidly moving light spots on the screen, a grin spreading across his face. Sir, the destroyers have transmitted real-time data. The target coordinates have been precisely locked in. The operator brought up the image right inside the X7 research station, just triggered the defense system. Energy characteristic match rate is 99%. Good. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair. Notify the destroyers to open fire directly once they enter interception range. Just cripple it, don't blow it up. I want him alive along with that tank of catalyst he has. Yes. The order was given, and on the screen the speed of the 2 destroyers increased again. Only 5 minutes left to the research station. Sun Qiming pulled up Chen Haifeng's profile photo and tapped the screen. This time let's see how you escape. The Dawn shot out of the research station's airlock and into space. Chen Haifeng took a breath and glanced at the shield reading. 42%. Barely avoided being pierced. Old man, I'm out, and I got the catalyst. Received. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent, but you're in big trouble. The 2 destroyers have already completed the encirclement and are entering interception range. If you jump now, you'll be forcibly pulled out by their jump disruptors. What should I do? There's a weak point. Zhao Jigang sent over some data. 300 kilometers behind the research station, there's a small gravitational anomaly. The space-time structure there is unstable, and the disruptor's effect will diminish by 60%. Diminished by 60%. Does that mean there's still 40% that can disrupt me? Yes, but this is the only chance. You can rush over and force a jump with a 60% probability of success. Stay put, and there's a 100% chance you'll be caught, Zhao Jigang said. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar. The 2 light spots had appeared at the edge of his vision and were quickly enlarging. The contours of the destroyers were becoming clearer under the starlight. All right, I'm going for it. The Dawn changed direction and rushed at full speed towards the gravitational anomaly. The engine power was pushed to 120%, and the ship trembled slightly. Behind him, the 2 destroyers fired simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of energy beams pierced the darkness, rushing towards the Dawn. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and pushed the control stick hard. The Dawn darted through space like a startled fish, wildly changing direction. Energy beams flew past the ship, with the closest one only 3 meters away from the shield. The shield readings began to drop again. 35%. 30. Old man. How far is it? 80 kilometers. Hold on. I'm running out of shield. You have to hold on. Another wave of fire came in. This time, Chen Haifeng couldn't dodge completely. Boom. A beam struck the shield and the energy reading dropped to 15% instantly. The alarm blared. Shield strength critical, immediate evacuation recommended. It's right there. Zhao Jigang shouted. The gravitational anomaly is right ahead. Jump. Chen Haifeng pressed the jump button. The Dawn's engine emitted a piercing hum and space began to distort. Almost simultaneously, the jump disruptors of the 2 destroyers activated. An invisible force field swept over like a giant hand, trying to forcibly pull the Dawn out of the jump state. The ship shook violently, and alarms rang out in unison. Jump interference detected, strength high, attempting to break through. Chen Haifeng stared at the progress bar. 10%, 20%, 30%. The interference field clung to the Dawn like glue, the jump process advancing extremely slowly. Behind him, the second round of concentrated fire from the destroyers was already charging. The barrels lit up with blinding blue light. System, can we accelerate? You can overload the jump engine to force a breakthrough, the system replied. Risk engine overload, potential damage, overload. Command confirmed jump engine power 150 buzz. The Dawn's hull shook violently, as if breaking free from chains, and accelerated instantly. Space warped to the limit then, whoosh. The Dawn vanished from its original location. The concentrated fire from the two destroyers went astray, and energy beams exploded into a halo of light in the darkness. 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Chiming stared at the residual jump data on the screen, his expression grim. The operator cautiously said, "Sir, the target successfully forced a jump, but the engine overload characteristics are obvious. Can we analyze the jump endpoint?" Calculating. The operator brought up the data stream. Based on the radiation residue from the overloaded engine and the jump vector analysis, the endpoint coordinates are likely in the K9 resource-scarce area. K9. Sun Chiming pulled up the star map. That place doesn't even have a decent mining point. What's he going there for? It might be forced. The operator said, after the engine overload, both the jump distance and accuracy will significantly decrease. He might have wanted to go further. Sun Chiming stared at the K9 area on the star map, smiling. That's even better. Sir, with his engine overloaded, he'll definitely need repairs. Sun Chiming said, K9 is resource-scarce, and he won't even be able to gather the materials to repair his ship. Notify the destroyers to head to the K9 area immediately and implement a carpet blockade. This time I want to trap him inside. Yes. The order was given. Sun Chiming leaned back in his chair, tapping on the armrest. Chen Haifeng, do you really think you can escape this time? Your ship is damaged, and the place is as poor as can be. Let's see how you turn the tables this time. He turned off the monitoring screen and opened the encrypted communication. Boss, the target has entered the designated area, and the engine is damaged, unable to make long jumps. I request a full blockade of that area to catch him in a trap. A low voice came from the other end of the channel. Approved. If you fail again this time, you know the consequences. Understood. The communication was cut off. Sun Chiming looked at the small K9 area on the star map, his lips curling upwards. The game is about to end. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng was panting, leaning against the pilot's seat. Outside the porthole was a desolate belt of rubble with only a few grayish asteroids in the distance. The system interface popped up with a bunch of warnings. Jump engine overload. Cooling system damaged, estimated repair time 8 hours, materials needed, refined trim alloy X20, superconducting coil X4, A energy battery pack X8. Chen Haifeng glanced at the inventory. Refined trim alloy 3 units. Superconducting coil 1 piece. Energy battery pack 2 packs. Damn, that's far from enough. The encrypted channel connected. Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Kid, what's your situation over there? Engine overload, I'm short on repair materials. Chen Haifeng said, is there any mining in this damn place? K9 area. Zhao Jigang hesitated. There is, but they are all low-grade mines with shockingly low content. If you want to mine and repair your ship here, you'll need to dig for at least half a month. Half a month. Chen Haifeng cursed. Will Sun Chiming give me half a month? No, Zhao Jigang brought up the monitoring data. I just intercepted a message. His 2 destroyers are already on their way to the K9 area. They'll complete the encirclement in at most 2 hours. Chen Haifeng stared at the desolate space outside the porthole. The engine was broken, the materials were insufficient, and the enemy was on the way. This is a dead end. Old man, do you have any solutions? Zhao Jigang was silent for a long time. I do, but the risk is extremely high. Tell me. Deep in the K9 area, there's an abandoned smuggler's hideout, Zhao Jigang said. It was shut down by the Federation 3 years ago, but it said there are still plenty of black market supplies inside. If you can sneak in, you might find materials to repair your ship. Coordinates. Sent you the coordinates, Zhao Jigang said. But kid, I must remind you that place has been abandoned for 3 years, and no one knows what the situation is inside. There may be residual automated defenses or collapses, or maybe nothing at all. Chen Haifeng glanced at the repair countdown on the system interface. 8 hours. The destroyers will arrive in 2 hours. He had no choice. All right, I'll take a chance. Be careful. Zhao Jigang said. I'll think of other ways to see if I can get some materials delivered to you from other channels. But don't hold out too much hope. Sun Chiming's blockade is getting tighter. Understood. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng started the Dawn, flying slowly towards the coordinates. After the engine overload, the maximum speed was only 1/3 of the original, like a limping dog. He glanced at the catalyst storage tanks in the cargo hold. Then he looked again at the blueprint for the energy shield enhancement module waiting for production on the system interface. With this thing, next time he was chased by a destroyer, at least he could endure a few more rounds. But first he had to repair the ship and survive leaving this place. The Dawn slowly navigated through the rubble belt. In the distance, the outlines of the 2 destroyers were gradually emerging in the blackness of deep space. Old man, I've stopped. Chen Haifeng stared out the porthole at the desolate area of barren stones as the Dawn's engine came to a complete halt, floating behind a large rock like a dead fish. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was low. Received. What's the status of your engine? Overloaded. The system indicates it needs to cool for 12 hours before it can jump again. Chun Haifeng brought up the maintenance interface. The SCV is out there making repairs, but the materials are insufficient. There are only 3 units of refined trim alloy left, 1 superconducting coil, and 2 energy batteries. Is that enough for repairs? Emergency repairs will suffice, but even after fixing we won't get far. At most we can jump once before having to stay put. 1 jump is enough. Zhao Jigang typed rapidly, I just analyzed Sun Kaiming's blockade net. He sent 2 destroyers over to conduct a grid blockade in your area. Chun Haifeng's heart tightened. A grid blockade? Does that mean I'll be like a turtle in a jar? Pretty much, Zhao Jigang replied, but there's some good news. What's that? The 2 destroyers are of different models. One is Punisher and the other is Enforcer. Zhao Jigang displayed the data. The Punisher has high mobility but a small scanning range. The Enforcer has a wide scanning range but slow turning. With these 2 working together for the grid blockade, there will be gaps. Chun Haifeng's eyes lit up. Where are the gaps? I'm calculating. Zhao Jigang warned, but kid, you need to stay hidden. Sun Qiming is definitely monitoring from the control station. The moment you show yourself, he can lock onto you immediately. Understood. Chun Haifeng switched to the system interface. The energy cloaking function was still active, but its efficiency had dropped to 85%. The forced jump earlier had drained much of the coding energy. System, how long can the cloaking hold? Energy cloaking coding remaining energy 12 estimated duration 1 hour 47 minutes. Recommend replenishing energy or switching to low power mode. Switch to low power. Simulate as asteroid debris. Command confirmed. Signal feature simulation. Asteroid debris inert energy consumption reduced by 70. Estimated duration extended to 5 hours. The faint blue glow on the surface of the dawn dimmed and all active signal emitters were shut down. On the radar, the light from the dawn disappeared, turning into a mass of noise. Chun Haifeng let out a sigh of relief. Old man, I'm hidden. Received. Zhao Jigang said, don't move yet. Wait for me to calculate the gap coordinates. How long will it take? Half an hour. All right. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the empty K9 area. On the screen, his brow furrowed enough to crush a fly. The operator cautiously reported, sir, the 2 destroyers have completed the encirclement and the grid blockade is activated. What are the scanning results? Nothing. Nothing was scanned. The operator pulled up the data. The target's jump endpoint is in this area, but the residual jump signal is too weak to locate precisely. We conducted 3 rounds of carpet scanning, but only found a pile of debris and asteroid remnants. Sun Qiming sneered. Chun Haifeng's hiding techniques are getting better. Should we tighten the grid? Yes. Sun Qiming pointed at the screen. Increase the grid density by a factor of 2 and focus on scanning those remnants larger than 50 cubic meters. No matter how small his ship is, it can't shrink to the size of a stone. Understood. The order was given. On the screen, the blue grid representing the scanning beam became denser, like a fishing net, slowly tightening. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Chun Haifeng, do you think hiding will keep you safe? My net is tightening. You'll have to move sooner or later. The moment you do, I'll catch you. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chun Haifeng focused on the SCV's maintenance progress. Emergency repair of the jump engine 35. Estimated completion time 8 hours 12 minutes. It's still 8 hours. But Zhao Jigang said the blockade gap could be calculated in half an hour. Old man, how's it going? Halfway through. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. There is indeed a gap, but the time window is very short, only 47 seconds. 47 seconds. Chun Haifeng cursed, I still need 8 hours to fix my engine. I know, Zhao Jigang replied, so you need to move early. Just repair the engine to a level where it can barely jump. You don't need to fix it completely. How good does it need to be? 60%. Zhao Jigang displayed the data. Repair it to 60%, and you can perform a short distance jump not exceeding 0.5 light seconds. But after the jump, the engine will likely be completely wrecked. Chun Haifeng glanced at the maintenance progress. 35%. To reach 60%, it will take another 4 hours. Will the gap window still be there in 4 hours? Yes, but the position will change. Zhao Jigang said the destroyers are moving and the gap is moving too. I calculated the predicted coordinates for 4 hours later with an accuracy of 73%. 70% certainty. Will you take the bet? Chun Haifeng gritted his teeth. I'll bet. All right, I've sent you the coordinates. Zhao Jigang said, remember, 4 hours later, there will be a 47-second gap in the coordinates. You must complete acceleration jumping and escape within 47 seconds. If you're even a second late, you'll be locked by the Enforcer's scanning array. Understood. Chun Haifeng issued the acceleration command to the SCV. The maintenance progress bar jumped a bit faster. 36%. 37. Time ticked away. 3 hours later. Emergency repair of the jump engine 58. Only 2% left. Chun Haifeng focused on the radar. The 2 light points representing the destroyers were patrolling along fixed trajectories. The blue scanning grid swept over the area repeatedly, and the latest scan was only 3 kilometers from the large rock where the Dawn was hiding. Old man, I'm almost done. Received. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent, but there's bad news. What is it? Sun Qiming has noticed the signal anomaly. Zhao Jigang displayed the monitoring data. He just ordered to double the grid density again, and now he's conducting intensive scans in your area. I suspect he thinks you're hiding in some remnants. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. What do we do? Don't move. Zhao Jigang said the moment you move he'll lock onto you immediately. Now we can only gamble betting that his scanning array won't detect the signal characteristics you're simulating. What if we lose the bet? If we lose the bet, you can wait to be focused fire by the 2 destroyers. Chen Haifeng fell silent. He stared out the porthole. In the pitch-black space, a blue scanning beam slowly swept across. It was getting closer to the Dawn. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Chen Haifeng was sweating in his palms. 50 meters. The scanning beam brushed past the hull of the Dawn and did not stop. It passed. Chen Haifeng let out a breath of relief. Don't celebrate too soon. Zhao Jigang said he will scan a second and third time. You can hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. I know. Emergency repair of the jump engine 60. It's fixed. Chen Haifeng glanced at the time. There were 43 minutes until the gap window appeared. Old man, I'm ready to jump at any time. Wait a bit longer. Zhao Jigang said the window hasn't arrived, or jumping now would be suicide. All right. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, staring at the 2 moving light points on the radar. Time passed particularly slowly. Every second felt like a year. 37 minutes later, Zhao Jigang's voice suddenly rang out. Kid, prepare. What's going on? Sun Qiming just sent a reconnaissance boat over, and it's conducting targeted scans on the debris where you are hiding. Zhao Jigang shouted he's suspicious of you. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. On the radar, a new light point appeared, quickly approaching. Old man, how long until the window? 6 minutes. 6 minutes. The reconnaissance boat can reach me in 3 minutes. Then stall. Zhao Jigang said you need to find a way to interfere with it, or just delay for 3 minutes. How do I interfere? Use the system. Can't you simulate signals? Simulate a fake one to draw it away. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and switched to the system interface. System, can you simulate a high-energy signal source? Position. Far away from me. Can simulate small ship engine startup, signal energy consumption, required 15 of remaining, cloaking coding energy, execute. Execute. Command confirmed. Signal simulation started almost simultaneously. A high-speed moving light point suddenly appeared on the reconnaissance boat's radar. It was 5 kilometers away from the hiding spot of the Dawn, fleeing in the opposite direction. Sir, unidentified signal detected. It's escaping the debris. In the 7th monitoring station, the operator shouted. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, sneering. Finally couldn't hide anymore. Notify the reconnaissance boat to pursue. Yes. The reconnaissance boat turned and sped toward the false signal. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng sighed with relief. Old man, I've drawn it away. Well done. Zhao Jigang said, but how much energy do you have left in your cloaking coating? Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. Energy cloaking coating, remaining energy 3, estimated duration 11 minutes, only 11 minutes left. That's enough. Zhao Jigang said the window will appear in 2 minutes, and I've sent the coordinates to your navigation. Remember, it must be 47 seconds, not a second more. Understood. Chen Haifeng tightened his grip on the control stick. The Dawn's engine began to warm up. A faint vibration spread throughout the ship. Time passed second by second. 2 minutes later, a green coordinate point suddenly lit up on the navigation screen. Now's the time. Zhao Jigang shouted. Chen Haifeng slammed the throttle. The Dawn's engine ignited instantly like a shadow darting out from behind the large rock. Full speed ahead. Target gap coordinates. Almost simultaneously at the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the suddenly appearing high-speed light point on the screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He moved. Notify the destroyers to intercept. Sir, the target's course is crossing through the patrol gap between the Punisher and Enforcer. What? Sun Qiming slammed the control panel. How is that possible? That gap only has a 47-second window. He calculated it precisely. Useless. Sun Qiming shouted, turn the destroyers. Block him. It's too late. The target is moving too fast. It has already entered jump status. On the screen, the Dawn slipped through the scanning beams of the 2 destroyers like a slippery fish. The space began to distort. Buzz. Jump completed. The Dawn disappeared. Sir, the target has escaped the blockade zone. The operator's voice trembled. Sun Qiming stared at the empty space on the screen, his face dark enough to drip water. Can the jump endpoint be analyzed? Calculating. Based on the engine overload characteristics and jump vector, the endpoint should be at the edge of the L3 area. However, the target's engine damage has worsened, and the residual jump signal is very chaotic, making precise location impossible. Sun Qiming was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Good, very good. Sir, Chen Haifeng's ability to escape this time is not just luck. Sun Qiming said someone provided him with precise escape coordinates and devised a breakout route. Who? Who else? Sun Qiming brought up Zhao Jigang's profile photo, that old thing from Pancher Mining. He turned off the monitoring screen and opened an encrypted communication. Boss, the target has escaped again, but we've clarified the matter of the gap in the blockade net. A low voice came from the other end of the channel. Speak. Someone provided him with accurate breakout coordinates. Sun Qiming said, I suspect it's Zhao Jigang from Pancher Mining. Request a thorough investigation of Pancher Mining and implement surveillance on Zhao Jigang. Approved. Thank you, boss. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming looked at the small L3 area on the star map, a grin spreading across his face. Chen Haifeng, you may have escaped once, but you won't escape a second time. Next time I'll take you and you're backing down together. The emergency engine repair is complete. We can jump. But the system issued a warning: critical components have latent damage. Forced transit carries a high risk of structural disintegration. What kind of risk? Literal. The ship could tear itself apart mid-transit. Zhao Jigang's fingers flew across the keyboard. We must jump. Otherwise Sun Qiming will capture you right now. I've calculated the rift coordinates and time window. Send them to me. Already transmitted, but there's an issue. Speak. The route passes directly through a high radiation zone. Zhao Jigang's voice lowered. That area is a derelict industrial landfill. Radiation intensity disrupts most scanning signals, but it'll also severely degrade your hull integrity. Chen Haifeng glanced at the coordinates. The high radiation zone lay precisely between the patrol paths of two destroyers. Can it provide cover? Yes. Sun Qiming's military sensor array will lose calibration there, but your energy shielding coating won't hold long. Radiation will accelerate its depletion. How long can it last? At most 15 minutes. Once past the radiation zone, the rift window opens. Duration, 41 seconds. Chen Haifeng calculated quickly: 15 minutes through lethal radiation, then 41 seconds to complete the jump. Let's do it. Kid, think carefully. Your engine is already damaged. Add another dose of radiation, and it may truly be beyond salvage after the jump. Better scrapped than captured. Chen Haifeng activated the Dawnbreaker. Coordinates received. I'm moving now. Understood. I'll monitor Sun Qiming's movements. 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Qiming stared at the empty expanse of Sector K9 on his screen, fingers drumming steadily on the console. The operator pulled up the latest scan data. Sir, the third round of intensive scanning is complete. 3 anomalous signal attenuation points detected. Attenuation points. Affirmative. Energy signatures mimic asteroid debris, but their attenuation curves bear faint artificial traces. The operator highlighted 3 coordinates. C7 shows the clearest signature. Sun Qiming fixed his gaze on C7. Dispatch the enforcer toward that location. Activate high-precision, focused scanning. Yes, sir. The command was issued. On screen, the icon representing the destroyer enforcer began turning, slowly, deliberately, toward coordinate C7. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair. Chen Haifeng, you may hide well, but every concealment leaves a flaw. This time I'll see exactly where you run. Dawnbreaker cockpit. Chen Haifeng watched the blip shift course on radar. His pulse tightened. Old man, the enforcer is heading this way. I see it, Zhao Jigang replied. Its turn is sluggish. You still have time. Proceed as planned. Enter the radiation zone. Understood. The Dawnbreaker's engines ignited, gliding silently from its hiding place among the asteroid debris. A faint cerulean shimmer rippled across the hull, the energy shielding coating flickering softly. Energy shielding coating 9, remaining estimated duration 14 minutes. Chen Haifeng slammed the throttle forward. The Dawnbreaker shot forward like a shadow, racing toward the distant starfield suffused with a deep, ominous crimson glow, the high radiation zone. Outside the viewport, floating metal wreckage and warped structural frames drifted silently, relics of the ancient industrial landfill. The radiation detector shrieked in rapid succession. Environmental radiation level lethal, multiple radioactive isotopes detected, hull shielding efficacy degraded 35 system. How much longer can the coating hold? Energy consumption accelerating, revised estimated duration 8 minutes. Damn, it's halved. Normal, Zhao Jigang said over the channel. Radiation destabilizes the coating's energy field. Move faster. I'm pushing. The Dawnbreaker wove sharply through the debris field, its shields crackling under relentless radiation assault. Energy readings crept downward. 88. 85. Behind them on radar's periphery, the enforcer's icon neared C7. Old man, it's arrived. Ignore it. It can't detect you. The radiation interference is too severe, Zhao Jigang said. But watch the other one, the Punisher. Its maneuverability is superior. It may flank you from the side. Chen Haifeng scanned the star chart. The radiation zone's exit loomed ahead, roughly 3 minutes away. Beyond it lay the rift coordinates Zhao Jigang had calculated. How much time remains until the window opens? 7 minutes and 20 seconds, Zhao Jigang replied. You'll emerge just in time. Understood. The Dawnbreaker surged forward. 7th monitoring station. The operator stared at his screen, then shouted. Sir, scanning at C7 is complete. Confirmed false signal source. Target is not there. Sun Qiming's expression darkened. What about the other 2 coordinates? Scanning in progress. Wait. The operator pulled up surveillance data from the radiation zone's edge. Faint energy disturbance detected at the perimeter. Signature matches a spacecraft's engine wake. Sun Qiming sat bolt upright. The radiation zone. He intends to transit through it. Highly probable. Radiation severely degrades our array's precision there. Alert the Punisher. Sun Qiming slammed his palm onto the console. Deploy it to the far side of the radiation zone's exit. Block him. Have the Enforcer pursue from behind. Trap him between them. Yes, sir. Commands flashed across the network. On-screen icons of both destroyers pivoted simultaneously, one sweeping ahead, the other closing from behind, converging upon the radiation zone. Sun Qiming smirked. Chen Haifeng, you think hiding in the radiation zone makes you safe? I'll seal both ends. Let's see how you escape that. The Dawnbreaker burst from the radiation zone. The crimson haze vanished, replaced by the profound black of open space. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system display. Energy shielding coating 1 remaining, imminent failure. Old man, I'm out. Coating's nearly gone. Acknowledged. Rift window opens in 30 seconds. Coordinates directly ahead 20 kilometers distant. Zhao Jigang's voice sharpened with urgency. Bad news, Sun Qiming has reacted. The Punisher is flanking from starboard. The Enforcer closes from aft. Chen Haifeng checked radar. 2 blips converging rapidly, 1 port, 1 starboard. Is the window duration sufficient? Yes, but you must succeed on the first attempt. There will be no second chance. Understood. The Dawnbreaker's engine screamed as it lunged toward the navigation point. 20 kilometers, 15 kilometers. On radar, the Punisher's icon appeared on the flank, less than 50 kilometers away. It's entered weapons range. Zhao Jigang roared. I know. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and wrenched the controls. The Dawnbreaker veered violently, dodging a searing energy beam that grazed its hull. The Punisher opened fire. 10 seconds until window. Zhao Jigang yelled. Confirmed. The Dawnbreaker twisted and tumbled, wild, unpredictable, as if possessed. Behind the Enforcer entered firing range, its weapon emplacements beginning to glow with charging energy. A pincer closed in. 5 seconds. Chen Haifeng locked eyes on the navigation point. The green coordinate burned bright before him. 3 seconds. The Punisher unleashed its second salvo. 2 seconds. Chen Haifeng slammed his palm onto the jump activation button. The Dawnbreaker's engines shrieked, a deafening metallic whine, as space-time itself contorted around the vessel. 1 second. Whine, jump initiated. Almost instantly, beams from both the Punisher and the Enforcer struck the exact spot the Dawnbreaker had occupied moments before, erupting in a blinding, incandescent flare against the void. But the Dawnbreaker was gone. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the empty patch of space on his screen, his face livid with fury. The operator's voice trembled. Sir, target has successfully jumped. Breach containment. Where did it jump to? Analyzing. Radiation interference corrupted the residual signal. Only broad directional data recoverable. The operator displayed the fragmented stream. However, we captured the Dawnbreaker's full transit trajectory through the radiation zone. Sun Qiming's eyes gleamed. Transmit it immediately. Data cascaded across the screen, a single precise line extending from K9, piercing the radiation zone, terminating cleanly at the rift coordinate. This trajectory. Sun Qiming narrowed his eyes. Such navigational fidelity amid extreme radiation interference exceeds standard systems capabilities. Are you suggesting? Not suggesting. I'm certain. That ship's black-tech navigation suite is far more advanced than we anticipated. Sun Qiming reclined, a slow predatory smile spreading across his lips. But this is an opportunity. Opportunity. Indeed. He enlarged the trajectory data. His escape relied on hyper-precise modeling of radiation interference patterns and rift timing. Computations no lone pilot could perform alone. You suspect external support. Not suspect, confirm. Upload this trajectory to the corporate database. Request priority access to the advanced analytics module. I want to identify the mind, or minds, that charted his path. Yes, sir. Sun Qiming closed the monitoring interface and opened a secure comms channel. Boss, target escaped again. But this time we secured critical data. A low resonant voice answered. Proceed. The radiation zone transit trajectory exhibits abnormally high navigational fidelity Sun Qiming reported. I believe a specialized team is assisting him, possibly Stoneforge Mining or another faction. Request authorization for deep trajectory analysis and expand the investigative scope. Approved. Thank you, boss. The channel went silent. Sun Qiming gazed at the crisp, unwavering trajectory line across the star map and smiled. Chen Haifeng, you evaded me once. Twice. Unlikely, but your hand has been revealed. Next time I'll dismantle not only you, but whoever stands behind you. Dawnbreaker cockpit. Alarms blared, assaulting the ears. Chen Haifeng slumped in the pilot's seat, breath, ragged palms slick with sweat. Beyond the viewport stretched an unfamiliar asteroid belt. Far off, a dim red planet hung in the void. Red warnings flooded the system interface. Jump engine damage escalating, core energy conduit breach, propulsion efficiency down 72, recommend immediate vessel lockdown and repair. Old man, I made the jump, but the engine's nearly dead. Acknowledged. Transmit your coordinates. I'll locate you. What's the extent of the damage? System reports core conduit rupture. Propulsion efficiency at 28. That's effectively catastrophic. Find shelter immediately. I'll arrange delivery of repair materials. And Sun Qiming. He's analyzing your transit trajectory, Zhao Jigang said. But he can't pursue yet. You jumped too far. Recalculating will take time. Understood. Chen Haifeng guided the Dawnbreaker, lurching unsteadily toward the nearest asteroid. Its engines sputtered like a dying beast. He glanced at the catalyst canister in the cargo bay, then at the system interface where the energy shield reinforcement module blueprint remained active, awaiting production. With that module installed, next time he'd withstand several more salvos. Provided, of course, he repaired the ship first. The Dawnbreaker drifted into the asteroid shadow, and its engines died completely. Chen Haifeng leaned back, staring into the endless black beyond the viewport. He'd escaped again, but the engine was failing. And what of next time? He lit a cigarette and drew deeply. Smoke curled slowly through the cockpit air. System, what materials are required for full engine restoration? A lengthy list appeared. Chen Haifeng skimmed it, then swore. Damn, costlier than building a new one. Zhao Jigang's voice crackled over the encrypted channel once more. Kid, bad news. Speak. Sun Qiming uploaded your radiation zone transit data, activating the corporate-grade analytics module. Zhao Jigang's tone turned grave. That system can reverse engineer the computational parameters and processing power required to generate such a trajectory. Then what? Then he'll pinpoint who assisted you. The person calculating your path. Zhao Jigang paused. My position may no longer be tenable. Chen Haifeng fell silent for several seconds. Old man, I've dragged you into this. Nonsense. Zhao Jigang barked. The day I recruited you, I knew this moment would come. Fix your ship. Worry about everything else after. Understood. The channel went quiet. Chen Haifeng watched the ember glow on his cigarette tip, then exhaled slowly. Sun Qiming failed to capture his prey, but seized something far more valuable. Next time he wouldn't send just 2 destroyers. Chen Haifeng crushed the cigarette and opened the system fabrication interface. The energy shield reinforcement module schematic glowed, materials fully stocked, ready for production. System, how long to fabricate the shield module? For hours, initiate production. Command confirmed. Energy shield reinforcement module fabrication initiated 0. The progress bar began its slow, steady ascent. Chen Haifeng settled into his seat and closed his eyes. First prepare the ship, then install the shield. Then, he'd decide how to prepare his counterstrike before Sun Qiming returned. He couldn't flee forever. Exhaustion eventually would catch up. The engine has completely broken down. Chen Haifeng stared at the series of red warnings on the system interface, and Zhao Jigang on the encrypted channel responded with a grunt. Has the damage assessment come out? Yes, it has. The core conduit has 3 cracks and the energy circulation efficiency is down to 18%. Chen Haifeng scrolled through the data. The system just prompted me that if I forcibly produce that shield module now, the engine will be completely scrapped. Then don't produce it. But all the materials are ready and the catalyst has arrived. Even if the materials are ready, we still have to wait. Zhao Jigang typed rapidly. With this broken ship of yours, even if you install the shield, it won't move. If Sun Qiming comes, you'll still die. Chen Haifeng cursed and leaned back in the pilot's seat. Outside the porthole was a field of unfamiliar rubble, and the dawn was drifting behind a large rock like a dead dog. What do we do? We can't just stay here. Repair it, Zhao Jigang said. I just analyzed the trajectory data obtained by Sun Qiming. His next move will definitely focus on monitoring high-value resource points and areas related to ruins. Your current position is temporarily safe, but it won't hold for long. Repairing the ship requires materials, and I have nothing here. There is a place. Zhao Jigang paused. In the depths of the C-18 asteroid belt, there is an abandoned smuggler's repair station that was taken down 3 years ago, but there should still be some resources left inside. Coordinates. I sent them to you, Zhao Jigang said, but there is a problem. To get there you'll have to pass through the patrol corridors set up by Sun Qiming. He learned his lesson twice and has now upgraded the blockade net. That area has 3 reconnaissance boats scanning back and forth. Chen Haifeng glanced at the coordinates. The distance isn't far, but it requires crossing half a star sector. With my engine like this, can I slip past? You can, but you need to use some tricks. Zhao Jigang brought up the data. Last time you crossed the radiation zone, the surface of the ship was contaminated with a lot of radioactive residue. This stuff can interfere with most civilian scanning arrays, and you can use it as camouflage. Pretend to be radioactive waste. Yes, low-power stealth simulating the signal characteristics of floating metal debris, Zhao Jigang said, but it can only fool civilian arrays. If Sun Qiming sends over military-grade scans, you will be immediately exposed. It's a gamble. Chen Haifeng started the dawn. The engine sputtered like it had tuberculosis, making a few noises before reluctantly igniting. The propulsion efficiency was down to 20%, moving as slow as a turtle. System activate the radiation residue, signal disguise. Command confirmed signal characteristics simulation, high radiation metal waste active scan shield, enabled estimated energy consumption, low. The faint glow on the surface of the dawn dimmed, and the outline of the ship became blurred on the radar, nearly indistinguishable among the rubble. Chen Haifeng pushed the joystick. The dawn slowly glided out of its hiding spot, moving toward the coordinates. The 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the clear trajectory line on the screen, his finger gently tapping the control panel. The operator called up the latest analysis report. Sir, the results of the corporate database comparison have come out. Speak. The trajectory characteristics of the target crossing the radiation zone match with the records of the Kennedy civilization ruin guard units, with a 62% similarity. Sun Qiming straightened suddenly. Kennedy? That ancient civilization that disappeared 3,000 years ago. Yes. The operator's voice trembled a bit. The database records that the automated units of the Kennedy civilization are adept at maintaining high-precision maneuverability in extreme environments. Their energy characteristics and trajectory algorithms are highly similar to the pattern of the target's breakout this time. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, his mind racing. Chen Haifeng is just a broken miner. Where could he have gotten ancient civilization technology? Unless he must have found the ruins. Sun Qiming said softly. And it's not just any ruins, it's of Kennedy level. What do we do now? Increase the search intensity. Sun Qiming slapped the control panel, mobilize all available reconnaissance units to focus on scanning all known and suspected high-value resource points and relic signal areas within the star domain. His ship is broken and he will definitely need to find a place to repair it, which requires resources. Understood. The command was given. On the screen, dozens of light spots began moving toward different areas. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, a slow smile spreading across his face. Chen Haifeng, the cards you've revealed this time are too significant. Ancient civilization technology. If I can get my hands on this, my position in the company will no longer just be that of a small agent. He opened an encrypted communication channel. Boss, we have a new discovery. A deep voice came from the other end of the channel. Speak. The target may have mastered the relic technology of the Kennedy civilization. Sun Qiming suppressed his excitement. I request full access to the corporate relic database and to deploy armed forces. This time we must capture him at all costs. The other end fell silent for a few seconds. Evidence. Trajectory feature comparison 62% match. Sun Qiming said. And the C-33 area where he was previously active shows geological scans revealing non-natural structures, likely the entrance to the ruins. Approved, came the response from the other end. But if you fail this time, don't come back. Understood. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming stared at the star map, his eyes gleaming. Kennedy civilization. The legendary ancient civilization whose technological level crushes that of the modern Federation. Even a bit of their remnants could sustain a lifetime. Chen Haifeng, you have truly gifted me a great present. The dawn drifted lazily through the rubble for 4 hours. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar where the points representing reconnaissance boats occasionally flashed, the closest one being less than 10 kilometers away. However, those points did not stop sweeping a circle before moving on. Old man, your disguise is impressive. Don't celebrate too early, Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Sun Qiming just applied for full access to the corporate relic database, so he must be frantically looking for you now. The repair station is just ahead. You will see it after turning around that big rock. Chen Haifeng pushed the joystick. The dawn turned around a small asteroid with a diameter of several dozen kilometers, revealing a dark entrance. Half of a tattered metal sign hung at the entrance, the letters worn away. Is this it? That's it, Zhao Jigang said. Go inside. There should still be backup energy. Initiate the system repair protocol and stabilize the engine first. Okay. The dawn glided into the entrance. Inside was a hollowed-out space within the asteroid roughly the size of 2 football fields. Rusty tools and discarded parts were scattered on the ground, and several dusty cargo boxes were piled in a corner. Chen Haifeng glanced around, his eyes brightening. The label on the cargo box read, "Refined trim alloy." "Old man, there's cargo here." "How much?" "Let me check." Chen Haifeng directed the SCVs to open the boxes, 1, 2. 6 boxes, 10 units, each enough to repair the engine. "Then hurry and repair it," Zhao Jigang said. "But be careful, this place has been abandoned for 3 years, and who knows if there are any other things inside." "Understood." Chen Haifeng initiated the system repair protocol. 2 SCVs crawled over to begin dismantling the engine casing. The system interface popped up a progress bar. Jump engine core, repair 0. Estimated completion time, 11 hours, 11 hours. "That's normal, your damage is too severe," Zhao Jigang said. "But this place is concealed, and Sun Qiming won't find it anytime soon. You focus on repairs, and I'll keep an eye on him." Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot seat watching the SCVs work. The repair progress bar climbed slowly, 1%, 2%. Time passed minute by minute. The 7th monitoring station. The operator suddenly shouted, "Sir, the reconnaissance boat detected weak energy fluctuations in the C-18 area." Sun Qiming turned his head sharply. "What kind of fluctuations?" "Very weak, the characteristics suggest. The activation of small repair equipment." The operator pulled up the data. The location is deep in the C-18 asteroid belt, and the coordinates have been marked. Sun Qiming stared at the coordinates. C-18. He brought up the star domain map, tracing his finger over it. "What is in that area?" "There is an abandoned smuggler's repair station that was taken down by the Federation 3 years ago," the operator said, "but there may still be some backup energy inside." Sun Qiming smiled. "Chen Haifeng's ship is broken, and he will definitely need to find a place to repair it. A repair station. Just perfect." He pulled up the real-time images transmitted by the reconnaissance boats. In the pitch-black space behind a large rock, a dark entrance could be vaguely seen. "Notify all nearby reconnaissance units to assemble towards the C-18 area," Sun Qiming instructed, "but don't alarm him. Wait until he has repaired enough before we close the net." "Understood." Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. "Chen Haifeng, you won't escape this time. Repair it well. Once it's fixed, both you and your ship, along with the ancient civilization technology in your hands, will be mine." He opened an encrypted communication channel, pulling up the earlier comparison report. "Boss, the initial comparison report is out. The target's technological characteristics match with the Canidi Civilization Guard units, over 60%. I have now locked onto his location and request the deployment of an armed capture team." The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. "Approved. Remember, I want him alive and the complete technical data." "Understood." The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming stared at the pitch-black entrance on the screen, a grin spreading from ear to ear. "This time I'm really going to hit it big." "Old man, how far along is the engine repair?" Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface. The repair progress bar stuck at 73%, unmoving. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang spoke in a hushed voice. "Forget about the progress for now, kid. You need to leave immediately." "Leave? My engine isn't fixed yet." "Fix my ass." Zhao Jigang cursed. Sun Qiming has moved. He has activated the high-sensitivity detector and is scanning all the abandoned facilities nearby. I just monitored that he uploaded a relic database comparison report directly locking onto 7 potential coordinates where you might be hiding, and yours is on that list. Chen Haifeng felt a sinking feeling in his heart. So soon. Of course. The trajectory characteristics you exposed last time were too obvious. Zhao Jigang typed furiously. He now believes you possess ancient civilization technology and is frantically searching for you. The detector will scan your area in no more than 10 minutes. What's the situation with your engine now? Chen Haifeng glanced at the data. It's at 73. The core conduit has just been connected, but the energy circulation is unstable. If I force a start, as long as it can jump, that's enough. Zhao Jigang interrupted him. You need to immediately cease repairs and restore the engine to the lowest combat level. I'll send you a false signal source coordinate. You need to deploy a decoy. A decoy? Yes, use the system to simulate a high-energy signal and throw it somewhere far from you. Zhao Jigang said once Sun Qiming's detector picks it up, he will definitely send troops to investigate, and you can take this opportunity to slip away. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. All right. He switched to the system interface and issued the command to interrupt repairs. The repair progress bar instantly reset to 0, and the engine emitted a harsh buzzing sound, the system popping up a slew of yellow warnings. Repair interrupted, engine status minimum combat, level jump distance limit 0. 3 light seconds recommendation, avoid high maneuvering actions. Old man, I'm ready. I've sent you the coordinates, C-22 area 50 kilometers away. Zhao Jigang said the decoy simulates a small industrial ship experiencing a failed emergency jump. Increase the energy characteristics a bit. Understood. Chen Haifeng activated the system signal simulation function. Simulated target small industrial ship, jump failure energy intensity, medium duration 30 seconds, energy consumption, cloaking coding remaining 8, it's been released. Received. Zhao Jigang stared at the monitoring screen. The detector from Sun Qiming has reacted. Wait, he's splitting up. 3 groups of detectors are heading towards C-22. Should I leave now? Yes. Low power stealth, don't activate active scanning, slip along the shadow area of the rubble belt I marked for you. Zhao Jigang said, with your engine in this state you can't go fast, but the signal is low and hard to detect. Understood. Chen Haifeng pushed the joystick. The Dawn engine let out a dull roar like an old cow slowly sliding out of the maintenance station's entrance. The energy cloaking coating on the hull was reduced to a thin layer, nearly invisible in the darkness. 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Qiming stared at the high-energy signal that suddenly appeared on the screen. His eyes brightened. C-22 area detected emergency jump failure characteristics. The energy characteristics match that of a small industrial ship. The signal source is rapidly diminishing like the residue after an overloaded jump engine. Are the coordinates accurate? Accurate with an error of no more than 500 meters. Sun Qiming smiled. Chen Haifeng, oh Chen Haifeng, you can't hide anymore. He pulled up the distribution map of the detectors. 3 groups of high-sensitivity detectors had already encircled the C-22 area, but another 4 groups were still scanning other coordinates. So should we send all of them over? No. Sun Qiming shook his head. Leave 2 groups to continue scanning the original coordinates, especially the C-18 maintenance station. Chen Haifeng is cunning. This could be a diversion. Understood. The command was issued. On the screen, the dots of the detectors split into 2 groups. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. This time, let's see how you escape. The Dawn floated lazily in the shadow of the rubble belt. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar, the dots representing the detectors moving away. Old man, the decoy worked. Don't celebrate too early. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. Sun Qiming only split 3 groups to go over. There are still 2 groups continuing to scan your original position. He's suspicious now. What should I do? Stick to the original plan. The signal along your path is low, and the remaining 2 groups of detectors won't pick it up. Zhao Jigang said, but move quickly, your engine can't hold out much longer. Understood. The Dawn accelerated. The engine emitted a strained buzzing sound with propulsion efficiency only at 40% of normal. Chen Haifeng glanced out the viewport. In the pitch-black space, blue beams from the detectors occasionally flashed in the distance, but all were far away. I should be able to slip away. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the system suddenly popped up a warning. High-precision scanning beam detected passing by distance 1. 2 kilometers recommendation, maintain current heading and speed. Old man, I've been scanned. What? Zhao Jigang was taken aback. Send me the coordinates. Chen Haifeng transmitted the data. Zhao Jigang stared at the screen, cursing. It's one of the 2 groups of detectors Sun Qiming left behind. 1 just adjusted its scanning angle and it brushed past your area. But it's far away, the signal is weak, so he might not have noticed. Might? Yes, might. Zhao Jigang said, right now, don't move, maintain your heading, and absolutely don't accelerate. High-sensitivity detectors are particularly sensitive to sudden changes in energy. If you accelerate, you'll immediately give yourself away. Understood. Chen Haifeng's palms were sweaty as he gripped the joystick without moving. The Dawn floated like real space debris, slowly drifting along the shadow area. Time passed second by second. 7th Monitoring Station. The operator stared at the scanning data, suddenly frowning. Sir, there's something unusual with the scanning data from the C-18 maintenance station area. Speak. The group of detectors we left behind just captured a very weak energy fluctuation while scanning. The operator pulled up the waveform chart. The characteristics resemble the residue of a low-power engine's trail, but the signal is too weak to pinpoint accurately. Residual trail? In which direction? Sun Qiming squinted. Southeast, along the shadow area of the rubble belt. The operator said, but the fluctuation only lasted for 0.3 seconds before disappearing. Ew, it could be an instrument error. Error? Sun Qiming sneered. Chen Haifeng is best at utilizing errors. He pulled up the star map, tracing a line with his finger, quickly thinking. The decoy signal in the C-22 area, the weak trail in the C-18 area. He's playing a double game. Sun Qiming suddenly said the C-22-1 is a decoy, drawing some of our forces away. His actual escape route is to slip southeast along the shadow area. The operator was taken aback. What do we do now? Let the 3 groups of detectors heading to C-22 continue their investigation, but the other 2 groups. Sun Qiming pointed at the star map, turn around, and pursue southeast. Activate the highest precision scanning mode. Oh, I want to know exactly where he is. Yes. The order was issued. On the screen, the 2 groups of detector dots suddenly turned and raced southeast. Dawn's cockpit. At the edge of the radar, 2 light dots suddenly changed direction and sped toward this side. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Old man, the detectors are coming after me. I can see that. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. Sun Qiming has seen through the decoy. What's your engine status now? Can you accelerate? Accelerate. If I do, I'll be locked by him immediately. If you don't accelerate, you'll still be caught. Zhao Jigang shouted, your broken ship is too slow. The detectors can enter effective scanning range in no more than 5 minutes. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth. What should I do? Take a gamble. Zhao Jigang said there's an asteroid rift 3 kilometers ahead to dive in and use the terrain to interfere with the scan. But the situation inside the rift is unclear. It might be a dead end. I'll gamble. Chen Haifeng pushed the joystick hard. The Dawn's engine emitted a piercing buzzing sound, and the speed suddenly increased. At almost the same time, the radar showed that the 2 detectors' scanning beams were simultaneously locking onto him. He accelerated. The operator in the 7th monitoring station shouted. Sun Qiming stared at the suddenly illuminated light dot on the screen, smiling. Finally, can't hide. Lock onto him. Oh, I want complete energy characteristic data. Yes. The high-sensitivity detectors operated at full capacity. Every fluctuation of the Dawn's engine and every detail of the energy cycle were accurately captured, transformed into data streams, and continuously transmitted back to the monitoring station. Chen Haifeng drove the Dawn headlong into the asteroid rift. The view outside the viewport darkened instantly with uneven rock walls on both sides. The radar signals began to become chaotic. Old man, I'm in the rift. Received, but Sun Qiming has already obtained your energy characteristic data. Zhao Jigang's voice turned serious. I just intercepted a data packet he sent back to the company filled with your engine parameters. And then he can perform a deep comparison using enterprise-level relic databases. Zhao Jigang paused. Kid, the trajectory characteristics you exposed last time were merely suspected. This time, it's solid engine energy characteristics. As long as Sun Qiming isn't foolish, he will definitely confirm your relationship with the relic technology. Chen Haifeng cursed. What will happen if he confirms? They will deploy the corporate special forces. Zhao Jigang said those guys are not pirates or ordinary security. They are a private military specialized in dirty work. Well-equipped, ruthless, and they don't play by the rules. The Dawn traveled through the rift. Ahead appeared a faint light, the exit. Old man, I'm about to get out. After you get out, jump directly to the L7 area. The signal interference there is strong, and you can hide for a while. Zhao Jigang said, but with your engine in this state, it's likely to break down after the jump. I'll jump first and talk later. The Dawn burst out of the rift, re-entering open space. Chen Haifeng glanced at the navigation. The coordinates for the L7 area were already marked. He pressed the jump button. The engine emitted its final roar and space began to distort. Buzz. Jump completed. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the light that vanished on the screen, not angry, but rather smiling. The operator cautiously said, sir, the target has escaped again. The jump endpoint is in the L7 area, but the signal is very chaotic and precise positioning is impossible. No need to position. Sun Qiming pulled up the energy characteristic data he had just captured. I've already got what I wanted. He uploaded the data packet to the corporate database and initiated the deep comparison program. On the screen, the progress bar advanced quickly. 10%, 30, 70. Ding. Comparison completed. A report popped up. Sun Qiming glanced at it, his eyes widening in shock. The target's energy characteristics matched the core power module of the Canidi Civilization Relic Guard unit, with a compatibility of 89. Technical relevance assessment, highly relevant recommendation, implement, highest level capture operation 89. Sun Qiming murmured the number, his fingers trembling slightly. Not a suspicion. It's solid proof. Chen Haifeng really possesses ancient civilization technology. He took a deep breath, opened the encrypted communication, and switched to the highest authority channel. Boss, it's confirmed. A low voice came from the other end of the channel. Speak. The technology the target possesses is highly correlated with the Canidi Civilization Relic technology, with a compatibility exceeding 80%. Sun Qiming suppressed his excitement. I request to deploy the corporate special forces for a forced capture. This time we must bring him back with both the person and the technology intact. The other end was silent for a few seconds. Approved. The Blackblade team is on standby, and command is handed over to you. Remember, I want him alive, and the technical data must be complete. Understood. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, looking at the comparison report on the screen, grinning from ear to ear. Chen Haifeng, your good days are over. The Dawn lay slumped behind a large rock in the L7 area. The engine was completely shut down, and the system interface was filled with red warnings. Chen Haifeng leaned against the pilot's seat, panting heavily. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Kid, how's it going on your side? The engine is dead, and I can't move for now. Chen Haifeng replied, what about Sun Qiming? He has obtained your energy characteristic data and just requested the corporate special forces. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. Have you heard of the Blackblade team? Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. That special forces team that specifically does dirty work for corporations. Exactly. Zhao Jigang said their equipment is tougher than the federal regular army and their methods are ruthless. Sun Qiming is determined to capture you this time. What should I do? First, repair the ship. I'll try to get some repair materials to you. Zhao Jigang paused, but kid, just repairing the ship won't be enough this time. Sun Qiming has mobilized the special forces, indicating that the conflict has escalated to a corporate level of force. We need to think of an escape route in advance. What escape route? Either run far away, leaving this star region, Zhao Jigang said, or we need to find something that can counter corporate level force. Chen Haifeng was silent for a few seconds. A bargaining chip. Yes. Zhao Jigang said, for example, the relic technology in your hands if you can extract something practical from it. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. The reverse engineering permission for the relic technology was still lit up, but the progress bar was stuck at 15% unmoving, lacking resources and computing power. I'll give it a try. Okay, you focus on repairing the ship, and I'll plan things out. Zhao Jigang said it takes time to mobilize the special forces. At the earliest, it will be 24 hours. This 24 hours is your last chance. Understood. The communication was cut off. Chen Haifeng stared into the pitch-black space outside the viewport, lighting a cigarette. The smoke slowly dispersed in the cockpit. The engine was dead. The special forces were coming. He exhaled the smoke and opened the system production interface. The blueprint for the energy shield enhancement module was still lit up. The materials were ready, but the engine was broken, so it couldn't be installed. System: how long until the engine is completely repaired? Estimated time: 18 hours. Materials needed: refined trim alloy X40, superconducting coil X6, a energy battery set X12. Chen Haifeng cursed. The materials were far from sufficient. He snuffed out the cigarette and switched to the encrypted channel. Old man, I've sent you the repair materials list. How much can you get? Zhao Jigang was silent for a few seconds. It's a bit difficult. Sun Qiming is definitely monitoring all resource flows. I'll think of a way, but don't have too high hopes. All right. Chen Haifeng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. 24 hours. Either fix the ship or find a bargaining chip. Or wait to die? I am still drifting in this damned place, L7, and my engine is like a dead dog. Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface as Zhao Jigang's voice exploded in the encrypted channel. Stop drifting. Get moving. What do you expect me to do? My engine efficiency is only at 20%. Moving would be like a turtle crawling. You must crawl. Zhao Jigang shouted. Sun Qiming has made a major move. What major move? He has just officially submitted an application to the higher-ups to deploy the corporate special forces. Special forces? Are you sure? Absolutely. I just intercepted a fragment of the encrypted communication. The reason for the application is that the target possesses highly dangerous, unauthorized relic technology, threatening corporate asset security, and must be captured forcibly. Zhao Jigang typed quickly. He packaged the energy characteristic data from your last engine leak along with the relic scan report from the C-33 area and submitted it. It is very persuasive. Has it been approved by the higher-ups? Not officially yet, but the process has already started, Zhao Jigang said. Such applications are basically just a formality if the evidence chain is complete. In the fastest 24 hours, at the slowest 48 hours, the Anvil team will be in place. Anvil, one of the 3 special forces units maintained by Deep Space United Mining, specifically handling dirty work. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. Their equipment is more formidable than the regular federal army, and they don't leave any survivors as a norm. Chen Haifeng cursed. What should I do? Run. You can't escape, Zhao Jigang said. In your current state, your engine can only jump up to 0.5 light seconds, while the interception ships of the special forces are 3 times faster than you. Running would just be delivering food. So just wait to die. Waiting to die is even worse. Zhao Jigang paused. You hold steady. I will contact Lin Wei and Wang Lu to see if there are any other options. Communication cut off. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat and lit a cigarette. The smoke spread in the cockpit. Special forces. This is getting way too serious. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the application document that had just been submitted on the screen, a grin on his face. What did the supervisor say? He said it would take 3 hours to review the evidence chain, but the initial feedback is very positive. Sun Qiming smiled. Positive is good. What Chen Haifeng has in hand is worth that price. He called up the data package that was uploaded earlier. Inside is a complete energy characteristic analysis report of the Dawn engine along with the scan data of the underground structure in the C-33 area. Together, these 2 pieces of information are highly persuasive. Relic technology, Kennedy civilization, 89% compatibility. Sun Qiming murmured, if I could get this thing in its entirety, I could at least get 3 promotions in the company. Encrypted communication rang. Sun Qiming answered. A deep voice came from the other end of the channel. Sun Qiming, I have reviewed the evidence you submitted. Supervisor, what do you think? Very solid, came the reply. but deploying the Anvil team is very costly, so I need you to guarantee that this operation will be flawless. I guarantee it. Sun Qiming replied immediately. The target's engine is severely damaged now and his activity range is limited. As long as the Anvil team is in place, I am 100% confident we can capture him along with his technology. Good, the other side paused. The application has been approved. The Anvil team is now on standby and will arrive at your designated coordinates within 24 hours. The command will be handed over to you, but I remind you if you fail again this time you may as well jump into a star yourself. Understood. Communication cut off. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. Approved. Finally approved. He pulled up the star map and traced it with his finger. Chen Haifeng's last known location was the L7 area, a place with strong signal interference but scarce resources. If he wants to repair his ship, he needs to find materials and the nearest high-value resource point. Sun Qiming's eyes lit up. Notify the Anvil team to be deployed directly to the perimeter of the K11 resource area upon arrival. He said to the operator, if Chen Haifeng wants to repair his engine, he will definitely go there for materials. We will be lying in wait there. Yes. Federal Patrol Ship, Storm-class bridge. Lin Wei stared at the encrypted notice that had just popped up in the internal system, her brow tightly furrowed. The notice title was Simple Deep Space United Mining Application for Corporate Armed Force Deployment Notification. Attached below were the application number and a brief reason. Lin Wei clicked to open the details. It did not specify the exact target, but mentioned keywords such as unauthorized relic technology, threat to corporate assets, and forcible capture. Her heart sank. Chen Haifeng. It must be Chen Haifeng. She immediately switched to the encrypted channel and connected to Chen Haifeng. Chen Haifeng, where are you? Lin Wei. Chen Haifeng's voice came through. I am in L7, what's up? Deep Space United Mining has just submitted an application to deploy corporate special forces, and the notification has reached us. Lin Wei spoke quickly. The reason for the application is unauthorized relic technology, and the target is clearly you. I know Zhao Jigang just told me. You don't know anything. Lin Wei cursed. Do you know what the Anvil team is? They are equipped with corporate-grade military ships. Their firepower is 1.5 times that of the regular army, and they have complete electronic warfare and interception systems. Your broken ship is like paper in front of them. Chen Haifeng fell silent for a few seconds. What should I do? Run now, the further the better. Lin Wei said, but I estimate you can't escape. Your engine is broken, right? Yeah. Then you can only endure it. Lin Wei pulled up the data. I just intercepted the attachment of the application copy, which contains the standard configuration and combat power data of the Anvil team. I will send it to you now. Have your people take a look and see if there are any countermeasures. Thanks. Don't thank me. I am a federal officer, and I shouldn't provide you with this according to the rules. Lin Wei paused. But the pirate attack clues you provided last time helped me a lot, so this time I'm returning the favor. Also, the deployment coordinates applied for by Sun Qiming are at the perimeter of the K11 resource area. If you want to gather materials for repairs, avoid that area. Understood. The data package came through. Lin Wei cut off the communication. The officer beside her asked quietly, Lieutenant, if you provide intelligence like this, what if it gets found out by the higher-ups? Well, deal with it then. Lin Wei stared at the screen. If the technology Chen Haifeng has truly is as dangerous as Sun Qiming says, it would be more troublesome if it falls into corporate hands than if it remains with him. At least, he doesn't seem like a lunatic. Blackstone Space Station backstage of the bar. Wang Lu stared at the message that popped up in the encrypted channel and clicked her tongue. The message was sent by an old acquaintance in the Black Market Intelligence Network. Just one sentence: Deep Space United's Anvil has moved into standby mode, deploying within 24 hours. She immediately connected to Zhao Jigang. Old Zhao, have you received any news? Just received it. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. Lin Wei gave an internal notice, and Chen Haifeng is aware of it as well. What do you plan to do? Wang Lu asked. The Anvil team is not easy to deal with. 3 years ago, they wiped out a pirate nest in the Ashes starfield, blowing up everything, leaving no survivors. I know, Zhao Jigang said, but it's too late to run. We can only find a way to endure it. Endure? What will we endure with? Wang Lu laughed. Chen Haifeng's broken ship, whether repaired or not, is still a question. Your security forces at Panshir Mining are like eggs hitting stone against the anvil. So we need to think of another way. Zhao Jigang paused. Do you have any more detailed intelligence on the Anvil team, such as their commonly used tactics or equipment weaknesses? They'll ask around, Wang Lu said, but don't hold your hopes too high. Their confidentiality level is very high. All right, let me know immediately if you have news. Communication cut off. Wang Lu leaned back in her chair, lit a cigarette. This kid Chen Haifeng sure has a knack for getting into trouble. From Sun Qiming to pirates, now even corporate special forces are on his tail. She exhaled a puff of smoke and opened another encrypted channel. Old dog, help me look up something. A raspy voice came from the other end of the channel. What to check? The Anvil team, the special forces maintained by Deep Space United. Wang Lu said, I want their operational records from the last 6 months. The more detailed, the better. That won't be easy. The price is negotiable. All right, wait for my news. Pancher Mining Engineering Department. Li Jiangguo stared at the data of the Dawn engine sent back from remote, his brow furrowed. Zhao Jigang's voice came from the encrypted channel. Old Li, have you finished reviewing? Is there any way? It's tough, Li Jiangguo said. The engine core conduit has 3 cracks and the energy circulation efficiency is only at 18%. Using conventional repair methods, it would take at least 20 hours along with a full set of professional equipment and materials. We don't have 20 hours, Zhao Jigang said. The Anvil team will arrive in, at most, 24 hours. I know, Li Jiangguo paused. So conventional methods won't work. We need to use unconventional ones. What unconventional ones? Chen Haifeng has a blueprint for a relic shield enhancement module, right? Li Jiangguo pulled up the data. I've analyzed it. Its energy circuit design is very special and can temporarily replace part of the engine's structural functions. If we dismantle it and reverse connect the core components to the engine system, it can temporarily strengthen the hull structure, allowing the engine to bear higher loads. And then he can forcibly push the engine efficiency above 60%, although it will exacerbate the damage. At least he can move and jump. Li Jiangguo said, but this plan is very risky. If there is an operational error, the engine will explode and the ship will be lost too. Zhao Jigang fell silent for a few seconds. What is the success rate? 30% at most. Damn, Zhao Jigang cursed. He'll tell him to let him choose for himself. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng stared at the plan explanation sent by Li Jiangguo for a long time without speaking. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang asked, Kid, are you in or out? What are the benefits of doing it? Chen Haifeng asked. The benefit is that your engine can temporarily recover to a state where it can move and jump, at least giving you a chance to evade the first wave of the Anvil team's encirclement. Zhao Jigang said, the downside is that if the operation fails, the engine will explode and you might be lost too. What is the success rate? Old Li said 30%. Chen Haifeng laughed. 30%, what's the difference from death? The difference is if you don't do it, you are 100% dead. Zhao Jigang said, once the Anvil team arrives, your broken ship won't even be able to move and they will directly capture you along with the ship. Once you enter the corporate laboratory, guess how they will treat you? Chen Haifeng fell silent. He stared out at the pitch-black space through the porthole. After a few seconds, he asked, where do we do it? Old Li gave a coordinate. It's a concealed private experimental station that has been used for illegal modifications, abandoned for several years. Zhao Jigang said, the equipment inside should still be usable, and it is in a remote location where the Anvil team won't find it anytime soon. Send me the coordinates. I sent it to you. Zhao Jigang paused. Kid, think carefully. This is really a gamble with your life. I know Chen Haifeng started the Dawn, but I have no choice. The engine let out a muffled roar, and the Dawn slowly turned its direction, moving towards the navigation point. 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Shiming stared at the updated deployment progress on the screen, smiling. The operator reported, Sir, the Anvil team has completed pre-departure preparations and is expected to arrive at the perimeter of the K-11 resource area in 22 hours. Good. Sun Shiming leaned back in his chair. Notify them to remain concealed and on standby upon arrival, waiting for my orders. Yes. Sun Shiming turned off the screen, opened the encrypted communication, and connected to the regional supervisor. Boss, the Anvil team has set off. The other side replied, the company attaches great importance to this operation. You must handle it well. Rest assured, Sun Shiming said, the target's engine is currently damaged and his activity range is limited. As long as he dares to expose himself for resources, we can catch him. It better be so. Communication cut off. Sun Shiming walked to the monitoring station's porthole and gazed at the pitch-black space outside. Chen Haifeng, this time you really can't escape. Ancient Civilization Technology Corporate Special Forces, and I, Sun Shiming, personally orchestrating this. What could a mere miner like you possibly use to fight against me? He smiled very happily. Old man, am entering the bay. Chen Haifeng smoothly docked the Dawn Voyager into the dim maintenance berth of the research station, a far more dilapidated facility than the smuggling outpost he had visited before. The air reeked sharply of machine oil and dust. Zhao Jigang responded swiftly over the encrypted channel, acknowledged. Engineerly, have you established a stable connection? Signal confirmed, replied Li Jiangguo, his voice as calm and unflustered as ever. Chen Haifeng, transmit all Hulskin data, including full-spectrum readings, to me immediately. Upload complete. Chen Haifeng tapped lightly on the control panel. Engineerly, do you truly believe this design is viable? It feels more suited to a colossal mecha than our modest vessel. Doesn't it verge on excessive sophistication? We lack time for such deliberation. Li Jiangguo stated tersely, system analysis is complete. Results indicate your current dosage of phase resonance powder catalyst provides protective coverage for only 70% of critical hull sections. How much short? Chen Haifeng asked. In at least 30 additional grams. Li Jiangguo paused briefly. Director Zhao, does your company currently hold any reserve stock? I'll check right away. Zhao Jigang's fingers hammered across the keyboard, his voice sharp and urgent. 50 grams remain in Rockfall Mining's warehouse, the last batch from the prior expedition. But how do we deliver it safely? Sun Qiming undoubtedly monitors every resource movement with hawk-like vigilance. Use the mole route. Li Jiangguo proposed. The aging decommissioned conduit in Sector C-18 remains functional. We will blend the catalyst with standard industrial lubricant and disguise its transmission signature as routine waste haul traffic en route to the designated location. The risk is undeniably extreme, Zhao Jigang murmured gravely. That pipeline has lain dormant for 3 years. If even one node is detected by Sun Qiming's surveillance net, let him perish. Li Jiangguo's tone turned glacial. The engine's latent instability is fundamentally incompatible with the shield system's energy profile. Without resolution, he cannot even depart the station. The Anvil team is expected to arrive within 20 hours. You must decide now. And the channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Damn it. Zhao Jigang swore fiercely. I'll coordinate everything. Chen Haifeng, you begin preparations immediately. The catalyst must reach its destination within 4 hours. Understood. Chen Haifeng switched to the system interface and summoned the intricate schematic of the relic-derived shield reinforcement module. The blueprint was labyrinthine, resembling a spider's web spun from pure energy, its convoluted power channel layout dizzying to the eye. Engineerly, where do we begin? We commence with the outer structure of the engine bay, Li Jiangguo instructed. Deploy SEVs to remove existing lightweight armor plating and replace it with the composite energy-dampening layer specified in the blueprint. Exercise extreme caution during disassembly. Under no circumstances disturb the primary energy conduit. Its current integrity is as fragile as a potato chip. Tastes surprisingly decent, that chip. Chen Haifeng offered a wry, bitter smile before directing 2 SEVs to crawl slowly from the ship's interior. In the gloom of the maintenance berth, their cutting beams flared to life, illuminating a swirling blizzard of metallic dust. Monitoring Station 7. Sun Qiming watched the progress chart, a faint predatory smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Reporting, sir. The Anvil team has completed all pre-departure checks and now stands on standby ready for immediate jump initiation. Coordinates locked in. Affirmative. 3 designated coordinates encircling resource zone K11 form a triangular containment pattern. Excellent. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair. Hold them in readiness until I confirm Chen Haifeng's precise location. This time I will capture him whole and never again allow him to slip through my grasp. He reviewed the latest scan data from the surveillance network. On-screen resource flow vectors crisscrossed like a dense neural net. Yet one faint, nearly imperceptible dotted line snaked out from Rockfall Mining's warehouse district, winding deep into the chaotic microasteroid belt of Sector C-18. What is this line? Sun Qiming asked. The operator scrutinized it closely, then replied, signal analysis indicates industrial lubricant transport. The carrier is a minor logistics firm named Quick Reach Logistics, registered in the Outer Rim. Though its routing appears circuitous, such detours are typical for cost-optimized freight operations. This lubricant. Sun Qiming narrowed his eyes. Trace the recipient's identity. Signal reception is severely degraded. The endpoint lies deep within Sector C-18, among derelict infrastructure and devoid of verifiable registration data. Sun Qiming tapped his console thoughtfully. Too convenient. Chen Haifeng had just been flagged for urgent repairs, and almost instantly non-standard materials began flowing toward a concealed sector. Monitor this transit corridor closely, he ordered. For now, let it proceed unimpeded. I wish to observe where it ultimately leads. Yes, sir. In maintenance berth research station. Chen Haifeng was drenched in sweat. Engineerly, note that the third layer buffer zone along port side exhibits alignment deviation. Interface tolerance exceeds specification by at least 3 millimeters. Engage the system's local rule adjustment function, Li Jiangguo commanded firmly. Temporarily modify physical parameters in the interface region, elevate them by 0.5%, and force synchronization. Ensure strict monitoring of energy fluctuations. Overload must be avoided. I'll attempt it. Chen Haifeng immersed himself deeply in the system interface. The local rule adjustment option loomed prominently. Previously used only to scramble signals or forge digital identities, now deployed for the first time to reshape physical architecture. Command confirmed. In target portside buffer interface and physical parameter correction 0. 5 adjusted value 0. 5. Estimated energy consumption moderate. In duration 120 seconds. Emissives manipulator arm hummed softly. The misaligned metal structure seemed gently squeezed by an invisible hand, gradually conforming until it slotted seamlessly into place. It worked. Chun Haifeng exhaled in relief. Do not celebrate prematurely, Li Jiangguo cautioned. This is merely the overture. The true challenge lies in the engine's inherent flaw and the fundamental incompatibility between shield systems and energy flow. Your engine resembles a leaking gas canister on the verge of detonation. Activate the shield and energy reflux could ignite it instantaneously. Then disable the shield entirely and adjustments are necessary, but the wiring architecture itself must be revolutionized. Li Jiangguo displayed a new schematic. As you see, conventional practice directly parallels the shield generator to the main energy grid. My proposal diverges radically. Construct a dedicated temporary circuit for the shield generator, one that bypasses the engine core entirely and links directly to the auxiliary power unit at the ship's stern. Chun Haifeng studied the tangled diagram, bewildered. Can this auxiliary power unit truly sustain shield operation? Insufficient alone. Thus we must activate the energy siphon submodule embedded within the relic blueprint. Li Jiangguo explained, this module harvests residual impact energy from the hull surface beneath the shield's coverage and converts it into transient electrical power, feeding it back into the system. In essence, the shield charges itself, yet its stability remains profoundly precarious. And how precarious? In simulated success rate 35%. Chun Haifeng snapped, 35% again. Do you engineers possess no other figure in your vocabulary? In pure calculation, not superstition, Li Jiangguo asserted firmly. Do you possess any alternative? Chun Haifeng gazed out the viewport at the black cavernous wall beyond. In none. Then let's do it. In 4 hours later. A battered, aging cargo shuttle swayed erratically into the asteroid-strewn perimeter of the research station, casually jettisoning a sealed container at the cavern entrance before pivoting sharply and vanishing without pause. Chun Haifeng directed an SCV to retrieve the container, and upon opening it, 6 metal drums labeled industrial lubricant sat inside. He pried open one drum and plunged his hand into the viscous fluid, finally extracting 3 vacuum-sealed vials. Inside shimmered silvery powder. Catalyst acquired, Chun Haifeng announced. Commence critical structural coating immediately. Li Jiangguo issued the order. Given SCV precision limitations, manual application is required. Maintain absolute uniformity. The coating thickness must deviate no more than 0.1 mm or energy conduction will falter. Must I do it myself? Chun Haifeng exclaimed, astonished. I've never attempted anything like this, and learn now. Chun Haifeng clenched his jaw, donned the rudimentary engineering suit, gripped the spray applicator, and hauled himself laboriously from the cockpit. A biting wind swept the maintenance berth. Under the dim light, the Dawn Voyager's hull loomed like a colossal, inert metal carcass. And he sprayed precisely where the system indicated. The silver powder fused with proprietary binders, spreading across the hull as a film thinner than cicada wing, gleaming with a soft, ethereal luster. This task demanded 100-fold greater finesse than mining. Chun Haifeng moved with excruciating care, his hand utterly still. Rockfall mining control room. Zhao Jigang stared at dual screens. Left displayed live telemetry from the station. Chun Haifeng's progress bar crept steadily upward. Right showed real-time dynamics of Sun Qiming's surveillance network. The industrial lubricant transit line had been tagged, yet his team remained motionless. Master Zhao, Wang Lu's voice cut in via another encrypted channel. I've just learned. The Anvil team has moved beyond standby. They're now in final jump prep phase. Sun Qiming's coordination is likewise complete. Zhao Jigang demanded urgently. Within 8 hours, they'll emerge near K11. Yet I suspect Sun Qiming already suspects Chun Haifeng isn't hiding there. This deployment may be mere feint. What do you mean? Put simply, he's likely tracking multiple coordinates simultaneously, Wang Lu clarified. Even disguised, your catalyst shipment's route is conspicuous. Sun Qiming is no fool. He's laying a long line, angling for a far larger catch. Zhao Jigang cursed. Understood. Continue surveillance. Report any development immediately. The transmission severed. Zhao Jigang switched to Chun Haifeng's channel. Young friend, how goes it? 60% complete, Chun Haifeng panted. Manual spraying is agonizingly slow. I'm on the verge of cramping. We must accelerate. Time may be less than 8 hours, Zhao Jigang warned urgently. Sun Qiming's special forces are entering final deployment. Jump initiation could occur at any moment. And they may already have your shipment under observation. Chen Haifeng's hand trembled. The spray gun nearly slipped from his grip. And you're joking, right? I sincerely wish I were, Zhao Jigang replied. Hurry. Engineer Li, is the parallel configuration ready? All systems primed, Li Jiangguo declared. Chen Haifeng, return to the cockpit once coding concludes. Final integration requires full system power and flawless human-machine synergy. Timing tolerance 3 seconds only. Chen Haifeng recoiled 3 seconds, and precisely Li Jiangguo paused. Within that window, you must establish the temporary circuit, activate the energy siphon module, and calibrate system stability. Failure at any stage risks catastrophic engine overload, or shield reversals siphoning energy from the hull itself. Both yield identical outcomes. Chen Haifeng looked at the remaining half of catalyst. An old man. Engineer Li, if I blow up. In silence, Zhao Jigang cut in brusquely. Work faster. Chen Haifeng laughed and resumed spraying. Na's silvery sheath spread slowly across the Dawn Voyager's core structure, its faint luminescence intensifying, transforming the weathered industrial vessel into something alien, unfamiliar. Like adorning a rust-pitted kitchen knife with the ornate filigree of a starship's ceremonial blade. And the final section coded. Chen Haifeng clambered back into the cockpit, soaked in sweat. Ready. And set the system to maximum operational power, Li Jiangguo commanded. Attend closely to my instructions. First, disengage the engine core from connection points 3 and 7 on the main energy grid. Chen Haifeng manipulated the console swiftly. A searing red warning erupted across the interface. The engine status leapt instantly from unstable to critical. Second, connect the shield generator's temporary circuit to the auxiliary power unit's output port using interface code Alpha 7. Coupling in progress. Complete. In third, activate the energy siphon device while simultaneously performing system calibration and synchronization. Execute now. Chen Haifeng confirmed. And the cockpit lurched violently. In beneath the dawn light, the Dawn Voyager's hull erupted in dazzling blue arcs, countless silver serpents dancing across its steel flesh. The engine shrieked. And the interface exploded with cascading crimson alerts. Entire screen drowned in urgent red text and energy conflict detected. End shield reverse load. Engine core temperature spiking. Instability index 14. Dropping to 11. Further to 9. And Engineer Li. Chen Haifeng roared. Remain calm. Li Jiangguo's voice rose taut with authority. The system is self-correcting. Do nothing. Chen Haifeng fixed his gaze on the stability readout. An 8. 7. 6. And then, halted. It began rising slowly. In 7. 8. 10. And the arcs across the hull faded. The engine's shrill scream subsided into a deep resonant hum. Red warning icons softened to amber, then gradually most shifted to serene green in temporary modification, complete in hull structural reinforcement, activated in relic shield, temporary in energy, siphon module, operational stability, 21 critical. Chen Haifeng slumped in the pilot's seat, breathing heavily. Did it work? And the operation succeeded, Li Jiangguo replied, voice steady. But remember, stability rests at 21%. Execute high maneuver combat or sustain attacks beyond threshold, and the entire system collapses. This vessel is a glass cannon, immensely powerful yet shattered by the slightest tremor. Zhao Jigang's voice cut in urgently. Young man, evacuate the station immediately. Surveillance anomalies suggest Sun Qiming may have already triangulated this sector. Chen Haifeng scanned the Dawn Voyager's new status. Engine efficiency had rebounded to 65%. The shield interface flickered with intermittent warnings. Duration unknown. But at least it could flee. Acknowledged. He tightened his grip on the controls. Dawn Voyager, initiate departure sequence. The engines ignited, spilling a slender trail of ghostly blue flame into the dim berth. This ancient vessel, just rescued from oblivion in a cyberpunk-style surgical intervention, lurched unsteadily from the cavern mouth and vanished once more into the fathomless dark. Its silver-coated hull caught the distant starlight, glinting with a cold, steely radiance. And like a beggar cloaked in rags yet gripping a laser, sword in trembling hands. The dawn broke out of the experimental station's entrance like a dog that had just been kicked, its silver coating glinting with an eerie light under the starlight. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice erupted. No time for nonsense. Sun Qiming has moved. What? The Anvil team has completed their jump and is rapidly approaching your location. I have intercepted their jump signal, and they will reach the experimental station area in no more than 15 minutes. Chen Haifeng's heart sank as he pushed the joystick hard. The Dawn's engine emitted a piercing shriek, and the system interface was instantly flooded with red warnings. System stability 21, energy conflict risk, high, recommended to avoid high mobility maneuvers, recommended my foot. Chen Haifeng cursed. Old man, where should I run? Coordinates sent L9 abandoned communication relay station 3 light seconds away. Zhao Jigang warned, but Sun Qiming must have a backup plan. Be careful. Understood. The Dawn accelerated towards the navigation point. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the suddenly illuminated point on the screen, smiling. The operator reported, "Sir, a high-energy signal has been detected in the experimental station area, matching the target Dawn." Finally, can't hold back anymore. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair. "Notify the Anvil team the target has appeared. Proceed as planned." Yes. Orders were given. On the screen, the 3 points representing the Anvil team suddenly changed direction, forming a triangular encirclement as they sped towards the experimental station area. Sun Qiming brought up another control interface, inputting a series of commands. Activate the jump interference field, covering a radius of 3 light seconds around the experimental station. I want to ensure he can't even jump out. Interference field activating. Activation complete. On the screen, a red interference zone spread out from the center of the experimental station. Sun Qiming smiled. "Chen Haifeng, this time I want to see how you escape." In the cockpit of the Dawn, the radar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Chen Haifeng looked down, watching the green grid representing the feasible jump area rapidly disappear, covered by a blinding red. "Old man, jump interference." "I see it." Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. "Sun Qiming has activated the interference field, and the coverage area is vast. You are currently at the edge of the interference field. You can still jump, but the coordinates will deviate significantly. What should I do?" "He'll send you an emergency jump coordinate at a weak point on the edge of the interference field. But that coordinate is theoretical. The actual jump could deviate by several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers, and what? And with your ship in its current state, a forced jump could cause the engine to explode." Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. Stability was still wobbling at 21, and the engine temperature was nearing the red line. Behind, the points representing the Anvil team were rapidly approaching. "Send me the coordinates," he said. "Sent." Zhao Jigang shouted. "Kid, it's time to gamble your life." Chen Haifeng didn't respond, his fingers quickly inputting the coordinates on the navigation panel. The Dawn turned its direction, charging towards the edge of the red interference field. The engine's shriek grew louder, shaking the entire cockpit. System warnings flooded in like a barrage. Energy siphon module overload. Shield system unstable. Engine core temperature 97. 98. Hold it together. Chen Haifeng fixed his gaze on the ever-approaching boundary of the interference field, his palms sweaty. 300 kilometers. 200 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 50 kilometers. Now's the time. Jump. He slammed down the jump button. Buzz. The space instantly warped. The Dawn was seized by an invisible hand and hurled outward. In the cockpit, all the instrument panels erupted with sparks. The engine let out one last terrifying wail before completely shutting down. Jump complete. Jump engine fully overloaded. System stability 9. Ship damage moderate. The Dawn drifted like space debris, spinning out into the dark void. Chen Haifeng was thrown against the pilot's seat, his vision darkening, taking several seconds to recover. "Old man, I made the jump." "Received." Zhao Jigang's voice carried a sense of relief. "The interference field's fluctuation data shows you successfully exited the core area. Where are you now?" Chen Haifeng glanced at the navigation. The coordinates deviated by at least 20 kilometers, but he was indeed near the L9 area. "I'm floating near L9, but the engine is completely wrecked and I can't move." "Don't worry about the engine for now," Zhao Jigang said. "The Anvil team has already reached the experimental station area. They discovered you escaped and are analyzing your jump trajectory." "Can they analyze it?" "The short-distance blind jump trajectory is chaotic. They can't lock onto precise coordinates for the time being." Zhao Jigang paused, but Sun Qiming. He must have other methods. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming focused on the interference field fluctuation data, his brow furrowed. The operator reported, "Sir, the target has successfully exited the interference core area. The trajectory is chaotic and precise location cannot be determined." "Trash." Sun Qiming cursed, but he wasn't angry. He pulled up the complete fluctuation records of the interference field and tapped on the control panel. While precise coordinates can't be locked, the fluctuation data shows that the energy characteristics of his jump are quite special. Special? Yes. Sun Qiming magnified a segment of the waveform. "Look for a normal short distance jump. The energy decay curve should be smooth. But his curve has 3 abnormal peaks in the middle, as if the system is forcefully stabilizing some kind of energy conflict." The operator was taken aback. "What does this indicate?" "It indicates that the modifications on his ship are quite unstable." Sun Qiming laughed. "And this instability will leave behind more pronounced energy residues." He brought up the star map, tracing a line with his finger. "At the edge of the interference field, the L9 area. Notify the Anvil team that the target's approximate escape direction is towards the L9 area." Sun Qiming said. Have them proceed for a carpet search. Chen Haifeng's ship must be immobilized now and can't go far. Yes. Orders were issued. On the screen, the 3 points representing the Anvil team turned again, speeding towards the L9 area. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. Chen Haifeng, how long can you hide? In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng attempted to restart the engine, but the system displayed a barrage of error codes. Engine core damaged, restart failed, recommended for deep maintenance. Deep maintenance, my ass. Chen Haifeng cursed, switching to the encrypted channel. Old man, the engine is completely dead and just a metal coffin drifting in space. Understood. Zhao Zhigang's voice was heavy. I just monitored the Anvil team changing course, heading towards the L9 area. Sun Qiming must have locked onto your approximate direction through the interference field fluctuations. What should we do? Just wait to die? Waiting to die is definitely not an option. Zhao Zhigang paused. Can your ship move at all? Even a little? Move? Not a chance, the engine isn't responding at all. Then, how about using the attitude control thrusters? Move slowly. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system. The attitude control thrusters were still operational, but their thrust was pitifully small. It would take half an hour to move just 1 kilometer. I can move, but it's as slow as a snail. A snail still has to move. Zhao Zhigang insisted. There's a large asteroid 5 kilometers ahead. There's a hollow area on its backside where you can temporarily hide from scanning. Use the thrusters to move over there and hide. Chen Haifeng looked at the radar. The asteroid was indeed 5 kilometers away. All right, I'll give it a try. He activated the attitude control thrusters. The Dawn's hull emitted a few weak blue streams, beginning to drift slowly like a limping dog towards the asteroid. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. At the edge of the radar, 3 points suddenly appeared, rapidly approaching the L9 area. Old man, they're coming. I see it. Accelerate. Only 2 kilometers left. Accelerate, my ass. Chen Haifeng stared at the 3 ever closer points, his palms sweating. 4 kilometers. 4.5 kilometers. The Dawn finally drifted to the back of the asteroid, slowly sliding into the hollow area. Almost simultaneously. On the radar, the 3 points reached the L9 area and began to disperse for a search. Chen Haifeng turned off all non-essential systems, even shutting off the cockpit lights. The Dawn was completely hidden in darkness, resembling a true piece of space rock. Old man, I've managed to hide. Received, maintain silence. Zhao Zhigang's voice was extremely low. The Anvil team is scanning, you must not move. The 3 points darted back and forth in the asteroid belt, scanning beams sweeping over this area repeatedly. Once, twice, 3 times. With each sweep of the beam, Chen Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. The Dawn's current stability meant that even a slight encounter with a high-precision scan could expose its energy fluctuations. Time ticked by. Finally, the 3 points turned and chased in another direction. Chen Haifeng let out a breath. Old man, they've left. Don't celebrate too soon, Zhao Zhigang said. They just haven't scanned you for the moment, but the search radius is still shrinking. If your engine isn't fixed, you'll be discovered sooner or later. What should we do? Zhao Zhigang fell silent for a few seconds. Wait for my message, you'll think of a way. Disconnected. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, lighting a cigarette. The smoke slowly spread in the dark cockpit. The engine is done for. The special forces are searching. This time it seems like I've truly reached a dead end. The engine has completely failed. Ooh, I am now nothing but a space coffin. Chen Haifeng slumped in his pilot's seat, staring at the system interface, filled with red, his head buzzing. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Zhigang's voice exploded. What nonsense. Hurry and check your surroundings. Is the radar still operational? The radar is operational, but it's all snowflakes. The interference is ridiculously strong. Chen Haifeng brought up the external scan. What the hell is this place? A strong electromagnetic storm zone. Zhao Zhigang typed quickly. You just jumped blindly. The coordinate deviation is too large, and you jumped into the storm zone. The good news is that this thing can interfere with Sun Qiming's tracking signal. The bad news is. What is it? It's the temperature of your engine right now. The cooling speed in the storm zone will be as slow as a turtle's crawl. Zhao Zhigang said. The system simulation shows that forcibly performing a second jump has a 98% probability of disintegrating the ship. Chen Haifeng cursed. What do I do now? Wait to die. Waiting to die is definitely not an option, Zhao Zhigang said. Sun Qiming must have locked onto your approximate direction through the interference field fluctuations. The Anvil team is probably already on the way. You must do 2 things now. First, initiate the emergency cooling procedure to force the engine to cool down. A second, check if there are any usable minerals around to try on-site repairs. On-site repairs? What am I supposed to use to fix it? Use the SCV to dig. Zhao Zhigang shouted. Isn't your system able to refine? Dig some basic minerals and see if you can temporarily patch the cracks in the engine's exterior, at least stabilize it so it doesn't explode. Chen Haifeng glanced out the viewport. It was pitch black, but in the distance he could see faint purple arcs darting through space. It was indeed the storm zone. All right, I'll give it a try. He activated the remaining attitude thrusters of the Dawn, slowly turning the ship while deploying 2 SCVs. As soon as the SCV exited the cabin, the external camera feed went haywire with flashing lights. The electromagnetic interference was as intense as being in a disco. Old man, the interference is too strong. The SCV operation is very laggy. Laggy or not, it has to be done. Zhao Jigang said, I'm calculating the arrival time of the Anvil team. You need to hurry. The 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the interference field fluctuation analysis chart. His eyes brightened. Sir, the fluctuation data shows that the target's jump endpoint energy characteristics are abnormally attenuated, consistent with the characteristics of strong electromagnetic storm interference. The operator reported. The storm zone. Sun Qiming laughed. Chen Haifeng, you really know how to pick a place. The interference in the storm zone is very strong, and our tracking signal will be significantly weakened. Weakening doesn't mean non-existent. Sun Qiming brought up the star map, based on the fluctuation attenuation curve and reverse engineering the jump vector. He is most likely in the unknown star zone between N7 and N9. That area indeed has documented unstable storm belts. He immediately connected to the encrypted channel of the Anvil team. The target's approximate location has been locked in the N7 to N9 star zone within the strong electromagnetic storm belt. Change course and jump at full speed to the periphery of that area. A cold voice came from the other end of the channel. Understood. The interference in the storm zone is intense. Once closed, we will need to use pulse scanning for precise positioning. Approved, Sun Qiming said. Remember, I want him alive, both the man and the ship as intact as possible. Receive. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping on the control panel. The storm zone. This was a pleasant surprise. Chen Haifeng's broken ship would definitely be unable to move in the storm zone, making it a sitting duck. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng was sweating profusely. The SCVs were jerking around in the storm interference like they had Parkinson's, and it took a lot of effort to bring back a few pieces of ore. The system's refinement module was still operational, but the output efficiency had also decreased. Old man, I dug up some iron and silicon, refined them into some basic alloy. Is it enough to patch one crack? Enough for what? Zhao Jigang cursed. Your engine's core conduit has 3 cracks. This amount of material is only enough to patch a wall. Then what should I do? Keep digging. Look for high-density minerals. The conditions that form this storm zone are special. There might be high-value ores. Zhao Jigang's fingers never stopped typing. I calculated it. The Anvil team can reach the outer periphery of your star zone in 4 hours at the fastest. Within 4 hours, you must restore the engine to a state where it can move short distances, and then what? Then I will send you a coordinate the position of the Eye of the Storm. Zhao Jigang's voice turned serious. The Eye of the Storm is a relatively calm zone with weak interference, but the risks are tremendous. You have to pilot this broken ship through it. If the storm activity intensifies midway, you could be directly fried to scrap by the electromagnetic pulse. Chen Haifeng looked at the system interface, which displayed 9 stability. What's the success rate? I don't know, there's no data, Zhao Jigang said. But if you stay in place in 4 hours, you will definitely be caught by the Anvil team. Once you enter the corporate laboratory, can you guess how they will study you? Chen Haifeng fell silent. He commanded the SCVs to keep digging. This time luck was a bit better. He dug up a piece of, or glowing dark red. The system scan indicated it was vanadium magnetite with high density and high temperature resistance. Old man, I found vanadium magnetite. Good. Immediately refine it. Prioritize repairing the 3rd crack. That one is the most critical. Zhao Jigang said, hurry up. 40 minutes later, Chen Haifeng looked at the system prompt and sighed in relief. Engine core conduit cracks, 33 temporary repairs completed. Engine restart feasibility, low power operation possible. System stability 11. Old man, it's repaired, but it can only run at low power like an old man's electric car. Old man's electric car works too, Zhao Jigang said. I've sent you the coordinates. The Eye of the Storm is in the due east direction, approximately 80 kilometers away from you. You need to slowly move over using the attitude thrusters, avoiding those obvious arcs. 80 kilometers. It'll take forever to inch over with the thrusters. So you have to take the risk of restarting the engine at the lowest power and push just a little bit, Zhao Jigang said. Remember, the power must not exceed 5, or else the cracks might reopen. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth, placing his finger on the engine restart button. Damn it, here goes nothing. He pressed it. The engine emitted a dull cough-like rumble, then barely started to operate. The power gauge trembled to a position of 4 and stopped. The Dawn began to move at a snail's pace toward the coordinates of the Eye of the Storm. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the latest scanning data, his brow furrowing. Sir, an anomalous weak energy signal was detected at the edge of the N7 storm zone. The characteristics resemble the low-power operation of a ship, but the signal is intermittent and severely affected by the storm. The operator reported. Low-power operation. Sun Qiming squinted. Hasn't Chen Haifeng's engine overloaded? Can he still move? Uncertain. The signal is too weak to pinpoint. Sun Qiming brought up the structural map of the storm zone. If he really can move, he would only go in one direction, the eye of the storm. He pointed at the map. Only there is the interference relatively weak, making it possible for him to perform the next jump or communicate. He immediately connected to the Amble team. The target may be moving toward the eye of the storm. Change the scanning strategy. Prioritize scanning the outer areas of the eye of the storm using high-frequency pulse scanning. Even if it exposes our position, we must flush him out. Understood. High-frequency pulse scanning will significantly consume energy and may trigger localized intensification of the storm. No matter, execute the order. Yes. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng felt every second stretch like a year. The low-power operation hum of the engine was annoying, and the slow speed made him want to smash the control panel. On the radar, those purple arcs danced like ghosts, and he had to constantly adjust the direction to avoid them. Old man, how much farther? 30 kilometers. Zhao Jigang's voice was tense, but I've detected anomalous energy fluctuations at the edge of the storm zone, very much like the precursor to high-frequency scanning. Sun Qiming might have ordered the Amble team to start pulse scanning. What's pulse scanning? It means disregarding interference and using a high-power scanning wave to sweep hard like a spotlight. Zhao Jigang said, if you get swept, even if you're hiding behind a rock, you will be exposed. What do we do? Accelerate. Use 6 power. But you just said exceeding 5 would cause a collapse. We can't worry about that now. Getting swept means death. Zhao Jigang shouted, accelerate. Chen Haifeng pushed the power lever. The engine let out a painful shriek, and the power climbed to 6. 2. The speed of the Dawn increased slightly, but ominous metallic grinding sounds began to emanate from the hull. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. The radar suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Detected high-intensity directional scanning beam source, 3 o'clock direction distance, unknown, expected to cover this area in 10 seconds. Old man. We've been swept. Charge in. The eye of the storm is right ahead. Zhao Jigang's voice exploded. Charge in. The interference will weaken and the scanning effect will be reduced. Chen Haifeng's eyes reddened as he pushed the power lever to 7. The engine gave one last mournful cry, and the Dawn lunged forward like an old dog that had been whipped, diving headfirst into the relatively calm dark area ahead. Almost simultaneously, an invisible scanning beam grazed past the stern of the ship. All the screens in the cockpit flickered wildly before gradually calming down. Entered low interference zone. Eye of the storm confirmed system stability. 8 warning engine damage. Increasing. Chen Haifeng slumped in his chair, gasping for air. We made it in. Good. Zhao Jigang also breathed a sigh of relief. But don't stop. Sun Qiming knows you're in the eye of the storm and will definitely send the team closer. You know. He hadn't finished speaking when a bunch of new prompts suddenly popped up on Chen Haifeng's system interface. Detected sustained strong electromagnetic environment countermeasures. System adaptive module activated. New function unlocked. Environmental adaptability adjustment. Basic description: able to slightly adjust shipboard system parameters to better adapt to extreme environments, reducing energy consumption and interference impact. Chen Haifeng was stunned. Old man, the system has unlocked something new. What is it? Environmental adaptability adjustment. It says it can make it more comfortable for me to stay in this storm zone. Zhao Jigang was silent for 2 seconds. Good. Activated immediately. Adjust to the parameters most suitable for the current eye of the storm environment and minimize energy characteristics. Every moment counts. Understood. Chen Haifeng activated the new function. The system interface flickered, and then the engine's humming sound seemed to stabilize a bit, and the subtle arcs outside the hull caused by interference also weakened. The Dawn began to blend into the dark, calm zone like a chameleon. But Chen Haifeng knew this was only temporary. Outside the eye of the storm, the Anvil team was definitely closing in. And how much longer could his broken ship hold out? He did not know. It feels a bit more stable. Chen Haifeng stared at the system interface. The option for environmental adaptability adjustment was indeed lit up, and the hum of the Dawnbreaker engine had become somewhat steadier, while the screens in the cockpit, which had been flashing chaotically due to interference, had calmed down significantly. Zhao Jigang's voice immediately came through the encrypted channel. Good. Just keep it stable. You need to focus on 2 things right now. First, mine with the SCV, as the storm zone often harbors rare minerals. See if you can repair the engine on site. Second, don't move around too much. The Anvil team will arrive at the edge of the storm zone in no more than 2 hours. 2 hours. Chen Haifeng's heart tightened. My engine is sputtering like it has asthma. Can it be repaired? Even if it can't be fixed, it has to be repaired. Zhao Jigang typed furiously. "I'm analyzing the energy fluctuation patterns of this storm to see if I can find you a safe window. You start mining." "All right." Chen Haifeng wasted no time and immediately commanded 2 SCVs to exit the cabin. The interference in the storm eye area had weakened significantly, allowing the SCVs to move more smoothly. The mechanical arm dug into a nearby small asteroid, and the mined or emitted an unusual bluish-purple glow. The system scan results popped up. Detected high concentration of superconducting crystals and zero matter-associated minerals. Refining efficiency boosted by environmental factors increased by 15 can be used to repair energy conduits and transition coils of the engine. "Damn, old man, I've struck gold. This storm zone is rich in minerals," Chen Haifeng exclaimed. "If it's rich, refine it quickly." Zhao Jigang replied, "Use the system to refine on site to replenish the engine. I've calculated that the storm energy will peak every 23 minutes, lasting about 90 seconds. The interference is strongest during the peak, but it can also mask your energy signal." "What do you mean?" "I mean that once the Anvil team comes in, they will definitely use pulse scans." Zhao Jigang's voice was serious, but during their scanning you can use the storm's peak interference to make them scan in vain. "Got it? You want me to make them waste their cooldowns, right?" Chen Haifeng said, while directing the SCVs to send the refined materials to the engine compartment. "It's just like dodging boss skills in a game. You still have time for jokes." Zhao Jigang scolded, "Hurry up and fix it. Once you're done, see if you can move short distances." "I've discovered something on my end." "What did you find?" "Deep within the storm zone, approximately 150 kilometers southeast of you, scans show abnormal spatial curvature data." Zhao Jigang paused. "It's very weak, but the characteristics resemble a natural wormhole." Chen Haifeng's hand shook. "A wormhole? The kind we can jump through?" "I'm not sure. The signal is too weak and heavily interfered with by the storm," Zhao Jigang replied, "but this is currently the only theoretical escape route. Even if your engine is repaired, it definitely can't withstand another transition. But if it's a stable natural wormhole, passing through it may not require the ship to provide all the energy by itself." "Understood. Fix it first, and once it's done, we'll head that way." 7th Monitoring Station. Sun Qiming stared at the screen, his expression not looking good. The operator reported, "Sir, the Anvil team has arrived at the edge of the storm zone, but the interference is too strong for conventional scans to penetrate." "Then use pulse scans," Sun Qiming said. "Scan every 5 minutes covering the storm eye and a 50-kilometer radius around it." "I don't believe that Chen Haifeng's ship isn't leaking any energy signatures. Pulse scans consume a lot of energy and may intensify the storm locally, posing risks to the team's ship." "Execute the order," Sun Qiming said coldly. "The higher-ups want the technology he possesses, not his life. As long as we lock onto the scan, the team can forcefully breach in to capture him." "Understood." The command was given. On the screen, the red ripples representing the pulse scan began to spread out in circles, penetrating deeper into the storm zone. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. "Chen Haifeng, where else can you hide this time?" "Engine repair progress 42, transition functions still unavailable, system stability 15. Just as Chen Haifeng connected a newly repaired energy conduit, the radar let out a piercing alarm. Detected high-intensity pulse scan beams, source multiple points, coverage style expected to cover this area in 20 seconds. Old man, the scan is coming. Received. The storm peak still has 10 seconds. Zhao Jigang shouted, "Activate the environmental adaptability function, reduce power to all non-essential systems to the lowest, and simulate being a rock." "Understood." Chen Haifeng operated quickly. The external lights of the Dawnbreaker extinguished entirely. The engine power suddenly dropped to 1. Even the life support system was switched to energy-saving mode. The entire ship instantly went silent. Almost simultaneously, the previously relatively calm storm eye area outside the window suddenly erupted with countless thick purple arcs of electricity, as if the entire space had been torn apart. The pulse scan beams collided with this surge of energy, causing the signal to instantly become a chaotic mess. All the screens in the cockpit flashed wildly, but soon settled down. "Can we move?" "We can, but the speed is about the same as a sightseeing boat in a park." "That'll do," Zhao Jigang said. "The coordinates for the wormhole signs have been updated. It's 142 kilometers southeast of you. You need to slowly move in that direction, utilizing each storm peak's interference window to shift. 140 kilometers. At this speed, it'll take forever. A little movement is better than none." Zhao Jigang said, "It's better than waiting to die in place. I will monitor the scanning patterns in real time and guide you." "All right." Chen Haifeng pushed the control stick and the Dawnbreaker moved at a snail's pace toward the coordinates provided by Zhao Jigang. The coordinates have been received and are being adjusted accordingly. Chen Haifeng stared at the navigation screen as the dawn broke through the darkness like a limping old dog inching towards the southeast at minimal power. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. "Be careful, I just completed an in-depth analysis of the wormhole data and the situation isn't looking good. What's wrong? The wormhole is unstable. The fluctuation curve resembles a roller coaster. Zhao Jigang typed furiously. Moreover, the star region indicated by the exit is not recorded in the database. It's an unknown area. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Unknown area. Does that mean jumping through could land us directly inside a star? Not exactly. The spatial curvature data shows there are no massive celestial bodies nearby the exit. Zhao Jigang paused. But unknown means there could be nothing. No star charts, no supply points, no federal signal towers. With your ship in its current state, jumping would mean survival in the wilderness. Staying here would be like sitting in a barrel to catch a turtle. Chen Haifeng glanced at the radar's edge. The 3 points representing the Iron Anvil squad were rapidly closing their encirclement. Where are Sun Kaiming's people? They've already entered the storm zone and are conducting a pulse scan for a hard sweep, Zhao Jigang said. They've locked onto your energy trail and are correcting their course. They can catch up to you in about 15 minutes. Chen Haifeng cursed. 15 minutes. At the current speed of the engine, it wouldn't even cover 50 kilometers in that time. How far is the wormhole? 120 kilometers, Zhao Jigang replied. But you need to accelerate using 10% power, otherwise you won't make it in time. 10%. The engine cracks might blow. Better that than being caught. Zhao Jigang shouted. If you end up in the corporate laboratory, they'll dismantle you and your ship into pieces for research. You think your system can hide you? Chen Haifeng fell silent. He glanced at the system interface. Engine status low power operation core conduit crack temporary repair system stability 15 spatial disturbance perception activated detected a high intensity spatial curvature anomaly 87 kilometers ahead consistent with natural wormhole characteristics unstable damn it let's go for broke. Chen Haifeng pushed the power lever. The engine emitted a painful scream the power needle trembling to reach 10. The dawn surged forward but the hull immediately groaned with a sickening metallic sound. Warning engine core conduit stress exceeded risk of crack expansion high hold on. Hold on. Chen Haifeng stared into the pitch-black space ahead his palms sweating profusely. 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming focused on the screen his eyes lighting up. Commander, the pulse scan has captured a clear energy trail of the target. The operator reported the energy characteristics match and they are moving deeper into the storm zone. Their speed has increased significantly. He's trying to escape. Sun Qiming scoffed. Notify the Iron Anvil squad to pursue at full speed regardless of the storm interference. Charge straight in. But the interference is strong deep in the storm zone. The squadron's ship shields will continue to be damaged. Damage is damage. Sun Qiming interrupted. What the higher-ups want is technology, not the repair costs for a few frigates. Execute the order. Yes. The command was given. On the screen, 3 light points suddenly accelerated like 3 daggers piercing deep into the storm zone. Sun Qiming called up real-time scanning data. Chen Haifeng's course was clear heading southeast. Where is he running to? Sun Qiming frowned and pulled up the star chart for that area. Blank. Other than being marked as the strong electromagnetic storm zone and spatial anomaly warning, there was nothing else. Wait. Sun Qiming suddenly thought of something. Accessed the corporate-level database of the Deep Space Alliance and entered the access password. An encrypted record popped up. Area deep in the N9 storm belt anomalous phenomenon intermittent spatial curvature fluctuation preliminary judgment possible unstable natural wormhole unverified risk level extremely high no ships should approach. Sun Kaiming's eyes widened. A wormhole. Does Chen Haifeng intend to escape through a wormhole? Notify the squad. He immediately connected to the encrypted channel. The target may attempt to escape using a natural wormhole. Intercept at all costs. Repeat, intercept at all costs. A cold response came from the other end of the channel. Understood. Target trail locked estimated to enter effective range in 7 minutes. Good. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the console. Chen Haifeng, this time you want escape. In the cockpit of the Dawn engine core conduit crack expansion conduit 1 minor conduit 3 moderate system stability 13 distance to wormhole 62 kilometers. Chen Haifeng was drenched in sweat. The engine's hum sounded increasingly off as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. On the radar, the 3 light points were now less than 100 kilometers behind. Old man, they're closing in. I see. Zhao Jigang's voice blared. The wormhole is just 50 kilometers ahead. But the spatial disturbance index is skyrocketing. That thing is extremely unstable right now. What happens if it's unstable? It could collapse halfway through your passage, tearing you and your ship into fundamental particles. Zhao Jigang said. Or the exit could drift, randomly tossing you into a corner of the universe. Chen Haifeng glanced back at the approaching light points. If they catch me, the outcome won't be any better. So what's your decision? Charge. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and pushed the power lever to 12. The engine emitted a final cry of despair. The Dawn surged forward like a cannonball heading straight for the area of space that was starting to distort. Iron Anvil Squad Flagship. The captain stared at the scanning screen and coldly ordered, target accelerating towards the spatial anomaly zone. All personnel activate jump interference missiles to block his forward area. Interference missiles launched. 3 special frigates simultaneously fired several silver projectiles. The projectiles exploded in space, forming an invisible interference field that perfectly blocked the space between the Dawn and the wormhole. Commander, the interference field is active. The target's speed has drastically decreased. Good, the captain replied. Main cannon charging, aim at the engine area to incapacitate him, but don't destroy him. Main cannon charging. In the cockpit of the Dawn, warning, high-intensity jump interference field detected, engine output limited, speed decreased to 30. Chen Haifeng felt a chill in his heart. It was over. A disturbance field ahead and pursuers behind. Old man. They deployed interference. I can't get through. Zhao Jigang was silent for 2 seconds. There's only one way, he said. Use all your power and charge through. The interference field mainly affects the jump engine, but has limited effect on conventional thrusters. If you push the power to the limit, you might crash through. If I push it to the limit, the engine will blow. Better that than being caught. Zhao Jigang's voice was grave. Moreover, the wormhole is less than 20 kilometers behind the interference field. Even if the engine blows, you can still glide through by inertia. Chen Haifeng looked at the 3 light points that had already entered the main cannon's firing range on the radar. Damn it, it's a gamble. He took a deep breath, gripping the control stick tightly. Old man, if I don't make it. Stop the nonsense. Zhao Jigang yelled, charge. Chen Haifeng smiled. He pushed the power lever all the way down. The engine emitted a terrifying roar and the entire cockpit shook violently. Warning, engine overload, 300 core conduit crack, rapidly expanding, system stability 5, 4, 3. The Dawn barreled into the interference field like a crazed bull. The silver coating on the ship's surface flickered wildly under the interference, then large sections began to peel away. But the speed had truly picked up. In the Iron Anvil Squad. Commander, the target's engine is overloaded and is forcing its way through the interference field. What? The captain was taken aback. He's reckless. Main cannon. Fire. 3 beams of blinding light pierced the darkness, directly targeting the Dawn. But it was too late. The Dawn had already burst through the core area of the interference field, and the main cannon beams grazed the ship's tail, only knocking off a few armor plates. Chase, the captain shouted angrily. All 3 frigates pursued at full speed. But the Dawn had already reached the entrance of the wormhole. It was a twisted vortex, constantly changing colors with a diameter of only about 50 meters, its edges flickering with dangerous electrical arcs. He's going in. The captain's eyes reddened. All fire. Disable him. All cannon ports fired simultaneously. In the cockpit of the Dawn, Chen Haifeng looked out at the increasingly close twisted vortex and smiled. Goodbye, Sun Qiming. He closed his eyes. The Dawn plunged into the wormhole. In an instant, an indescribable pressure surged from all directions. All screens in the cockpit erupted in sparks, and the system interface flickered frantically. Warning, withstanding ultra-high intensity spatial pressure, hull structural damage, rapidly increasing system core overload. Unlocked new blueprint, primary spatial stabilization module, significantly reduces structural damage when crossing unstable wormholes. Chen Haifeng didn't have time to comprehend before he was violently pressed into the pilot's seat by an immense force. Everything went black. Outside the wormhole, the 3 frigates of the Iron Anvil Squad concentrated fire at the last moment, but all artillery fire struck the entrance of the wormhole, creating ripples as if stones were thrown into water. Then the wormhole violently twisted, contracted, and collapsed. In just 3 seconds, the distorted vortex vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In space, only some scattered energy remnants remained. The squad channel was dead silent. After several seconds, the captain gritted his teeth and connected to Sun Qiming's channel. Commander, the target has crossed the wormhole. The wormhole collapsed after passage. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the empty space on the screen, the cigarette in his hand falling to the ground. Collapsed. Yes. The spatial curvature data has returned to normal. The traces of the wormhole are rapidly dissipating. Sun Qiming slammed his fist on the console. Find him. Scan all residual energy signatures of the wormhole. Analyze where he might have been thrown. Utilize all resources. I need to know if he's dead or alive. Yes. The operators were in a frenzy. Sun Qiming slumped in his chair, his face pale. Chen Haifeng, you really dared to jump into a wormhole. You better be dead inside. If you're not dead. Sun Qiming's expression darkened. Then just wait. No matter where you run in the universe, the Deep Space Alliance will find you. Old man, can you hear me? Chen Haifeng slumped in the pilot's seat, his bones aching as if they had been disassembled and reassembled haphazardly. His voice hoarse and strained crackled over the encrypted comms channel. A burst of static hissed for several seconds before Zhao Zhigang's voice erupted. Haifeng, you're alive. Alive, though barely distinguishable from death. Chen Haifeng surveyed the cockpit. Half the displays were dead black, the rest flickered violently, with cascading error codes. The Dawn Voyager is coming apart at the seams. What's your status? Where's the wormhole? The wormhole. It collapsed the instant I passed through. Nothing remained, not even dust. Chen Haifeng activated the external camera feed. The image stuttered and fragmented, yet revealed an abyssal void. Pitch-black space, pierced only by the faint nebulous glow of distant stellar clouds. I don't even know where I am. Keys clattered furiously on Zhao Zhigang's end. Wormhole energy signature has vanished entirely. Confirmed collapse. Sun Qiming's team must have registered it too. He can't pursue you. Not yet. Not yet. Wormhole collapse erases spatial imprints rapidly. Even if he attempts to triangulate your ejection vector analysis, will take time. Zhao Zhigang urged, assess your ship's condition. Can it still move? Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain and summoned the system interface. A sea of crimson flooded the screen. Hull structural integrity 37, primary engine offline, catastrophic damage, jump drive. Offline core components, destroyed power core output, unstable 58, life support systems, marginal operation, warning, multiple subsystems offline. Immediate comprehensive diagnostics advised. It can't move, not even a damn inch. Chen Haifeng let out a bitter chuckle. Primary and jump drives are both gone. Right now this vessel is nothing but a drifting iron coffin. Don't panic. Zhao Zhigang barked. What about your system? Is the human template system still functional? Chen Haifeng blinked, then focused inward. Deep within his consciousness the familiar interface persisted, but ravaged, its icons dimmed and fractured. System status, critically damaged core functions, partially operational SCV production, basic refinement energy, reserve critically low, new blueprint, detected primary spatial stabilization module, complete unlock condition system, repairs 60 specific resources required. The system remains, but severely wounded. Chen Haifeng reported, however, it just unlocked something new. What? A complete blueprint for the primary spatial stabilization module. He gazed at the softly pulsing icon. In essence, it means future wormhole transits will be markedly more stable. Less risk of being torn apart. Zhao Zhigang fell silent for 2 beats, then laughed. Well then, surviving catastrophe has its rewards. You've just looted rare gear. Forget the blueprint for now, repair the ship. Scan your surroundings, anything usable. Chen Haifeng dispatched the 2 remaining functional SCVs beyond the airlock. The external feed returned fragments of asteroids drifted lazily, a frayed edge of some asteroid belt. The SCVs scanned the nearest slab of debris. Detected base minerals, iron, nickel, silicon. Detected trace rare minerals, 0 element trace, quantities harvestable. We've got, or, plenty of base metals plus trace 0 element. Chen Haifeng confirmed. Good. Use it. Zhao Zhigang replied. Your system supports on-site refinement, right? Send the SCVs to mine refined raw materials and reinforce hull integrity. Seal the breaches first. Stabilize that power core now. Understood. Without hesitation, Chen Haifeng ordered the SCVs into action. 2 armored frames labored in the silent vacuum, sluggish, impaired by system degradation, yet undeniably moving. The extracted or fed into the Dawn Voyager's compact onboard refinery, a relic granted by the system at inception, miraculously still operational. Refined alloy was applied like crude patches across the hull's deepest fissures. Hull structural integrity 41. 43. Power core output stability 61. 65. Progress was agonizingly slow, but unmistakably upward. Old man, I'm patching her up, but it feels like gluing together an aircraft carrier with spit. It'll hold, but won't last. Chen Haifeng muttered, eyes locked on the crawling progress bar. Then glue it tight enough to survive. Zhao Zhigang insisted. Your priority is simple, stay alive, then restore minimal mobility. By the way, did the wormhole transit unlock anything else in your system? Chen Haifeng scrolled through the system log, a torrent of error reports, until one entry stood apart. System log, unstable wormhole transit successfully recorded, partially analyzed. Spatial data extracted, new function unlocked, primary stellar cartography, active description, synthesizes localized star charts using real-time astronomical scans and cross-references with existing databases, if available, estimating approximate position and identifying potential landmark features. Yes. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. Primary stellar cartography. It can reconstruct a rudimentary map from stellar signatures. Deploy it now. Zhao Zhigang's tone sharpened. I need your approximate coordinates to plan our next move. Chen Haifeng activated the function. The interface shimmered. External starfields streamed across the display as the system began scanning. The progress bar crept forward 1. 5. 10. Silence settled in the cockpit, broken only by the metallic scrape of SCV's welding hull plates. 10 minutes later, the bar reached 100. A stark skeletal star chart unfolded before Chen Haifeng, scattered with a handful of luminous points, vast regions swallowed by black voids labeled unscanned or signal lost. Yet in the lower corner, fine script appeared: stellar domain signature match, no correlation found with Gallant Federation's known stellar cartographic database version GC 7742. Preliminary assessment: this domain is uncharted and unexplored by the Federation. Warning: faint signals detected. Potential activity by independent factions. Old man, the map's drawn. But it's grim news. Chen Haifeng recited the findings aloud. This sector isn't on any Federation chart, and the system detected faint anomalous signals, possibly from independent factions. Zhao Jigang exhaled sharply. An uncharted domain. That complicates things. But also, this works in your favor. For Sun Qiming, finding you is now akin to searching the ocean for a single grain of sand. Can you localize that faint signal source? Chen Haifeng zoomed the chart. Northeast of the Dawn Voyager's marker, roughly 200 kilometers away, floated an almost imperceptible pulse, faint as a dying ember. Yes, I've isolated it. Extremely weak, yet rhythmically precise. Chen Haifeng said. Shall we investigate? Go, but proceed with extreme caution. Zhao Jigang cautioned. Unknown domain. Unknown signal. Opportunity or ambush. How's the ship holding up? Chen Haifeng glanced at the diagnostics panel. Hull structural integrity 52, power core output stability 78, attitude thrusters partially restored, low velocity, maneuvering only. She can crawl, like a tortoise. Chen Haifeng said. Then crawl toward it, Zhao Jigang replied. Maintain minimum power. Emit no active signals. Approach silently. Observe first. Understood. Chen Haifeng gripped the control yoke. A low resonant hum vibrated through the Dawn Voyager's frame. Faint cerulean light flared from its attitude thrusters as it began its sluggish advance, no faster than a human walking, toward the distant pulse. In the infinite blackness of space, the scarred vessel drifted, less a ship, more a speck of dust, drawn toward an unknown point of light. Zhao Jigang's voice came soft over the channel. Haifeng. Moi. Come back alive. Chen Haifeng smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've got 9 lives. The Dawn Voyager pressed onward. 200 kilometers. Hours of slow, deliberate motion. Chen Haifeng monitored both repair progress and the radar's faint, steady pulse, unchanging, rhythmic. A lighthouse, or a lure. He didn't know what awaited him. A derelict outpost, a survivor's refuge, a surveillance node belonging to some autonomous faction. But regardless, it was the only tangible thing visible in the suffocating dark. Anything was better than waiting to die in silence. Time flowed onward. Hull integrity climbed to 58. Power core stability held at 85. Outside, the SCVs continued their tireless, methodical repairs. 6 hours later, the Dawn Voyager neared the signal source. External visuals sharpened. It was neither a planet nor a vessel. It was a battered, floating metal structure, resembling a small space station or frontier outpost. Clearly abandoned for decades, its hull pockmarked with impact craters and corrosion, multiple structural segments hung broken, revealing hollow, lightless corridors within. Only a slender antenna-like protrusion atop its dome pulsed with that same faint, regular signal. Old man, I see it. An abandoned outpost. Chen Haifeng reported. Modest scale, perhaps a few hundred square meters. Severely degraded. Scan for residual energy signatures or life signs, Zhao Jigang instructed. Chen Haifeng initiated a full system scan. The probe swept across the ruined structure. Seconds later, results materialized. Structural scan confirmed derelict outpost model, undetermined energy signature extremely weak, likely residual backup battery, biological signatures none detected, reparable internal equipment detected 1 unit, equipment type indeterminate. Energy profile partially matches refining facilities or fabrication benches. Chen Haifeng's eyes widened. Old man, there's something inside. The system confirms irreparable unit, likely a refinery or fabrication bench. Zhao Jigang paused. Then his voice rose with urgency. Are you certain? The energy signature shows partial congruence. Chen Haifeng fixed his gaze on the signal marker. If it truly is a refinery or fabrication bench, once restored, I could produce critical repair materials on site. Perhaps even construct new systems. Opportunity, yes, but risk is high. Abandoned stations often retain dormant defense protocols, or worse, other anomalies. Your call. Do you enter? Chen Haifeng stared at the silent, shattered metal husk beyond the viewport, and then at his own crippled ship, its hull stitched with makeshift alloys. He drew a slow, deep breath. I'm going in. No supplies. No backup. In this endless dark, I won't last long. This outpost may well be my starting ground. He nudged the control yoke. The Dawn Voyager eased forward, gliding toward a jagged, open breach in the outpost's hull. Fortune or folly? We'll only know by stepping across the threshold. I'm here just outside this broken station. Shen Haifeng stared at the dark metal lump outside the viewport. The Dawnbreaker was floating about 50 meters from the entrance, operating at its lowest power with the blue light of its thrusters dimmed. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel received. Don't rush in yet. Use your SCV to sweep around and check if the structure is stable and if there are any obvious energy traps. Understood. Shen Haifeng commanded the 2 operational SCVs to fly over and circle around the outpost. Scanning data was transmitted back to the cockpit. Structural scan. The main body of the outpost is built from titanium alloy and unknown composite materials. Damage rate approximately 65. No obvious weapon platforms or active sensor arrays. Detected multiple impact marks and metal fatigue fractures. Detected energy response extremely weak, originating from deep within the station. Suspected residual backup energy pool. The structure is okay, not collapsed, just damaged. Shen Haifeng reported, the energy response is very weak, it's inside. What about the architectural style? Can you tell which faction it belongs to? Zhao Jigang asked. Shen Haifeng enlarged the image transmitted by the SCV. The design of the outpost's exterior was strange. It was neither the streamlined style of the Galeni Federation nor the angular religious style of the Amar Empire, and certainly not the rugged welding feel of the Minmater. It looked somewhat cobbled together. Various metal plates of different shapes were joined at seemingly random angles with strange protruding structures at the seams resembling decoration, but also like some kind of functional component. I can't tell. Shen Haifeng shook his head. I've never seen this kind of design, or it's ugly but distinctive. Send me the images, and I'll compare them with the database. Zhao Jigang said. Shen Haifeng packaged the images and sent them over. The channel fell silent for a few minutes. Only the occasional sound of Zhao Jigang typing on his keyboard could be heard. Then Zhao Jigang's voice sounded again, somewhat serious. Haifeng, I've compared them. There are no records of this architectural style in the Federal Public Database. What about private ones? Or the black market? I also checked the part of the relic database shared by Wang Lu, but there are no exact matches. Zhao Jigang paused, but this style looks somewhat familiar. It resembles the characteristic designs that some small mining companies were fooling around with decades ago, trying to save costs by using whatever materials they could find. So this could be a nest built by a fly-by-night company. Shen Haifeng asked. It's possible, but not necessarily. Zhao Jigang said, pay attention to those protruding structures at the seams. I magnified them, and they are not decorative, they are some kind of makeshift energy transfer nodes. The design philosophy is quite pragmatic, focused solely on convenience without any regard for aesthetics. So can I go in now? Wait a bit longer, Zhao Jigang said. I used the star map data you sent back combined with the coordinates of this outpost to recalculate the position of this star region on the federal star map. What was the result? The result is blank. Zhao Jigang's voice was heavy. This area is marked as unexplored or signal lost in all federal public and non-public star map records. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any civilized structures here. Shen Haifeng's heart sank. Old man, do you mean? What I mean is either this outpost was secretly built by some faction without reporting it, or Zhao Jigang took a breath. When it was built, the Federation hadn't mapped this star region yet. How many years ago was that? At least 30 years or more. Zhao Jigang said. And this kind of pragmatic style independent mining company was quite common in the marginal star regions 30 years ago. Most of them have since been swallowed up by large corporations or gone bankrupt. Shen Haifeng looked at the silent metal lump. So this is likely a relic, and a relic that no one knows about. Zhao Jigang said, the risks are unknown, but the opportunities could be significant. Such independent small companies sometimes secretly record high-value mineral deposits that go unreported for their own private gains. Understood, let's take a gamble. Shen Haifeng rubbed his hands together. He'll have the SCV try to open a hole to get in. Be careful, start with the lowest power cutting to avoid triggering any old defense systems. Understood. Shen Haifeng commanded one SCV to fly to a spot that looked like an airlock of the outpost. The door had long since deformed, stuck in a half-open position, revealing a dark passage inside. The SCV extended its cutting arm, adjusting to the lowest power laser beam, and began carefully melting the rust and deformed metal around the doorframe. Zzz. The harsh sound of metal being burned red could not be transmitted in the vacuum, but the SCV's vibration sensors could feel it. The cutting was slow. Shen Haifeng stared at the screen, feeling a bit of sweat in his palms. Suddenly, a new message popped up on the system interface. Detected a weak signal source inside the station with periodic enhancements, signal characteristic analysis, non-active scanning, suspected periodic self-check, pulse source deep within the station, coordinates marked. Old man, there's something inside that is beating. Chen Haifeng reported immediately. Can you determine what it is? The system says it resembles a periodic self-check pulse, not an active scan. Chen Haifeng looked at the new light point that had lit up on the star map reconstruction interface. It's located deep within the station, possibly the energy core or a data terminal. Both are possible, Zhao Jigang said. Keep cutting, but be ready to retreat at any time. If the pulse suddenly intensifies or aggressive scanning occurs, don't hesitate, run. Understood. The cutting continued. After about 10 more minutes, the SCV finally created an opening large enough for itself to enter through the deformed airlock. Chen Haifeng did not allow the SCV to enter immediately. Instead, he extended a probe inside. The image transmitted back was pitch black with only a small area illuminated by its built-in light. The passage was filled with scattered metal fragments and unknown debris. The walls were covered in strange stains resembling dried liquids or some kind of peeling coating. There were no signs of life and no moving objects. Go in, Chen Haifeng ordered. The SCV drilled into the passage, illuminating the area ahead for several meters. It floated slowly down the passage while Chen Haifeng focused on the real-time images being transmitted back. On both sides of the passage were doors to various rooms, most of which were open or damaged, leaving them empty, with only some metal frames fixed to the ground looking like shelves that once held equipment or storage. Everything had been cleared out. Has this place been looted? Chen Haifeng frowned. Not really. Zhao Jigang looked at the images. Looting would leave a mess, but this looks more like an orderly evacuation. Things were taken away, but the structure wasn't damaged. The SCV continued deeper. The further in, the more strange stains appeared on the walls of the passage, with some areas showing charred marks, as if burned by high temperatures. Finally, the SCV arrived near the signal source marked by the system. It was a relatively intact metal door with a blurry insignia that looked like 3 overlapping small asteroids below, which was a line of severely worn text. Chen Haifeng directed the SCV's light towards the text. He could barely make out several letters. St. Armin. G. Ul. NC. Stardust Mining Alliance. Zhao Jigang read out loud. I've never heard of this organization. I haven't heard of it either, Chen Haifeng said. Can the door open? The SCV scanned the lock structure. Lock-type mechanical combination lock, old status, partially rusted, but structurally intact. Bypass solution. SCV can attempt physical lockpicking or low-power melting of the lock core. Let's pick the lock, keep the noise down, Chen Haifeng said. The SCV switched to a different tool arm, inserted it into the gap in the lock, and began to apply force slowly. Creak. The sound of metal grinding through the SCV's sensors was grating. The lock resisted, but the rust made it weak. After a few seconds, with a click, the lock opened. The door slowly slid inward, creating a gap for the SCV to squeeze through. Inside was a small room with a metal platform about half a person high in the center, fixed with a square device covered in dust, but one side had a small screen that was still flickering weakly, emitting a regular soft blue light. It was indeed the source of that heartbeat signal. Data terminal, Zhao Jigang said. It seems to be barely operational, relying on residual backup energy. Can it be ready? Chen Haifeng asked. Let the SCV connect and try, but be careful. This old relic might crash at the slightest touch. The SCV extended its data interface, carefully inserting it into a standard port on the side of the terminal. Zing. The terminal screen suddenly lit up, then began to scroll wildly with garbled text. After a few seconds, the garbled text stopped, and the screen stabilized, displaying fragmented lines of text records. Chen Haifeng quickly instructed the system to record. Data fragments being retrieved. Content identification log file partially damaged. Timestamp, star calendar YC. 103:04. 12 approximately 34 years ago. Recorder outpost Eagle I-7 duty officer. Log summary. Alliance discovered a high concentration of zero element or vein in the eastern part of the Reef Nebula. Coordinates not reported to the Federation. Established an outpost for covert mining. Encountered unknown signal interference. Mining team went missing. Alliance headquarters ordered evacuation. Core data retained. Awaiting follow-up. The text ended here, with the rest being damaged data blocks. Zero element or vein. Not reported to the Federation. Chen Haifeng's eyes widened. The Stardust Mining Alliance has some guts. That's not all. Zhao Jigang's voice became serious. Look at that last line. Encountered unknown signal interference. Mining team went missing. Something may have happened here back then. What kind of interference could make people go missing? I don't know, but it definitely isn't good. Zhao Jigang said. Have the SCV check if it can dig up more data, like the coordinates of the vein or what exactly they encountered back then. The SCV attempted a deep read, but the terminal screen flickered a few times and suddenly went dark. The backup energy ran out. Data retrieval terminated. Data fragments retrieved. 87. System analyzing. The system interface in front of Chen Haifeng began to scroll rapidly. A few seconds later, a new, much more detailed local star map popped up. The star map marked more than a dozen light points, most concentrated in the depths of the small asteroid belt, where the outpost was located, with brief annotations next to each light point: suspected high-concentration zero-element deposits, undeveloped superconducting crystal enrichment area, unknown metal, or vein anomalous features. On the edge of the star map, there was a region specially outlined with red dashed lines marked warning signal blind, zone abnormal gravity, field coordinates of the last signal disappearance of the Alliance, mining team risk level extremely high, recommended to avoid. Wow, old man, we're going to get rich. Chen Haifeng looked at the marked mining points, his breath quickening. The Stardust Mining Alliance really dug up a lot back then. So many good mines, and they didn't have time to excavate. Let's not get too excited yet, Zhao Jigang cautioned. The reason they didn't excavate is certainly significant. Did you see the warning about the signal blind, zone abnormal gravity field? That's where the mining team went missing. I saw it will steer clear, Chen Haifeng said, but the other mining points should be fine, right? The system has marked them, and some are only tens of kilometers away from here. Theoretically, they should be fine, but... Zhao Jigang paused. Haifeng, what you need most right now isn't, but a safe base that can operate long-term. Do you think this outpost can be repaired? Chen Haifeng had the SCV scan the entire room and the structure of the passage outside. Integrity of the outpost's main structure, 65 reparable energy core, damaged SCV, can attempt repairs, requires specific materials, life support system, completely non-functional manufacturing, refining module, residual equipment frames, detected reparable, it can be repaired. Chen Haifeng said confidently. The structure is okay, I can slowly replenish the energy core with the SCV, and I have the Dawnbreaker for the life support system for now. If I can repair the manufacturing and refining modules, I can produce on-site, instead of running back to the ship every time. Then let's do it. Zhao Jigang decided. First, turn this outpost into your temporary base. With a base, you can steadily dig for those ores. Understood. Chen Haifeng looked at the shabby metal lump outside the viewport, suddenly finding it much more pleasing to the eye. This isn't just an outpost. This is clearly a new player starter pack from the system, complete with a treasure map. Stardust Mining Alliance. He muttered. Thanks, although I don't know how you all perished back then, but I'll gladly accept this inheritance. He pushed the joystick and the Dawnbreaker slowly approached the cut entrance of the outpost. The SCV had already started clearing the passage inside, preparing to repair the energy core. In the dark, unknown star region, a glimmer of light was beginning to re-emerge in this forgotten corner. The data has been transmitted, it's all fragmented. Can we piece anything together? Chen Haifeng slumped in the driver's seat, watching the final stream of data being uploaded from the broken terminal at the outpost by the SCV. The Dawn was now like a repairman's treasure chest, its exterior plastered with the alloy patches just applied by the SCV, but at least it didn't leak anymore. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang was typing rapidly. Received, importing the analysis program now. How's the system on your end? Can you read directly? Yes, just initiated deep parsing. Chen Haifeng concentrated, watching the system interface as it began to scroll wildly through the fragmented logs and coordinate data. The progress bar is crawling, but it's a bit slow. The data corruption is quite severe. Normal, it's an old relic from over 30 years ago. Just getting it powered on is a miracle, Zhao Jigang replied. I'm running the comparison against the Federal Public Database using the Panshur server, working on dual lines for higher efficiency. The cockpit fell silent, only the hum of the system fan remained. Chen Haifeng stared at the parsing progress. 1.5. As slow as a snail. Old man, have you really never heard of the Stardust Ring Alliance before? He couldn't help but ask. No. Zhao Jigang replied bluntly. There are plenty of fly-by-night alliances in the fringe star regions formed today and disbanded tomorrow with names that are cooler than the last, like Starlight or Deep Space Wings, yet their offices might just be a single shipping container. But what? But the fact that they could secretly establish an outpost in a place not even marked on the federal maps and discovered unreported zero-sum or veins indicates they had some capability back then. At least they were bold enough, and their technical direction might have been quite wild. The parsing progress jumped to 15. Suddenly, a crucial information alert popped up on the system interface. Key information extracted: organization name, confirmed Stardust Ring Independent Mining Alliance status, disbanded circa galactic calendar YC. Between 103,110 reasons for disbandment, based on data fragments 1. Core resource node zerosum or vein extraction efficiency below expectations, costs soared 2. Armed conflict rebellion erupted within the alliance over profit distribution U3. Encountered persistent interference from unknown external signals, possibly related to signal blind zones, abnormal gravitational fields, exacerbating internal collapse. The reasons are out, Chen Haifeng read aloud to Zhao Jigang. Not enough resources to go around, infighting broke out among their own, plus there were things from outside interfering. Triple whammy, they were done for. Standard outcome, Zhao Jigang snorted. Such small alliances can manage as long as the wind is at their backs, but once the tide turns, infighting happens faster than external enemies. That unknown external signal. Interesting, mark it down and avoid it in the future. Understood. The parsing progress reached 30. Another batch of data was organized. This time it was coordinates. Dozens of densely packed light point coordinates lit up on the star map in Chun Haifeng's consciousness, each accompanied by brief mineral types and estimated concentration labels. Xerosum superconducting crystals, isotopic polymers. All hard currency. At the very bottom of this list of coordinates, there was a separately encrypted data packet labeled Alliance Legacy Core Inventory Partial. Old man, we struck gold. Chun Haifeng's voice rose. A bunch of mineral point coordinates plus an encrypted legacy inventory. Can the contents of the inventory be decrypted? The system is trying. Needs some time. Chun Haifeng observed the decoding progress bar of the encrypted packet. But the mineral point coordinates are in plain text. I've directly imported them into the star map. He packaged up the coordinate data and sent it over. After a few minutes of silence, Zhao Jigang responded, taking a deep breath. Haifeng, these mineral points are distributed very regularly. What regularity? Look at the star map. Zhao Jigang sent back a processed image. Most of the high-value mineral points are concentrated in two belt-like regions like two arms. And between these two arms there lies a relatively open area, but heavily covered with nebula dust. Chun Haifeng looked at the image and agreed it did look that way. What do you mean? I mean that nebula-obscured area might be a natural safe haven, Zhao Jigang said. Weak signals not easily detectable by external scans, and it's close to the resource-rich zones. If the Stardust Ring had been clear-headed back, then they should have built their main base there instead of in the current barren outpost location. But they didn't build there. So they are no more, Zhao Jigang stated bluntly. You now have a chance to choose correctly. At that moment a system prompt sounded. Data Deep Parsing Completion 65 Star Map Reconstruction Function significantly advanced, generating unknown star region preliminary resource distribution assessment map. The star map interface in front of Chun Haifeng suddenly refreshed. What was once a large area of darkness was now filled with vague terrain outlines and resource density cloud maps. Although the details were still rough, like being pixelated, the overall layout became clear. The small asteroid belt they were in was located at the edge of the star region. The nebula-obscured area that Zhao Jigang mentioned appeared darker on the star map, indicating severe signal attenuation, but the surrounding marked resource points were also the most densely packed. The map has been updated, old man, Chun Haifeng said. You were right. That nebula area has a red mark for resource concentration and black for signal strength. It's practically a chosen spot for the old six. Send me the new star map. Zhao Jigang's voice was a bit excited. Chun Haifeng sent it over. The channel was filled with keyboard sounds and occasional mumbling. This node is about 800 kilometers straight line distance from you, with a small asteroid belt that can serve as cover. This one isn't bad either. It's backed by an ice-covered dwarf planet, making the terrain more complex. And this one at the tail of the nebula cluster is more concealed, but getting in and out might be tricky. Zhao Jigang evaluated each option, like choosing vegetables at a market. Old man, take it easy, Chun Haifeng chuckled. It's a miracle that this broken ship can even move 800 kilometers. I'd need to move there by next year. Who told you to go there now? Zhao Jigang replied. I meant for you to remember these points as options. Your primary task right now is to make use of this useless outpost beneath your feet. Energy core and manufacturing module. Exactly, Zhao Jigang affirmed. The data says the outpost's energy core is merely damaged, not completely scrapped. Can the SCV repair it? Chun Haifeng directed a SCU to scan the huge cylindrical structure deep within the station. Device identification: fusion energy core, old model status, offline, major faults, fuel rods, exhausted primary energy conduits, severed in multiple locations, control unit partially damaged, SCV repair feasibility, high, requires basic metal materials, and some zero sum for conduit recasting, estimated repair time, 4,872 hours, dependent on SCV work efficiency and resource availability. It can be repaired, but it needs materials and time. Chun Haifeng reported, the good news is that the remaining manufacturing platform framework in the station can also be repaired. Once fixed, it can produce some simple parts on-site without needing to dismantle everything from the dawn. Then let's do it, Zhao Jigang decided. First get the energy core working, only then can we talk about other things. If repair materials are insufficient, have the SCV mine the nearby small asteroids. For now, don't touch those mineral points on your star map, but play it safe. Got it? I haven't left the novice village yet. I'm not daring to tackle high-level dungeons. Chun Haifeng stretched his neck. By the way, the decoding progress for that encrypted legacy inventory is at 90 now. It should be ready soon. The moment he finished speaking, the system prompt sounded again. Decryption of the encrypted data packet Alliance Legacy Core Inventory Partial Completed Content Summary 1. High Purity 0 Some Crystal Storage Coordinates. 3 Locations Capacity Unknown 2. Fragments of blueprints for Pancha-class industrial ships self-developed by the Alliance Armor Enhancement Module 3. Records and analysis reports on the unknown signal interference source severely damaged 4. Suspected civilization contact traces coordinates within the star region. 1 Location risk level unknown. The inventory contents were few but explosive. Old man, the inventory has been unlocked. Chun Haifeng read out each word. There are hidden 0 some crystals fragments of their self-designed ship blueprints and a report on that interference source, though damaged there's also a coordinate marked civilization contact trace with unknown risk. Zhao Jigang fell silent for several seconds. Civilization contact traces? His voice grew serious. Not ruins, but contact traces. The wording is very subtle. The Stardust Ring may have encountered others in this star region back then, and they may not necessarily be dead. Chun Haifeng felt a chill down his spine. Alive. Uncertain, but we must prepare for the worst, Zhao Jigang said. That coordinate must be marked as the highest risk. Until we have enough strength, don't even think about it. For now, keep your eyes on the resources 0 some crystals and blueprint fragments. Especially the blueprints. Even if they're just fragments, they might have unique insights. Are the 0 some coordinates far from me? Let me check. The nearest one is about 150 kilometers to your east in a crack of a small asteroid. You can check it out, but be careful and use the SCV. Don't move yourself. Understood. Chen Haifeng gazed at the blueprint fragment icons in the inventory, feeling a bit itchy. This Pancha-class. The name sounds rough, but it seems like it's quite sturdy. Designs from independent small companies often prioritize practicality with less fluff. Zhao Jigang said, once the energy core is repaired and the manufacturing platform is functional, we can try parsing the blueprint fragments to see if we can craft some useful modifications. All right. Chun Haifeng observed the system interface where the repair plan for the energy core had been generated and the SCV was beginning to autoplan collection routes. Then I'll have the SCV start digging for the core repair materials, and by the way, should I send one to check that 0 some coordinate? It's fine, but stay hidden and operate at low power. Don't worry, I'm a professional at this. Chen Haifeng severed part of his consciousness and issued new commands to the 2 SCVs. One stayed at the outpost, starting to cut away some non-load-bearing abandoned structures inside the station to recover metal materials. The other silently slid out of the dawn, heading towards the 0 some storage coordinates marked on the inventory, like a fish diving into the shadow of the asteroid belt. The cockpit fell quiet once more. Chen Haifeng looked out the porthole at the half-damaged outpost, and then at the gradually clarifying star map in his mind. A day ago, he was being chased by Sun Chiming like a stray dog, almost dying in a wormhole. Now he had a base that could be repaired, a treasure map marked with resources, and a legacy from over 30 years ago. Although the future was uncertain and the coordinate for that civilization contact trace felt like a thorn in his heart, at least he had his feet on solid ground. Stardust Ring. He murmured, the things you couldn't accomplish, I'll give it a try. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice came through, tinged with a hint of laughter. What's up? Feeling something? Yeah, Chun Haifeng smiled. It feels like playing a very challenging opening, but the system suddenly gave me a resource-rich, deserted island. Then manage your island well, Zhao Jigang said. First get the power on. It's in progress. Chen Haifeng looked at the screen where the SCV's collection progress bar was steadily advancing little by little. The encrypted warehouse on this list has somewhat vague coordinates, but the system indicates a strong directionality. Chen Haifeng stared at the data packet highlighted in his consciousness. It was mixed in with the Stardust Ring inheritance list like an Easter egg. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice immediately followed. Warehouse. What type? Is it for storing minerals or technology? I don't know. The list describes it in just one sentence: core equipment and technology backup coordinates partially encrypted. The system was violently cracking the remaining coordinate data progress. 32, a bit slow. Chen Haifeng scratched his head. But this thing is marked with a high priority on the list, even higher than those hidden 0-element crystals. Then we can't overlook it. Zhao Jigang typed rapidly. I've imported the new star map you sent back along with the data from the 3 potential base nodes for analysis. You go first. Based on your intuition, which point seems the most reliable? Chen Haifeng projected the star maps of the 3 proposed locations onto the main screen of the cockpit. Point A, highest resource concentration 0-element signal marked in red, but the location is relatively open at the edge of a small asteroid belt with few hiding spots. Point B, moderate resources, mainly superconducting crystals and basic minerals, but backed by a frozen dwarf planet with a terrain as complex as a maze and severe signal attenuation. Point C, least resources, only some basic mineral veins, but the location is incredible. Within the tail folds of the dense nebula previously mentioned, the signal returned from external scans can be weak to the point of being nearly invisible. Point A looks like a piece of fat meat, but it's sitting out in the open. Chen Haifeng pointed at the screen. Point B looks like a stronghold easy to defend, but the stock inside is average. Point C is purely a hidden gem. If you manage to get in, not even a ghost could find it, though it's a bit poor. Just like my analysis, Zhao Jigang said, but there's a new situation. I've retrieved all the historical records fragments about this unknown star region that can be accessed inside the rock, although they are pitifully few for cross-comparison. What did you find? Point B near your stronghold node had a very faint but extremely regular signal record about 20 years ago. Zhao Jigang's voice grew serious. It's not a federal standard signal, nor is it from known pirates or corporate frequencies. The signal characteristics are strange, appearing at fixed intervals with low intensity, but its regularity is unlike a natural phenomenon. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Could it be from the people of the Stardust Ring? The timing doesn't match. The Stardust Ring disbanded over 30 years ago. This signal appeared after their demise. Zhao Jigang paused, and the location of the signal source based on the remaining records is estimated to be near Point B, possibly on that dwarf planet itself or in its orbital vicinity. Residual forces. Chen Haifeng recalled the warning about the traces of civilization contact in the list. When the Stardust Ring was here, besides mining, did they also provoke other things? Uncertain, but we must consider the risks at their highest level, Zhao Jigang asserted, so Point B is temporarily excluded. We cannot establish our first foothold in a place that may have neighbors, and those neighbors may not be friendly. Then we're left with A and C. Chen Haifeng looked at the star map. A is rich, but exposed. C is safe, but requires starting from scratch to gather resources. Old man, how will you choose? The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zhao Jigang spoke, his tone steady. Haifeng, what is your biggest asset? Chen Haifeng paused. The system. Exactly, the human template that can produce troops, climb technology, and refine on-site. Zhao Jigang said. With it, the efficiency of resource extraction and conversion is not on the same level as an ordinary miner. Therefore, what we lack most initially is not minerals, but safety and development time. I understand now. Chen Haifeng smiled. He'll choose C. Sneak into the nebula, set up the base framework, restore some system functions, and create barracks and factories. Once we have self-defense capabilities, we can then go for the fat meat at Point A and even explore that encrypted warehouse. Correct thinking. Zhao Jigang also smiled. And although Point C is somewhat remote according to the star map, there are small asteroid belts or dust clouds that can serve as navigational cover between it and Point A, as well as the vague coordinates of that encrypted warehouse. As long as the route is well planned, sneaking past to engage is completely feasible. Just then Chen Haifeng heard a ding in his consciousness. The decryption of encrypted coordinate data is complete. The coordinates of the Stardust Ring encrypted warehouse have been updated. Location in the southeastern area of the star map reconstruction zone at the core of a dense asteroid cluster. No. XC09 with residual signs of high-intensity energy shielding. System note: the characteristics of this shielding field match the independently developed technology mentioned in the inheritance list, and there may be complete blueprints or key modules of rock-class industrial ships inside the warehouse. Old man. The warehouse coordinates are out. Chen Haifeng immediately shared the updated star map location. It's in an asteroid cluster with their own energy shielding outside. Sounds like it has something. Zhao Jigang received the data and checked quickly. XC09 noted the location. It's about 1,200 kilometers in a straight line from your C Point Nebula node, with intermittent dust trails we can use. He calculated rapidly. This warehouse can be set as your midterm goal. Now let's focus on the first step. Go to Point C, transplant the functions of the outpost there, and establish the first hidden base. Understood. Chen Haifeng rubbed his hands, feeling a bit of warmth in his blood, finally about to start mining. Don't be too happy yet. Zhao Jigang poured cold water on him. He'll quickly plan the flight route and send it to you. Can the Dawn now move? Chen Haifeng checked the system status. The energy core of the outpost was still being repaired, but the Dawn's own power and propulsion systems had been restored to near completion under the SCV's constant repairs. Main engine online output power 85, jump engine online cooldown complete, can perform short-range jumps, hull structural integrity, 71 system status moderately damaged core functions available. It can move. Short-range jumps are not a problem, and regular navigation has no issues. Chen Haifeng reported. Good. The route data has been sent using a segmented low-speed stealth approach, combined with one short-range jump, trying to make the most of the nebula dust and asteroid shadows along the way. Zhao Jigang said. I will monitor your ship's signal throughout, but the distance is too far with a delay of over 10 minutes. Everything relies on your own judgment on the spot. Rest assured, I'm a professional in solo play. Chen Haifeng received the flight plan. A winding dotted line avoiding open spaces as much as possible lit up on the star map extending from the current outpost location towards the dense nebula tail. Just as he was about to start the engine, a new message popped up on the system interface. System log, continuously processing high-precision star map data and complex flight route planning. New function unlocked. Stealth route planning assisted description can dynamically optimize navigation paths based on real-time scan star region, environmental data, dust density, radiation, background, gravitational microdisturbances, etc. Automatically avoiding regions with high signal exposure risks, increasing stealth success rates. Oh, the system even sent a navigation add-in. Chen Haifeng was delighted. What add-in? Zhao Jigang asked. A new function called stealth route planning that helps me find the safest route in real time. Chen Haifeng explained. Great stuff. Use it. Zhao Jigang immediately said. Your system, although it often gets heavily damaged, seems to unlock new tricks every time it gets back up, like leveling up in a game. Perhaps this is the benefit of being a traveler. Chen Haifeng chuckled, activating the new function. On the cockpit's main screen beside the fixed route planned by Zhao Jigang, a thinner, more winding, and sometimes even slightly sneaky green dynamic route immediately appeared. The green route occasionally made slight adjustments to avoid suddenly detected weak radiation sources or dust clusters with strong signal reflections. The route has been optimized, old man. I'm ready to set off. Chen Haifeng grasped the control stick. Go ahead. Remember, after arriving at point C, prioritize establishing basic defense alerts and signal jamming. Let me know the list of resources you need at any time, and I'll try to get some harmless materials from this side and see if I can find an opportunity to send them over. Zhao Jigang reminded. Understood. Stay silent, wait for my news. Chen Haifeng cut off most active signal transmissions, leaving only the minimum encrypted pulse for possible information reception. The Dawn's attitude thrusters emitted a bluish tail flame, slowly departing from the abandoned outpost that had given him his first bucket of data and resources. The ship's bow turned towards the thick nebula on the star map that seemed to swallow all light. The green dynamic route quietly extended on the navigation screen. The first subbase. Chen Haifeng murmured to himself. Let's call it Cloud Shadow. The Dawn began to accelerate like a fish slipping into the deep sea, silently heading into the unknown darkness and refuge. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center of rock mining, a faint light representing the Dawn was slowly moving along the planned path on Zhao Jigang's screen. On another split screen, the historical signal anomaly records of the B-point dwarf planet area were displayed with the regular pulse waveform, resembling an eye hidden in the darkness, blinking silently. He took a sip of the now cold coffee and frowned slightly. Stardust ring, what exactly did you leave behind in this star region all those years ago? The Dawnbreaker slipped quietly into the folds of the nebula's tail, like an eel gliding along the vibrant green dynamic course displayed on the navigation screen. Inside the cockpit, Chen Haifeng was alone, watching the increasingly dense nebula dust outside, resembling ink, murmuring to himself, this perilous route, the system understands the old six. Haifeng, the signal is significantly weakened, you're becoming pixelated on my screen. Zhao Jigang's voice squeezed through the encrypted channel, accompanied by some electrical noise. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Chen Haifeng chuckled. Old man, have you analyzed those weak signal sources on the periphery yet? It's not that brat Sun Chiming again, is it? Not him, Zhao Jigang replied, typing away. The signal characteristics are very mixed, neither resembling federal standards nor typical corporate frequency bands. It's somewhat reminiscent of residual signals from outdated civilian equipment from decades ago, or perhaps just natural radiation distorted by the nebula, creating a ghost shadow. A false alarm. Hard to say, but your route planning has avoided it, so there shouldn't be a major issue. After a pause, Zhao Jigang added, be cautious, we're nearing the designated node, prepare to slow down. Chen Haifeng looked at the main screen. At the end of the green route, a brightly marked light point was flashing. That location was nestled in a relatively sparse area of nebula dust backed by several enormous, irregularly shaped asteroid remnants. From the outside, it appeared merely as a vague shadow. We've arrived. The Dawnbreaker's attitude thrusters emitted a few faint blue glows and steadily halted at the node coordinates. Chen Haifeng didn't rush out. First, he instructed the ship's passive scanning array to conduct a thorough 360-degree sweep of the surroundings. Environmental scan complete, nebula dust density, high signal attenuation rate, 87, composition of surrounding asteroids, basic silicates, iron-nickel alloy, no active scanning signals or energy weapon charging signs detected a regular metallic structure reflecting signals 300 meters ahead. There's something. Chen Haifeng immediately packaged the scan data and sent it over. Old man, look at this, a metallic structure, a regular one. Zhao Jigang received the data and replied after a few seconds. Let's zoom in and take a look. Chen Haifeng directed an SCV to fly over, illuminating the area. The light penetrated the thin dust, revealing a frame. An improvised framework constructed from rough alloy beams approximately the size of half a football field was fixed on the surface of a flat asteroid. Most of the frame was empty with only a few damaged modules resembling shipping containers hanging in the corners, their shells severely rusted. Next to the frame, two long-abandoned planetary vehicle wrecks with missing tires were haphazardly parked. What is this? An illegal structure? Chen Haifeng was a bit confused. Doesn't seem like an illegal structure. Zhao Jigang's voice grew serious. Look at the connection method of the frame and the interface standards of those leftover modules. Doesn't it resemble the Stardust ring style you saw at the outpost? Chen Haifeng carefully examined the images transmitted back by the SCV. The pragmatic and utilitarian stitching, that roughness daring to weld any shape together to save materials, was identical. Damn, it really is them. Chen Haifeng got excited. This was their temporary mining site back in the day. To be more precise, it's a forward outpost frame. Zhao Jigang analyzed. Notice how the main structure is rigid with reserved interfaces for energy refining and habitation modules. This thing is just a rough house. Modules can be plugged in and used as needed, then pulled out when done, suitable for guerrilla operations. Can it be repaired? Chen Haifeng was most concerned about this. Let the SCV scan the structural integrity, he commanded. The SCV flew around the frame, conducting a laser scan. Structural scan: simple mining outpost frame, Stardust ring standard, main structure integrity 82, some beams are rusted, but load bearing is unaffected, reserved interface status good. 12 standard interfaces compatible with energy refining, manufacturing, and storage modules, surrounding terrain stable, attached asteroid, has no significant orbital deviation, risk assessment, can be quickly repaired and transformed into a temporary base, repair difficulty low, it can be repaired. And it's not difficult. Chen Haifeng reported immediately. The system says this thing is just a power strip and all the interfaces are good. Ooh, just plug the modules in. Great, Zhao Jigang decisively said. Then it's settled. The location is concealed. The structure is ready-made, much better than digging a cave from scratch. Immediately initiate the repair program. First reinforce the main structure, then move the simple refining unit from the Dawnbreaker to connect it and power it up. Understood. Chen Haifeng rubbed his hands, feeling like he had stumbled upon a well-decorated rough house still in a good school district. He directed two SCVs to fly over and began welding and reinforcing the rusted parts of the frame. Simultaneously, the cargo hold of the Dawnbreaker opened, and a second-hand micro-refining unit previously acquired from Li Jiangwo was slowly dragged out by an SCV, making its way towards an interface marked refining on the frame. Just as the SCV plugged the refining unit's connector into the interface, locking it with a click, Chen Haifeng's mind suddenly popped up a string of information from the system. Detected external device connection. Device identification: Stardust Ring Alliance, standard base interface, reading interface protocol. Protocol parsing. Found non-standard data flow, Alliance legacy technology data. System compatibility check. Past data absorption in progress. New blueprint unlocked, modular base expansion. Old man, the system has unlocked new things again. Chen Haifeng hurriedly called out. What is it? It's called the modular base expansion blueprint. Chen Haifeng looked at the complex blueprint suddenly added to his consciousness, filled with various blocks and connecting lines. According to the description, it seems I can quickly assemble different functional base modules like building blocks, and the compatibility has been optimized for higher efficiency than the original Stardust ring design. This is a great find. Zhao Jigang's voice was filled with excitement. It's like you've benefited from their decades of design experience for free, and it's even optimized. Quickly check how long it will take to repair this frame now. Chen Haifeng asked the system to reassess. Based on the new blueprint, modular base expansion. Repair plan optimization in progress. Estimated repair and initial activation time 18-24 hours. Required resources: basic metals sufficient, 0 elements. Minimal for activating energy pathways. Time has been cut down by more than half. Chen Haifeng grinned. The resources are enough. Ooh, I still have some 0 elements in stock on the ship. Then let's do it. Hurry up and power it up. With a stable power supply, you can truly establish a foothold here. The SCVs worked even harder. Chen Haifeng didn't rest either. He monitored the repair progress while dragging the star charts obtained from the Stardust Ring Legacy list and the detailed terrain map scanned just now into the system, starting across comparison. Especially the fuzzy coordinates of that encrypted warehouse. Old man, I have an idea. Chen Haifeng fixed his gaze on a red-marked area of high-gravity anomaly on the star map. The list says part of the warehouse coordinates are encrypted, but the directional clues are strong. I compared it to the anomaly area on the star map. Guess what? Don't keep me in suspense. The potential location of the warehouse overlaps significantly with a high-gravity anomaly deep within this nebula. Chen Haifeng sent over the marked location. The gravity readings in that area are off. They are significantly higher than the surroundings, but the nebula is too thick and ordinary scans can't reveal what's inside. Zhao Jigang stared at the data in silence for a few seconds. High-gravity anomaly. Could be a dense asteroid cluster or possibly the mass effect of a large artificial structure. His voice grew serious, but that area based on your previous scan feedback has severe signal interference, almost like a black box. So it's even more suspicious, right? Chun Haifeng said, what legitimate place would make its signal shielding as tight as a barrel? That's the logic. But you should refrain from acting on that thought for now, Zhao Jigang warned. You don't even have a base yet, and you're thinking of probing someone's safe. That's a risky move. First, fix the frame beneath your feet, muster some troops, gain self-defense capabilities, and then go explore that black box. Understood, I'll just mark it for now. Chun Haifeng marked the high-gravity anomaly area with a bright red question mark on the star map. Once the base is operational, it'll be the first target. How's the repair progress? 40% done. The main structure has been reinforced and internal energy lines are being drawn. Chun Haifeng watched the SCVs busily working like ants. The refining unit has already been connected. It will be ready for trial operation once powered up. Good. I'm continuously monitoring the star region signals. No anomalies detected so far. Sun Qiming is probably still busy fishing you out in his little territory and won't be able to reach here for now. Zhao Jigang said, hurry up. The window of opportunity won't wait for anyone. Understood. The cockpit fell silent again. Chun Haifeng gazed out the porthole. That rusted frame was gradually becoming sturdy and complete amidst the welding sparks of the SCVs. The indicator lights of the refining unit had already begun to flash intermittently, waiting for power input. In the distance, the thick nebula slowly surged, resembling an endless gray wall temporarily separating him from his previous pursuers' traps and that familiar malicious universe. Here it was just him, his ship, his SCVs, and this soon-to-be-activated first true base that belonged to him, though it was merely a framework. But with the frame in place, filling it would just be a matter of time. Modular base expansion. Chun Haifeng muttered the name of the new blueprint, a grin spreading across his face. This is getting more and more like a construction mania. Suddenly Zhao Jigang in the encrypted channel said, Old man, what's up? On the periphery of the nebula, a faint signal just flashed again, and its pattern is different from before. Zhao Jigang's voice held confusion. It doesn't look like equipment, nor does it resemble a natural phenomenon. More like what? Like some sort of low-power periodic signal beacon. Is it sending a location? Zhao Jigang's typing speed increased, but the signal is too weak and too brief to pinpoint accurately. Chun Haifeng felt a slight tension in his mind. Is there danger? Not for now. The signal source is far from you and outside the nebula. Zhao Jigang said, but this is a reminder. This star region may not be as clean as it appears. Once the base is ready, prioritize establishing alert systems and signal shielding. Received. Chun Haifeng looked at the frame taking shape. He needed to hurry. In this dark forest, the moment the first light was lit was also the time when it was most easily exposed. He had to reinforce the fence before others noticed this glimmer of light. The blueprint has been loaded. Chun Haifeng looked outside, and the two SCVs were now working with the speed of a caffeinated beast, visibly faster in welding and reinforcing the framework. In the system interface, the blueprint for the modular base expansion was as complex as a Lego instruction manual, yet the SCVs executed it with fluidity. A voice from the encrypted channel came through. High efficiency is good, but don't get too carried away. I've detected new developments on my end. What's the situation? Has Sun Qiming come over? It's not him. Zhao Jigang's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. It's from the outskirts of the nebula. The faint non-federal signal sources I mentioned before. What's happening? The signal strength is increasing in a regular pattern. Zhao Jigang's tone was serious. This isn't random fluctuations, it's rhythmic pulsing at fixed intervals with increasing intensity. I recognize this pattern. It's like a patrol or surveillance probe scanning a fixed route. The signal gets stronger each time it approaches your side. Chun Haifeng's earlier amusement faded. Patrol mode. Does this cursed place even have security? I can't be sure it's security, but it's definitely not just passers-by. Zhao Jigang replied, the signal characteristics are peculiar. They don't match federal standards or common corporate or pirate frequencies. What's more troublesome is that this regular strengthening suggests the other side might have a monitoring network within this nebula. Damn. Chun Haifeng sat up straight. Are you saying we're building an illegal structure right under their noses? For now, it seems the other side hasn't pinpointed your location. They're just conducting routine patrols. But once you start working, the energy signals and metal reflection signals will eventually surface. We must set up defenses before they notice. Understood. Chun Haifeng quickly brought up the newly unlocked production list. The blueprint includes several basic defensive facilities. Let's see, a light automatic turret, a mobile sensor, and a simple signal jammer. Which one to start with? All of them. Zhao Jigang decisively stated, prioritize the turrets to establish the most basic firepower points. Sensors next to expand the warning range. The jammer lasts, but it must be included to suppress your base's signal characteristics as much as possible. Resources are tight, old man. Chun Haifeng glanced at the inventory. Fixing this framework has consumed quite a bit of basic ore, and the stock of zero components is low. We'll have to rob Peter to pay Paul. Zhao Jigang decisively said, dismantle the backup armor plates from non-critical areas of the Dawn ship. Remove any redundant equipment that isn't immediately needed. First, ensure the base defense system is established. Ships can be repaired if the base is compromised. We're truly done for. Understood. Extreme resource swapping right. Chen Haifeng wasted no time and immediately issued new orders to the SCVs. One SCV flew back to the Dawn ship, starting to bang and dismantle several pieces of spare protective panels from the side. The other SCV violently tore open several rusted Stardust Ring leftover container modules in the corners of the framework, recovering the metal materials inside. How much progress has been made on the framework repair? Zhao Jigang inquired. 65%. The main structure is nearly complete, and internal energy pipelines are being connected. Chen Haifeng looked at the progress bar. The refining unit has been mounted. It can be trial operated once powered up. By the way, the system just prompted that there's a residual command node interface in the core of the framework. Once repaired, it can serve as a temporary command center, more convenient than remote control from the Dawn ship. Repair it. Hurry up, Zhao Jigang said. With a fixed command node, many functions of your system will run more efficiently, and the production queue can be filled more. I'm on it. SCVs transported the dismantled materials to the designated positions in the framework. Under the guidance of the system blueprint, the base of the first light automatic turret began to take shape. That thing looked like a short, stout metal mushroom with a reserved interface for a twin-barreled cannon on top. How long will it take to produce the turret? Single unit, approximately 4 hours. Chen Haifeng estimated if the resources keep up, I can Q3 at once. Start with 2, deploying them at the high ground on both sides of the framework. Zhao Jigang looked at the 3D diagram of the framework shared by Chen Haifeng. What about the sensors? The sensors are simpler, about 2 hours each with low material consumption. Chen Haifeng replied, I'll start with one covering a radius of 500 meters around the base. That's fine. What about the jammer? The jammer is the most troublesome. It requires a lot of zero components, and the production time is long, at least 8 hours. Chen Haifeng frowned, and this blueprint's jammer is a simple version. Its effectiveness will likely only be enough to barely fool low-precision scans. Having something is better than nothing. Zhao Jigang said, queue it up. If resources are insufficient, shift some from the turrets. Right now the priority is to establish a basic defense chain. Even if it's just for show, it can buy us some reaction time. Understood. Chen Haifeng set up the production queue. 2 turrets, 1 sensor, and 1 jammer. The resource bar visibly decreased. Old man, the resource consumption is much faster than expected. He felt a pinch. If this continues, the inventory won't last until everything is finished. Once the sensor is done, immediately attempt to connect to any residual local sensor network that might be left in the outpost framework. Zhao Jigang proposed the Stardust Ring was active here back in the day, and they likely deployed some hidden sensor probes. If we can activate them, their coverage might be larger than our sensors, saving resources. That makes sense. We'll give it a try. At that moment, a deep humming sound came from within the framework. The main energy pipeline was connected. The second-hand refining unit moved over from the Dawn ship. Its indicator light changed from blinking to a stable green, and the screen lit up, displaying a standby status. Next, in the core area of the framework, a device resembling a control console half buried in asteroid rock also lit up several dim lights. Activating temporary command node. System connection. Permission confirmation. Node online. Chen Haifeng felt a slight tremor in the system interface in his mind as the operational response speed seemed to quicken. The command node is online. He reported. Good. Zhao Jigang said, now use the node to attempt to scan and connect to the local sensor network of the outpost. I'll send you the command codes, which are a few old protocols commonly used by the Stardust Ring. Let's see if we can get lucky. A string of codes was sent. Chen Haifeng imported them into the system, sending handshake signals outward through the command node. The signal felt like a stone tossed into a dark pond. Seconds later, there was surprisingly a faint response. Detected external sensor node, low power sleeping state. Protocol matching. Successful. Waking node. Data feedback connecting. The star map interface in front of Chen Haifeng suddenly refreshed significantly. What was originally detailed terrain surrounding the base for just a few hundred meters suddenly expanded into the depths of the nebula. Although many areas still appeared as blurred outlines, at least there was a rough terrain and energy readings. Connected. Old man, we might have a chance. Chen Haifeng exclaimed. The sensor network has a significant coverage area reaching into the nebula. Wait, these readings are off. What's wrong? Deep in the nebula, about 80 kilometers from me, the sensors are reporting periodic gravitational disturbances. Chun Haifeng stared at the red dot flashing rhythmically on the star map. The fluctuations are very regular, like a heartbeat. The coordinates. Damn, they overlap significantly with the possible location of that encrypted warehouse we speculated on before. Zhao Jigang fell silent for 2 seconds. Gravitational disturbances. Periodic. He muttered, this doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. Could it be the warehouse's own defense system is active? Or is there something alive inside? I don't know, but the sensors show that area has extraordinarily strong signal interference, almost like an information black hole. Should we check it out? What are you thinking? Zhao Jigang scolded immediately. The base is still a bare shell, and the defenses are just 2 incomplete turrets. You want to go probe it with your head. Did you forget what I just said about the patrol signals? The current priority is to survive, not to open blind boxes. I was just asking. Chun Haifeng shrank back. Mark the gravitational disturbance coordinates as high risk. Zhao Jigang ordered, now focus all efforts on building the base defenses. Since the sensor has already connected to part of the external network, the warning range has expanded, which is a good thing. Accelerate turret production, and the jammer cannot be paused. If resources are insufficient, have the SCVs mine nearby asteroids directly. The refining unit is operational right. Just refine on site. They're already mining. Chun Haifeng watched as one SCV flew towards a nearby iron-rich asteroid, but refining takes time, and distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Then we must endure. Zhao Jigang's voice was steady. Endure until the first turret is erected, until the jammer starts working, then you'll have a basic foothold. Haifeng, this is how it starts. Being broke feels like splitting a penny in half to spend. But if you get through it, it'll snowball from there. Understood. Chun Haifeng cut the call and focused intently on the production interface and resource flow. Time ticked by. Outside the porthole, that rusty framework gradually transformed under the busy SCVs. The structural reinforcement was completed with additional pipelines outside, and the command node screen in the core area was steadily lit. The base of the first light automatic turret was finished, and the barrel of the twin-barreled cannon was being installed by the SCVs. The sensor had long been completed, standing like a giant metal mushroom next to the framework, continuously feeding the incoming external sensor data into the command node. On the star map, the pulse waveform representing the unknown signal source's regular enhancement continued. But around the green dot representing the base, a faint dashed circle began to appear, indicating the warning range. The second turret began construction. The progress bar for the jammer slowly climbed, having surpassed 30%. Chun Haifeng glanced at the resource inventory. Basic metals critical. 0 components at the limit. It's really starting with a knife, relying entirely on explosions for equipment. He muttered, directing the SCVs to intensify mining efforts. The refining unit buzzed, turning the freshly mined ores into rough metal ingots, which were immediately sent to the production line. Just as the second turret was over halfway completed and the jammer's progress reached 50%. The command node screen suddenly popped up, a high-priority alert from the recently connected external sensor network. Warning: unauthorized high-frequency scanning pulse detected, direction southeast of the nebula perimeter. The old man. They're coming. Chun Haifeng immediately connected to the encrypted channel. I see it. The delayed data just reached me. Zhao Jigang's voice was urgent. The other side is actively scanning your area. The turrets aren't fully operational yet. The jammer isn't finished either. Chun Haifeng looked at the progress bar. There's no time. Zhao Jigang quickly said, immediately activate all completed defensive facilities. Turret standby. Sensors at full power. Jammers. Regardless of completion, force activation. Even if it can only create a little noise, it's worth it. Understood. Chun Haifeng's fingers moved rapidly on the console. On both sides of the framework, the barrels of the 2 light automatic turrets slowly lifted, emitting a low hum of charging. The sensor power was set to maximum. The simple signal jammer, only half completed, was forcibly connected to the power by the SCVs. Its indicator lights flashed wildly, emitting an unstable buzzing sound, and a chaotic energy field spread out from it. Chun Haifeng focused on the sensor feedback. That high-frequency scanning pulse was slowly sweeping towards the base like a spotlight. The final turret. Align the interface and lock it in place. Chun Haifeng stared intently at the command node's display screen, while outside, an SCV welded the base of the last light automated turret onto the highest point of the framework. Zhao Jigang's voice abruptly cut in over the encrypted channel. Urgent. Haifeng, hold everything. What's up, old man? Chun Haifeng paused mid-motion. The perimeter, those faint signal sources I've been monitoring, they've moved. Zhao Jigang spoke rapidly, not randomly. Deliberately, with precise rhythm, heading straight toward your base. A chill ran through Chun Haifeng's spine. They're coming for me. Their trajectory is unervingly linear, speed perfectly uniform. Not coincidence, Zhao Jigang added, fingers hammering the keyboard in sharp staccato bursts. Signal source count 3. Their movement pattern resembles coordinated fleet navigation. What's your base's current defensive status? Turrets just welded in place, sensors running at full power, jammers still under assembly, 70% complete. SCVs are now loading ammunition and energy cells into the turrets. Chun Haifeng quickly scanned the production queue. No time left. Then abandon everything else, Zhao Jigang commanded decisively. Redirect all SCVs to establish power connections for the turrets. Boot them up no matter how rudimentary. And flood me with real-time sensor data, full bandwidth now. Understood. Chun Haifeng issued the order instantly. Outside, 2 SCVs dropped half-finished jammer components and surged toward the newly erected trio of turrets, seizing energy conduits and forcing them into their ports. A series of soft zaps echoed, and one by one green indicator lights glowed to life along the turret bases. Light automated turret units, 123 power connected. Weapon systems standby. Sensor network operating at full capacity. External mobile signal sources detected. Tracking continuously. A cascade of raw data flooded the system interface. The detailed telemetry of those 3 approaching signals captured in real time. The sudden deluge of high-fidelity sensor data seemed to trigger Chun Haifeng's neural interface. Another crisp chime resonated in his mind. System log processing high-precision sensor data stream. New function unlocked signal signature analysis. Submodule description enables deep feature extraction and comparative analysis of unknown signals, identifying energy profiles, technological origin, and other latent signatures. Old man, the system just dropped a new cheat. Chun Haifeng activated the function as he spoke. It's called signal signature analysis. Let's see exactly what these 3 things really are. He fed the raw sensor-captured signal data directly into the new module. The interface erupted into rapid-fire scrolling text. Analyzing signal sources. Target count 3 carrier-type light spacecraft, high-probability propulsion system, ion drive, distinctive signature, energy spectrum signature comparison underway. Cross-referencing against local database, Stardust Ring Legacy Archives. Comparison complete. Result: target energy signature matches archival records of Stardust Ring Alliance, standard light reconnaissance vessels, 71. 3 similarity. Anomalies detected: partial spectral attenuation and evidence of modification. Reconnaissance vessels. Chun Haifeng immediately shared the results. Old man, it's recon craft, light models. The system says their energy signature aligns 71% with Stardust Ring records. Light variants. 71% match with Stardust Ring's official reconnaissance vessel profile. Zhao Jigang fell silent for 2 seconds. Then his voice lowered, weighted with quiet certainty, 71%, plus signs of attenuation and modification. That fits. Fits what? They're not outsiders. Zhao Jigang spoke slowly. This is almost certainly what remains of the Stardust Ring personnel who once occupied this sector, or rather fragments of the alliance that survived its collapse. Chun Haifeng blinked. Survivors. Living here for over 30 years. Not necessarily biological, Zhao Jigang countered. Could be autonomous watchposts, or dormant protocols recently reactivated. But regardless of form, they control a surveillance network across this nebula, and now, they've noticed activity at your location. Friend or foe? Unknown, Zhao Jigang replied bluntly. But their approach doesn't suggest goodwill. Still, if they're truly Stardust Ring remnants, there's no inherent conflict. You're still operating on their architecture and protocol frameworks. So, fight or flee. Neither is advisable. Zhao Jigang paused. Fight. Your 3 turrets have just powered up. Ammunition isn't even fully loaded. They field 3 reconnaissance vessels, far more agile than your static defenses. You'd lose. Flee. Your base is barely assembled. Abandoning it would waste everything. Then what do we do? Play dead right here. Exactly. Play dead. Zhao Jigang instructed, initiate every concealment measure you possess. Shut down the turret's switch sensors to passive-only mode, reduce base-wide power output to absolute minimum, only sustaining the command node and core life support. Force start your half-finished jammer. Generate as much electromagnetic noise as possible. Then what? Then wait. Zhao Jigang continued, observe their intent. If they're merely conducting a routine scan, feigning abandonment may let you slip through unnoticed. And if they are indeed Stardust Ring remnants and harbor no direct hostility toward you, contact might become viable. That's preferable to waging war against an entrenched local power without cause. Got it. Low-profile development, no reckless moves. Chun Haifeng acted immediately. The green lights on all 3 turrets winked out, their barrels drooped downward. Sensors shifted from active emission to passive reception only. Within the base, all lighting dimmed, except for the faint, steady glow of the command node's display. The partially assembled jammer was forcibly energized, emitting a ragged radiostatic hiss as an unstable energy field shuddered outward. The Dawn Voyager powered down all non-essential systems and hung motionless beside the framework, like a lifeless stone adrift in the void. In an instant, the temporary base transformed from a site of active construction into the image of long-abandoned ruins. Chun Haifeng held his breath, eyes locked on the passive sensor feed, a triad of luminous points advancing steadily toward his position, arranged loosely in a triangular formation. 1,000 kilometers. 500. 100. Drawing ever closer. They've entered the 50-kilometer radius, Chun Haifeng whispered, though he knew the encrypted channel rendered his voice inaudible to anyone beyond. Stay calm, Zhao Jigang said. 30 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Even the residual glow of a single unpowered external surveillance probe caught faint silhouettes of the three vessels. They were sleek, flattened spacecraft, faded scarred hulls patched with visible seams. No main headlights blazed, only dim navigational markers pulsed softly along their flanks. At 5 kilometers from the base, they decelerated and began circling the cluster of asteroid fragments where the base lay anchored. 1 full orbit. 2. Occasionally, a vessel pivoted toward the base. Brief pulses of light flared from its scanning arrays. Chun Haifeng's palms grew damp. They're scanning me, he reported. Expected, standard procedure. Zhao Jigang's voice remained steady. So long as you show no anomaly, all they'll detect is obsolete stardust ring infrastructure and background radiation distorted by unstable interference. The reconnaissance vessels circled for nearly 5 minutes. Then, without warning, all three simultaneously reversed course. Their thrusters ignited in brilliant synchronized flares. They accelerated, not toward the base but deeper into the nebula, arrowing straight toward the region previously identified by sensors as exhibiting periodic gravitational disturbances. They vanished swiftly, within seconds reduced to 3 indistinct specks swallowed by the dense, swirling dust of the nebula. Chun Haifeng waited several minutes, confirming the sensors registered no further trace, before exhaling deeply. They're gone, he said, heading straight for the gravity disturbance zone. As expected, Zhao Jigang replied. Their objective is the same, the encrypted vault, or more precisely the gravitational anomaly housing it. Now what? Chun Haifeng asked. Continue hiding, or follow them. What? Follow? Old man, you just told me not to be reckless. Then we were reactive? Now we go proactive, Zhao Jigang clarified. They've already scanned your site and dismissed it as harmless ruins. That's our opportunity. They know this nebula intimately. By trailing them, you bypass months of perilous trial and error and observe firsthand how they navigate and counter the gravitational interference of that anomaly. Chun Haifeng considered it. Makes sense, like the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole watches from behind. Precisely, Zhao Jigang said. You are the oriole. Maintain distance. Use your stealth navigation protocol. Don't close in too tightly. Is the Dawn Voyager operational? Yes, engines nominal. Then depart. Leave 1 SCV on standby here to finish the jammer. Keep turrets powered down, but ready to activate instantly, Zhao Jigang ordered briskly. Track those reconnaissance vessels. Learn what they're truly after. Maintain constant comms if anything arises. Though latency here is likely over 20 minutes now, you'll need to rely heavily on your own judgment. Understood. Chun Haifeng flexed his fingers. Tracking mission, got it. This is my specialty. He assigned 1 SCV to remain and continue construction. Then he settled into the Dawn Voyager's pilot seat and ignited the engines. A low, resonant hum filled the cockpit as the vessel gently disengaged from the framework, its bow angling toward the nebula's dark heart where the scouts had disappeared. Stealth navigation route. Engage, Chun Haifeng murmured. A luminous green path bloomed across the nav screen, sinuous, deliberate, winding into the uncharted obscurity of the nebula's depths. The Dawn Voyager slipped away, silent, unseen, a shadow gliding into the infinite dark. We caught up. Those 3 ships entered an area with chaotic gravity readings, and their speed has decreased. Chun Haifeng reduced the power output of the Dawn to the lowest setting, and the ship floated like a leaf gliding along the edge of the starry dust. On the navigation screen, the light points representing the 3 reconnaissance boats were nearly stationary about 20 kilometers ahead. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel with a delay received. I've been monitoring the signal trajectory. The point where they stopped has the highest gravity disturbance anomaly. Be careful and don't get too close. Watch out for their passive scans catching your tail. The stealth route function is active, simulating background radiation interference. Chun Haifeng stared ahead. The starry sky in that area looked no different from elsewhere, but the gravity readings on the sensors were erratic, like an electrocardiogram. What are they doing here? Waiting for takeout. Doesn't seem like it. Is your signal analysis function still parsing their communications? It's been running continuously. I took a glance at the system interface. All I've caught are fragments, encrypted ones. But I just decrypted a few words. What words, eh? warehouse retrieval, and eliminate threats. Chun Haifeng read aloud. These two phrases appeared in the same instruction fragment, but the grammar is a bit strange-like. Two commands forcibly merged together. Zhao Jigang fell silent for a few seconds, and then the sound of typing echoed. Warehouse retrieval. Very targeted, likely referring to the encrypted warehouse on the inheritance list. Zhao Jigang's voice grew solemn, but eliminate threats. That's quite interesting. Who is the threat? You. Or something else? I just arrived, it can't be me, right? Chun Haifeng muttered. Not necessarily you, Zhao Jigang analyzed. I looked at the command pattern. It's not a standard action command, more like a contingency plan or note. The Stardust Ring collapsed over 30 years ago, and the remnants left behind couldn't possibly be a unified front. Some may only want to retrieve what's in the warehouse, while others might consider any outsider a threat that must be eliminated. This command might reflect internal divisions among them. Why are they playing palace intrigue here? Chun Haifeng chuckled. So we're the Yellow Sparrows, and we also have to guard against a mantis infighting and splattering blood everywhere. That's a possibility, Zhao Jigang said. In any case, it's wise to be cautious. What movements do they have now? Chun Haifeng looked at the main screen. The three reconnaissance boats hovered silently at the edge of the gravity anomaly, their hulls showing almost no energy fluctuations, like three stones. About a minute passed. On one of the reconnaissance boats, an inconspicuous launcher emitted a faint blue light from its bow. There was no sound, but the sensors on Chun Haifeng's ship captured a pulse of a very specific frequency signal shooting straight into the empty void ahead. The pulse lasted about 3 seconds. Then something that made Chun Haifeng's eyelids twitch happened. Approximately 5 kilometers ahead, the originally empty starry sky suddenly rippled like water. The visual space distorted and folded, and then a rift slowly opened. Unstable streams of energy flowed around its edges, and the interior was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. It was just big enough for a reconnaissance boat to slip through. Holy cow! An invisible door. Chun Haifeng almost shouted. Old man, did you see that? I saw it. The delayed image just came through. Zhao Jigang's voice rose by an octave. It's a hidden entrance. Activated by a specific frequency signal. Hurry, record the coordinates and the frequency characteristics of that activation signal. Recording now. Chun Haifeng quickly entered the precise coordinates of the entrance and the complete signal frequency waveform captured by the sensors, packing it all into the system. Coordinates recorded. Complete waveform of specific frequency signal captured. Signal depth analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Signal structure reproduced. New subfunction unlocked, frequency simulation. The system prompt beeped in Chun Haifeng's mind. He immediately checked the new function description. Frequency simulation can accurately simulate and emit recorded analyzed specific frequency signals for activating corresponding devices or through verification. Current signal available for simulation: 1 type Stardust Ring remnants, hidden entrance activation signal. Old man, the system just sent an update. Chun Haifeng hurriedly reported new function, frequency simulation, can replicate the door opening signal from earlier. Great. Zhao Jigang said, now the choice is here. On the screen, the 3 reconnaissance boats had lined up and were entering the dark entrance in single file. After the last ship's tail disappeared, the entrance didn't close immediately. It still rippled slightly, but the energy flow at the edges was clearly becoming unstable. Should we follow or not? Zhao Jigang asked. If we go in, the risks are high. We don't know if it's their lair or a warehouse, if there are any ambushes, or if the door will suddenly close and trap you inside. What if we don't follow? Chun Haifeng asked. Not following is safe, but you would miss the opportunity to uncover their secrets or even directly find the encrypted warehouse. Zhao Jigang paused. Besides, we don't know when or how this entrance will open again. Missing this opportunity could mean there won't be another chance. Chun Haifeng looked at the increasingly unstable entrance, then at the newly unlocked frequency simulation function in the system. I have the key to the door. Having a key doesn't mean there aren't dogs inside, Zhao Jigang warned. Think it through. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. If there's signal jamming inside, we might lose communication and you'd truly become a lone hero. Chun Haifeng licked his slightly dry lips. His heart raced a little. He knew the old man was right. This was no different from opening a blind box, and it might be a hellishly difficult one. But why did he come here? To avoid Sun Qiming and pick up scraps on the way? No. He came to find the Stardust Ring legacy, to seek capital for a comeback. The opportunity lay behind that swaying door. Old man, Chun Haifeng took a breath. I plan to go in and take a look. The encrypted channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Zhao Jigang's voice came through. I knew you'd choose this. All right, the plan has changed. Once you go in, your primary objective is to conceal yourself and observe the environment. Unless absolutely necessary, don't engage. If communication is cut off, prioritize your own safety and look for a chance to withdraw. I will continuously monitor this entrance's coordinates. If it closes, I will try using the frequency signal you recorded to see if I can reopen it from the outside. Understood. Chen Haifeng felt a bit more at ease. I'm going in now. Wait. Zhao Jigang said, before you go and package your current location, the entrance coordinates, and your action plan into an encrypted data packet. Set it to automatically send to Lin Wei's backup channel if I don't receive any signal from you for an hour. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Send it to Lin Wei, just in case. If something happens to you inside, someone needs to know where you went, right? Zhao Jigang said, Lin Wei is reliable, and she has federal credentials, making it easier for her to investigate things than us. Understood. Chen Haifeng quickly set up the operation. The data packet is ready. Go ahead, Zhao Jigang said finally. Be careful, don't act recklessly. Come back alive. Absolutely. Chen Haifeng cut off the call, focusing his gaze forward. The dawn began to move slowly towards the increasingly intense energy fluctuations at the entrance. He activated the newly unlocked frequency simulation function in the system, locking onto the signal waveform he had recorded earlier. Simulating signal preparing to launch. Frequency simulation ready. Signal emitter calibrating. Calibration complete. A low-frequency signal emitter extended from the bow of the dawn, targeting the entrance. Chen Haifeng pressed the launch button. An invisible pulse identical in frequency to the one emitted by the reconnaissance boats earlier shot towards the entrance. The energy flow at the edge of the entrance, which had begun to become turbulent, suddenly stabilized. The door remained open. This is promising. Chen Haifeng no longer hesitated and pushed the control stick. The dawn accelerated slightly, its bow aimed at the rippling darkness, and it plunged in. I have entered. The door closed behind me. Chen Haifeng reduced the power of the dawn to its lowest setting, causing the ship to drift forward like a feather in the passage. The metallic walls around were adorned with mottled emblems of the Stardust Alliance, while some lights flickered intermittently. Zhao Jigang's voice came back with a delay through the encrypted channel received. My monitoring shows that the energy signal at the entrance disappeared 3 seconds after you entered, quite decisively. What's the situation inside? A long passage that looks quite complex, like a maze. Chen Haifeng looked at the rough structural diagram scanned on the navigation screen. The walls are covered with their logo, and it has the feel of neglect from years of disrepair. Be careful, don't bump into any automated defenses, Zhao Jigang warned. Engineer Li is online as well. Let him take a look at the energy readings. Li Jiangwo's voice interjected, still sounding muffled. Haifeng, send me a real-time energy spectrum from the passage. Right away. Chen Haifeng packaged and transmitted the sensor data. A few seconds later, Li Jiangwo spoke. There's a problem. The background energy field in the passage is not flat. It has rhythmic fluctuations. Look at the 3rd and 7th frequency bands. Every approximately 90 seconds, there is a peak in intensity. Chen Haifeng pulled up the 2 frequency bands Li Jiangwo mentioned, and indeed the curve resembled a heartbeat pulsing up and down. What is this? A breathing light, he asked. Like a periodic scanning wave, Li Jiangwo replied solemnly. It might be an internal security scan of the passage used to detect unauthorized objects entering. Is your ship's signal masking level sufficient? Am operating in low-power stealth mode, simulating background radiation noise. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system status. But if the opposite side has high scanning precision, they might still detect some anomalies. Then we'll time it right. Zhao Jigang suggested. Aren't the scanning waves continuous? You should time it during the low points between the 2 peak values and quickly pass through the scanning coverage area. Engineer Li, can you calculate the scanning blind spots or weak points? Calculating now, Li Jiangwo's typing echoed through, but the data is insufficient. Oh, I can only make a rough estimate based on the fluctuation patterns. Haifeng, keep moving forward slowly. Oh, I need more real-time data to refine the model. Understood. The dawn drifted at a turtle's pace through the passage. Chen Haifeng focused on the energy readings. The heartbeat-like scanning waves came every 1.5 minutes, each lasting about 10 seconds. The passage was not straight, it twisted and turned with some forks along the way. Chen Haifeng dared not wander, and instead felt his way along the main passage. After drifting for about 5 minutes, the passage suddenly widened ahead, resembling a small dock. Beside the dock, 3 ships were anchored. They were the same 3 reconnaissance boats from before. Old man Engineer Li, I've spotted the target. Chen Haifeng reported, pressing the dawn against a shadow along the passage. All 3 ships are docked here. There seems to be no one on board, or perhaps the crew has disembarked. A dock? Zhao Jigang asked. Can you see where it leads, eh? In front of the dock is a large hatch closed, but there is a small airlock door open beside it. Chen Haifeng adjusted the external camera's focus inside the door. Wow, it's enormous. The camera revealed a vast space behind the airlock, so high that the ceiling was out of sight. It was neatly filled with metal containers of various specifications, some of which still bore seals, though the writing was too blurred to read. It's a warehouse. Chen Haifeng lowered his voice. It stacked up like a logistics center. Where are the people from the reconnaissance boat? Zhao Jigang inquired. Inside the warehouse. Chun Haifeng turned the camera towards the depths of the warehouse. Do you see that? There are a few figures over there wearing simple spacesuits moving a container. In the footage for individuals clad in worn spacesuits were using an old transport robot to drag a particularly hefty silver container towards the dock. The container was not large, but they seemed to struggle with it. Scan that container, Zhao Jigang immediately instructed. Use your SCV low-power scan and don't get detected. SCV exiting the cabin. Chun Haifeng deployed the SCV that had been attached to the exterior of the Dawn. The small robot silently slid out, gliding along the shadows at the top of the warehouse, slowly approaching the container being moved. An extremely subtle scanning wave emitted from the front of the SCV, sweeping over the container. The data was instantly transmitted back to the Dawn, and the system interface immediately displayed a plethora of analysis results. Target scan complete. Container material composite encrypted alloy military-grade internal structure multi-layer isolation core unit detected high-intensity encrypted energy field. Energy characteristic comparison. Comparison database Stardust Alliance Heritage Inventory Fragmented Data Matching Degree 94. 7 Identification result high probability of being the core encrypted unit mentioned in the Heritage Inventory. Old man. The container has something inside. Chun Haifeng quickly shared the results. The system indicates that this thing is the core encrypted unit from the Heritage Inventory. Matching degree of 94. Great. They really found it. Zhao Jigang's voice tightened. Listen to their communications and see how they plan to deal with this thing. Chun Haifeng immediately instructed the system to bring up the frequency of the reconnaissance boat communications that had been decrypted in the background. The static was loud, but a few conversations were barely audible. A hoarse male voice stated, "Hurry up, the scanning cycle is about to reach. We must load it before the next wave peak." A younger voice replied, "Boss, can't we just open this cabinet and take a look? What if it's not what we want?" The hoarse voice retorted, "What nonsense. The inventory clearly states it's a core encrypted unit. It must be returned intact to the main station. Do you want to trigger the self-destruct program?" A third voice, sounding hesitant, said, "But who's in charge at the main station now is uncertain. Turning this thing in could be a blessing or a curse." The younger voice suggested, "I say we just handle it ourselves. Find a place to hide until the dust settles." The hoarse voice suddenly shouted, "Shut up. Do as ordered. Load it onto the ship and return immediately." The communication fell silent for a few seconds, leaving only the buzzing of the transport robot. Both Chun Haifeng and Zhao Jigang on the other end understood. Internal strife. Chun Haifeng clicked his tongue. Some want to report, some want to pocket it, and others want to erase all traces. Normal. After more than 30 years, how much cohesion can these remnants have? Zhao Jigang remarked, but their disagreements work in our favor. Haifeng, keep monitoring to see how they plan to proceed. In the warehouse, the 4 individuals finally moved the silver container to the edge of the dock, preparing to load it into a reconnaissance boat's cargo hold. The transport robot extended its mechanical arm, grasping the handles on both sides of the container, and began to lift it. Just as the container was about half a meter off the ground, beep, 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 a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the container itself. Simultaneously, a previously dim red indicator light on the side of the container began to flash wildly. "What the hell? What's going on?" the young voice shouted. "The alarm has been triggered. This container has touch sensors," the hoarse voice yelled. "Forget it. Retreat. Immediately retreat." The 4 individuals dropped the transport robot and the container, turning to dash towards the reconnaissance boat. Almost simultaneously, the entire warehouse's lighting shifted from dim white to blinding red, and alarms blared from all directions. At the top of the warehouse, several automated turrets which had been hidden behind armor plating extended with mechanical sounds, and their barrels began to rotate. On the dock floor, several concealed panels slid open, rising to reveal a few disc-shaped automated defense robots, their eyes glowing red. The warehouse defense system has been activated. Chun Haifeng watched the scene outside transform in an instant. Those bastards are trying to escape. The engines of the 3 reconnaissance boats ignited almost simultaneously, and they hurriedly attempted to leave port without fully closing their cargo doors. "Haifeng," Zhao Jigang's voice shouted through the encrypted channel, "what are you going to do? Take the opportunity to grab that container or hide." Chun Haifeng stared at the flashing red light of the silver container abandoned by the dock. He glanced again at the 3 reconnaissance boats that were frantically turning around, preparing to force their way out. Then he looked at the automated turrets and defense robots inside the warehouse that were powering up and scanning for targets. His heart raced like a drum. "Old man," he took a deep breath. "Can we take this container?" Chun Haifeng stared at the scanning data transmitted by the SCV, his heartbeat pounding like a drum. The silver cargo container lay discarded at the dock, its red light flashing as alarms blared. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel with a delay. Good. Take advantage of the 3 ships before they get too far. The defense system has just activated. It's a period of chaos. Send your SCV up, grab it, and run. Understood. Chen Haifeng's fingers flew across the control panel. Outside, the SCV that had been lurking in the shadow of the warehouse sprang into action. The small robot slid down from above, its thrusters cranked to maximum, charging straight towards the silver cargo container. The warehouse was already in a state of chaos. The red alarm lights illuminated the entire space like hell. The automated turrets above spun their barrels with a clicking sound, while the ground-based disc defense robots lit up with red lights, beginning to scan aimlessly. The 3 reconnaissance boats were panicking, colliding bows and sterns as they attempted to turn around, their thruster flames spraying everywhere. Hurry! Faster! Chen Haifeng focused on the screen. The SCV rushed to the side of the cargo container, its mechanical arm clamping down on the grips on either side of the container. Got it! Pull it back! Zhao Jigang shouted. The SCV dragged the cargo container towards the shadow area where the Dawn was hiding. Just then, beep, 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 beep. The alarm on the cargo container suddenly changed pitch, becoming sharper and more urgent. Simultaneously, all automated turrets and defense robots in the warehouse, as if activated by the same switch, turned their barrels and scanners towards the SCV and the cargo container. Damn! Level 2 alarm. Chen Haifeng's scalp tingled. The sound of keystrokes came from Zhao Jigang's, and this defense system isn't just targeting unauthorized entries. It's indiscriminate attack. Any target that triggers the alarm will be locked on. What do we do? Oi, forget it. Just let the SCV drag the cargo container back. You on the Dawn, get ready to support. Zhao Jigang spoke rapidly. I'm analyzing the warehouse structure map, looking for any emergency exits or cover. This place is not safe to stay. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth, pushing the joystick. The Dawn slid out of the shadows, its bow aimed at the SCV that was flying back. Above the warehouse, the barrels of the 3 automated turrets lit up with a blue glow indicating charging. Old man, the turrets are about to fire. I see it. Make your SCV fly in a zigzag. Don't fly in a straight line. The SCV dragged the cargo container and suddenly changed direction in midair. Almost simultaneously, 3 blue energy beams shot out from the turrets, grazing the SCV's tail and striking the metal wall behind it, exploding in a shower of sparks. The ground-based disc robots also began to move in, circling towards the dock. The support point is here, Chen Haifeng shouted. The Dawn opened its cargo bay door, and the SCV dragged the cargo container inside. Cargo container secured. SCV returning to position. Shut the door. Leave the dock immediately, Zhao Jigang said. I'm looking at the structure map. There should be an emergency evacuation passage behind this warehouse, but I need time to find the exact coordinates. No time left. Just as the cargo bay door of the Dawn was closing, the ship shuddered violently. An energy beam struck the armor at the ship's rear, setting off alarms. Shields down by 15%. Chen Haifeng looked at the data. This turret does not hold back. Find cover. Find cover first. Zhao Jigang shouted. Look to the left of the dock, that pile of large equipment boxes. Hide behind them. Chen Haifeng turned the joystick. The Dawn glided sideways and hid behind a mountain of metal equipment boxes on the left side of the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Energy beams struck the equipment boxes, sending metal fragments flying, but they couldn't penetrate for now. Cover is effective. Chen Haifeng sighed in relief. But how long can it hold? Not long. Zhao Jigang's voice was serious. These equipment boxes are not armor. They can't withstand sustained fire. I'm looking for it. Wait, I've got it. What did you find? The structure map shows there's a maintenance passage behind this warehouse leading to an external auxiliary exit. Zhao Jigang spoke quickly, but the entrance to the passage is on the other end of the dock, next to the airlock you just came in from. Chen Haifeng pulled up the external camera feed. On the other end of the dock, about 200 meters from his current position, lay an open area with no cover. Blocking the open area were 3 disc defense robots, their eyes flashing red. Old man, the path is blocked, Chen Haifeng said. 3 robots are blocking the entrance to the passage. Force your way through, Zhao Jigang asked. My shields are only at 85%, and I just took a hit. Chen Haifeng glanced at the energy readout. If I charge through and take a few more hits, the ship might be grounded. Then, I have a plan, Chen Haifeng suddenly said. You just mentioned that this defense system is indiscriminate, right? Yes, it opens fire on detected moving targets. What if I create a few more moving targets? After speaking, Chen Haifeng quickly tapped a few buttons on the control panel. The cargo bay door of the Dawn opened again, but not fully, just a crack. 2 SCVs slid out from inside. SCV-1 and 2 exit the bay. Chen Haifeng ordered, mission draw fire. 1 to the left, 2 to the right, move at full speed, don't fly in a straight line. The 2 SCVs immediately separated, flying out from behind the equipment boxes. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, 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 the automated turrets above immediately adjusted their barrels and opened fire on the two SCVs. The ground-based disc robots also shifted their attention, with two of them turning towards the SCVs. Good. Effective. Zhao Jigang shouted over the channel, but one robot is still blocking the entrance to the passage. Then let's add some more fuel to the fire. Chen Haifeng operated again. Inside the cargo bay of the Dawn, several basketball-sized engineering drones that had been produced as backups were released. These drones were originally used for maintenance and had no combat capabilities, but they flew quickly. Drone swarm disperse. Fly chaotically. 6 engineering drones burst out of the cargo bay like a startled flock of birds darting around in the air erratically. This time, the entire warehouse's defense system was thrown into disarray. The automated turrets switched targets between the SCVs and the drone's energy beams, firing in all directions. The disc robots couldn't tell which target to pursue, and all three began spinning in place. The robot blocking the entrance to the passage was also distracted by 2 drones moving a few meters to the side. Now's the time. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. He abruptly pushed the joystick. The Dawn charged out from behind the equipment boxes at full speed, thrusters at maximum, racing towards the passage entrance 200 meters away. Bang bang. 2 energy beams struck the side of the ship, and the shield value instantly dropped to 68%. But Chen Haifeng didn't care. The Dawn darted like a shadow through the gap between the 3 robots, its bow aimed at the passage entrance. It was a much smaller metal door than the main airlock with an old electronic lock. Old man, the door is locked. Use frequency simulation. Try the universal opening signal for the warehouse. Zhao Jigang shouted. The structure map shows this is a maintenance passage, so it should use basic permissions. Chen Haifeng immediately activated the frequency simulation function in the system. He had recorded the activation signal used by the reconnaissance boat when entering the warehouse, but that was for opening the main door. Now for this maintenance passage. Forget it. Let's give it a try. He selected what looked like the most basic frequency waveform and aimed the Dawn's signal transmitter at the door lock. Fire. An invisible signal pulse shot towards the door lock. The electronic screen on the door flickered. Then click. The door opened. It worked. As Chen Haifeng pushed the joystick, the Dawn squeezed into the narrow passage. Almost as soon as the ship's rear entered, he immediately ordered SCVs. Drones. Withdraw immediately. Fast. Outside, the 2 SCVs and 6 drones immediately abandoned, drawing fire, racing back towards the passage entrance at full speed. The automated turrets and robots reacted, unleashing their full firepower. One SCV was grazed by an energy beam, its external armor emitting black smoke, but it could still fly. 3 of the 6 drones were shot down. The remaining SCVs and drones rushed into the passage as if fleeing from disaster. Chen Haifeng immediately instructed the Dawn to send the closing signal. The metal door of the maintenance passage closed with a loud bang, sealing off the alarm sounds and explosions from the outside. The passage became silent in an instant. Only the deep rumble of the Dawn's engine and the buzzing sound from a damaged SCV could be heard. Chen Haifeng leaned back in the pilot's seat, exhaling a long breath. Old man. The encrypted channel was quiet for a few seconds before Zhao Jigang's voice came through. Well done. What about the cargo container? It's in the cargo bay intact. Chen Haifeng glanced at the monitor. 1 SCV sustained minor damage. 3 drones were lost. Worth it, Zhao Jigang said. Now let's see where this passage leads. The structure map indicates it should lead to the outside of the warehouse, but for the exit location, I need you to move forward and provide me with real-time data. Understood. The Dawn began to advance slowly along the narrow maintenance passage. The passage was dark, with only a few scattered emergency lights still on the walls. As Chen Haifeng piloted the ship, he couldn't help but glance at the cargo bay's monitor. The silver cargo container lay quietly there, its red light no longer flashing. The core encryption unit of the legacy inventory. He murmured, what good things are actually inside? We will know soon enough. Zhao Jigang said, but for now focus on finding a way out. This place is not suitable for long stays. Understood. The Dawn continued forward in the dark passage. What Chen Haifeng didn't know was that while he had just gone through this cargo container dispute at the same time, Deep Space Joint Mining's 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at a stream of data on the main screen, his brow furrowed tightly. This fluctuation. Something's off. He pulled up the monitoring records from 3 days ago, comparing the 2 data streams side by side. On the screen, 2 energy fluctuation curves appeared. One was the residual signal left by Chen Haifeng's Dawn as it traversed the wormhole 3 days ago, and the other was an extremely weak, anomalous fluctuation captured just now from the edge of the monitoring network. The frequency characteristics of the 2 curves showed a 30% similarity. After the wormhole collapses, theoretically all signals should disappear. Sun Qiming muttered to himself, but what if? The target didn't die but instead went through the wormhole to an unknown starfield and is active there. He quickly tapped on the control panel. Mobilize all high-precision detection arrays in sectors 7, 9, and 11 and focus on analyzing all spatial anomalies within 5 light-years of the wormhole collapse coordinate point. Initiate the enterprise-level relic database comparison program. Input the anomalous fluctuation characteristics just captured and conduct a full database scan. Request temporary computational power support from headquarters. I want to simulate the probable residual paths after the wormhole collapse. A series of commands were dispatched. The staff in the monitoring station immediately became busy. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair staring at the 2 curves on the screen. Chen Haifeng, if you're still alive, if you really have mastered some kind of relic technology. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Then this time I won't let you slip away again. Chen Haifeng leaned against the driver's seat listening to the distant sounds of explosions and alarms faintly echoing from outside the maintenance passage's metal door. Inside the cargo hold of the Dawn, that silver cargo container lay quietly. The red light finally stopped flashing. Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel, slightly delayed. Received. Hurry along the passage and drive forward. My structural diagram shows that this maintenance tunnel should lead to the lower level of the warehouse, where there's a backup exit. Understood. Chen Haifeng pushed the control stick and the Dawn began to drift forward along the narrow, dimly lit passage. The passage was eerily silent save for the low hum of the engine. The emergency lights on the walls flickered intermittently, casting a pale light. After drifting for about 2 minutes, the passage came to an end blocked by a heavy metal gate. Old man, we've reached the end. There's a door. That's the lower level exit gate, Zhao Jigang replied. The structural diagram shows that behind the door is the external dock area. We can jump out from there. But be careful, this door might be locked. Chen Haifeng maneuvered the Dawn closer to the gate, positioning the external camera towards the control panel on the door. The panel was dark, but there was a physical lock hole. It's locked. An old-fashioned mechanical lock combined with an electronic lock. Chen Haifeng frowned. What do we do? Should we try frequency simulation? Give it a shot, but don't hold out too much hope, Zhao Jigang said. This is an emergency exit. The permissions might be higher. You should let the SCV go up and see if it can force a breach. SCV exit the chamber. A SCV slid out from the cargo hold of the Dawn, flying to the gate's control panel and extending its slender tool arm to start fiddling. Chen Haifeng watched the screen. The SCV's tool arm had barely entered the lock hole for 3 seconds. Beep, 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 beep. A piercing alarm, sharper and more urgent than the previous warehouse alarms, suddenly erupted from within the gate. Simultaneously, all the lights in the maintenance passage went out in an instant, leaving only a few red emergency lights on the walls flashing frantically. Damn, the final alarm has been triggered. Chen Haifeng felt his scalp tingle. On Zhao Jigang's, and the keyboard clattered like popcorn. This is bad. This lock is connected to the warehouse self-destruct system. There's a line of small print at the very bottom of the structural diagram that I didn't notice. Forcing a breach at the final exit will trigger the core self-destruct program. Self-destruct? Chen Haifeng's eyes widened. Is this warehouse going to explode, eh? Yes. Hurry. Forget about the lock. Just ram the gate with the Dawn. Zhao Jigang shouted. The self-destruct countdown must have already started. If we don't leave now, we'll truly end up as fireworks. Chen Haifeng gritted his teeth and pushed the control stick all the way down. The Dawn's engine roared, its bow aimed at the heavy metal gate. Ram it! The Dawn charged like a bull, crashing into the gate. Boom! The gate was dented significantly, but did not open. The ship's alarms blared, shield remaining at 72%. Again, Chen Haifeng's eyes reddened. The Dawn backed up a few meters and accelerated to crash into the gate once more. Boom! This time the gate was directly blasted away and the Dawn's bow, emitting black smoke, surged into the space beyond the door. Outside was a small lower dock, desolate with only a few abandoned shelves. But Chen Haifeng had no time to look around. As he burst out, he saw above the gate that he had blasted open a gigantic red number, counting down madly. 047, 046, 045, 47 seconds. Chen Haifeng shouted, Old man, where's the exit? I've sent you the navigation coordinates. 300 meters straight ahead, there's a small takeoff platform. Rush over at full speed. Zhao Jigang shouted. The self-destruct range will definitely cover the entire warehouse area. You need to fly at least 5 kilometers. The Dawn's thrusters spewed a blinding tail flame, darting like a shadow towards the navigation coordinates. The lower dock was complex, filled with haphazardly arranged shelves and abandoned containers. Chen Haifeng piloted the Dawn, weaving through the shelves like a madman, the hull scraping against metal edges, sending up sparks. Shield remaining at 65%. Forget about the shield. Just get out. Zhao Jigang yelled over the channel. Just as the Dawn made another sharp turn, narrowly avoiding a giant container blocking the path. Chen Haifeng suddenly heard the system's alert tone in his mind. High-intensity fire evasion operation detected. Analyzing environmental data. Enemy fire pattern analysis in progress. Analysis complete. New function unlocked structural weakness analysis. Chen Haifeng was taken aback, but didn't stop his movements. He glanced at the system interface. The description for the new function was simple: can analyze the weak points of enemy defensive structures or fire networks in real time, providing optimal evasion paths. Just in time, Chen Haifeng immediately activated the new function. In the next second on the navigation screen before him, a faint blue winding path suddenly lit up between the densely packed shelves and obstacles. The path perfectly circumvented all the densest obstacle zones, pointing toward the exit. Let's go. Chen Haifeng followed the path, piloting the Dawn into a dive, squeezing through the narrow gap between two shelves, then soaring up again, gliding close to the pipes at the top of the warehouse. The hull barely brushed past various obstacles, but he didn't hit anything else. 00015, 001 for the countdown continued. I see the exit. Chen Haifeng focused ahead. At the end of the dock, an open takeoff platform appeared in his view, with the pitch-black starry sky beyond it. The Dawn surged out of the platform at full speed, racing into space. Chen Haifeng immediately looked back. Behind him, that massive warehouse building floated silently in the starry sky. Then, there was no sound, but Chen Haifeng saw a blinding white point suddenly light up at the center of the warehouse. The point instantly expanded, engulfing the entire warehouse. A soundless shockwave radiated outward from the warehouse, and wherever it passed, even floating dust was shattered into powder. The Dawn was caught by the shockwave, the hull violently shaking. Shield remaining at 31%. Chen Haifeng gripped the control stick tightly. A few seconds later, the shockwave passed. The spot where the warehouse had been was now just a slowly expanding cloud of metallic debris. Phew. Chen Haifeng let out a long breath, feeling his back soaked. Old man, I'm out. Good. Zhao Jigang's voice also relaxed. Where's the container? It's in the cargo hold intact. Chen Haifeng glanced at the monitor. Where to now? I'll send you a safe coordinate. Head there first. Zhao Jigang said. The warehouse has exploded. The commotion is too great, and I'm not sure if it will attract anything else. You should hide and check the container. Understood. At the same time, the 7th monitoring station of Deep Space United Mining. Sun Qiming stared intently at the main screen, displaying the anomalous energy wave fluctuation curve just captured, narrowing his eyes. The fluctuation characteristics were unique, high-energy brief, with obvious self-destruct energy decay features. Moreover, the coordinates of the fluctuation source were not recorded in any known star domain of the Federation. Pull up the residual signal data from the wormhole collapse 3 days ago, Sun Qiming ordered. The staff promptly complied. On the screen, 2 energy curves were compared side by side. One was from the residual of the wormhole collapse, and the other was the self-destruct fluctuation just captured. The frequency characteristics of the 2 curves matched by 42%. As expected. Sun Qiming smirked coldly. There's definitely something on the other side of the wormhole. And that fluctuation, just now, was a facility self-destruct. Something valuable enough for the target to self-destruct to protect it. He quickly tapped on the console. Activate all high-precision detection arrays in Sector 7, focusing on analyzing all spatial anomaly trajectories within a 10 light-year radius of the wormhole collapse coordinates. Call up the enterprise-level relic database to conduct a comprehensive scan and comparison of the self-destruct energy characteristics just now. Request the highest-level computing power support from headquarters. I need to perform probability simulations on the possible material residue paths after the wormhole collapse and lock in the approximate location of the target's current activity star domain. One command after another was sent out. A few minutes later, the preliminary analysis results came in. Director Sun, the probability simulation indicates that the target has a 73% likelihood of being located in an unknown star domain not recorded by the Federation, roughly extending about 15 light-years in the sector opposite the wormhole collapse point. A technician reported. What about the relic database comparison results? The self-destruct energy characteristics match 68% with the recorded features of the Stardust Ring Alliance's defense facilities. Another technician said the Stardust Ring was an independent mining alliance that perished 50 years ago, rumored to possess some advanced technology. Sun Qiming's eyes brightened. The legacy of the Stardust Ring, combined with the relic technology that Chen Haifeng might have. This value is enough for me to climb several levels up. He immediately pulled up the communication interface and connected to the superior channel. Director, this is Sun Qiming. I have solid evidence showing that the target Chen Haifeng is currently located in an unknown star domain and may have obtained key legacies of the Stardust Ring Alliance. Requesting to initiate cross-stellar tracking permissions to mobilize the Enterprise Special Reconnaissance Fleet for infiltration-style search and capture operations in that star domain. There was silence on the other end of the communication for a few seconds. Then a calm male voice responded, "Is the evidence sufficient? The energy characteristic match exceeds 65%, and the probability simulation of the wormhole path is over 70% credible." Sun Qiming said the target's value has far exceeded conventional assessments. Approved. Permission code will be sent to you shortly. Remember, we need them alive, and the legacy must remain intact. Understood. The communication was cut off. Sun Qiming leaned back in his chair, staring at the marked area of the unknown star domain on the screen. Chen Haifeng. This time you can't escape. In an unknown star domain inside a concealed asteroid fissure, the dawn quietly hid behind a massive rock with all external signals cloaked. In the cargo hold, Chen Haifeng stood before that silver cargo container. "Old man, I'm ready to open it." "Go ahead, but be careful." Zhao Zhigang's voice came through the encrypted channel. "This thing is a core encryption unit. It might still have a final layer of insurance." Chen Haifeng had the SCV move forward, aiming its tool arm at the encryption lock on the side of the container. "Unlock it." The SCV's tool arm emitted a faint electrical sound, beginning to decode. The indicator lights on the container changed from red to yellow, then to green. Click. With a soft sound, the lid of the container slowly slid open. Inside there was no dazzling gold, only two items. A palm-sized black data cube. A palm-sized metal piece radiating a dark blue sheen. Chen Haifeng carefully picked up the data cube. As soon as he touched it, the system's alert tone sounded in his mind. High-density encrypted technology data detected. Starting analysis. Analyzing. Decrypting encryption layers. Decryption complete. Data reading. Reading complete. Acquired complete technology blueprint Stardust Ring Core Energy Matrix Technology. Acquired Star Domain Sovereignty Key Fragment 13. Chen Haifeng was stunned. He quickly checked the system interface. The newly unlocked technology blueprint description was lengthy, but the core was one sentence. The core technology of the Stardust Ring Alliance can convert specific rare minerals into ultra-high-density energy with an efficiency over 5 times that of current Federation technology. The description for the Star Domain Sovereignty Key Fragment was even simpler. A component of the Sovereignty Key for the Star Domain controlled by the Stardust Ring Alliance. Gathering 3 fragments will activate the highest control permission for some of the legacy facilities in that star domain. Old man. Chen Haifeng swallowed. It seems like we've stumbled upon something incredible. What is it? Zhao Zhigang asked. A power technology with an efficiency 5 times that of the current standard, Chen Haifeng said, and a key fragment that can control some ancient facilities in this star domain if we gather 3 pieces. The encrypted channel fell silent for 5 full seconds. Then Zhao Zhigang's voice, filled with astonishment, broke the quiet. My goodness. 5 times energy efficiency. If we could produce this, our mining costs could be slashed to the floor. Zhao Zhigang's voice trembled, and the sovereignty key. Just how large of a territory did the Stardust Ring control back then? I don't know. Chen Haifeng looked at the dark blue metal piece in his hand. But I know that if Sun Qiming finds out we have this, he'd bring the entire Deep Space United Mining Fleet to seize it. So absolutely we cannot let him know, Zhao Zhigang said seriously. Haifeng, this technology and this key are your greatest assets for a comeback. But they are also the biggest landmines. You need to think carefully about how and when to use them. Chen Haifeng nodded, carefully securing the data cube and metal piece. He looked out at the dark, uncharted starry sky outside the cargo hold. Old man. Moi. What do you think? If we really occupy this star domain, does it count as a successful startup? Zhao Zhigang chuckled on the other end of the channel. That counts, why wouldn't it? But before that, we need to survive first. Chen Haifeng finished the sentence. Right, survive first. The blueprint has been analyzed. Can you guess what's inside? Chen Haifeng leaned against the wall of the Dawn cargo hold, holding the dark blue data cube, his eyes fixed on the encrypted channel screen. Zhao Zhigang's face appeared on the screen with the flashing instruments of the Rock Mining Monitoring Center in the background. Stop keeping me in suspense, just tell me already. My heart is racing because of you. Energy technology. Chen Haifeng rotated the data cube in his hand. The core energy matrix of the Stardust Ring, the system, says the efficiency is 5 times that of the current federal technology. The channel fell silent for 3 seconds. How much? Zhao Zhigang's voice changed. 5 times. Chen Haifeng repeated. And that's not all, there's this. He held up a shimmering metallic piece to the camera. Sovereign key fragment. Collecting 3 pieces will allow control over the old facilities left by the Stardust Ring in this star region. A sound of a chair being violently pushed back came from Zhao Zhigang's side. My dear mother. The old officer's voice trembled. 5 times the energy efficiency. Haifeng, do you know what this means? I know, Chen Haifeng replied. Mining costs would plummet and the operational energy consumption of the base would be brought down to the bottom. If we can create this, we will never have to bow to those energy monopolists of the Deep Space United Mining again. Not just not bowing. Zhao Jigang waved his hand excitedly on the screen. If this technology leaks, the entire energy market of the fringe star regions will tremble. That brat Sun Qiming could chase you to the ends of the universe. So we have to keep it under wraps. Chen Haifeng carefully stored the data cube and metallic piece in an encrypted storage box. Old man having technology isn't enough. I'm still a drifter hiding everywhere right now. This blueprint requires resources, a place, and time to be realized. Zhao Jigang calmed down a bit and sat back in his chair. Are you looking for a place to settle down? To build my own base? Yes, Chen Haifeng nodded. No matter how well the Dawn can hide, it's not a long-term solution. I need a legitimate, or at least a gray area foothold. One that allows me to safely focus on production to gradually create the things in the system and this energy matrix. Legitimate. Zhao Jigang stroked his chin. Register a new company in the Federation. No Sun Qiming will definitely be watching. Buying an existing one. There are quite a few small mines in the fringe star regions going bankrupt and up for transfer. That's exactly what I was thinking. Chen Haifeng said, but I have no channels. I need to find Wang Lu. Wang Lu is well informed, she can help. Zhao Jigang thought for a moment. But you need to think clearly. Buying a mine requires money. Do you have enough resources on hand? Not enough, but it has to be enough. Chen Haifeng glanced at the resource reserves displayed in the system interface. Let's first ask around. What if there are cheap ones? Moreover, old man, the star region indicated by this sovereign key fragment is precisely where we are now. If I can truly collect 3 pieces and control some of the leftover facilities, the cost of base construction could be lowered even further. Zhao Jigang's eyes lit up. Makes sense. Here's the plan. You contact Wang Lu and he'll also use some old connections to inquire. Remember, the location must be discreet, preferably in a gray area where the federal law doesn't reach much. The resources don't have to be too abundant, but the terrain must be easy to defend and hard to attack. Understood. The communication was temporarily cut off. Chen Haifeng switched to another encrypted channel and connected to the Blackstone space station. A few seconds later, Wang Lu's face appeared on the screen with her bar's back office filled with data boards in the background. She looked a bit tired, but her eyes were bright. Boss Chen, what a rare guest. I heard you've been making quite a stir lately, making Sun Qiming and his gang quite furious. Wang Lu chuckled. What do you need from me? Are you looking to buy intel again? This time it's not intel, I'm buying bits land. Chen Haifeng was straightforward. Wang Lu, you have your ear to the ground. Help me find out if there are any small abandoned mines or outposts for sale in the fringe star regions, or even more remote places. It has to be legal, or at least paperwork that can be managed. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you want to get off the boat and become a boss? That's fine, Boss Chen. But her expression turned serious. You need to think this through. Buying land to build a base is a big goal. Unlike now where you just float around on a ship, it would be harder for Sun Qiming to catch you. I've thought it through, Chen Haifeng said. Staying adrift isn't a solution. I need a place to develop. All right, just a moment. Wang Lu quickly operated on the nearby data board. Let me filter through. Fringe star regions, small mine transfers. There are indeed a few. She pulled up several information windows and shared them with Chen Haifeng. The first one is in the Reef Star District, an old helium-3 collection station. The equipment is basically scrapped, but the land and basic structures are still intact. The seller is in a hurry to sell, and the price is cheap, around 500,000 federal credit points. Chen Haifeng shook his head. Too close to the main trade route. That won't work. The second one is on the edge of the Ashen Nebula, a silicon mine outpost that was abandoned 3 years ago. The location is remote enough, and the price is 700,000. However, Wang Lu paused. This place is only 2 light years away from the potential exploration area marked by Deep Space United Mining. I suspect that Sun Qiming's people might occasionally go there. There's a risk pass, Chen Haifeng said. The third one. Wang Lu pulled up another document. This one is interesting. Deep within the Shard Belt, there's a small asteroid mine called Karen 7. Originally belonging to an independent mining group, it was abandoned 3 years ago due to resource depletion and a pirate attack. The location is very discreet, nestled in a gap in an asteroid belt with only a narrow passage for entry and exit. As for resources, they are below average, but basic living facilities and simple defensive structures remain. Chen Haifeng became interested. What's the price? The seller is asking 900,000, but it's negotiable. The problem is, Wang Lu looked at Chen Haifeng. This area is classified as a disputed zone by federal law, with both the Galeni Federation and the Caldari Economic Union claiming jurisdiction, but in reality, no one has enforced it. It's a no man's land. No man's land. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. Send me the specific location. Wang Lu sent over the coordinates and star map data. Chen Haifeng immediately forwarded the data to Zhao Jigang while establishing a 3-way communication. Old man, take a look at this Karen 7. Zhao Jigang quickly replied, location received. Am analyzing. The terrain is indeed easy to defend and hard to attack. The narrowest point of the passage is only 300 meters. With a little defensive firepower, we could hold it easily. The resource scan shows. Indeed not rich, but it should meet the basic needs of a small base. The key is its legal status. No man's land just right. Chen Haifeng said, Sun Kaiming's reach won't extend here and the federal patrols wouldn't care. We can develop in peace the safest option. But there are risks too. Wang Lu interjected. In such places pirates, smugglers, and other independent powers may keep an eye on it. Plus the seller's identity is unclear and the transaction process might not be clean. Zhao Jigang pondered for a few seconds. Haifeng, what do you think? Chen Haifeng looked at the light point hidden deep within the shard belt on the star map. In the system interface, the blueprint for the Stardust Ring core energy matrix lay quietly. In the cargo hold, SCVs were utilizing local minerals to produce basic construction materials. He needed a place. He needed time. He needed to turn the things in the system along with that blueprint into tangible power. That's it, Chen Haifeng said. Wang Lu helped me reach out to the seller and probe for the bottom price. You handle the transaction process, I'll pay the full intermediary fee. All right, leave it to me, Wang Lu nodded. But I need to remind you that in such gray transactions, money may not be the only issue. The seller may require rare minerals or other items for payment, and even you might need to demonstrate some strength to prove you're not to be trifled with to avoid being double-crossed later on. Strength. Chen Haifeng smiled. I have that. Old man, the new blueprint includes a modular starport construction technology. Can we pre-produce some core modules first? Once the place is confirmed, we can directly transport them for assembly, saving a lot of time. Zhao Jigang immediately pulled up the blueprint data shared by Chen Haifeng. Let me see. Modular design, on-site assembly. Goodness, the technology concept of the Stardust Ring is indeed advanced. Yes, you can first use the existing resources to produce the first batch of core modules like energy hubs and basic dock frames. Once Wang Lu finalizes the deal, we can directly go settle down. Understood. Chen Haifeng looked at Wang Lu. Then it's settled. You contact her quickly, and I'll start preparing on my end. Okay, wait for my news. Wang Lu cut off the communication. Zhao Jigang was still online. Haifeng, if this really works out, you'll have your own territory. No longer just a wandering miner. It was about time. Chen Haifeng stretched his neck. I've had enough of hiding. If Sun Qiming wants my life and my technology, then I must make him understand that some things are not for him to touch. You've got some grit now, Zhao Jigang laughed. All right, you handle your side, and I'll continue monitoring the movements of Deep Space United. Sun Qiming has applied for interstellar tracking permissions. Although it will take some time to find this ghostly place, we cannot be careless. The communication ended. The cargo hold fell silent. Chen Haifeng walked to the control panel and brought up the system interface. Blueprint for the Stardust Ring core energy matrix. Complete blueprint for modular starport construction technology. Complete resource reserves metal minerals ample, rare minerals moderate, energy ample. He selected the modular starport construction technology and issued a production command. Command confirmed. Starting pre-production of starport core modules, energy hub, 14 basic dock frame, 12 command center core, 11. Estimated completion time 72 hours. The refineries and manufacturing equipment in the cargo hold immediately started up, emitting a low hum. SCVs began transporting materials and sparks from laser welding flickered in the dim cargo hold. Chen Haifeng watched all of this leaning back in his chair. Karen 7. His first base. The first territory that truly belonged to him. He opened an encrypted channel and sent Wang Lu a brief message. Get it done as soon as possible. Money is not an issue, but the place must be clean. Old man, the production progress of the core module of the starport is 70%. It will be fully completed in another day. Any news from Wang Lu? Chen Haifeng sat in the pilot seat of the Dawn, watching the busy monitoring screen of the cargo hold where SCVs were working. Those modular components piled up to fill almost half of the cargo hold, providing a sense of reassurance. The voice of Zhao Jigang came back through the encrypted channel. Not yet. That girl is meticulous, probably bargaining with the seller right now. Keep your power low on the route, don't rush back. I know. Chen Haifeng hadn't finished his sentence when a sudden flurry of keyboard tapping came from Zhao Jigang's end, followed by the old officer's altered tone. Wait. Haifeng, stop the ship. What's wrong? I detected an abnormal jump signal at 3 jump nodes ahead of your route. 2 ships just completed their jump energy signatures. Are at the destroyer level. Zhao Jigang spoke, rapidly analyzing registration information. Damn. It's an internal code of Deep Space United Mining. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. People from Sun Qiming. Coming for me. Not sure, but the location is too coincidental. Zhao Jigang pulled up the star map. Their jump landing point is right at the edge of the jump interference zone outside the Blackstone space station. That place is usually avoided by everyone. You're still 4 short range jumps away from there. Wang Lu is still at the space station. Chen Haifeng stared at the star map. Old man, can you contact her? Ask about the situation. I'll try. The channel fell silent for a few seconds with only the faint sounds of Zhao Jigang operating the equipment. Chen Haifeng reduced the speed of the dawn to the lowest, letting the ship drift quietly in the starry sky. He stared at the pitch-black star field ahead, feeling a bit of sweat forming in his palms. At the same time, at the Blackstone space station in the third trading area, Wang Lu walked out of a shop hanging a sign that read Interstellar Real Estate Agency, her face showing little expression, but her steps were a bit quicker than usual. She turned into a nearby corridor with few people, took out her encrypted communicator, and quickly typed, "Boss Chen, the mining site deal is finalized. Karen 7, final price 850,000, can use equivalent rare minerals to offset 30%. I'll send you the electronic contract, confirm it, and transfer the payment, and the seller will provide the deed and coordinate key." After sending the information, she put away the communicator and prepared to head back to the bar. After taking a few steps, Wang Lu suddenly halted. At the end of the corridor, a man in a gray jumpsuit leaned against the wall, seemingly waiting for someone, but glanced her way before quickly looking away. Wang Lu's heart tightened. She had seen this man before last week at the bar who claimed to be a long-distance freight hauler. But that glance just now didn't seem right. She remained calm and continued walking forward, passing by the man, catching a glimpse of a tiny earpiece inserted in his ear. Not the kind of equipment a freight driver should have. Wang Lu didn't stop, directly heading to the public restroom at the other end of the corridor, going in and locking the door. She immediately took out her encrypted communicator, this time, not to send a message, but to connect directly to Chen Haifeng's emergency channel. "Boss Chen, can you hear me?" A few seconds later, Chen Haifeng's voice came back, accompanied by static. "Wang Lu, I just received your message and was about to check the contract. What's wrong? The deal might have been compromised." Wang Lu lowered her voice. "I just left the agency, and I'm being watched. The other party has listening devices, not just ordinary thugs. I suspect Sun Qiming has planted spies in the black market, specifically monitoring large real estate transactions." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the channel. "Are you safe now?" Chen Haifeng asked. "Temporarily safe in the restroom. But I can't stay long." Wang Lu said, "Boss Chen, if you're on your way back, be careful. If Sun Qiming knows I'm trying to buy the mining site, he will definitely guess it's for you. He might intercept you on your way back to the Blackstone." "Already intercepted." Chen Haifeng's voice darkened. "The old man just detected 2 destroyers that have jumped to the outskirts of the space station." 2 destroyers. Sun Qiming is really spending big. Wang Lu gasped. "Boss Chen, don't come back. I'll find a way to get the coordinates. Indeed, you hide first." "There's no hiding." Chen Haifeng said, "The starport modules are on my ship. That's the core for building the base. And since Sun Qiming has sent destroyers, he won't just intercept me. Wang Lu, you need to leave the space station quickly." "I know." Wang Lu glanced at the time. "I have an alternate evacuation route." "Take care, Boss Chen." The communication was cut off. Wang Lu stuffed the communicator into her inner pocket, climbed out of the restroom window, and quickly crawled along the maintenance ducts toward the lower dock of the space station. Deep Space United Mining's 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the freshly updated intelligence on the main screen, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Wang Lu has made contact with the seller of Karen 7. The transaction amount is 850,000 and can be partially offset with rare minerals. He read through the report sent by the black market informant, an information broker suddenly buying a mining site. It's obvious who it's for. A technician beside him looked up. "Supervisor, does Chen Haifeng want a base? Wasn't he hiding all along?" "He was hiding because he lacked capital." Sun Qiming walked up to the star map, pointing at the location of the Blackstone space station. "Now that he dares to buy land, it means he has obtained something sufficient to turn the tables. The legacy of the Stardust Ring is probably worth more than we think." He turned and gave orders. "Prepare hammer and anvil to be positioned at the edge of the jump interference zone outside the space station. Chen Haifeng must return to the space station to get the deed and coordinates. That's the only way. Remember, I want him alive. The ship can be damaged, but the person must be captured." "Understood." The order was issued. On the star map, 2 points representing destroyers began to move silently, gliding towards the designated ambush coordinates. Sun Qiming sat back in his chair, interlocking his fingers on the table. "Chen Haifeng, let's see how you escape this time." Dawn cockpit. Chen Haifeng stared at the real-time star map sent by Zhao Jigang. 2 red points of light like 2 poisonous fangs were firmly positioned outside the only safe jump exit of the Blackstone space station. "Old man, is there a way to go around?" Chen Haifeng asked. The keyboard sounds from Zhao Jigang's and didn't stop. "Difficult. That area is a natural jump interference zone, and there is only a narrow, clean passage for stable jumps in and out. Those 2 ships are blocking the passage, making it impassable. What about forcing our way through? Are you crazy?" Zhao Jigang raised his voice. "The Dawn is an industrial ship, and even if it's modified, it's like an egg hitting a rock against a standard destroyer. One salvo from them would turn you into space debris." Chen Haifeng remained silent, tapping his fingers on the control panel. In the cargo hold, the unfinished core modules of the starport lay quietly. The mining site Wang Lu had risked so much to negotiate. And that blueprint in the system with 5 times energy efficiency. He couldn't stop here. Old man, what if I don't use that passage? Chen Haifeng suddenly said the interference zone is just jump unstable. It doesn't mean I can't fly. What if I drift in slowly with low power? Zhao Jigang was taken aback. You mean to fly in with conventional power? How long would that take? From your current coordinates to the space station, conventional power would take at least 3 days. 3 days is 3 days. Chen Haifeng brought up the navigation calculation interface. The Dawn has enough energy reserves, and there's enough food and water. The destroyers from Sun Chiming can't stay in the same position for 3 days if their energy and supplies won't hold out. But the risks are too great. Zhao Jigang frowned. 3 days is enough time for Sun Chiming to send more ships over or directly enter the space station to capture Wang Lu. Moreover, flying with conventional power will degrade the signal masking effect, making it easy to be scanned. Do you have a better plan? The channel fell silent. After a few seconds, Zhao Jigang sighed. None. But Haifeng, you need to think carefully. If this trick is exposed, you'll really become a living target. I know. Chen Haifeng began entering navigation commands. So I need to play a trick. Old man, help me out. Speak. Use your monitoring network to simulate a few false jump signals and launch them in different directions outside the interference zone with frequencies similar to the Dawn. Chen Haifeng said, create some multiple choice questions for Sun Chiming, making him guess where I will pop up. Zhao Jigang chuckled, a feint. You've learned well, tactical classes weren't wasted on you. All right, leave it to me. I'll generate 7 or 8 false signals to keep him busy for a while. Thanks. Navigation commands confirmed. The power of the Dawn's engine gradually decreased, and the ship turned direction, no longer heading towards the block jump passage, but drifting towards a dense asteroid belt on the side of the interference zone. The ship moved slowly like a falling leaf. Chen Haifeng watched the debris field grow closer outside the window, his palms sweaty. He knew this plan was risky, but sometimes taking risks is the only way to survive. He opened the encrypted channel and sent Wang Lu his final message. See you in 3 days. Take care. Then he turned off all non-essential equipment, and the Dawn slipped into the shadow of the asteroid belt like a silent stone. Outside the Blackstone space station on the bridge of the destroyer Hammer, the captain stared at the scanning screen, his brow furrowed. Report: the monitoring network has captured 7 suspected target jump signals scattered in different directions around the interference zone. The energy signatures have all been obscured, making it impossible to determine which one is real. The lieutenant turned to him. Captain, what should we do? Divide the forces to intercept or divide? Nonsense. The captain cursed. We only have 2 ships. Dividing the forces is just delivering food. Send a report to the monitoring station and let Supervisor Sun decide. The report was sent back to the 7th monitoring station. Sun Chiming looked at the 7 scattered points of light on the screen, his expression dark. Chen Haifeng has gotten clever. He tapped his fingers on the table, then looked up. Tell Hammer and Anvil to secure the main passage. Ignore other directions. That's just a diversion. Chen Haifeng's target is the space station. He will definitely return through that route. Understood. The command was transmitted back to the bridge. The cannons of the 2 destroyers remained firmly locked on the empty jump passage. Meanwhile, 30,000 kilometers away from the passage, a small ship without any lights was silently drifting towards the space station. The Dawn was like a true piece of space debris drifting languidly through the thin nebula dust band. The engine power was set to the lowest, barely maintaining essential life support and stealth systems. Outside the window was a gray expanse occasionally brushed by a few larger fragments of rock, while Chen Haifeng's eyelids didn't even flutter. In the encrypted channel, Zhao Jigang's voice was kept low, as if whispering, Haifeng, how's it looking over there? It's quiet enough to hear my own heartbeat. Chen Haifeng stared at the winding flight path on the navigation screen. It's just too slow. At this speed, a turtle could overtake me. Slower is better, safer. Zhao Jigang said Sun Chiming's 2 ships are still lurking at the main channel like 2 gatekeepers. I've sent out 7 or 8 false signals, but they seem not to have fallen for it, just holding their ground there. Chen Haifeng clicked his tongue. This son of a gun has learned well. Learning doesn't help. Zhao Jigang laughed. He would never expect you to drift for 3 days using conventional power. Those 2 destroyers of his can only hold out for 2.5 days at most. By the time you drifted over, they would either retreat or have to return to the space station for supplies. Let's hope so. Chen Haifeng glanced at the system interface. Stealth mode activated, signal simulation, asteroid type, low metal content, estimated arrival time, 68 hours 12 minutes, almost 3 days left. Leaning back in his chair, he pulled out a piece of compressed food from the storage compartment, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. The taste was like chewing on wax. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the empty transition channel exit on the main screen, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the edge of the console. It was too quiet. 7 false signals appeared and disappeared like a series of firecrackers. Chen Haifeng's shabby industrial ship seemed to have vanished into thin air. Supervisor, the active scanning array has been running for 3 hours, covering all conventional routes on the outskirts of the interference zone, the technician reported currently. No signals matching the Dawn's characteristics have been detected. Not a single anomaly. Sun Qiming asked. There are, but they are all natural phenomena. Asteroids, dust clouds, radiation fluctuations, no energy signatures of artificial ships. Sun Qiming furrowed his brow. Something was off. Chen Haifeng would definitely come back to the space station to retrieve the land deed and coordinates. That was a certainty. Although Wang Lu had initiated the evacuation procedures, crucial data had certainly not been transmitted, otherwise she would have left long ago. Therefore Chen Haifeng would definitely come. But where is he? Could he really have transitioned from another direction? A nearby assistant whispered, "Is the route we are guarding compromised?" Sun Qiming said nothing, pulling up the star map, staring at the complex interference zone surrounding the Blackstone space station. The interference zone was just unstable for transitions, not impassable. If a sudden thought flashed through his mind. A foolish yet bold idea. Pull up the conventional route map within the interference zone. Sun Qiming ordered, mark every possible route to the space station, even if it's the longest, slowest one. The technician quickly complied. On the screen, dozens of winding routes avoiding various radiation belts and asteroid clusters were marked in light yellow, resembling a spider's web. The longest and most circuitous route from the last coordinates, where Chen Haifeng disappeared, to the space station required approximately 70 hours of conventional travel. Sun Qiming looked at that line and suddenly smiled. Good kid, playing this trick with me. He immediately connected to the destroyer communication. Iron Hammer, Iron Anvil, listen up. The target may have given up on transitioning and is now approaching slowly using conventional power from within the interference zone. I want you to immediately initiate active scanning, focusing on scanning these conventional routes for asteroid signals, especially those rocks whose movement trajectories are a bit too orderly. Understood. But Supervisor, the signals inside the interference zone are chaotic and the precision of active scanning will decrease, plus it consumes a lot of energy. I know, Sun Qiming said, so you split up. Iron Hammer guards the main channel, Iron Anvil goes in to scan. Find the suspicious target and encircle it directly, don't give it time to react. Yes, the order was given. The light representing the Iron Anvil destroyer began to move, leaving its ambush position and diving into the gray interference zone. In the cockpit of the Dawn, warning, active scanning beam detected. Source destroyer class 12000 kilometers away, approaching. Scanning mode, high precision identification, targeting, disguise signals. The system's prompt sound jolted Chen Haifeng from his half-asleep state. He stared at the screen, his heart racing. Old man, a ship is coming in. It's scanning me. The keyboard sounds on Zhao Jigang's side became frantic. I see it. It's the Iron Anvil. It has left the ambush point and is at your 3 o'clock. Damn, Sun Qiming, guessed you would take the conventional route. What do we do now? Chen Haifeng felt his palms sweating. Should we continue pretending to be a rock? No longer possible. This kind of active scanning is specifically designed to expose disguises. Zhao Jigang spoke rapidly. You have to move, but don't expose your real signal. Let me think. Does the system have a way to simulate natural drifting? You mean a random movement trajectory influenced by the gravity of an asteroid? Chen Haifeng immediately pulled up the system function list. Under the signal simulation subitem, there was indeed a natural trajectory simulation. There is. Use that. Set it to being captured by the gravity of the nearby asteroid C-77, rotating irregularly around it. Zhao Jigang pulled up the star map. This way your movement will have an explanation, and it will look completely random, consistent with natural phenomena. Got it. Chen Haifeng quickly set the parameters. The attitude adjustment thrusters at the rear of the Dawn emitted a few almost invisible streams of particles, causing the ship to begin changing direction and speed in a slow, chaotic manner. Like a real space rock being pulled by a gravitational field. Almost simultaneously, the high-precision scanning beam swept past the ship. Once, twice. Chen Haifeng held his breath. After a few seconds, the scanning beam moved away, sweeping in another direction. It didn't find us. Chen Haifeng asked quietly. Not for now, Zhao Jigang replied, but don't celebrate too early. The Iron Anvil hasn't gone far. It's scanning back and forth in that area. You need to maintain this state until it leaves. What's the difference between this and being in jail? Chen Haifeng chuckled bitterly. At least in jail you won't get shot to pieces. Zhao Jigang said, hang in there, you're not far from the space station's defense perimeter. At the Blackstone Space Station lower dock area, private warehouse number 7. Wang Lu stuffed the last data board into the shredder, watching it turn into a pile of plastic and metal debris. The warehouse, which had originally been piled with some samples of, or in several boxes of unknown electronic equipment, was now entirely cleared out and sent to other safe houses through secret channels. She walked up to the console and pulled up the external surveillance footage of the space station. On the screen, two deep space, joint mining destroyers patrolled the starry sky, like sharks, one ahead and one behind. One of them even occasionally fired scanning beams towards the interference zone. "They're really going all out," Wang Lu murmured. She glanced at the time. If Chun Haifeng really was coming over using conventional power, he should be arriving around this time. But with this setup outside, Wang Lu thought for a moment and opened an encrypted communication interface, entering a long identification code. This was one of the backdoor commands for the space station's external defense system, capable of generating a temporary legitimate, friendly signal identifier. Usually only the space station management or certain major clients who paid a hefty protection fee would have this. She happened to know a friend who managed this system and had helped him out with a big favor before. The identification code was generated with a validity period of 30 minutes. Wang Lu packaged it and sent it out towards the direction Chun Haifeng might come from using a disposable, untraceable pulse signal transmitter. The signal was weak, but at close range it was enough for the Dawn's receiver to capture it. "Boss Chin, I've paved the way for you. Whether you can get in depends on you." Wang Lu closed the interface and began to pack her personal belongings. She had to leave. Although Sun Kaiming's people had not yet entered the space station to catch her, there were certainly eyes everywhere. Staying any longer would only lead to being trapped inside. In the cockpit of the Dawn. Received encrypted data packet. Source, unknown one-time pulse signal. Content, space station external defense identification code, temporary valid for 27 minutes. Chun Haifeng's eyes lit up. It's from Wang Lu. He immediately input the identification code into the Dawn's response system. Almost simultaneously on the navigation screen, the red alert line that represented the space station's defense perimeter turned green in the section closer to him. "The gap has opened." Chun Haifeng exclaimed excitedly. "Old man, I can get in." "Wait." Zhao Jigang suddenly shouted. "The iron anvil has turned towards you. It probably detected the pulse signal from earlier." Chun Haifeng looked at the radar. Indeed, the light representing the iron anvil was moving rapidly towards him, while the other ship, the Iron Hammer, was starting to maneuver from the main channel. Two ships, one on the left and one on the right, were about to encircle him. There's no time to hesitate. Chun Haifeng pushed the control stick all the way down. "Charge in." The Dawn's engine power instantly increased to 60%, no longer simulating an asteroid shooting like an arrow towards that green defense gap. As soon as the ship moved, alarms blared. "Locked by fire control radar. Locked by fire control radar. They've discovered you." Zhao Jigang shouted. "Accelerate. Don't stop." The thrusters at the rear of the Dawn emitted a dazzling tail flame as the ship's speed surged. Behind them, the Iron Anvil's cannon began to charge, a ghostly blue light gathering deep within the barrel. But just as it was about to fire, the Dawn slipped into the space station's defense perimeter like an eel. The space station's automatic defense turrets recognition system scanned the Dawn, detecting the legitimate temporary identification code, and the cannon slightly turned to aim at the approaching Iron Anvil. On the bridge of the Iron Anvil, the captain looked at the small ship that had vanished into the defense perimeter on the screen, and at the space station's defense towers turning their cannons. His face turned ashen. "Report, the target has entered the space station's defense perimeter. If we continue to approach, it will be considered hostile behavior." Silence fell in the communication channel for a few seconds before Sun Kaiming's voice, suppressed with rage, came through. "Retreat." "Yes." The two destroyers reluctantly turned their directions and slid back into deep space. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming slammed his fist on the console. That kid got away again. And in such a humiliating way. Drifting lazily for 3 days, and then boldly entering through the defense gap right in front of him. "Supervisor, what do we do now?" the assistant asked cautiously. Sun Qiming stared at the light representing the Blackstone space station on the screen, his expression dark. Wang Lu must still be inside the space station. Chun Haifeng entered to meet her to retrieve the land deed and coordinates, he slowly said. "Notify our people inside the space station to keep a close watch on all docks and exits." The moment Chun Haifeng docks, report immediately. "And Wang Lu, keep an eye on her too." Sun Qiming sneered. "This time, I will make sure they can't move an inch inside the space station." The docking arm of the Dawn slowly locked the number 7 airlock of the space station with a click. Chun Haifeng didn't even wait for the pressure to fully stabilize and directly manually opened the inner cabin door. Wang Lu stood outside the door holding a silver briefcase, dressed in an inconspicuous gray coverall, with her hair tied back in a ponytail. "Everything is inside: the complete ownership data of the Kargan 7, the coordinate key, and the electronic deed signed by the seller." Wang Lu handed over the briefcase, speaking quickly. "I have already transferred the money from the account you reserved. Now it legally belongs to you." Chun Haifeng took the briefcase, feeling its weight. "Thanks. Did you bring everything?" Just this Wang Lu patted a small bag at her waist. The rest have been destroyed or taken away. Sun Kaiming's men are searching the entire space station for me. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to. All right, come aboard. Chun Haifeng stepped aside. As Wang Lu stepped into the dawn, hurried footsteps and shouts came from the other end of the dock. Over there. Dock number 7. Block the airlock. Wang Lu's expression changed. So soon. Chun Haifeng quickly pulled her in and pressed the button to close the cabin door. The old man said Sun Qiming has more spies than cockroaches, and it seems he was right. Just as the airlock was locked, a cold electronic voice forcefully cut into the external communication channel. This is the Deep Space United Mining Security Force. The unregistered industrial ship Dawn docked at berth number 7. Immediately cease all activities and submit to boarding inspection. Repeat, immediately cease activities. Chun Haifeng and Wang Lu exchanged glances. He found us, Wang Lu said. So what if he found us? Chun Haifeng turned and ran towards the cockpit. Buckle up, or we're leaving. The 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming stared at the anomalous energy readings that had just stabilized on the screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The docking is complete. Wang Lu must be on board, and the data has been transferred. He turned and ordered notify Hammer and Anvil approach the space station and communicate over public channels. Tell the space station management that they need to either hand over the Dawn themselves, or we will help them do it. The assistant hesitated. Supervisor, are we directly pressuring the space station? Isn't that? Do as I say. Sun Qiming interrupted. Chun Haifeng is currently on that broken ship. Wang Lu is also there along with the freshly acquired mining data. This is the best opportunity. We can't let him slip away. Understood. The command was transmitted to the 2 destroyers. The Hammer and Anvil had their engines fully powered, gliding from deep space towards the Blackstone space station, the turrets on their bows glimmering coldly under the starlight. A commanding voice came over the public channel. Attention, the management of Blackstone Space Station. This is the Deep Space United Mining Security Force. We have detected your station's dock number 7 harboring the industrial ship Dawn, suspected of illegal trading, stealing corporate assets, and endangering star domain security. We now demand that you immediately detain this ship and all personnel on board and hand them over to us for processing. If you do not comply, we will take necessary measures. The space station control center was in chaos. The duty supervisor looked at the 2 destroyers drawing closer outside, sweat beading on his forehead. Have the Deep Space United people gone mad? How dare they threaten the space station so brazenly? Supervisor, their energy cannons are charging. An operator shouted. Damn it. The duty supervisor gritted his teeth. Reply to them, the space station maintains neutrality and will not intervene in corporate disputes. Let them communicate with that ship themselves. This reply was essentially the same as saying nothing. Sun Qiming heard this in the monitoring station and smirked even more. Coward. Tell Hammer to get a bit closer and apply some pressure. The cockpit of the Dawn. Chun Haifeng watched the 2 rapidly approaching lights on the radar, glancing at the external monitoring screen. The 2 destroyers loomed like small mountains, slowly pressing towards the edge of the space station's defense perimeter, their cannon muzzles pointing directly at them. This son of a gun is serious about this. Chun Haifeng clicked his tongue. Wang Lu, is there a back door in the space station that can help us stall a bit? Wang Lu had already fastened her seatbelt and was quickly operating the controls on the co-pilot's console. There is, but it can only stall for a while. The space station has several preset jamming programs originally meant to defend against pirates or respond to federal raids. I know the person in charge of this system. I helped him out a lot before, and he gave me an activation code. She entered a long string of codes. Moments later, a blinding electromagnetic flash erupted around the space station. It wasn't an attack, but a wide-range signal jamming. All external scanners' screens instantly filled with static, and the communication channels were filled with piercing noise. On the Hammer bridge, the captain looked at the blank radar screen and swore. What's going on? The space station has activated strong jamming. Our fire control radar and scanning array are temporarily disabled. How long will it be disabled? At least 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough. Chun Haifeng shouted inside the Dawn as he pushed the throttle all the way down. The main engine at the rear of the Dawn spewed out a blue tail flame, shooting off like a stone fired from a slingshot launching away from the dock. The docking arm didn't even have time to fully retract, sparking as it scraped along the edge of the dock. He's getting away. The captain of the Anvil yelled over the comms. Chase. Sun Qiming slammed his hand on the table in the monitoring station. As soon as the jamming stops, lock onto him. Don't let him enter the jump. 30 seconds. The Dawn darted like a startled fish, zigzagging through the signal fog created by the interference. Chun Haifeng didn't head towards the open area, but instead dove straight towards the dense maintenance platforms and debris of small abandoned satellites behind the space station. Where are you going? Wang Lu stared at the navigation screen. There's no road over there. If there's no road, we'll make one. Chen Haifeng's eyes were fixed on the haphazard metal frameworks ahead. Sun Kaiming's destroyers are big. They won't dare to follow too closely in places like this for fear of colliding. The dawn weaved through the steel jungle, several times brushing against the edges of abandoned platforms, producing a grating noise that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Lu gripped the handrail, tightly feeling like she might throw up her breakfast. The 30-second interference ended. The radars of the two destroyers lit up again, almost simultaneously locking onto the signal of the dawn, which was darting left and right within the debris field. Lock onto the target. Fire. Several laser beams grazed past the tail of the dawn, hitting a piece of abandoned solar panel and exploding into a fireball. Damn, they are really firing. Chen Haifeng swerved sharply, making a quick turn to hide behind a massive piece of communication satellite debris. Boss Chen, hiding like this won't work. Wang Lu brought up the star map. I know a route. If we go this way, there's a small asteroid field ahead full of rubble that big ships can't enter. Coordinates. Wang Lu sent the coordinates to the navigation screen. Chen Haifeng glanced at it. The route was winding, passing through an area marked as navigation not recommended, filled with debris. That's it. The engines of the dawn roared to full power, charging towards the dark rubble field. Behind, the two destroyers closely pursued. Sun Qiming watched the live feed in the monitoring station, his expression grim. He wants to enter the debris field. Looking for death. Follow him in. Supervisor, the gaps in the debris field are too narrow. Our ship is too large, forcing entry may. I don't care. Follow him in. Sun Qiming shouted. We must pin him down today. The hammer and anvil, gritting their teeth, plunged into the debris field, following the dawn. They regretted it as soon as they entered. Everywhere was floating debris, some as big as houses, others the size of fists, densely packed. The dawn, being smaller, combined with Chen Haifeng activating the system's concealment assistance, slipped like an eel between the rocks. The destroyers, however, were in dire straits. Port side. A rock is coming. Evade. Quick. Bang. A rock the size of a truck grazed past the hammer, causing the shield's energy to drop by 15% instantly. The captain turned pale. No. If we continue chasing like this, we'll crash before we catch him. Slow down. Create distance. The two destroyers had to slow down, watching helplessly as the small light of the dawn drilled deeper and deeper into the debris field, growing further away. The pursuit distance quickly widened. The cockpit of the dawn. On the radar, the two red dots representing the destroyers finally stopped at the edge of the rubble field, no longer pursuing. Chen Haifeng let out a sigh of relief and reduced speed. We've shaken them off, he said. Wang Lu released her grip from the handrail, her palms drenched in sweat. Temporarily shaken off. But they definitely noted your flight path. Sun Qiming will analyze your maneuvering data. Let him analyze it. Chen Haifeng glanced at the dark starry sky behind them. Anyway, we have the coordinates for Kargan 7. Once we set up the base, he'll have something to look forward to. Wang Lu leaned back in her chair, feeling as if all her bones were about to fall apart. She glanced at Chen Haifeng's profile. This guy, the maneuvers he just pulled off in the debris field didn't seem like he was piloting an industrial ship. He looked more like a madman flying a fighter jet. Where to next? She asked. First to a safe place to settle you down. Chen Haifeng pulled up the star map, then to our new home. Kargan 7. Yes. Chen Haifeng smiled. From now on, that place will be called Origin Base. The dawn adjusted its course, quietly sailing towards an inconspicuous light deep within the star map. The 7th monitoring station. Sun Qiming looked at the area on the screen where the signal of the dawn had finally disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. Supervisor, the target has escaped tracking. A technician reported softly. I know. Sun Kaiming's voice was calm, but his fingers turned white from gripping tightly. Record all maneuvering data of the dawn in the debris field and send it to the technical department for analysis. I want to know how that broken ship achieved such agility. Understood. Sun Qiming turned and looked out at the dark starry sky. Chen Haifeng, Wang Lu, and the freshly acquired mining site. This time I let you get away. Next time you won't be so lucky. The data packet has been received and verification is complete. The ownership documents, coordinate key, and defense identification code for Kargan 7 are all here. Wang Lu inserted the last data board from the silver briefcase into the main control interface of the dawn, watching a series of verification successful prompts flash on the screen, and let out a sigh of relief. Chen Haifeng stared at the newly refreshed coordinate point on the navigation screen, a solitary cursor blinking at the edge of the star map. Is this our new home? Legally, yes. Wang Lu leaned back in the passenger seat, rubbing her temples. The money has been transferred, and the electronic signature for the land deed is effective. As long as you don't get turned into space debris by Sun Qiming, that place is yours. He wishes. Chen Haifeng glanced at the rear monitoring screen. The space station Blackstone had shrunk to a small point of light, and the shadows of the two destroyers were long gone. The dawn was drifting slowly in the shadow of a small asteroid belt at its lowest power, like real space debris. Your sailing style truly embodies the essence of cautiousness. Wang Lu observed the slowly passing debris outside. While people flee at full throttle, you're just taking a leisurely stroll here. Going fast leads to quick deaths. Chen Haifeng adjusted the course, gliding the ship past a rock the size of a house. Sun Kaiming's two ships are large. They wouldn't dare follow too closely in this debris field. If we go slow, it's safer. True. Wang Lu nodded, then suddenly remembered, by the way, I cleared all the transaction records in the space station before I left. I used a crusher combined with an electromagnetic pulse to ensure that even data recovery experts couldn't retrieve anything. Well done. Chen Haifeng laughed. Now, even if Sun Qiming wants to investigate, he can only find a record of destroyed. He won't be able to touch the specifics at all. Let's hope so. Wang Lu looked out at the pitch-black starry sky. That guy has more schemes than a honeycomb. We can't be careless. At the 7th monitoring station, Sun Qiming stared at the segment of data flow marked as anomaly on the main screen, his expression grim. The record was short with an active window of less than 0.3 seconds, and the content was all garbled. However, the energy characteristics and transmission protocols matched highly with Wang Lu's previous transaction behavior that was monitored. Is this all there is? He asked. The technician shrank his neck. Director, the space station activated strong interference protocols during that time. Our monitoring network only captured this small segment. Moreover, the signal source location cannot be accurately pinpointed. The interference is too strong. What about the dawn? Sun Qiming brought up the real-time scan map outside of the space station. Where did that broken ship go? The scan map was completely empty. The light point representing the dawn had vanished, as if it evaporated after entering the space station's defense zone. Maybe it's still inside the space station, the assistant said quietly. Impossible. Sun Qiming shook his head. Wang Lu must have given him the data. The transaction is complete, and they have no reason to stay in the space station waiting for death. They must have fled using some kind of covert technology we haven't mastered yet. He brought up the maneuvering data from the Dawn's previous passage through the debris field. The trajectories that weaved through the asteroid gaps were so agile that they hardly resembled an industrial ship. Order Hammer and Anvil to expand their scanning range, focusing on all conventional routes around the space station, especially those suitable for slow stealth. I refuse to believe he can hide indefinitely. The orders were dispatched. The two destroyers began to comb the starry sky back and forth like a comb. In the cockpit of the Dawn, a warning sounded. Warning, active scanning beam detected. Source destroyer class, distance 800 kilometers, scanning mode, wide area coverage. The system alert chimed again. Chen Haifeng clicked his tongue. Is this never-ending? He glanced at the radar where the two red dots representing the destroyers were slowly moving in the distance, scanning waves sweeping over the area like searchlights. Can we avoid them? Wang Lu asked. Not too much of a problem. Chen Haifeng brought up the system interface and activated the background noise fusion feature in the signal simulation. We're now disguising ourselves as a metal-rich type asteroid. Our signal characteristics are nearly identical to the surrounding environment. As long as we don't move around, they'll just see us as a natural object. The Dawn fell completely silent. Even the attitude adjustment thrusters were shut off, relying entirely on inertia to drift through the debris field. The scanning wave passed over the ship. Once, twice. It stopped. Did it leave? Wang Lu whispered. For now. Chen Haifeng stared at the radar, but they haven't gone far. They're still hovering nearby. Sun Qiming is determined to block us. What do? We can't just keep drifting here, can we? Of course not. Chen Haifeng brought up the star map, pointing at the coordinates of Karen 7. Our new home is still some distance away. We need to move slowly. Fortunately, most of the route is in small asteroid belts or nebula dust areas suitable for stealthy navigation. How long will it take? Depends on the situation. Chen Haifeng estimated if we maintain minimal power throughout and avoid major routes, it'll probably take about 4 to 5 days. Wang Lu gasped. 4 to 5 days. Are we just going to stare at each other in this tin can for 4 to 5 days? What else can we do? Chen Haifeng chuckled. If you find it boring, there are a few SCVs in the cargo hold. You can chat with them, they won't mind. Get lost. Wang Lu laughed, then sighed. Alright, it's better than being caught by Sun Qiming. 4 to 5 days it is. Let's treat it like a vacation. At the 7th monitoring station, time passed by second. The Hammer and Anvil had already scanned the area around the space station 3 times, finding not even a suspicious piece of space debris. Director, no results from the search. The captain reported the target has likely utilized the interference window to conduct a short-range jump and has exited the current area. Jumping would leave energy residue. Have you detected any? Sun Qiming asked. No. The jump monitoring points at the edge of the interference zone did not record any jump signals consistent with the Dawn's characteristics. Sun Qiming fell silent. No jump, no conventional navigation signals. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the Dawn has mastered some covert technology beyond the conventional, or it hasn't gone far at all, hiding right beneath his nose. Calculate it. Sun Shiming suddenly said, if the target is using minimal power for conventional navigation, how long would it take to reach the nearest area suitable for hiding or establishing a base from the space station? The technician quickly operated, bringing up the star map for calculations. A few minutes later, the results came out. Director, if they maintain stealthy low-speed navigation throughout avoiding all major monitoring nodes, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to reach the nearest potential target area. 4 to 5 days. Sun Shiming stared at the star map, quickly analyzing in his mind. Do they have enough energy reserves? Enough food and water? Does Chen Haifeng dare to take this risk? He dares. That kid would even dare to drill through wormholes, drifting leisurely in the interference zone for a few days is probably just like a picnic for him. Notify hammer and anvil. Sun Shiming finally spoke, withdraw to the original monitoring position. The assistant was taken aback. Director, we're not pursuing. We can't catch up. Sun Shiming shook his head. The interception success rate has dropped below the threshold. Continuing to expand the search would only waste energy unnecessarily and might lead to conflicts with the space station management. Since Chen Haifeng chose this slow, stealthy approach, then we would play the long game with him. He brought up the control interface of the monitoring network and input a series of commands. Initiate the remote monitoring protocol for all conventional routes, resource points, and known abandoned facility coordinates within a 15 light-minute radius of the space station, conducting 24-hour continuous periodic scans. Focus on monitoring energy flow and mineral transport anomalies. If he wants to build a base, he will definitely need resources. As long as he makes a move, he will leave traces. Sun Shiming sneered, then we'll surprise him when the time comes. The orders were issued. The two destroyers turned around, their engines blasting out exhaust flames as they slowly departed from the area. In the cockpit of the Dawn, the two red dots representing the destroyers finally began to move away, and they were getting farther. They've retreated, Chen Haifeng said. Wang Lu stared at the screen until the red dots completely disappeared from the detection range, finally letting out a breath of relief. Did they really retreat? It could be a trap, right? Doesn't look like it. Chen Haifeng analyzed the radar data. The retreat trajectory is very straightforward, without any signs of detours or ambushes. Sun Shiming must have judged that the cost of interception is too high and temporarily gave up. Good for him. Wang Lu leaned back in her chair, feeling her bones relax. So are we safe now? For now. Chen Haifeng slightly increased the engine power of the Dawn, changing the ship's speed from crawling to slow walking, but Sun Shiming is definitely not giving up. He must be watching from somewhere else. We have to be more careful in our future activities. Understood. Wang Lu nodded, then looked at the blinking coordinate on the navigation screen. So, next we go there. Yes. Chen Haifeng adjusted the heading, and the Dawn slowly emerged from the shadow of the asteroid belt, heading towards the inconspicuous light point deep in the starry sky. Karen 7, our new starting point. Outside the ship window, the starlight flowed. The Dawn drifted like a silent seed into the depths of darkness, preparing to silently take root in an unknown corner. Meanwhile, at a distant monitoring station, Sun Shiming stared at the empty star field on the screen, his gaze icy. Chen Haifeng, this time you got away. Next time you won't be so lucky. The Dawn was like a piece of chewed gum stuck in the shadows of the asteroid belt, moving at a pace that made one anxious. Chen Haifeng stared at the navigation screen, observing the serpentine flight path, and let out a yawn. Old man, how's it going on your end? Are Sun Kaiming's two ships still lurking? Zhao Jigang's voice came through the encrypted channel, echoing slightly, as if in an open space. They retreated early. I just set up my observation point, and from the thermal signals, they have returned to their regular monitoring positions and are no longer pursuing. Chen Haifeng sighed in relief. Wang Lu was fiddling with the old signal analyzer of the Dawn in the co-pilot seat, not looking up. Don't celebrate too early. Someone like Sun Shiming, if he can't chase us openly, will definitely watch us from the shadows. I estimate his monitoring network has now switched to long-term surveillance mode, just waiting for you to show yourself. Like a stubborn itch impossible to shake off. Chen Haifeng clicked his tongue. It's normal. That's how big companies operate. Wang Lu tapped the keyboard a few times, bringing up a rough analysis report. You see, based on his previous operational patterns and resource mobilization, it's highly likely he will scan all regular entrances, exits, and resource points in this star region with a 24-hour cycle. From now on, whenever we transport resources or undertake construction, any significant movement could attract his attention. Chen Haifeng glanced at the report, his brow furrowing. Does that mean we have to do everything stealthily? That's about the gist of it. Wang Lu shut down the interface and turned to him. So Boss Chen, I need to formally discuss something with you. What is it? I want to join the team. Wang Lu said directly, not just temporarily lending a hand, but to officially become part of your team. Chen Haifeng was taken aback. Wang Lu continued, I have been in the intelligence business for several years, familiar with black market channels, information networks, and procurement paths. When you build the base, you can't expect to handcraft all the parts with SCVs, right? You will need to buy equipment, materials, and even hire people. I am more skilled in these tasks than you. Moreover, she paused. Sun Qiming must have tied me to you now. Going solo carries significant risk. It's better to band together for safety. Chen Haifeng didn't respond, immediately tapping his fingers on the joystick. Zhao Jigang's voice interrupted. Haifeng, I think it's feasible. Wang Lu is resourceful and sharp. We currently lack someone like her. Relying only on the two of us, one a reckless youth, and the other a seasoned veteran, makes intelligence and procurement quite blind. Old man, how can you say that? I'm not reckless. Chen Haifeng chuckled. You still are? You dare to dive into wormholes? Zhao Jigang snorted. Stop stalling and give a definite answer. I've set up the observation point here, and I'll send you the coordinates. Hurry over to rendezvous, and we'll discuss the next steps. A package of coordinates was transmitted. Chen Haifeng glanced at it. They were still some distance from the Kargong 7 mine, but in a good observation position. He looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu didn't rush him, just watching. All right. Chen Haifeng nodded. Welcome aboard. From now on you will be in charge of intelligence and procurement. As for salary, there's none at the moment. We can discuss it once the base starts producing. Deal. Wang Lu smiled. Salary is negotiable. Just ensure food and lodging for now. Besides, I'm currently homeless. The team relationship was established just like that, simply as if buying vegetables at a market. The observation point Zhao Jigang mentioned was actually a small mobile cabin embedded in a huge asteroid's crack, camouflaged to look no different from the surrounding rocks. Chen Haifeng piloted the Dawn closer, docking. The airlock opened, and Zhao Jigang's scruffy face peeked in. Finally made it. He clapped Chen Haifeng on the shoulder and turned to Wang Lu. You've worked hard this time, girl. Uncle Zhao, from now on we are all in the same boat. Wang Lu waved her hand. The three of them squeezed into the small cockpit of the Dawn. Zhao Jigang brought up the star map, pointing at a clearly marked dotted line. This is the straightest path from our current position to the Kargong 7 mine. The advantage is speed. If we go full throttle, we can get there in 6 hours. Chen Haifeng asked, what about the drawbacks? The downside is that this route passes near 2 small jump beacons. Although they are abandoned, Sun Qiming's monitoring network is likely to pay special attention to these locations. Zhao Jigang said the risk is high and we could easily be scanned. He then drew another winding line. The second route, a detour. We can traverse through the depths of this asteroid belt using the complex terrain for cover, moving slowly the entire way. The advantage is that it's concealed and nearly impossible to be detected by long-range scans. The downside, Chen Haifeng interjected. Is that it's slow? Zhao Jigang nodded. Yes, it would take at least a day and a half longer. And the internal environment of the asteroid belt is complex, potentially harboring unknown space debris or residual gravitational anomalies, so the navigational risks are not low either. How will you choose? Wang Lu looked at Chen Haifeng. Chen Haifeng focused on the 2 flight paths, quickly running through the options in his mind. If he chose the fast route, they might be discovered by Sun Qiming before they even reached home, leading to another chase. Choosing the slow route, while time-consuming, would be safer. Moreover, he now had the analysis of the monitoring network provided by Wang Lu, knowing Sun Qiming's general surveillance strategy, which would allow him to avoid detection. Detour. Chen Haifeng made his decision. A day and a half is no big deal. Safety first. Just as I thought. Zhao Jigang smiled. Then you set off now, and I'll keep an eye on things from here. I will notify you of any anomalies at any time. Once you are close to the perimeter of the mine, I will guide you through those abandoned defense zones. Understood. The Dawn once again departed like a fish, silently slipping deeper into the asteroid belt. The detour route was indeed difficult to navigate. Everywhere was floating debris, larger ones like mountains, smaller ones like sand. The Dawn had to constantly adjust its posture, weaving through the gaps between the rocks. Chen Haifeng handed over part of the driving to the system, freeing his hands to study the information around Kargong 7 with Wang Lu. Wang Lu slowly shared the intelligence she had. The mine itself has been abandoned for nearly 10 years due to the depletion of the main or vein and high mining costs. But the basic structures should still be intact, with power supply, life support, and docking facilities that can be repaired and reused. The surrounding forces are quite complex. She brought up a hand-drawn schematic. To the east, about 2 light minutes away, there's a small pirate gang called Rusty Nails with around 3 or 4 modified frigates. They mainly raid solitary merchant ships and occasionally engage in salvage. As long as they don't provoke them, they generally won't touch fixed bases with defenses. Chen Haifeng noted. Further to the west, there's an independent miner gathering point with about a dozen people, all individuals crushed by large companies banding together for warmth. Their attitude is relatively neutral, and it might be worth trying to make contact. Perhaps we could trade or hire them. Wang Lu added. But the most concerning area is to the south. She pointed at the bottom of the star map. There's a scavenger community. They're not small, with mixed personnel. The leader is a guy called Old Scar Ruthless and specializes in picking up the trash left behind after conflicts between major forces, and sometimes even actively creates trash. Their attitude towards new neighbors is hard to say. Chen Haifeng mentally noted this information. Before the base was even constructed, he had already recognized the surrounding neighbors. It felt like playing a simulation management game, starting off at a hellish difficulty. The intelligence work is daunting. He sighed. This is just the beginning. Wang Lu remarked, once the base takes shape, we'll have to reorganize the relationships of the surrounding forces. At that time, I might have to make a few trips in person to get a feel for things. The dawn continued to move slowly through the sea of rocks. Time passed little by little. A day later, the outline of the Kargong 7 mine finally appeared on the navigation screen. It was a massive, irregularly shaped artificial structure resembling a half-eaten metallic apple quietly floating in the starry sky. The exterior was covered in impact craters and rust, with many areas showing signs of damage. I see you. Zhao Jigang's communication came through. Now follow my instructions. There's a ring of old automatic defense turrets around the mine. Most of them are non-functional, but a few might still be in low-power standby mode. Don't trigger them. Understood. Follow my marked points. Zhao Jigang marked a series of green light points on the star map. This path is an old maintenance route providing the best signal cover. Slow down and reduce power to the minimum. The dawn moved like a thief, inching alongside the massive exterior of the mine. As they passed several enormous turret bases, Chen Haifeng could even see the residual laser scorch marks on them. Was there a battle here back in the day? He asked. A small conflict, I suppose. Zhao Jigang replied. Abandoned mines in frontier star regions are often attacked by pirates or competing foes. But it seems the defenders won it, otherwise this mine would have been stripped clean ages ago. After about half an hour of circling, the dawn finally arrived at a concealed dock entrance. The gate was half open, revealing a dark interior. This is it, just drive straight in, Zhao Jigang said. The dock has an independent airlock system, which I've checked, but still functional. The dawn slowly entered the darkness. The gate gradually closed behind them. A few old emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow. The dock wasn't large, but it was more than enough for the dawn. Next to it were piles of rusty containers and abandoned engineering equipment. The dawn docked steadily. The docking arm locked in place. The airlock opened. Chen Haifeng and Wang Lu stepped out of the cabin, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. Zhao Jigang walked out from the other side of the dock's passage holding a portable scanner. Welcome to your new home. He grinned, though it's a bit broken, at least it's our own territory now. Wang Lu looked around and took a deep breath. The air was tinged with a faint metallic and oil scent, along with a hint of long-standing dust. Not bad, she said. Better than I imagined. At least the roof doesn't leak. Chen Haifeng walked to the edge of the dock, gazing at the dim lights and rusty steel structures outside. Kargong 7, the starting base. They had finally arrived. The emergency lights at the dock cast long shadows of the three figures. Chen Haifeng stepped on the metal floor, the echo buzzing in the empty dock. This place is quite run down. Run down or not, it's ours now. Zhao Jigang put away the portable scanner in his hand. Let's take stock of our assets first, so we won't be caught off guard later. The three returned to the dawn. Chen Haifeng opened the cargo hold, revealing several standard containers. What we brought on the dawn mainly consists of 3 items: the core module of the starport, a small amount of supplies, and Wang Lu's intelligence equipment. Wang Lu patted the silver briefcase she brought aboard. The equipment is here. Additionally, I obtained a rough report on this mine from the black market before the transaction. It seemed all right at the time, stating that there is basic infrastructure that can be repaired. Is the information accurate? Zhao Jigang asked. You know how it is with black market stuff, 7 parts true and 3 parts false. Wang Lu shrugged. I was in a rush to trade and couldn't conduct an on-site inspection, so I had to trust it. All right, let's not dwell on the information for now, Chen Haifeng said. Old man, did you say there's backup energy for this mine? Yes, I briefly checked before coming in. Zhao Jigang pointed to a console at the end of the dock. That over there should be able to start. As long as the energy is still usable, at least lighting and basic scanning should be fine. The three approached the console. It was covered in a layer of dust, and the screen was fuzzy. Zhao Jigang found a cloth and wiped it, revealing old physical buttons and a joystick underneath. This thing is older than I am, isn't it? Wang Lu grimaced at the pile of buttons. Old things are durable. Zhao Jigang skillfully pressed a few keys and pushed the joystick. The console buzzed to life, the screen flickering a few times before displaying a snow-covered image. It's working. Zhao Jigang pressed a few more buttons. Several large lights on the dock ceiling flickered on, illuminating the whole dock, albeit dimly. Immediately after, a holographic projector on the side of the console crackled to life, projecting a 3-dimensional structural diagram of the mine. Scanning has started. Zhao Jigang stared at the structural diagram. Self-check in progress. Main structure integrity. It's acceptable, 78%. It can work for now. Life support system. Partially damaged, but the core circulation is still operational. Power network. Unstable, but it can hold on. Chen Haifeng looked at the green sections on the structural diagram, feeling a bit more reassured. At least this place isn't a complete ruin or it can still be repaired for habitation. But soon his brows furrowed. Next to the structural diagram, another scanning window popped up displaying the resource distribution of the mine. A sea of red. Not the kind of dark red that represents rich but a glaring red indicating none or very low. Mining vein scan results. All known exploitable veins. Reserves 0. The doc fell silent. Wang Lu was the first to react. Impossible. The information I bought said this mine was abandoned due to high extraction costs. It didn't say it was depleted. She quickly opened her briefcase and pulled out the rough data she obtained before the transaction, quickly flipping to the resource assessment page. It read, remaining reserves of the main vein low. Economic viability of extraction poor. Recommendation can serve as a small resource supplement after repair. What the hell? Wang Lu cursed angrily. The seller played word games. Remaining reserves low. That's 0. Is there a difference between 0 and low? Chen Haifeng remained silent and directly activated the system. Initiating deep geological scan. Scanning. Scan complete. The system interface unfolded before him, presenting a more detailed and deeper underground structural diagram. It was 10 times clearer than the mine's built-in scan. On the diagram, the areas that should represent the veins were now all marked in gray as depleted. Only a few scattered, insignificant dots were labeled industrial waste accumulation area. The system confirmed it. Chen Haifeng's voice was a bit dry, underground completely clean. Not to mention rare, where there are barely any basic iron ore left. The previous mine owner must have scraped the ground clean, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Jigang slammed his fist on the console, making a loud noise. Damn it, they took us for fools, he cursed. I was wondering why it was so cheap, and they rushed us to finalize the deal. Turns out it was a shell. Wang Lu's face also darkened. It's my fault for not verifying the information clearly. I was only thinking about the hidden location, easy to defend, never expected to get screwed on resources. It's useless to say this now. Chen Haifeng waved his hand. The problem is, what do we do next? We need to build a base and deploy the starport module. Both require resources. Right now the mine has nothing. What can we use to build? Zhao Jigang pulled up the star map and zoomed in on the area around the mine. He traced his finger over it. The closest recorded resource point is here, the C12 asteroid belt, about 3.7 light years away. 3.7 light years. Wang Lu calculated, even if the Dawn runs at full speed, it would take at least half a month for a round trip. Moreover, the route is full of Sun Kaiming's surveillance net. Making such a big move to transport resources is no different from waving a banner saying I am here. What's even more troublesome, Zhao Jigang pointed to a marker on the star map. The C12 resource point is right on the edge of Sun Kaiming's surveillance coverage area. He may not monitor it 24 hours, but periodic scans are guaranteed. If we go there to mine, the risk is too high. The three fell silent. The dock's lights flickered on and off, casting shadows on the rusty metal walls. The Dawn sat quietly at the berth, and those starport core modules now looked like a joke. Without resources, even the most advanced blueprints are just waste paper. Without ore, the SCVs can only stare at the rocks. Chen Haifeng felt a bitterness in his mouth. After all his efforts, wormhole drilling, dodging pursuers, making deals, finally securing a legitimate outpost, only to find it was a shell. This starting point is practically hellish difficulty. Wang Lu leaned against the console and sighed. So now we are holding advanced blueprints standing on a wasteland, and then realize we even have to steal bricks to build a house right under the enemy's nose. That's about the gist of it. Zhao Jigang lit a cigarette and took a hard drag, and the bricks we steal might not even be enough. Chen Haifeng stared at the gray depleted area in the system interface, his mind racing. Going directly to C12 for mining is too risky. It's like exposing ourselves. If we don't mine, the base can't be built. It will forever be a shell. The little industrial waste in the mine the system can recycle, but the amount is too little. It's a drop in the bucket. System, he asked inwardly, scan the interior of the mine besides, or are there any other recyclable resources? For example, discarded equipment, metal structures, or even the remains of those defense turrets. Scanning. Detected large metal structures, main body of the mine. Detected discarded industrial equipment, 73 units, recycling rate approximately 40%. Detected remains of defense turrets, 12 units, some containing rare alloys. Preliminary estimate total recycling can yield basic resources 150,000 metal units, 800 rare alloy units, 0 energy crystals. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. We have a way forward, he said. The mine itself and those discarded devices and turrets can be recycled. The system estimates that we can dismantle quite a bit of metal and alloy. Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu turned to look at him. Dismantling the house flow. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. Dismantling the mine for resources. Not a total dismantle, Chen Haifeng explained. Dismantling those useless parts like severely damaged areas, discarded equipment, and those defunct turrets outside. Using the resources obtained from the dismantling, we can first set up a basic refining plant and production line. And then, Zhao Jigang asked, even if dismantling can provide starting resources, what about the future? Base operations, true production, ship maintenance, which one doesn't require continuous investment? Relying solely on dismantling, how long can we sustain it? Chen Haifeng fell silent. This is indeed a problem. Dismantling can only address immediate needs, not a long-term solution. Wang Lu suddenly spoke up. Maybe we can think of it from a different perspective. Chen Haifeng and Zhao Jigang both looked at her. The mine has no ore, but we have other advantages. Wang Lu said, I have an intelligence network that knows where there might be unrecorded or points, or which small factions have goods, but can't transport them out or are afraid to transport them. You mean being a middleman? Zhao Jigang squinted. Or a resource integrator? Wang Lu smiled. In places like the Fringe Star regions, many small miners or independent groups have mined ores, but lack channels to refine them, nor the courage to pass through pirate zones to sell them. We could trade with them using our refining technology or safe transportation in exchange for their ores. Chen Haifeng thought for a moment. That's a feasible approach. But the prerequisite is that we first need an operational refining plant and a transportation capability that can impress others. Otherwise, who would trade with us? So back to square one, Zhao Jigang extinguished his cigarette. We need to first secure starting resources to build the first refining plant and the first batch of escort ships. The three fell silent again. The dock's lights dimmed once more, then stubbornly lit up again. Chen Haifeng looked at the flickering light and suddenly smiled. Damn it, starting with just a map, all resources depend on dismantling. He shook his head. All right, hellish difficulty it is. Better than being crushed by Sun Qiming in space. He looked at Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu. Are we doing this? Zhao Jigang grinned. Of course we've come this far, can we turn back? Wang Lu also smiled. Anyway, I'm currently unemployed, might as well stick with the boss. At worst, he'll get tricked again. Then it's settled. Chen Haifeng slapped the console. First step, dismantle. Recycle everything we can to gather starting resources. Second step, use these resources to set up a micro-refining plant and the first escort ship production line. Third step, while producing, let Wang Lu probe into the local small factions for trading opportunities. At the same time, Zhao Jigang added, I need to keep an eye on Sun Qiming's movements. Our dismantling and building might cause energy fluctuations that could attract attention. We need to be careful. The plan was rough, the risks immense, and the future uncertain. But at least there was a way forward. Chen Haifeng walked over to the Dawn and patted the cold hull. SCV, it's time to get to work. Let's first dismantle this house and see what we can salvage. The emergency light at the dock flickered again, casting the silent shadows of three individuals onto the rusted wall. Chen Haifeng stared at the glaring red scanning results on the control panel, feeling the bitterness in his mouth intensify. So he began, his voice slightly dry in the empty dock. We now hold the advanced starport blueprint standing on a ruin, where we have to steal even the bricks ourselves, and our only means of transportation is a nearly falling apart old ship. While summarized, Wang Lu leaned against the control panel, arms crossed, the start of the game collapsing that describes our current situation perfectly. Zhao Jigang remained silent, lighting up another cigarette and taking a deep drag, the smoke slowly dispersing in the dim yellow light. Relying solely on dismantling won't work. What happens after dismantling? Where will the subsequent resources come from? Are we going to steal under Sun Qiming's nose? What's the difference from sending ourselves to death? So what are your thoughts? Zhao Jigang exhaled a smoke ring. We can't just sit here and wait for death, right? Chen Haifeng did not answer directly. He called up the system interface and quickly browsed through the resource tree for base construction. At the very top, a gray icon lit up command center. The system shows that to deploy the starport module and establish a production line, the first step is to have a command center. Chen Haifeng pointed at the icon. This thing is the control node. Without it, all subsequent constructions will be in vain. Then let's build it. Wang Lu said, don't you have the blueprint? That's where the problem lies. Chen Haifeng smiled bitterly. Building the command center requires basic resources, 800 units of metal, 500 energy crystals, and a ship-grade mainframe core. He looked at the Dawn docked at the pier. We can gather some of the metal and energy crystals by dismantling the mine. But the mainframe core? He paused. This thing is the brain of a ship, and you can't buy it on the market. It's a strictly controlled military-grade component. Zhao Jigang extinguished his cigarette. So we're stuck here. We have the blueprint, we have the place, but we're lacking a brain. Pretty much. Chen Haifeng nodded. The dock fell silent again. Only the old ventilation system emitted a buzzing noise. After about half a minute, Zhao Jigang suddenly spoke. Maybe we should call for external assistance. Chen Haifeng and Wang Lu both looked at him. Who? Chen Haifeng asked. Li Jiangwo, Zhao Jigang said oldly. He's the chief engineer at our Panshir mining, and you sought his help when you modified the Dawn, didn't you? Chen Haifeng remembered. That taciturn engineer with impressive technical skills. Can he solve the problem with the mainframe core? Wang Lu asked. He may not solve the construction issue, but he might know how to make do, Zhao Jigang said. Old Li excels at patching together a bunch of junk into something usable. Moreover, he works in the engineering department and has access to some non-public technical materials. Chen Haifeng thought for a moment. Is there a risk in contacting him? Sun Qiming is definitely watching everyone related to us right now. Use an encrypted channel for a single jump communication, Zhao Jigang said. I have a backup plan on my side. Old Li also has anti-tracking equipment. Short-term contact shouldn't be a problem. Then let's give it a try, Chen Haifeng resolved. Zhao Jigang walked to the dawn, retrieving a palm-sized black box from the cockpit. He pressed a few buttons, and an antenna popped out from the side of the box. This was given to me by Old Li before an emergency communicator, Zhao Jigang explained. The signal is encrypted and disguised multiple times and can only send coordinates and simple information in one direction. Once he receives it, he will call us back through his channels. He entered a string of coordinates and a brief code on the box Kerong 7. Urgently need technical support safe. He pressed the send button. The indicator light on the box blinked a few times and then went out. Let's wait. Zhao Jigang put the box away, if all goes well within 10 minutes. The waiting time felt particularly long. Chen Haifeng did not remain idle. He called up the detailed structure diagram of the command center from the system. Command center core building of the human base. Functions resource allocation production sequence management troop command technology research node. Construction requirements. His gaze fell on the alternative solutions section. Does the system actually have this function? He clicked to open it. Host lacks a standard mainframe core. The system provides an emergency solution. The existing onboard mainframe can be modified and integrated, but it must match the corresponding starport control module to construct a temporary command node. Warning: this solution will lead to permanent damage to the ship, and the stability of the temporary node is only 67 of the standard. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. There's a way. He immediately shared the system interface with Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu. The system says we can use the onboard mainframe of the Dawn, combine it with the starport core module we have, and create a temporary command node. Wang Lu leaned in to take a look. You mean dismantle the Dawn and use its brain? Exactly, Chen Haifeng nodded. The mainframe of the Dawn, although old, is still ship-grade and usable. We do have the starport core module we obtained from the Stardust Ring warehouse, right? That thing itself has control functions. If we piece them together theoretically, we can create a command center. Then what about the Dawn? Zhao Jigang asked. If we dismantle it, we'll truly be left without a ship. How will we go out, transport goods, or escape? All on foot. So this is a gamble, Chen Haifeng said. It's betting that before we can get the base operational, we won't be attacked. Betting that Wang Lu's intelligence network can help us find safe resource acquisition channels. Betting that the temporary command node we create will be enough for us to produce our first ship. He paused, lowering his voice. In plain terms, it's all or nothing. Betting everything we have on this opening move. Wang Lu looked at the star map, suddenly speaking. There's another problem. Even if we dismantle the ship and build the command center, where will the raw materials come from? The nearest C-12 resource point is right next to Sun Qiming's surveillance net. We currently have no ship, so we can't even get there. She pulled up the data in her intelligence device and quickly flipped through it. I checked the situation of the surrounding forces, she said. The Rusty Nail pirate group is the closest to us, but they only raid, not mine. The independent miner gathering point to the west is impoverished. The scavenger community Old Scar to the south might have stockpiled some ores and materials picked up from conflict zones. But trading with Old Scar is too risky, Zhao Jigang frowned. Those people are ruthless. Knowing we're newcomers and urgently need resources, they would definitely exploit us to the maximum. So that's a last resort, Wang Lu said. My suggestion is to not worry about external resources for now. Concentrate all efforts to get the command center built, and then use everything we can dismantle from the mine to produce some basic things first, such as a few reinforced SCVs or a small squad of Marines. Once we have the most basic self-defense and engineering forces, we can consider going out to find food. Just then Zhao Jigang's black box suddenly vibrated, emitting a faint beep-beep sound. He immediately took it out and pressed the answer button. A slightly hoarse male voice came from inside, distorted from processing, but recognizable as Li Jianguo. Old Zhao. Coordinates received. What's the situation on your end? Is that kid Chen Haifeng still alive? Alive and kicking, Zhao Jigang said. Only to keep it brief, we're in trouble. He quickly explained the current situation. The mine's resources are depleted. We need to build a command center, but lack the mainframe core, and Chen Haifeng proposed the risky plan of dismantling the Dawn and merging its mainframe with the starport module. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Li Jianguo's voice came back, speaking rapidly. The onboard mainframe of the Dawn is the Taurus 3 model in service for over 15 years, but its core logic unit is still relatively stable. If the starport core module you have is the kind I know from the Stardust Ring standard module, its control interface is open protocol and theoretically compatible. What's the success rate? Chen Haifeng asked, leaning closer. 50-50, Li Jianguo replied succinctly. Hardware splicing isn't difficult. The challenge lies in system integration. The Dawn's mainframe runs a universal operating system for federal ships, while your starport module is an independent system from Stardust Ring. To forcibly bind them together and allow your special system to take over involves significant risks regarding software conflicts and driver compatibility. If it fails, Wang Lu asked. Fail, Li Jianguo scoffed. At best, both cores burn out, and you'll be back to square one. At worst, it could trigger an energy backflow that could blow your dock sky high. The dock fell silent again, with only the faint sound of equipment operating on Li Jianguo's end. Are we doing this? Zhao Jigang looked at Chen Haifeng. Chen Haifeng stared at the silent body of the Dawn. This old ship had accompanied him through wormholes, evaded pursuers, and weathered storms. Now it was to be dismantled, used as a stepping stone. He took a deep breath. Let's do it. There's no other way. Keeping the ship means we're still trapped. Dismantling it gives us at least a chance to fight back. He said into the communicator. Engineer Li, we need your remote guidance. The specific steps for dismantling and assembling, along with the potential pitfalls during system integration, you must help us monitor. Li Jianguo went silent for a moment before saying, Open an encrypted data channel for me. I want to see your operation screens and system logs in real time. Also, when dismantling, cut off the main power first and start peeling away from the auxiliary power unit. The bridge module where the mainframe is located is crucial. It's very delicate. Don't pry it off with SCVs. Use laser cutting with the precision set to 0.1 mm. Understood, Chen Haifeng nodded. Additionally, Li Jianguo added, once system integration begins, there will be an unstable period of about 30 minutes. During this time, the defense of the entire temporary node will be nearly zero. Don't let anything disturb you, not even a space mouse. Wang Lu immediately said, leave that to me. I will monitor all external sensors. If Sun Kaiming's people come over at this time, we're done for. Then it's settled. Zhao Jigang made the decision. Haifeng, you command the SCVs to start dismantling operations. Wang Lu, monitor the perimeter. I'll coordinate the overall situation and maintain communication with Old Li. Chen Haifeng walked to the Dawn and patted its cold armor. Old buddy, I'm sorry. This time I'm borrowing your brain. He activated the system, bringing up the SCV control interface. 3 SCVs slid out from the cargo bay, their tool modules switching to high-precision laser cutters. The blue laser beams lit up accurately, landing on the seams of the Dawn's hull. Sparks flew. The dismantling operation began. Under the dock's lights, the Dawn was gradually disassembled. The enormous bridge module was carefully separated, and the flickering Taurus 3 model mainframe inside was about to face its final and most perilous mission. The team had gained a fleeting glimmer of hope, yet they had also lost their only ship. The gamble had already begun. The blue laser beams hissed at the seams of the Dawn ship, sparks spraying outward as if they were free. Chen Haifeng stared at the control interface, his fingers rapidly tapping the virtual buttons. The bridge module separation is complete, he said into the communicator. The main brain unit is exposed and stable. Li Jianguo's voice came through the encrypted channel, slightly garbled, but clear now. Use the precision grabber arm of SCV No. 3 to extract the main brain core completely. Be careful with the data cable harness below, but don't yank it hard, there are clips. Understood. The No. 3 SCV extended its mechanical arm, the front switching to a slender grabber, cautiously probing into the cut bridge structure. The flickering Taurus 3 main brain, roughly the size of a suitcase, was secured in the center by various cables and supports. The SCV found the clips and undid them one by one. The main brain was smoothly lifted out, its surface indicator lights still flashing regularly. Beautiful, Zhao Jigang watched from the side, wiping his sweat. If this thing drops, we're really done for. Wang Lu didn't speak. She was staring at the portable terminal she had brought, which displayed all the sensor readings around the mine's perimeter. The outside is quiet, no abnormal signals, she said without looking up. Sun Kaiming's people should not have arrived yet. Continue. Chen Haifeng directed the SCV to place the main brain on a specially designed transport platform. Next, they would dismantle the core module of the starport. That item was stolen from the Stardust Ring warehouse, resembling a huge metallic square brick, its surface engraved with incomprehensible patterns. Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu worked together using an engineering cart they found at the dock to extract the module from the cargo hold of the Dawn ship, huffing and puffing as they pushed it deeper into the mine's control room. The distance wasn't far, but it was all uphill. I say, old Chun, Zhao Jigang panted while pushing, couldn't you have picked a flatter spot for this base? Let's make do with it, Uncle Zhao. Wang Lu was also panting. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. What's a little uphill? Chen Haifeng did not respond. He directed the remaining SCVs to continue dismantling other parts of the Dawn ship. Armor plates, engine components, energy pipelines. Everything that could be salvaged was methodically stripped away. They worked for about 4 hours. The Dawn ship, which had once navigated wormholes and evaded pursuers alongside Chen Haifeng, was now reduced to piles of sorted metal and parts. A large area of the dock was empty. Chen Haifeng looked at the wreckage, feeling a bit sentimental. Don't be sad, Zhao Jigang patted his shoulder. Out with the old, in with the new. Hurry up, the control room is ready. The control room was on the upper level of the mine, previously the scheduling center. The space was quite large, but it was a complete mess with a thick layer of dust on the control console. Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu had already pushed the starport core module to the center position. Chen Haifeng directed the SCV to bring in the main brain core as well. Engineer Li, what's the next step? He asked. Place the two items next to each other, Li Jiangguo replied. There's a hidden interface on the left side of the starport module. You can expose it by cutting the shell with a laser. Connect the main brain's data bus. Chen Haifeng complied. The SCV precisely cut open the outer shell of the starport module, revealing a row of glowing blue interfaces underneath. The data line of the main brain was connected. Now activate your system, Li Jiangguo urged. Force the two cores to perform a preliminary handshake using the system protocol. Remember, only open the lowest permission data channel and don't let them fight for control. Chen Haifeng took a deep breath and brought up the system interface. Detected integrable control units, Taurus 3 shipboard, main brain Stardust Ring standard starport control module. Would you like to initiate the fusion protocol? Warning: fusion will consume all remaining resources and the process is irreversible. Yes, Chen Haifeng confirmed in his heart. The system interface lit up with blinding white light. In the control room, the starport module and the main brain core began to vibrate violently, their indicator lights flashing frantically. The energy fluctuations are within expected range. Li Jiangguo monitored the data remotely. Hold on, this is the most critical period for protocol conflict. Chen Haifeng focused on the progress bar. 10%, 20%. The lights in the control room began to flicker. The energy is being drained. Wang Lu exclaimed at the terminal. The backup energy of the mine is almost depleted. Hold on. Zhao Jigang shouted. We're almost there. 80%, 90%. Fusion complete. Temporary command center established. System resources depleted: metal 0150000, energy crystals 08000, rare alloys 32500. Basic production permissions have been unlocked. In the center of the control room, the two metal lumps that were melded together were now enveloped in a translucent energy field with faint light patterns flowing across their surfaces. It looked like a rough, enlarged workstation. It worked. Zhao Jigang punched the wall. Wang Lu let out a sigh and plopped down on a nearby box. In the encrypted channel, Li Jiangguo also breathed a sigh of relief. The basic functions should be operational. However, stability is only about 60 to 70% of the standard version. I don't expect it to handle overly complex calculations. That's enough. Chen Haifeng looked at the newly appeared construction option on the system interface. Inside, only one icon was lit: SCV engineering mech. Production requirements: metal 800, energy crystals 50, rare alloys 5. He had just enough. Start production. Chen Haifeng tapped it. A rectangular opening appeared on the rough shell of the temporary command center. Mechanical whirring sounds emanated from within. About 5 minutes later, an SCV slid out from the opening. Its silver-gray shell, 4 mechanical legs, and switchable tool arms. It stopped in the center of the control room. The scanner on top turned left and right, then faced Chen Haifeng, emitting a beep as a greeting. Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu were both stunned. The two stared at the new SCV, then glanced at the dock direction. Chen Haifeng's original SCV was still below dismantling parts. This? Zhao Jigang pointed at the new SCV and then downwards. Why does it look exactly the same? Wang Lu also stood up, walked over to the new SCV and looked closely. Not just similar. This paint job, this model designation, even the wear marks on the mechanical arms. They are all identical to your original one. Old Chen did your production line. Copy your original one. Chen Haifeng did not respond immediately. He looked at Zhao Jigang and then at Wang Lu. Both of them had shock and confusion in their eyes. Li Jiangguo's voice came through the encrypted channel, tinged with obvious curiosity. Chen Haifeng, the production protocol you just initiated has very unique energy characteristics. That isn't any known manufacturing technology of the Federation. Where did you get it from? The control room fell silent. Only the temporary command center continued to emit a deep hum. Chen Haifeng knew he couldn't keep it hidden any longer. Or rather, he had never intended to keep it a secret from these two, who were now in the same boat with him. There are some things I haven't told you in detail, he began, his voice echoing slightly in the spacious control room. In my last year of service at the Mars base, I participated in a classified mission. Zhao Jigang frowned. A classified mission? How come I didn't know about it? You had already retired by then, Chun Haifeng replied. The mission involved exploring a recently discovered ancient ruin. The coordinates were classified. Our squad entered and encountered some inexplicable things inside. He paused, organizing his words. Deep within the ruin, I came into contact with how should I put it, an intact data core. It activated automatically, stuffing a bunch of chaotic blueprints and protocols directly into my personal terminal. Later, when the mission ended, the higher-ups classified this contact as top secret, and all participants were required to sign a confidentiality agreement. After returning, I discovered that the data had merged with me. It became an independent system capable of interpreting technological blueprints and producing some equipment according to specific protocols. He pointed at the new SCV just like this. Zhao Jigang stared at the projection interface for a while. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it. I thought so. The technical details when you modified the Dawn ship were not something a regular retired officer could manage. Your mining efficiency and how you always find strange solutions. It turns out the root is here. Wang Lu, on the other hand, was staring at the system interface, her eyes shining. Old Chun, she said excitedly, do you know how much this stuff is worth? No, it can't be measured in money. It's priceless. If giants like Deep Space Joint Mining knew you had this, they would stop at nothing to capture you for dissection and research. So it must be kept secret. Chun Haifeng shut off the projection. This is my biggest trump card. It is also our only hope to turn the tide now. Rest assured. Wang Lu immediately said, what I saw and heard today, I won't say a word once I walk out that door. I guarantee it with my professional ethics from years in intelligence work. Zhao Jigang nodded as well. Haifeng, after all these years, you don't trust me. This stuff is yours, it's ours as a team. How to use it in the future, that's up to you. In the encrypted channel, Li Jiangguo was silent for a few seconds before saying, Chun Haifeng, I captured a short segment of the energy map from the production protocol you just displayed. Although I can't understand the principles, it's very ingenious. If you need deeper technical support such as optimizing energy distribution or resolving system conflicts, I can help. I'm quite interested in this unknown technology. A weight lifted off Chun Haifeng's heart. Thank you, he said. Then I'll trouble engineer Li with technical matters from now on. The operation of the temporary command center seemed to stabilize a bit. The newly produced SCV stood by quietly. Below the dock, the old SCV was still diligently recovering the wreckage of the Dawn ship. In the control room, 4 individuals, 3 on-site and 1 remote, formed a new core sharing a secret. All right, Chun Haifeng clapped his hands. We've revealed part of our trump card, and we can consider ourselves to be open with each other now. The resources have run dry, but at least we have a usable command center and 2 SCVs. He looked at Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu. Next, it's about how to use these meager resources to transform this broken mine into our real base. Zhao Jigang grinned. I like starting with a dismantling flow. Let's do it. Wang Lu smiled as well. I'll handle the intelligence side, and I'll quickly figure out the surrounding minor factions to find trading opportunities. In the encrypted channel, Li Jiangguo said, I will continue to monitor your energy signals and try to help with stealth processing. If you need technical support, call me anytime. Chun Haifeng nodded. He walked to the observation window of the control room, looking at the mine's vast, rusty internal structure. Karen 7. A new beginning for the base. It starts here. The main cannons of the Deep Space United Fleet fired in unison, igniting an entire expanse of the starry sky. The bridge of the Qinghuan was illuminated in a blinding white light from the explosions, and the alarm sounded sharply, piercing through the eardrums. Shield overload. Repeat, shield overload. The left side of the hull zones 7 to 9 have been breached. Internal pressure is leaking. The automatic sealing system is activated. Laser arrays 3 and 7 offline. Lin Wei sat in the command seat, her body jolting from the vibrations of the explosions. Her fingers flew across the control panel, pulling up the damage report for the entire ship. The shield readings of the Qinghuan had plummeted, and the integrity of the hull structure had decreased by 18%. This was only the first wave. Viking Squadron. Lin Wei shouted into the communication channel, her voice overpowering all the noise. Execute flanking bite. Target the enemy cruiser squadron's right flank. Disrupt their formation. Viking Squadron received. The response was the simultaneous roar of 120 Viking fighters' engines igniting. Those blue and white painted fighters surged out like a swarm of enraged hornets from the First Fleet, leaving a trail of dense fragmented clouds as they recklessly charged towards the few cruisers on the right flank of the United Fleet that were charging their main cannons for the second round. The Deep Space Fleet clearly did not anticipate such a tactic. The laser turrets and missile nests of the frigate squadron immediately turned towards the Viking fighters and began to fire madly. Explosions erupted in space. One Viking fighter was hit by a laser its engine compartment, exploding, sending it spiraling with black smoke into a nearby enemy frigate, tearing a gash in its hull before it detonated into a fireball. Another was struck by a missile disintegrating midair, but the remaining Viking fighters paid no heed. They pressed onward through the gunfire, raining down bombs like rain from the underbelly of the Laser, trailing blue flames as they smashed against the enemy cruiser shields. Enemy cruiser shields fluctuating. Right flank formation is in chaos, the sensor officer shouted. Good. Lin Wei fixed her gaze on the screen. Qinghuan charged the main cannon. Target the scimitar class on the right. All battlecruisers concentrate fire. Destroy it. The main cannons of 5 battlecruisers simultaneously turned their muzzles, igniting with blinding blue light. Charge. Fire. 5 thick plasma beams tore through the starry sky, violently colliding with the scimitar-class shields. The cruiser's shields flashed madly before shattering like fragile glass. The beams poured into the hull. The bow was melted through, and a series of chain explosions erupted from within, splitting the entire ship in two in the vacuum of space debris, spinning off and colliding with a nearby frigate that failed to evade. Target destroyed, someone shouted from the bridge. But there was no joy on Lin Wei's face. The lost data from the Viking squadron had synchronized back to her. 120 fighters launched. Return signal. Only 67 left. In a single assault, 53 had been lost. Moreover, the formation of the Deep Space Fleet had only been slightly disrupted before quickly regaining stability. More cruisers and frigates pressed in from the left and right flanks, their muzzles once again glowing with charging light. Captain, the communication officer's voice tightened. The signal from the shield frigate has disappeared. Spear frigate shield overloaded, hull severely damaged, retreating from combat sequence. Lin Wei glanced at the fleet status list. 3 friendly ships marked in green were already missing. There were 5 others marked in yellow, indicating they were damaged. This had been less than 10 minutes of fighting. All fleets. Lin Wei took a deep breath. Constrict formation. Move towards the base defense perimeter. Execute tiered resistance plan. The order was passed down. The remaining ships of the First Fleet began to fall back, but not in a chaotic manner. The battlecruisers were in the center, cruisers on the sides, and frigates trailing behind the entire fleet, resembling a clenched fist intercepting incoming fire with side cannons and missiles, while retreating towards the pre-established automated missile towers and laser turrets on the outskirts of the Karen 7 base. Those fixed defense towers had previously not fired since they were out of range. Now the fleet had retreated within range. Base defense system online. Lin Wei shouted into the base communication channel. All automated turrets fire at will. Prioritize enemy cruisers. The surface of the Karen 7 base came alive with densely packed arrays of turrets. Missile silos opened, a swarm of armor-piercing missiles rising into the sky, trailing white smoke. The laser turrets rotated their bases, red beams cracking like whips towards the enemy ships in space. The leading forces of the Deep Space Fleet immediately slammed into this wall of firepower. 2 frigates that charged in too quickly were targeted by concentrated missile fire, their shields overloaded in an instant, and their hulls were obliterated into fragments. A cruiser was simultaneously locked on by 4 or 5 laser turrets, its shields flashing wildly as it had to slow down and change direction. The momentum of the pursuit was abruptly stifled. Lin Wei seized this opportunity. Qinghuan, emergency damage control team mobilize. Prioritize repairing the shield generator and the 3rd engine. She glanced at the repair progress bar. We need at least 40% shield and full mobility. Understood. In the ship's corridors, bioengineered personnel in engineering suits rushed towards the breached sections of the hull, carrying repair equipment and spare parts. Outside, the battle was still ongoing. Although the United Fleet had been momentarily held back by the base's firepower, their numerical advantage was overwhelming. Over 200 ships surrounded Karen 7 like a steel barrel. They no longer rushed forward recklessly, but began to maneuver around the perimeter, using main cannons and missiles for long-range attrition. Streams of plasma beams and missiles streaked across the starry sky, hammering down on the formation of the First Fleet and the base's defense towers. Explosions continued to erupt against the base shields and the ship's shields. This won't work if it continues like this. Lin Wei stared at the star map, her mind racing. In a battle of attrition, the opposing fleet had the numbers to wear you down. Even with numerous base defense towers, they could eventually be dismantled. The Viking squadron had suffered heavy losses and could not organize a second large-scale assault. The fleet had lost nearly 30%. If they lost any more, maintaining formation would become difficult. She pulled up the battle records and quickly scanned through them. The enemy fleet's command was steady, their formation well maintained, and their firepower distribution was reasonable. But there were still vulnerabilities. Lin Wei noted that although the United Fleet's formation was tight, there was a slight disconnection in coordination between the deep space mining ships and the Bloodclaw pirates' vessels. The pirate ships, being modified, charged in closer, preferring to cluster together. The regular ships of deep space mining were more conservative, accustomed to maintaining a safe distance while outputting fire. Moreover, Lin Wei zoomed in on a corner of the star map. There at the rear of the United Fleet, near the jump blockade zone, were several large vessels that appeared to be logistics supply ships from deep space, mining, floating quietly, with only a few frigates for protection. Quantum Brain, Lin Wei said, analyzed the signal characteristics of those 4 large enemy ships at the back of their fleet. Analyzing. Matching database. The signal characteristics matched deep space mining standard logistics supply ship with an 87% accuracy. Energy readings show their engines are in low-power standby mode, and no main weapon systems are detected as charged. Logistics ships. Lin Wei narrowed her eyes. Sun Qiming had brought the logistics ships to the back of the battlefield. Was this a plan for a protracted war? Or did he feel confident enough to lay out the supply lines right in front of them? Regardless of which, this was an opportunity. A highly risky but potentially game-changing opportunity. Lin Wei glanced at the fleet status. The shields of the Qinghuan had been repaired to 35%. There were 67 operational Viking fighters left. All 5 battlecruisers were still operational, but 2 of them had shield values below half. The cruisers and frigates. Approximately 70% were still capable of forming a squadron. She tapped a few times on the control panel, pulling up an encrypted communication interface. This channel directly connected to the main control room of the Karen 7 base, as well as to the flagship of the Mimitar fleet parked on the opposite side of the base. Commander Victor, Lin Wei connected the communication. I need your assistance. The rough temporary command center in the main control room had been buzzing for half a month. Chen Haifeng stood in front of the observation window, gazing outside. The massive, rusty central open area of the mine had undergone a transformation. 2 SCVs, one old, one new, worked tirelessly for half a month like 2 unflagging oxen. The once mountainous piles of discarded equipment, scattered metal fragments, and half-collapsed supports had all been cleared to the side, forming several orderly mountains of scrap. A relatively flat area had been cleared in the center of the open space. Chen Haifeng used fluorescent paint salvage from the wreckage of the Dawn to spray several large squares and arrows on the ground. This area, he pointed outside, saying to Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu, who had walked over, is designated for the expansion of the command center. The system indicates that the stability of the temporary node is too poor and needs to be upgraded to a standard one as soon as possible. That area, he pointed to another section outlined in red, is the production zone. The refinery and production line will be placed there in the future. It's close to the main energy pipeline, making wiring convenient. He then indicated the several high platforms towards the entrance of the mine, the defense array. Once we have resources, we should set up a few automatic turrets there. Right now our place is wide open, it's like we're running around naked. Zhao Jigang leaned closer to the window and remarked, not bad. After half a month it looks quite decent. At least it looks like a base now, not a junkyard. However, Wang Lu did not look outside. She was focused on the handheld terminal in her hand, her brow furrowed. Old Chen, Uncle Zhao. She raised her head. There's an issue we need to resolve quickly. What issue? Chen Haifeng asked. The ship, Wang Lu said. We don't have a ship anymore. She pulled up the star map, projecting it into the air. Karen 7 is a fixed mining site. We are effectively trapped here. The nearest resource point is the C-12 asteroid belt, 3.7 light-years away. Without a ship, we can't even get out the door, let alone mine, transport goods, or run away. Chen Haifeng and Zhao Jigang fell silent. They were certainly aware of this issue, but for the past half-month they had been focused on tidying up their home. Are there any parts from the Dawn that can be pieced together to make a small boat? Zhao Jigang asked. Maybe we could assemble a lifeboat. Chen Haifeng shook his head, but that kind of small boat lacks a warp engine and can't leave this star system. Moreover, its defense and cargo capacity are virtually zero. It would just be a target out in the open. So we need to get a proper ship. Wang Lu said. It doesn't need to be too luxurious. It should be capable of warp travel, have a cargo hold, and ideally come with some basic armament enough for us to operate in the vicinity. And the money? Zhao Jigang shrugged. Our entire assets now are just the resources salvaged from the mining site, and the Dawn plus the cash you brought from the black market. Buying a new ship? Don't even think about it. Even a second-hand or decommissioned military ship would be incredibly expensive. Wang Lu pondered for a moment. Maybe we could try reaching out to Lieutenant Lin Wei. Chen Haifeng looked at her. The Federal Patrol often decommissions old equipment. Wang Lu explained. Some ships are processed through internal channels after retirement. The price is lower than the market rate, but it requires connections. If Lieutenant Lin Wei is willing to help, she might be able to get us an old ship that's still in decent condition. Chen Haifeng considered for a moment. Lin Wei. the principled lieutenant who had given him warnings and intelligence privately before. It's worth a try, he said, but don't get your hopes too high. Lin Wei is all about business. Asking her to help with something on the edge of propriety is no small task. Let's try it. It's not like we'll lose anything. Wang Lu said, are you contacting her now? Chen Haifeng nodded and walked over to the side of the temporary command center to bring up the communication interface. He entered the encrypted communication code that Lin Wei had left him. Calling. Searching for signal. Target terminal unresponsive. After waiting about a minute, the communication automatically disconnected. No answer, Chen Haifeng said. She might be on patrol or in communication silence. Zhao Jigang said, it's often like this when the Federal Patrol is on a mission. What should we do? Wang Lu asked. Wait for her to call back. How long would that take? Chen Haifeng pondered for a moment and brought up another communication code. Li Jiangwo's. This time the connection was quick. Old Li, Chen Haifeng said. Chen Haifeng. Li Jiangwo's voice came through with a slight machine noise in the background. How's the operation of your command center going? I've been monitoring the stability data here, and it shows some significant fluctuations. I recommend you. Li, it's about the ship, Chen Haifeng interrupted. We urgently need a usable ship. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just capable of warp travel and transporting goods. In the Pancher Mining Company, are there any old ships awaiting disposal? Decommissioned or ready to be scrapped, either is fine. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Li Jiangguo said, hang on, let me check. A flurry of keyboard tapping ensued. After about 2 minutes, Li Jiangguo's voice came through again. In the company warehouse, there are 2 Pioneer-class industrial ships that were just decommissioned last quarter and are set to enter the scrapping process. Pioneer class. Zhao Jigang leaned in. I'm familiar with that ship, but sturdy, has a large cargo hold, and has decent modification potential. What's its condition? It's in decent shape, just a bit old. Li Jiangguo said. It's been in service for over 20 years. The main engine has been overhauled 3 times, and the cooling efficiency of the warp engine is only 70% of that of a new ship. But all basic functions are intact. It can still fly. What's the price? Chen Haifeng asked, getting to the key issue. Li Jiangguo tapped a few more keys. The internal processing price for the company is 80,000 federal credit points for 1 ship. Going through the formal procurement process requires departmental approval. Chen Haifeng looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu quickly calculated in her mind and then shook her head, mouthing, not enough. Far from it. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. Li, we can't come up with 80,000. Is there a cheaper way? For example, what if we don't buy the entire ship, just the core components? The engine, the main control computer, the warp core, those key parts. We can use salvage materials to piece together the hull and modify existing structures from the mine. This time Li Jiangguo was silent for an even longer period. Hang on, he said, this line of thinking is interesting. More keyboard tapping followed, interspersed with the sounds of quickly flipping electronic documents. Theoretically, this is feasible, Li Jiangguo continued. The modularity of the Pioneer class is very high. The engine module, main control module, and warp core can all be disassembled separately. If we only buy these core components, the price could possibly be reduced to around 30,000. However, the remaining hull structure, armor, piping, and internal systems would all need to be sorted out by you. That's quite a workload. We can manage it. Chen Haifeng glanced out at the 2 SCVs and the construction list on the system interface. We have SCVs, and the system can provide blueprint support. Assembling the hull is technically hopeful. But do we have 30,000 right now? Zhao Jigang looked at Wang Lu. Wang Lu quickly operated the terminal, pulling up the team's asset list. In cash plus what was left before, I brought a total of 120,000. She said, for resources, if we calculate the metal and alloys at the lowest black market price, it could be worth around 80,000. Adding it all up gives us 200,000. We're still short by 100,000. Short by 100,000. Chen Haifeng rubbed his temples. It felt like hitting a wall in a game. He could see the exit, but the key was just out of reach. Can we do it in installments? Zhao Jigang asked through the communicator. Only you're familiar with people in the procurement department. Can you help us out? Pay part of it now, and the rest when we get the shipment out. That's difficult, Li Jiangguo replied directly. The company processes are quite rigid. For this type of disposal of scrapped assets, it's either full payment or a failed auction. Moreover, given your current situation, many people in the company know you're at odds with Sun Qiming, and they don't want to get involved. The atmosphere grew tense again. In that case, Li Jiangguo said, it's hard to clarify everything over the communicator. They'll apply for an external trip to personally visit your mine. They'll take a look at how much material you have and what level of hull you can piece together. If the parts you manage to sort out are sufficient, I may be able to take the proposal to negotiate with the procurement department or work out some other accounts. Chen Haifeng's eyes lit up. You can come. Yeah, just say I'm going to assess the recovery value of equipment from an abandoned mine. The reason is straightforward. Li Jiangguo said, Give me your specific coordinates and identification code. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Great. Chen Haifeng sighed in relief. I'll send you the coordinates right away. Oldly thank you. Don't thank me just yet. Whether it works out depends on how much you have to offer. Li Jiangguo paused. By the way, how's the production precision of your system? When assembling the hull, especially for engine connections and piping layout, precision is crucial. Precision is not a problem, Chen Haifeng replied. The SCV's laser cutting and welding can control the error within 0.5 mm. The system's blueprints provide standard interface data. All right, we'll talk more when I arrive. Li Jiangguo's side was filled with sounds of packing up. Keep the communication open. I'll contact you before I set off. The communication ended. The main control room fell silent for a moment. This looks promising. Zhao Jigang patted Chen Haifeng on the shoulder. Old Li is willing to come in person, which means this matter is half settled. He's genuinely interested in technical challenges. Together you two might just be able to assemble a ship. Wang Lu also began to operate quickly on the terminal. He'll refine our current funds and resource list a bit. When Li arrives, he'll show it to him. Additionally, he'll check the black market channels to see if there are any cheaper secondhand ship parts available as alternatives. Chen Haifeng nodded. He looked at the newly delineated area outside and glanced at the star map projected in the air. The base had taken its first step, and the key to restoring mobility now rested on the upcoming evaluation by Li Jiangguo. Let's get to work, he said. Before Old Li arrives, let's clean out more materials. The more components we can create ourselves, the less pressure there will be to purchase the core parts. The two SCVs received their instructions and started up again, heading towards another pile of discarded equipment. Once again, the familiar sound of metal cutting echoed through the mine. The metallic and oily scent in the control room mingled with a restless anticipation that had been building for a full month and a half. Chen Haifeng leaned against the observation window, watching the two SCVs laboriously clear away the last remnants of debris outside. When will Engineer Li finally arrive? Wang Lu asked for the 108th time, her fingers tapping rapidly on the terminal. It's been a month and a half. By now one could have had a baby on the road. The transition in the Fringe Star region is unstable, and we must avoid Sun Kaiming's surveillance network, so it's normal for it to be slow, Zhao Jigang replied, though he continued to chain-smoke one cigarette after another. At that moment, the communication indicator light on the control panel suddenly flashed green, signaling the receipt of an encrypted message. This is Li Jiangguo. I have arrived at the perimeter of the mine and request guidance to dock. Received, Engineer Li. Please send the identification code and entrance coordinates. Chen Haifeng jumped up immediately. The massive rusted gate disguised as a rock wall at the mine slowly opened, and a small gray transport ship glided in, silently docking at the rudimentary dock. Li Jiangguo emerged from the vessel, maintaining his usual stern demeanor, carrying a bulging tool bag. He glanced at the control room and the cleared area outside, nodding slightly. It's been tidied up well. Engineer Li, we've been looking forward to your arrival. Zhao Jigang approached him. Is there hope for the ship? Let's see the materials first. Li Jiangguo spoke succinctly. Chen Haifeng immediately led him to the warehouse area. There lay all the heritage disassembled from the Dawn, sorted and piled engine parts, fragments of the main control computer pipelines, and a few intact armor plates. Beside it was the starport core module stolen from the Stardust Ring warehouse, resembling a silent metallic coffin. Wang Lu handed over a data pad. Engineer Li, this is our complete financial list, cash plus liquidatable resources totaling approximately 200,000 credit points. Li Jiangguo did not take the data pad. Instead, he squatted down, picking up a scanner to meticulously scan each of the parts. His movements were slow and careful, his brow furrowing tighter. After scanning for a full half hour, Li Jiangguo stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and looked at Chen Haifeng, then at Zhao Jigang and Wang Lu. It's hopeless, he said, his voice calm, but it struck the three like a stone. What do you mean hopeless? Zhao Jigang asked. It means exactly that. Li Jiangguo walked to the control panel, retrieved the data he had just scanned, and quickly listed a series of formulas and parameters. These parts are severely aged, too many model variations, and the compatibility is absurdly poor. The starport module is functional, but it serves as a control center, not a power source. The most critical and expensive components that cannot be substituted in assembling any starship capable of interstellar travel are the power system, main engine, and jump core. You don't even have a usable main engine crankshaft here. A jump core? Don't even think about it. Then, what if we just build a hull and buy the power system from outside? Buy? Li Jiangguo scoffed. Wang Lu, you're an intelligence. Tell him in the current Fringe Star region, how much does a second-hand functional Pioneer-class engine module cost on the black market? Wang Lu quickly swiped on the terminal, her face falling swiftly. The cheapest is still 350,000. And in the past 3 months, all public records of second-hand ship component transactions have seen a cliff-like drop in volume. Zhao Jigang slammed his hand on the table. Sun Qiming. It must be him. This bastard has locked down the market with capital means. He either bribed or pressured those major middlemen to prevent them from selling to obscure buyers, especially to people like us. Exactly. Wang Lu pulled up several pieces of encrypted intelligence. I just confirmed that at least 3 of the largest second-hand ship markets are backed by Deep Space United Mining. Sun Qiming wants to weld us to this mine. The control room was engulfed in a deathly silence. The only hope had been sentenced to death by Li Jiangwo's technical assessment, then struck another blow by Sun Qiming's capital. So our current situation is, Chun Haifeng began, his voice dry. We have no money, no parts, and no market. Stuck here waiting to die. Li Jiangwo remained silent as if in agreement. There's another way, Wang Lu suddenly said. Lin Wei. Old Chen, try contacting her again. The federal military regularly phases out equipment, and some items don't go through the public market, instead entering internal processing channels. If Lin Wei is willing to help even to get a scrapped engine core for Li Jiangwo to patch up, who knows? Chen Haifeng immediately walked to the communication station and input Lin Wei's encrypted communication code again. Calling. Signal searching. Call failed. He tried again. Still failed. Keep calling. Zhao Jigang said, keep trying until she answers. Chen Haifeng set up an automatic redial, calling every 30 seconds. The monotonous waiting tone echoed in the control room for a full 20 minutes. Just when everyone was about to give up, the communication indicator light suddenly turned blue and a highly unstable channel filled with intense interference noise was forcibly connected. Chen Haifeng. Lin Wei's voice came through, intermittent with faint alarm sounds in the background, sounding unusually exhausted. Lieutenant Lin Wei. It's me. Chen Haifeng hurriedly said. We urgently need a ship, or at least the power components of a ship. Do you have? I can't help you. Lin Wei interrupted him coldly, but Chen Haifeng sensed a hint of suppressed irritation in her voice. I can barely protect myself. What do you mean? Chen Haifeng's heart sank. The other end was silent for a few seconds, only the crackling sound of electricity was heard. I'm about to retire, Lin Wei said, her tone laced with a resigned sarcasm, under non-standard retirement circumstances. The higher-ups are pushing hard. Why, oi? Chen Haifeng pressed on. Did you make a mistake? Mistake? Lin Wei let out a cold laugh. My only mistake was participating in the military's Night Owl-class new frigates installation tests 6 months ago and insisting on investigating a group of abnormal data flow that appeared during the latter stages of the test. Chen Haifeng and Zhao Jigang exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Military new ship tests data leaks. Someone doesn't want me to continue my investigation. Lin Wei's voice lowered, revealing fatigue. The pressure comes from very high levels. My transfer request was denied, and instead I was arranged for voluntary retirement. If I don't sign, they have plenty of ways to make me sign. So you just accept it. Chen Haifeng couldn't help but ask. What else can I do? Lin Wei countered, like you hiding in a broken ship and evading in the Star Sea. Chen Haifeng, am not you. I have my duties and bottom line. Though that bottom line now seems like a joke. Suddenly interference on the line intensified and Lin Wei's voice became garbled. Wait. Lin Wei. Chen Haifeng raised his voice. You just said you can barely protect yourself and can't help me. Why were you willing to share information about Sun Qiming before? Why are you willing to take my call now? Another silence ensued. The interference slightly lessened. Because Lin Wei's voice became very soft, nearly drowned out by the noise. I might have something you want the most right now. Not a ship, but maybe it can be exchanged for a ship. Chen Haifeng's heart raced. What is it? Where? I can't say it through the channel. Lin Wei spoke faster. If you really want it, come to the Alpha 7-star region at the Federal 3rd Logistics Space Station. My last external mission before retirement will be handed over there. You only have 48 hours. After that it will be too late. Wait. Alpha 7 is the core area monitored by Sun Qiming. Zhao Jigang couldn't help but shout into the communicator. I know. Lin Wei's voice carried a calm resignation. So whether you come or not is up to you. The communication is about to cut off. Oh, take care. Lin Wei. Hello. Lin Wei. The communication was completely severed, leaving only the busy tone. In the control room, the four remained silent. The influx of information was overwhelming. Lin Wei's crisis, the military's dark secrets, a mysterious thing, and an openly laid trap. The Alpha 7-star region. If she is going there to hand over her final task, it means there are people she trusts at the space station, or something she must obtain. Wang Lu analyzed. She said that thing can be exchanged for a ship, which must be of significant value. But the risk is also at its peak. Sun Qiming must have his eyes all over Alpha 7. Zhao Jigang's expression grew grave. We don't even have a ship right now. How can we go? Should we take engineer lease small transport vessel? That thing doesn't even have a jump engine. It wouldn't reach there even by next year. So this is a deadlock, Li Jiangwo concluded. No ship can't go. Can't obtain something to trade for a ship. Chen Haifeng gazed into the dark depths of the mine outside, and then looked at the now dimmed indicator lights on the communication station. Lin Wei's last words echoed in his mind. Whether you come or not is up to you. He understood Lin Wei's nature, as she wouldn't speak in such a tone unless pushed to the brink. The thing she mentioned could be her bargaining chip for self-preservation or her only hope for a counterattack. Now she had thrown that hope along with immense risk onto him. Old Chen, don't tell me you genuinely want to go. Zhao Jigang stared at him. This is clearly a situation where the risk outweighs the reward and the success rate is infinitesimally close to zero. We may not have a ship, but at least we have people and a base. If we wait it out, there will eventually be opportunities. If you go to Alpha 7, it would be like sending your head to the guillotine. Chen Haifeng turned around to look at his team. Zhao Jigang's worries, Wang Lu's calculations, Li Jiangwo's calmness. He knew Zhao Jigang was right, but he also knew that waiting it out wouldn't overcome Sun Kaiming's capital blockade. Without mobility, this base was merely a living coffin. Engineer Li, Chen Haifeng suddenly asked, "What's the fastest speed of your transport vessel to reach the nearest small asteroid belt with a concealed jump point? How long would it take?" Li Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment, quickly calculating. "At full speed, 10 hours. What do you want to do?" "Nothing in particular." Chen Haifeng walked to the control panel and pulled up the star map, locking onto the Alpha 7 star region. "I just feel that Lin Wei wouldn't give me a completely impossible opportunity for no reason." He pointed at the star map. "We don't have a ship, that's a dead end. She is facing an involuntary retirement, which is also a dead end. When two dead ends collide." He lifted his head, the familiar fierce glint of a gambler returning to his eyes. "Perhaps it can forge a path to survival." Zhao Jigang opened his mouth to curse, but ultimately just let out a heavy sigh and lit another cigarette. Wang Lu looked at Chen Haifeng and suddenly smiled. "All right, the boss has spoken. He'll quickly check the logistics schedule of the Alpha 7 space station and recent personnel movements to see if I can find any gaps." Li Jiangwo did not express an opinion, but silently began checking the status data of his transport vessel. The decision was made. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still heading towards the tiger's den, because down the mountain there might be the only gun capable of taking down a tiger. Once the decision was made, there was no turning back. Li Jiangwo's small transport vessel hummed for 38 hours, finally breaking through the warp and sliding into the Alpha 7 star zone. Chen Haifeng pressed against the porthole to look outside. As he gazed, the little bit of hope in his heart immediately withered. My goodness. He couldn't help but mutter. The view outside was nothing like the kind of border trade space station he had imagined. It was densely packed, filled with ships. But they were not merchant vessels. They were military ships. A glance revealed destroyers, cruisers, assault ships. He could even see the massive silhouette of a Star Fortress-class carrier docked in the distance. Supply ships and repair vessels buzzed around the fleet like worker bees. The entire outer perimeter of the space station was surrounded by these steel behemoths resembling an iron barrel. Civilian ships. There were hardly any. Occasionally he could spot one or two, but they were huddled in the farthest docking bays like bullied little wives. This situation. Chen Haifeng heard Zhao Jigang's voice in his communicator. The static was intense, but the gravity was evident. Something's off. Old Chen, this doesn't resemble a normal rotation or exercise. The utilization rate of military docking bays has exceeded 90%, and all civilian channels are nearly closed. Alpha 7 is merely a tertiary logistics station, at most capable of accommodating 2 cruisers along with a formation of destroyers. The current situation. Is it preparing for war? Chen Haifeng inquired. Doesn't seem like it. Zhao Jigang paused. It feels more like internal control, preventing something or someone from getting out. Chen Haifeng's heart sank. The navigation signal of the transport vessel came through. A cold electronic voice announced, "Panshir mining commuter ship identification code verified. Proceeding to docking bay 74, waiting in Q9. Estimated waiting time 45 minutes. Please maintain course and deactivate active scanning." More waiting. The transport vessel followed the guiding signal, slowly maneuvering